I've lost everything, even myself. Belle, stay with me!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Cranel's broken heart discovered true love in Ryuu Lion movie. Before we start, please go support at 556 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Belle is a male. Chapter 1. Turning Point. Night had fallen throughout the city of Ryuu. A gloomy silence abounded there, but despite the stillness, in several parts of the city, the exact opposite of what the citizens might imagine upon perceiving such an atmosphere was happening. The great battle was breaking out. The battle in which different ideals were colliding in order to overcome the other and thus avoid a bigger conflict between the two. Standing face to face, a golden-haired girl pointed her gun in the direction of a white-haired young man who was standing between her and a little girl who was covered by a small grayish-black cloak. They were Ace Wallenstein and Belle Cranel. The girl behind the latter was named Ween. You may ask, what event could be so important as to have gone to such extremes? Simple, it all started when the young adventurer from the Hestia family had an encounter that would change his way of perceiving things. His encounter with a monster with feelings and reasoning. It all started a few days ago. Dungeon, intermediate floors. I was wandering around the dungeon like any other day. I was near the big tree, killing a few monsters until something caught my attention. It was a whining noise. After what happened in the battle to rescue Ryuu, she joined the Hestia family without hesitation for a second, since she wanted to be where her savior was, and she also wanted to continue being by her friend Makoto's side. Things were quiet for a long time. The Hestia familia began to gain more and more strength to the point where Lily was close to going up to level 2 and Welf, like Makoto, to level 3. Regarding Belle, he could also go up to level 4, but he had to find an adventure that would allow him to do so, since if they found out that he defeated the Toad Woman, the guild would know that he was involved in the attack on the Pleasure District and they would receive a heavy fine like the Freya familia. However, back to what was said earlier to Belle's little visit to the dungeon, which would result in an encounter that would provoke a lot of unexpected events. Running towards where the whining was coming from, he witnessed an impressive scene. The Vouivre being attacked. Firebolt. Belle shouted, driving the bird-type monsters away from the site. When he got close enough, he saw the little girl crying and covered in claw wounds all over her body. She stared at him in fear, still with tears in her eyes, which ran down her torn and bloody cheeks. A monster that cries? He wondered in great surprise. At that moment, a firebird landed in front of them and breathed fire towards their position. Belle stood between the Vouivre and the other monster. With his salamander skin he avoided the burns, and with a quick cut with his dagger he finished it off. As he approached the little girl again, some screams alerted him. "Where's the Vouivre? Hey you. Have you seen a Vouivre?" An intimidating-looking adventurer asked. In a swift movement, he covered the little girl with his salamander skin cloak so they wouldn't see who they were looking for. "My partner has serious burns. Does anyone have any potions?" he asked, standing between her and him. "I'm not interested," the same man answered as he walked away, thus ignoring the target of his search without even knowing it. As he walked away from the two of them, Belle approached her again, who looked both frightened and confused by what had happened. Belle extended his hand and the Vouivre, still hesitant, took it. "Oh no. We finally caught up with him," Makoto said from a distance along with Lily, Welf and Ryuu. "Belle-sama, who is this lady?" Lily asked when the group was together again. "For now I think it's best to return to the 18th floor," said the white-haired man, taking the little monster's hand. "I copied this part from the Artemis one-shot since it was practically what happened and there was nothing to change, haha." After a few minutes, the explanation was given in the safe zone of Rivera. Opinions were divided on the matter. No one in the Hestia family expected or believed what Belle was telling them, or that would be the case if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes when that Vouivre peeked out from behind the boy and looked at them in fear while her small legs and arms trembled because of this same feeling. "This can't be possible," Welf managed to say, incredulous at the little girl's actions. Belle-sama, Lily thinks that what she wants to do is something that could trigger a lot of problems. "Taking her to the surface is a very bad idea," Lily said, trying to use her logic to convince Belle. However, that decision had already been made. "I'm sorry Lily, I can't leave her, not after seeing how those monsters attacked her. She's no different from an innocent girl. She won't survive if she stays in the dungeon," was Belle's response to the hobbit's refusal. "Okay, then we have to hide her and prevent her from being seen by other adventurers, at least until we get to the mansion. I hope everything goes well," Welf commented, approaching the Vouivre and offering her the salamander skin he had as a cape so she could completely cover her body. "Thank you very much for understanding. Well, we must return to the surface," the white-haired man thanked, taking the girl in his arms as if she were his daughter. And in this way, the Hestia familia brought a monster to the surface. Back to the present. "Ace, you don't have to do this," Belle said, covering that little girl who, after her rescue, gave her the name Ween. Ace stared at Ween and understood what Belle was talking about from the beginning, about how the vouivre was different from any monster she had ever seen. "Now I understand," was the comment she said. "Ace, she is." Belle tried to speak but was interrupted. "My answer doesn't change," Ace said, taking out her sword and pointing it at both of them. "If you make someone cry, I'll kill all the monsters," said Ace, who was in front of Belle, pointing her rapier in his direction. Belle covered Ween behind him, the plan to return them to Nos had reached its critical point. At those words, Belle just frowned, he felt powerless, he didn't want to fight with Ace, he didn't want to have to go to such extremes with someone he loves. Because. Why? Belle shouted without understanding the unbridled fury of the sword princess, who went towards him with the intention of harming Ween. Clang. Ace's sword and Belle's daggers clashed forcefully, raising a large amount of sparks around them. "Listen. The Xenos." The young man tried to reason with her, but nothing seemed to work. "It's not necessary." The golden-haired girl yelled at him, while they both struggled until one of them gave in. "Would you say the same thing if the vouivre lost control again?" Ace asked. "I can't," he added. Belle felt like those words were filled with hatred and hidden desires. "Ugh, hhhhh." The boy shouted, forcefully raising his arms and making the princess back away. Faced with such strength, she was surprised. He was supposed to be a level 3 and she was a level 6. Belle wasn't supposed to have enough strength to even manage to stop her or perceive an attack from her. "Damn it." Belle shouted as he felt his heart press hard. As mentioned before, he did not want to go to such extremes, however, the situation reached this point of no return. Running to close the distance between them, the white-haired man began a large series of attacks towards her, which were blocked despite the full force of Belle. Clang. Crash. Clang. The metal clashed again, and the sound of this action echoed in the alley and its surroundings where the battle was taking place. Ween stared at what was happening, not knowing what to do or how to help Belle. Ace jumped back to get away from Belle so she could counterattack. In close hand-to-hand combat, the young man had the advantage. They paused, the boy looked exhausted, and his breathing was labored. She understood that her rival at this moment had grown stronger since the last time they met. "I can't hold back anymore," she told herself, launching into the flurry of attacks again. The sword passed closer and closer to Belle's body, making it harder to dodge the attacks in his direction. He barely managed to block Ace's slashes and cuts. Each time he did so, due to the force exerted on them, a sharp pain appeared in the boy's bones, as he was unable to fully absorb the blows. From one moment to the next, he was thrown to the ground. "Firebolt." Belle shouted to activate his magic and launch the fire beam. The golden-haired girl was greatly surprised when the flame curved before reaching her. Apparently, hitting it directly wasn't the objective. Pooh. A loud explosion sounded, and when Ace looked up she saw large amounts of debris falling towards her position. Crash. This gave him enough time to make Ween escape. Closing the small gate that led to the passageway, he handed her an oculus, through which Hestia would tell Ween the way to follow, so she could reach the safe zone. "Take this and continue down this path," was what the boy said. "And you, Belle?" the vouivre asked, worried about him. "I'll stay here," he replied. "Why?" he insisted with another question in an agitated manner. "I want to talk to Ace, and I know she'll come," was the only answer Belle gave him. Ween said at that. "Oh, Kami-sama will guide you, follow his instructions," he finished. At that moment, Ween ran off until she was lost in the darkness of the place. Belle just looked at her from that spot without turning around or caring that Ace was already behind him. "Step aside," Ace said with a face even more serious than usual. "No, I won't," was the answer he received. She sighed, closed her eyes, and then filled her gaze with complete determination. Belle knew that the fight between the two of them could no longer be avoided, so he gripped the handles of his daggers tightly, ready for whatever happened. Ace extended his sword again until the tip pointed at his target. And so began a second round between them. The blows and cuts were sent at an incredibly absurd and dangerous speed for Belle, who could no longer avoid them completely, and thanks to that the damage was present in his trembling body and arms as he received all the force put into Ace's attacks. Clang. Clash. The young white-haired man's strength was fading as the seconds passed, he was short of breath and blood was gushing from his wounds, which were getting deeper and deeper due to the constant harassment by the sword princess. With an upward slash from the golden-haired woman and her sword, the minotaur horn dagger that Belle had along with the hestia dagger was sent upwards. With his arms raised by the impact, Ace took the opportunity to launch a rapier at the young man's body, however, he managed to dodge it for fractions of a second and counterattack. Although in a swift movement, a strong kick was given to his stomach, sending him flying and then crashing into that same fence as before. "Why are you doing this?" "She's not human, she's a monster," the princess asked. It's simple, he can talk, he can laugh, he has feelings like us. The white-haired man replied, taking a breath after saying it. They are not like us, monsters kill humans, Ace said, but was interrupted by Belle. We killed many of them anyway. The young man shouted with clear fury. My knives, your sword, Belle added to his words. This seemed to anger Ace, who looked at the boy with disgust. It's over, I'll finish you off, said the blonde, pointing her rapier at Belle. Their heart sank at this, but even then, Ace had a bigger goal in life than she'd ever had in her life, to be cut short by someone she'd only met a few months ago. Belle was on guard, even though he was aware of what would happen next. Accepting his fate, though not without a fight, he faced a difficulty. Just before Ace launched her attack, something happened. No. Ween shouted, standing between them. Don't hurt Belle, please. The little girl added to her words. Ween? Belle asked, abandoning his previous state. Ace remained silent, saying nothing. I want to be with Belle, said the viewer, while crying. I won't allow it, your nails hurt humans, your wings terrify them, your stone will kill many people. I won't allow you to remain on the surface like the rest. I can't allow you to escape. The sword princess shouted with a grim face, raising her rapier again. Without warning, Ween began to tear out her claws. Whine. Ah. The little girl screamed in pain as her blood began to flow. Ace's face changed from one of determination to one of fear at what she saw. The last thing left was her wing. Seeing what she was going to do, Belle went to her aid, but it was too late, she had completely ripped it off, the wounds had caused her to fall tired from enduring the pain. The next time I stop being me, I'll really disappear. I was alone in a cold, dark place. Even before I was myself, I was afraid. I felt alone. Nobody hugged me. But Belle saved me. Belle saved me even when it was dark. Those words came from the depths of Ween's heart, just like the tears that welled up in her eyes and disappeared as they passed down her cheeks. Ace's mind was in turmoil, she didn't know how to react to them, so much so that her arm was starting to shake. He was questioning whether what he was doing was right or not. She looked like herself. His past self. That was what was echoing in his head. The little girl, scared inside the dungeon, with no one to save her, except that, unlike her case, she did find someone to get her out of there. Ace was about to agree with Belle and stop all this, until an image crossed his mind before that turning point, my friends. It was about her mother. The memory that came to her was that cursed day when a monster took her family away from her. Revenge once again clouded Ace's mind and judgment, that black flame within her burning with great intensity. With Belle and Ween lying on the floor, he saw his chance to finish off that monster once and for all, and thus save Belle from that stupid idea that monsters and humans could live together. Ween. Belle continued screaming, the girl had lost a lot of blood and her wounds were still open. Little by little, Ace was approaching his address. With a lowered gaze. Dragging his sword on the ground. Without saying a word. Belle had a bad feeling when he noticed the presence of the sword princess. Ace, he named her. When he got close enough to both of them, the white-haired man gripped his hestia dagger tightly and hid his hand behind the cloak Ween was wearing. This is over. She screamed, suddenly raising her sword and trying to plunge it into the weakened viewer's body. You won't do it. Belle shouted back, taking his hand out of his cloak, and that was when Ace understood what was happening. The large white glow emerging from the boy's hand extended to the jet-black dagger, which was taking on the color of the aura. Fly-ing. The loud screech hurt the ears of all three, even those who were not close managed to hear it. Pooh. A huge amount of force collided at the same time from two different directions. Why are you doing this? Belle yelled at him with tears in his eyes. She's a monster. She must be eliminated. Ace answered with great fury and a blank stare. Ace's strength was noticeable when Belle tried to push her, but couldn't. It got to the point where he started dragging the soles of his shoes as he was pushed back. The friction of his boots on the ground raised a large amount of dust and smoke. If this continued, he would lose. I can't allow it. I can't lose. If I lose, Ween will die. I must do something, he thought as he closed his eyes. I must win. He said to himself. At that very moment, the glow that had been fading from his arm, which was due to his Argonaut skill, returned to life and shone more brightly than before. The sword princess had a very bad feeling about what was about to happen. Thanks to that, she put even more strength into her blow. She no longer cared if it hurt Belle, she didn't want to lose. The great calm abounded within Belle's heart. If not for that, his ability would have soared. He couldn't think of anything else but saving that little girl by his side. To be his hero. His legs were buckling, he was giving up the advantage to the point that Ace thought he could win. I'm sorry, Belle, that's how things have to be, she whispered. No, I'm sorry, he received that answer. Belle's eyes suddenly opened in her direction and stared at her. My heart is where it should be. You may hate me for this, but I want you to understand that. I would hate myself more if I did not follow my ideals. He finished with great determination, stepping firmly on the ground where he was and pushing hard to regain the advantage. Clang. 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 The bells rang and rang without ceasing. What's going on?" the sword princess asked, feeling overwhelmed. "This is the end days. I didn't want to get to this point, I really didn't want to have to get to that extreme, however, even if it's you I must stop you when you're sick," the white-haired man replied, taking a breath before giving a loud shout. "Storm," the golden-haired girl tried to say before being interrupted. "Firebolt." A large amount of flames covered the hestia dagger, leaving it red hot. Crackling sounds were heard from both weapons until suddenly. Crash. Baze's sword was split in two. She couldn't believe it and her face reflected her feelings. Before he could even do anything, that word came out of Belle's lips again. Firebolt. Pooh. After the impact, it was thrown into the previous wreckage, crashing hard and not moving. "I'm sorry, Ace, I'm really sorry," was the thought that crossed the white-haired man's mind after what he had done. It was all over. He had won, although the taste it left in his mouth was far from the taste of victory. "Ween," said the boy, taking out a small healing potion that Naza had given him some time before. As soon as she was healed, Belle told her again to leave, there was no longer any danger. Ween listened and left, leaving Belle and Ace alone. He tried to approach her, who did not move despite being still conscious. She didn't lose for lack of strength, but rather for lack of spirit, as that last attack from Belle broke what little was left in her. Belle wanted to speak, but she stopped him. "Get away from me, please, get away from me." The boy felt a deep pain in his being for those words, however he did not regret it, he had done the right thing. "Okay, see you soon, Miss A." "No, Miss Wallenstein," he replied, moving away from her, respecting her wish and going to where the civilians were. This is for the best. I care more about doing what I consider right, even if I have to give up my feelings for you," the boy said to himself as he glanced sideways at an unstable Ace. Seeing such a scene, the white-haired man felt his heart squeezing more and more and his eyes began to moisten, implying that he was on the verge of breaking down in tears. The sword princess was left alone among the rubble, her mind in turmoil. Why? Why did he defend her? She's a monster, she's not like us, that whoever will hurt someone sooner or later make people cry. Well, that internal dialogue was happening, another image crossed his memories. That girl was the one who was suffering, she said to herself. Minutes passed and he seemed to understand the situation more and more, but that black flame inside him burned again when he remembered that little girl terrorized the citizens of Ryuu. Frowning, clenching his hands until blood flowed from his palms, and with a terrifying look on his face, he said the following as he stood up. "I'm not wrong, she's a monster, she'll always be a monster, and I must finish them off at all costs." That dark flame and closed mind was clouding the princess's judgment until something brought her out of her dark world. Ooh. In a loud bellow it reached Ace's ears loud and clear. "It can't be, it's that Minotaur again, I must stop him," she said to herself as she ran in that direction. One detail he noticed later was that, followed by the moo, a loud scream came from the same place. It's Belle, he's fighting that thing, it can't be. He's going to die," she said to herself, forgetting the hatred she had in her being until a moment ago because of the concern she felt towards the white-haired young man. Even if they had both fought, she couldn't erase what she felt for him, much less what she experienced with him. Picking up his pace without anything stopping him, he arrived at the scene, and that's where he saw him. The blinding light struck his eyes, and as soon as he could look properly, he managed to perceive what was happening. The battle reaching its twilight, its decisive moment where the winner and the loser would be known. Face to face. Face to face. With great determination each one. They knew there was no turning back after this. That would be the end of their meeting. I want to be a hero," Belle shouted at the top of his lungs. Both running towards their rival in front. When they got close enough, both of them let out a war cry. Pooh. The clash between the sword and the Minotaur's horns caused the ground to shake and loose rocks to rise on the battlefield. However, one side gave in. "Belle." Ace shouted in great fear when the Minotaur lifted him into the air. Before the young man could touch the ground, Asterius intercepted him with his only free arm and slammed him into all the walls that stood in his way until, with a single leap, he entered the dungeon, dropping him to one of its floors. Pooh. Another loud impact was heard. Belle screamed as he felt his bones break from the impact. He began to cough up blood in large quantities. Ace had arrived at that place with great concern upon seeing the outcome of the battle. As she stared, words that she couldn't catch came out of the beast's snout and surprisingly, after that, it withdrew. The golden-haired girl arrived at the exact moment to see Belle crying, shouting that he wanted to win. With feelings of guilt, thinking about what had happened, his bloodthirsty spirit disappeared. This seemed to calm his dark flame momentarily. Her heart ached as she witnessed the weakness of someone she considered important in her life. This is my fault, I have to do something, she said to herself. He was about to go down to help her until Cranel-san. Someone else did it without hesitating for a moment. Ryuu? The white-haired man asked when he saw his friend's figure. Are you okay, Cranel-san? She asked him nervously. He didn't answer. Speaking or even breathing caused him extreme pain. Getting no response, she began her chant. The song of a now distant forest. A nostalgic song of life. Please bring the mercy of healing to those who seek you. The green glow emanated from his hand and spread throughout the wounded boy's body. No heal. Bel's wounds were slowly closing after Ryuu's magic. Although his bones were still broken, the cuts and bruises were completely healed. The young man opened his eyes again. He had recovered some of his strength, at least enough to stay awake. He thanks Ryuu. The boy thanked him with a tired smile. You have nothing to be thankful for, come on, you're not alright, you need to be healed properly, the elf told him in a more relaxed manner and with a small smile on her face as she helped him stand up. And in this way, both of them left the dungeon without noticing that a gaze was fixed on where they were. What is she doing with him? Aze wondered when she saw the elf she faced a few moments before her fight with Belle. Then, without the sword princess imagining it, the course of events changed radically. All because of a small change. Her desire that rots your soul. For one. Damned revenge. 4. Chapter 2. A new, somewhat strange day. Hestia family headquarters, the next morning. Barely beat Belle up, no wonder considering the opponent he faced. It's a miracle he's still alive, Welf said, somewhat frustrated at not being able to help his teammate. Don't even mention it, if it weren't for the battle against Wallen, whatever he is, he would have had a better chance, or at least that's what I think. Anyway, he must be resting now, Hestia replied, with some anger towards Loki's daughter. We can't put all the blame on the sword princess, it was obvious that this was going to happen, we should be thankful that things turned out the way they did, the blacksmith answered his goddess, trying to calm her down. Welf Dono is right, for how difficult the situation was, things went very well, the Xenos returned to the safe zone inside the dungeon, we are no longer in the eye of the hurricane with the guild in the city, in addition to the fact that the Loki family agreed to support the Xenos if they help them eliminate Evilus, or rather, if they prove to be a force of help for the protection of Aurelio. Makoto commented. Really happy for the good results of this adventure full of mixed feelings and problems. Okay, she's right, anyway. Hey, is that elf girl still taking care of Belle? I don't want to get in trouble with Mamma Mia for hogging her waitress, Hestia said, feeling a slight chill as she remembered who owns the Lady of Plenty. Yes, even if we gave Belle potions to cure him, it has not been enough, and Ryuu has taken care of him, Harahim replied to the little goddess. Lily is worried about her physical condition, but she's even more worried about her relationship status after that confrontation with the man Belle-sama claims to love, the little hobbit expressed. Apparently, they had wanted to ignore that topic for obvious reasons. Belle is a very sensitive and emotional person, he's probably not having a good time now or for a while longer, so don't bring it up unless he wants to talk about it, okay? Hestia ordered, trying to be as empathetic as possible with her son's situation. You don't have to say it twice, Hestia-sama. You don't even have to say it, Welf replied, whispering the last part. Good. Knowing this, let's take a well-deserved rest after so much excitement, the little goddess said calmly, stretching as if she had just gotten out of bed. I have to make Belle better armor, I feel that more damage to his body could have been avoided if the armor had been better, I will not allow that to happen again, it is the least I can do for my friend, I will go to the forge, see you for dinner, replied the Redeed, heading to his workplace. I will take Mikazuchi-sama and my friends. Are you coming with me, Harahim? Makoto expressed, directing the last question to the Renard. She just nodded, although she seemed to have doubts, as she turned to look at Belle's room door for a moment with a face that showed some concern. Leaving Lily and Hestia alone, they both said tiredly. We're going to have a big problem with that flat chest Loki-sama. They seemed to be the only ones aware of the problems that the previous night's events would unleash, knowing full well that Aze is the favorite of that red-haired goddess. Twilight Mansion. The whole night had passed since the incident with the intelligent monsters and the battle of the white-haired boy against that minotaur that caused so much trouble to the Loki family just a few days ago. In Finn's office were the executives of the Loki family as well as the goddess herself, all with worried faces for various reasons. That girl still hasn't come back the whole damn night without a trace of her, Reverius said, frowning. Maybe he went to the dungeon, knowing what he was like a while ago, I wouldn't be surprised, Gareth, the dwarf, said, scratching his beard. I hope not, in that state of mind, after seeing Belle defending that Vuiver a few days ago, it would be dangerous for her, Finn commented. That damn shrimp kid. If it's his fault my Aze is like this, I'm going to kill him. Loki shouted with his small eyes filled with fury. Come on Loki, be quiet, we have more things to talk about than Aza's tantrum, Reveria said, hitting her goddess on the head and thus breaking the whole atmosphere. Ouch. You don't have to hit me, Mom. Loki scolded her, rubbing his head after the blow. Then stop talking nonsense, besides, who do you call Mom? The jade-haired elf answered, frowning as she asked that question. As I was saying, it seems that those monsters, the Xenos, are willing to help us with the matter of Evilus. The Hermes family and the Dionysus family will lend us their support when we move to carry out the plan, reported the Hobbit. That assault on Na sounds too risky, we don't know what awaits us, that damn god must have a very good plan, if not even you have been able to decipher it, Gareth commented, clicking his tongue angrily. I spoke with Uranus, and it seems that the Xenos could gather information about what is happening, so we have a wider range of options with them being inside the dungeon all the time, Loki said, with a surprisingly serious face for the trickster goddess. Finn took his chin, he was smiling slightly at it. I'm glad to see that reaching that agreement with them was beneficial, the family captain said. Yes, however, we still have to think about how we will tell Ace, Reveria said, changing the mood in one fell swoop. I know, that's the hardest part, though, Loki said until several footsteps headed towards Finn's office. Bam. The door was suddenly opened. This took the four people in the room by surprise. Loki-sama. Reveria-sama. Said a certain orange-haired elf in a hurry. Lafia. What's wrong? Why are you coming in like this? The high elf asked her student. Ace is back. Lafia reported, gasping for air. This seemed to be reason enough for them to abandon the conversation they were having and postpone it for another time. As they approached where Tiona, Tyan, Raul, Aki and Ace were, they noticed something that surprised them greatly. Ace, what happened to Desperate? Why is it split in two? It's supposed to be indestructible, Finn asked, incredulous at what his eyes were seeing. According to the Goibnu family, Desperate is a weapon that cannot be broken because of its Durandal property. Ace frowned at the question, apparently because it was not something she wanted to talk about because it made her feel somewhat uneasy. Ace, answer. Where were you all night? What happened? Reveria asked, her words serious. In the dungeon, I was in the dungeon, he answered without any emotion. Ace, what happened with Cranel? Gareth asked, assuming that her current mood was due to some friction with that boy. What did that filthy human do to you? Lafia questioned with unbridled fury as she imagined that Belle had done something to the golden-haired girl. It's none of your business, she replied, with a sharp look and pushing away those around her. Ace. Tell us what happened. It's a divine order. Loki shouted, causing her to stop in her tracks. Do you want to know? Ace asked with a certain trembling in her voice and tears in her eyes, and she was also clenching her fists tightly. Ace, Lafia whispered. I can't forgive him, he put a monster first instead of me, he preferred to save that damn Vuiver, even though it was very difficult for me to fight with him. I can't forgive him, I really can't forgive him. The golden-haired girl shouted angrily, looking at the ground, while small tears ran down her cheeks and fell to the ground. This left those present stunned. They could not believe the way the sword princess was acting. That imperturbable doll mask had broken. I thought he was different, I really did, he added. You're wrong, in so many ways you're wrong, Tiona told her, as she approached her. Everyone asked after that statement. He desperately tried to convince you without having to resort to combat, didn't he? He questioned the Amazon. Tiona? Asked the sister of said Amazon. You may not believe me, but I saw with my own eyes how that damn Vuiver saved a little girl who was about to be crushed by several pieces of debris, reported the youngest of the sisters. Ace opened her eyes wide. It was at that moment that I understood what Argonaut-kun was trying to do. For that brief moment, in front of me, I didn't see a monster, just a little girl afraid of being hurt, Tiona added, remembering that encounter with Ween. Tiona, that's enough, Finn said, trying to stop his family member from speaking. That's why he's not to blame for anything, even if it's hard for us to accept it. We must understand that, just as there are bad people and good people, there are good monsters and bad monsters. All Argonaut-kun wanted to do was show it to us, however things didn't go as they should have, did they, Captain? He asked. Finn sighed. The god Akelos, he had captured the so-called Xenos, he used them to wreak havoc on the city. Akelos was part of Evilus, Finn reported, revealing that truth. That Vuiver wasn't to blame, she was simply a victim, Gareth added. It can't be, she whispered. I can't believe it, he added. I refuse to believe it, he continued. A monster took away what I loved most, I won't let that happen again, he said, gritting his teeth. And when that happens, when you finally fulfill your revenge and achieve your goal, what will you do? Reveria asked, trying to make her daughter see reason. What will I do, he questioned himself. If at that point, after rejecting the support of others because of your foolish way of thinking and you don't achieve your goal, what will you do? The high elf said again. I hope I'm wrong, as it would be risking the life of a young man who has a lot left to live. However, are you aware that Bell will be someone important when it comes to the final battle against the Black Dragon? If he doesn't die before then, of course, you never know when death might knock on your door, Gareth commented. Bell important against the Black Dragon, she said to herself, imagining such a scene. Swallowing, he said the word that wouldn't come out of his lips. Need I? Yes, it is a possibility, although, as Gareth was telling you, he will be someone important in that battle, also those monsters that you want to finish off, if first of course, they receive the approval of the people, Uranus does not want to risk them, Loki added to what the dwarf said. Personally, I don't like the idea of Uranus, however, I must admit that they are important to defeat Evilus and future problems, continued the goddess. The Sword Princess had calmed down when she saw the whole picture of things. Evilus is planning a large-scale attack and it will be soon, we need your help, Finn commented. After a few seconds without getting a response, she spoke. Okay, if it's that way I can tolerate it, he replied, although he showed no emotion for the idea. Okay, I'm glad to know we're counting on you, the Hobbit said in response to what the Sword Princess said. Yes, if you allow me, I want to be alone, Ace said, moving away from them. Ace Lafia tried to go after her. Wait, leave her alone, she needs space, Riveria said, taking her apprentice's arm. After this brief moment of tension, everyone separated and returned to their routines. Riveria, who was silent and looking down thoughtfully, whispered. You must extinguish that dark flame, Ace, otherwise it will consume everything you love until you have nothing left. After that, he walked back to Finn's office to continue with his family captain's plan on how to stop Evilus. Chimney Mansion, late afternoon. We found ourselves in Bell's room, where the latter was, next to him, was a certain elf who works in the Lady of Plenty, who was in charge of waiting for him to wake up. She seemed extremely concerned about the boy's condition, so much so that she asked her family's goddess to take charge of the treatment herself, despite not being someone who is 100% connected to healing magic. Every so often he used his Noah heal magic to heal the white-haired young man's body, until he reached the point where it was perfect. The only reason he hadn't left yet was because Bell was having nightmares. Yes, Bell was whispering several words while he remained asleep. He was mostly apologetic. Covered in sweat and agitated, he repeatedly said, I'm sorry or forgive me. Ryuu, seeing this, tried to calm him down, but any attempt was useless until he had no choice but to do something else. Take her hand. When she did, she felt a strong squeeze, however, it became less strong as the seconds passed until he was simply holding her calmly. And it was at that moment that he finally calmed down, after several hours. When Ryuu tried to break free to return to the Lady of Plenty, before Mamma Mia killed her for missing work without warning, Belle squeezed her hand again. This surprised the elf, who understood the message after a few seconds. He didn't want to be alone. And so a few more hours passed until Belle finally showed signs of waking up. Slowly opening his eyes, he felt the rays of the sun, which was about to set, hit his face. Having squinted, causing somewhat blurred vision, he came across a figure next to him holding his hand. A fairy? He asked, before his eyes managed to focus on the person at his side. I'm not a fairy, Cranel the elf said with some nervousness, slightly averting her gaze with a certain blush on her cheeks. Belle, recognizing the voice that had said that, looked down at his left hand. Her cheeks began to blush and she turned in the direction of the elf. I am sorry. He cried as he suddenly let go of her. You don't have to apologize, Cranel-san, it's not your fault, I was with him and took him by the hand, she said, trying to calm the boy after her attitude. Why you did it? He asked as he stood up. Yes, I'm sorry, I seem to be having nightmares and that's all it took, she replied, standing up in the same way as the young man. I see, Belle replied to that, remembering a few brief moments of what he dreamed. That scene that was replaying in his mind, his battle with Ace and all the bundle of nerves and feelings that were in him during that. Sorry for having pushed you to that point, Ryuu, I know that you elves don't like your skin touched, he apologized again. No problem, you are, Ryuu said as he took Belle's hand again. This surprised the boy, however, he did not resist. You are a human that I respect, Cranel-san added the elf, giving the young man a beautiful smile. Belle was really blushing about it, he didn't know what to say or how to react to it. The boy tried to speak, but the words just wouldn't come out. Ryuu didn't understand Belle's reaction until he realized the atmosphere in the room. His ears turned red as did his cheeks. I'm sorry, Cranel-san, I said some very strange things, the girl apologized, instinctively letting go of Belle's hand. And no problem, I'm glad to know that I have the respect of someone like you, Ryuu, Belle answered, smiling sweetly at her. After this, both of them calmed down. I think it's time for me to leave, Mamma Mia must be waiting for me, Ryuu commented. Yes, you're right, I don't want to imagine what will happen with Mamma Mia. If you want, I can go tell her what happened, so the punishment won't be so severe, or at least I think so, Belle said as a suggestion, being worried about his friend since the owner of said place was not someone very tolerant, let's say. Don't worry Cranel-san, I'll take care of it, you should eat, you've slept all day, I imagine you're hungry, replied the elf, and, curiously, when she finished, a sound came from the boy's stomach. Grrrrrrr. The girl's assumptions were correct. I think you're right, Ryuu, Belle said, laughing embarrassedly at that. I noticed that, Ryuu said with a small giggle, something very rare for her. See you later, Cranel-san, he added. See you later, Ryuu said the white-haired young man in the same way. And after that brief goodbye, Belle was finally alone in his room. Everything blurs around him. After a few seconds of thinking about what had just happened, he finally left his room, where he was greeted by his family, who had returned from their business. All except Welf, who hadn't yet emerged from his workshop. Belle, who was starving, ate like never before, so much so that you could easily say he gained a few pounds in a single meal. Night has fallen. Welf remained in his workshop, not feeling the passage of time, he was really focused on his work until a small knock on the door brought him out of his world. Is it night already? He wondered. Knock knock knock, Penny, let's see who understands the reference. The knocking on the door was heard again. Come in, shouted the blacksmith. After the permission, the door opened. It was Belle. Belle? What's wrong? His friend asked. Well, if there's something I'd like to ask you, said the white-haired man. Sure, tell me. What's your question? The redhead answered. After a brief pause, apparently trying to structure his question, he spoke. Welf. What happens when the person you thought you loved isn't the person you thought? Chapter 3. Doubts and other issues. In the previous chapter, Welf remained in his workshop without feeling the passage of time, he was really focused on his work until a little boy knocked on the door and pulled him out of his world. Is it night already? He wondered. Tock tock tock. The knocking on the door was heard again. Come in, shouted the blacksmith. After the permission, the door opened. It was Belle. Belle? What's wrong? His friend asked. Well, if there's something I'd like to ask you, said the white-haired man. Sure, tell me. What's your question? The redhead answered. After a brief pause, apparently trying to structure his question, he spoke. Welf. What happens when the person you thought you loved turns out not to be the person you thought? Currently. That was the question Belle threw out without warning, surprising the blacksmith, who stopped what he was doing as quickly as he heard it. Setting the piece of metal she was shaping and the hammer in her right hand, she looked him in the eye as she approached him. Let's sit down, this looks like it's going to be a very long talk, Welf replied, offering the young man a chair. Oh okay, Belle said, somewhat confused by his friend's change in attitude. Taking the chair and sitting on it, Welf began to speak. Okay, just to make sure I heard what you said correctly, could you repeat the question? The redhead said, taking his chin in thought. Belle looked down again, showing how difficult it was for him to talk about this, but if he wanted to get the answer he wanted, he had to put in the effort and say what he thought. What happens when the person you thought you loved turns out not to be the person you thought? He repeated with a certain trembling in his voice. I understand, before I answer that, I need to know the reason why you asked that question. Can you tell me? Welf asked, wanting to have the full picture. In the mansion there were only two people who knew in its entirety what had happened, one of them was Hestia, who observed everything from the oculus, and the other was the protagonist of that event, Belle himself. Oh okay, the white-haired man answered with some difficulty. You don't have to force yourself to do it, we can talk about it when you feel ready, okay? The blacksmith told him he didn't want Belle to do something he didn't want to do. No, it's not about that, sooner or later I have to get this out of me, if I let it grow, it will only be worse for me and my feelings, said the white-haired man, dismissing his family member's suggestion. If that's what you want, I'm here to listen to you carefully, Welf told him, placing his hand on his friend's shoulder. Thank you very much. You see, yesterday, I saw a face of A's that I had never seen before, one full of fury and hatred. I must admit that it scared me at first, although I didn't have time to be afraid, I had to stop her at all costs, or else Ween would no longer be with us at this moment, Belle commented as an introduction. While I was fighting her, I felt like something inside me was cracking, a sharp pain in my chest, followed by stabbing pains where my heart is. However, A's gaze was lost and focused on Ween, as if inside her all she cared about was finishing her off. He didn't even want to listen to me. I tried by all means to make him understand. Even Ween tried to reason with her. But it didn't work. Nothing worked. She looked like she had been possessed by a dark desire. As if something inside her controlled her. A very great hatred and a strong desire for revenge were the only things I perceived in A's during our confrontation. For a moment I thought there was hope and he would reconsider, however, in a split second, he attacked Ween again with the intention of killing her. I couldn't allow it. And I had to use my skill breaking his sword like that. With her face full of surprise, I took advantage of that moment and attacked her, thus, in that way, I managed to defeat her and give Ween enough time to escape. When I approached her again, she told me to leave, she didn't want to see me or know about me. And it makes sense, in Aza's eyes, at that time, I was just an enemy she couldn't defeat. With a sad look on his face and tears running down his cheeks, he took a small breath before continuing to recount what had happened the night before. Miss Aze is not obligated to think the way I do, it was never my intention for that to happen, however when I saw her face, when she said those words to me. It didn't seem like I was facing the same sword princess I knew. Welf watched and listened carefully to every detail of the story, little by little he began to understand what was happening in Belle's feelings. At the slight pause he took, the Redeed knew it was time to say something. I never doubted my feelings for her from the moment she saved me, and consequently I fell in love with her, but Belle said while lightly squeezing her chest with his trembling hand. You had doubts that night, didn't you? Welf said, saying those words that wouldn't come out. He just nodded, still sobbing slightly. Redeed looked somewhat frustrated by everything he had just heard. He couldn't believe his friend had to go through all that. He didn't hate the sword princess or anything like that. He was aware that assuming a positive response to the Xenos issue from adventurers and citizens seemed very far off at the moment. However, even if he wanted to deny it, Aze was the one responsible for Belle's mood. I don't blame her for everything, it makes sense that she reacted negatively to the news since she's been an adventurer for as long as she can remember, but even the Loki Familia gave them the benefit of the doubt when they learned the truth about the Xenos. Why didn't she hesitate for a second? Was the friendship she had with Belle so trivial that he didn't trust her judgment? Those kinds of thoughts were running through Welf's mind, who couldn't find a clear answer to Aza's behavior. That's why the white-haired man interrupted the blacksmith's train of consciousness, thus taking him out of his bubble. I must ask this question again. What happens when the person you thought you loved turns out not to be the person you thought they were? He persisted with that question. Sighing and closing his eyes for a moment, he prepared to give his answer. It's something very difficult to answer when you don't know 100% the degree of feelings that an individual has towards another, however, I'm going to tell you something that might help you come to your own resolution. Lightly scratching his hair, he was ready to continue. Regardless of gender, race, etc., we tend to idealize those we love. What do I mean? We consider them as perfect beings without any apparent flaw. We see them as perfection incarnate and we take that image as the only face of that person. He began his explanation in that way. However, because of that very thing, we blind ourselves, we try to justify the questionable actions that he or she may have, because in your perfect world they would never do something like that. We don't notice their flaws, we believe they don't exist in them, and that doesn't allow us to see the reality of things. We all have something wrong, something we are weak at, questionable attitudes and a side we don't want to show to the public. Partially answering the question, what happens when the person you thought you loved turns out not to be the person you thought? I'll tell you that, when that happens, only one word comes to mind, Welf said, taking a slight pause before continuing, with Belle's gaze expectant of what he would say. Disappointment, that's the word. Disappointment? The white-haired man asked. Yes. Are you going to deny that that thought didn't cross your mind after seeing Aze that night? The blacksmith asked him. He remembered his feelings and knew what his answer was. Yes, I was disappointed, that's what he said. When we put someone so high on a pedestal and then see something in them that we didn't like, they fall from that place and we feel disappointed for having been wrong, Welf commented on his friend's statement. You're right, I feel like something inside me has turned off, like the reason why I started fighting and wanting to become strong has shattered, Belle expressed with a fallen face and a lost gaze that at the same time became blurred by the crystalline tears that were beginning to form. For her I wanted to become strong, to walk by her side, now I don't know if that's what I want, he added, crying even more. At this, Welf hugged the boy. Belle, my friend, you are not alone, do you know that? You have us, we will not abandon you, if you lack strength, we will give it to you, if you need support, we will provide it, if you want a reason to fight, do it for your family. It is not like a few months ago where it was only Hestia and you against the whole world, now there are more people by your side, following the same path, said the blacksmith to lift the young man's spirits. Belle may be the most promising adventurer I've ever met, but he's still a child, less than a year old in Arario, and it's obvious that the things he's been through have an effect on him. He's seen more action in just over 5 months than most experienced adventurers see in a lifetime. Thank you, well, thank you very much, really, the boy said slowly since he couldn't stop crying, and this prevented his speech from being fluid. Yeah, you have nothing to be thankful for and you know it, I'm here for you, there's a reason we're friends, the same goes for Lily, Haraham, Mikoto, Hestia, etc. Like I said, you're not alone, many people want to see you happy and keep moving forward, don't give up, keep going and fulfill your dreams, Belle Welf replied, calming a wounded heart. A few minutes passed until calm finally came to Belle. W. Welf, the white-haired man named. Yes? Asked the blacksmith. Was I right to support the Xenos? He asked. Whether you did well or not is irrelevant. Some may say you did the right thing and others the opposite. As long as you feel you followed what your heart dictated, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. We must take responsibility for our decisions and learn to live with the consequences of our actions, the Redeed replied, dispelling Belle's last remaining doubts. Thank you very much, Welf the boy finished, leaving the workshop to go to his room, a new day awaited him and he had to rest. Wait, Belle the blacksmith stopped his exit. Yes? He asked. There's something else I want to tell you. Yes, even knowing the dark side of that person, your love for them doesn't change, you should be proud, what you feel is true love he added. Belle opened his eyes in shock, he hadn't expected that last thing. After that, he thanked them for the millionth time and left. Leaving Welf alone in his workshop, he looked out the window and a question arose in his mind. What will happen now that Belle is having doubts about his feelings? I'd be a fool if I hadn't noticed how many girls have feelings for him. I wouldn't be surprised if some took advantage of it. Don't close yourself off to love because of a bad experience, my friend, he concluded, taking up his hammer again to continue hitting that piece of metal that would soon become Belle's armor. The next morning. A new day begins in the city of Arario, we find ourselves in the fireplace mansion, headquarters of the Hestia family. Mikoto was cooking breakfast, Lily was packing some things in her backpack as they would be leaving in a few moments for the dungeon to explore and make a profit. We must remember that they still have a debt of many millions for Belle's dagger. Welf had a haggard face, almost as if he hadn't slept at all night. Haraham was setting the table for everyone to sit down and eat. For his part, Belle was finishing taking a bath, since he hadn't had the time or the opportunity to do so the day before. Is food ready? Belle asked, putting on his shirt as he walked to the dining room. Haraham managed to see Belle's abdomen for a few brief seconds. A man's body, he whispered before falling on his back. Haraham. Belle-sama, watch what you're doing. It's your fault that Haraham already fainted. Lily complained to the white-haired boy, who hadn't noticed. I'm sorry, Belle apologized, carrying the renard and cutting her down on the couch until she woke up. As she walked away, the hobbit landed next to her goddess. Hestia-sama, did you see it? Lily whispered into Hestia's ear. Yes, a great view of that washboard abdomen, Hestia answered in a low voice. They both gave a thumbs up with their cheeks flushed and a little blood coming out of their noses. Welf just shook his head and laughed lightly. Those two don't change, he thought. Belle was unaware of what was happening behind him, he was busy fanning Haraham with a newspaper. The food is ready. Mikoto said happily, placing two large plates on the table. When the lid was removed from both, a warm steam rose from them, spreading a delicious smell to the noses of the family members. As the steam cleared, the food appeared. A large piece of meat cut into several sections was the first thing that caught our attention. It had an amber-colored sauce running across its surface. On the other plate was a creamy, lumpy mass with some greenish wilted spots, apparently mashed potatoes with some herbs on top, which gave it a very mild smell. Next to it was a salad with several plants and some sliced tomatoes. Their mouths watered at such a delicious and wonderful scene. Even Haraham woke up from her faint when the smell of food reached her nose. Are you going to eat? The Oriental woman asked, tilting her head at the blank stare and lack of speech of her companions. Sooner or later, everyone sat down and had their cutlery in their hands. Not even a second had passed since he asked his question. Enjoy your meal. They shouted in unison, poking at their pieces of meat with their forks and putting it in their mouths. I'm glad to see you liked it, Mikoto said with a small drop of sweat running down her forehead. At the guild, an hour after the rich culinary experience that the Hestia family had. Belle had come to talk to Ina about some things regarding the dungeon, although the half-elf looked somewhat distracted and with her cheeks flushed, but she still had a frown on her face. If we had to summarize her thoughts, it would all come down to one question. What kind of relationship does Belle have with that girl? The advisor kept asking herself, a slight twitch in her left eye, as she remembered how an elven beauty was helping him walk when the Minotaur incident happened. With a fake smile, she pretended to listen attentively to what Belle was saying until something important that she was overlooking came to mind. And that's what happened. I hope there are no problems in our relationship and we can continue as before, Belle finished, somewhat nervous about how ugly Ina saw him. Huh? Yeah, sure, and no problem, it's all in the past, Ina replied, looking away and stuttering slightly. How do I tell him I haven't listened to anything he said to me in the last 20 minutes because I was thinking about him and that green-cloaked adventure? She asked herself, sweating a little. I'm glad to know that I wouldn't like to be on bad terms with you, Belle said to the half-elf, smiling at her as he normally does. The girl's cheeks turned red again. Well, I'm off, thank you very much for understanding, Ina, the white-haired man finished, turning around to leave. Before she left, the advisor took her hand. Wait. I almost forgot to give this to you, she commented, taking a letter with the guild seal out of her desk. The letter? The boy wondered. It's about the details of the expedition. Yesterday your goddess came to inform us about your level up. Congratulations, Belle. If you had told me yourself, I would most likely have shouted it throughout the guild. Ina congratulated the white-haired man. Expedition, I'll inform my family when we return from our journey inside the dungeon, Belle said, walking away and saying goodbye to his advisor again. Ina watched him from a distance, placing her fist on his chest, without taking her eyes off that direction. Near the guild. Belle was jogging to his family, but two people were approaching him from the front. It was Ace and Lafia. The three of them stopped suddenly, and their gazes tensed, their eyes opening wide. Belle's heart started beating too fast, he felt ashamed of what happened between them. Ace, for his part, felt the same, however, he did not show it. Lafia just remained silent. The white-haired man wanted to apologize for what he did, even if he didn't regret it, he felt it was the least he could do now to prevent things from being so tense between them, and maybe, just maybe, go back to how they were before. He approached her slowly, however, something happened as his words came out. Ace, he tried to say with a slight stutter. To her and the elf's surprise, Ace looked ahead and walked past Belle, ignoring him. Huh? He managed to say, without conceiving that. The sword princess walked on without stopping or exchanging a word with him. Turning around and watching her walk away, Belle felt like his heart had been crushed. I'm sorry, he whispered to himself, his eyes teary. Lafia, who had a somewhat complicated expression, approached him. Look, human, I don't like you at all, and I should be happy about what just happened since that way I could take advantage of being with Ace, however, I can't do it because I understand how you feel, said the elf, with a somewhat tired tone. She needs time to assimilate what happened. I am aware of the friction that both of you had, and I have to admit that I am glad to know that you did not do what you did for no reason. I must also confess that you are right, Lafia continued, saying the last part through gritted teeth. Confess what? The white-haired man asked, he couldn't hear what the elf said. You're right. Ace is the one who's wrong, the orange-haired girl shouted, as if she had trouble letting those words out. Seriously? He questioned, not believing what the girl had admitted. Yes, you're right, engrave those words in your mind because I won't say them again, so just give her time to recover. Anyway, I'm leaving, I have to take advantage of my time with her, he finished, saying the last thing in a mocking manner. As the beautiful girl from the Loki family walked back to Ace's side, Belle watched their backs. Thank you very much, Lafia, he whispered. And the Lady of Plenty. Mamma Mia was talking to a certain green-haired elf. At the beginning of the conversation, the dwarf had a terrifying expression, and no wonder. Her waitress hadn't come in for work at all yesterday. She was very diligent about the rules of her bar. As Ryuu's conversation and explanation progressed, the tension in the room eased considerably. Mamma Mia realized that she didn't mean to miss work. She did it because it was necessary for Belle's health, whom the dwarf valued greatly. Okay, I'll let you have it this time, so it doesn't happen again, said the owner of the place, getting up from the chair in front of her waitress. Thank you very much for understanding, Mamma Mia thanked the elf. The dwarf went to the bar to prepare the ingredients for the dishes. They would open in a few minutes. You were saved, Naya, when you were gone all day, Naya, I thought he would kill you, Naya Chloe whispered into Ryuu's ear. Ryuu, you will wash the whole kitchen, you have 10 minutes to do it. Mia shouted. You spoke too soon, Naya, Anya said, hitting the black-haired cat girl on the head. Ryuu swallowed nervously, she knew that that day would be one of the most difficult in her stay as a waitress there. Good luck, Lungwar said, as if she were saying goodbye to someone who was about to go to war. Before starting his work, he went to put on his uniform. Upon entering the locker room, he met a certain gray-haired girl. Oh? Ryuu. I'm glad to know you're okay, sir said, hugging her friend. Sir, I think you're exaggerating a little, Ryuu said, trying to push the girl away. And that's how Ryuu was changing after that little scene. She seemed happy, she had a smile on her face. You might ask, what does she think has him in such a good mood? Simple, it was a certain white-haired boy she was with all day yesterday. Cranel-san is a very kind person, although I must admit that when he took my hand I felt a warmth I hadn't felt in a long time. What could that mean? She asked herself, still with her ear-to-ear smile and a slight coloring on her cheeks and the tips of her pointy ears. But besides tea that he added to his train of thought. Quick flashback. End of the flashback. Yes, it's something that shouldn't happen again, he replied internally. What makes you so happy, Ryuu? Sir asked in her ear. This startled the elf, who looked towards her instinctively. He calmed down for a moment and answered. It's nothing, even though I feel like I'm going to be exploited today, I'm in a good mood for no apparent reason, Ryuu answered, although it was clearly a lie. I see. For a moment I thought it had to do with Belle, Sir said, making the other girl's gaze tense. It has nothing to do with Cranel-san, she replied with a slight stutter in her words. Sir narrowed her eyes, looking at her friend with some suspicion. I have to hurry up and do my chores, otherwise Mamma Mia will get angry, Ryuu said, a little embarrassed, her words were a little cut off as she said it. She put on her apron and quickly stood up and left. The gray-haired girl watched with a small smile. When he left the locker room, he finally gave his opinion. Your lips can lie, Ryuu. But not the color of your soul. And much less that small white spot that keeps getting bigger, he finished. Chapter 4. 2 ways to spend the same day. Dungeon, intermediate floors. The Hestia Familia was fighting on the 13th floor of the dungeon, easily defeating the wide variety of monsters that were present there. The situation seemed under control, however, several of the monsters were grouping together and making it more difficult to advance, having to finish them off as quickly as possible, avoiding mental exhaustion and taking further risks. Firebolt! Belle shouted, launching a scarlet lightning bolt from the palm of his hand and thus defeating a hellhound that came dangerously close to his companion Harahim. Be more careful, Harahim. Stay behind Mikoto, don't move from there. Belle ordered, slicing through a pair of almrage that were coming towards him to attack him. Slash. Some blood fell from both rabbits and then turned into smoke, leaving only their magic stones as proof that they ever existed. But Belle didn't stop there. A pair of Lighterfang are approaching. Lily warned, running at high speed while grabbing the magic stones that the monsters were dropping. I'll take care of it, said the white-haired young man as he went to where the 2 monsters that resembled large tigers were. I've got you, Belle. Welf commented, taking out his magic sword and finishing off the monsters that got in his partner's way. Long bursts of flame shot out from the weapon, burning several almrage and a few dungeon worms in their wake. Behind the screen of fire that had been created, Belle covered his face with the salamander skin scarf that Lily had obtained for situations like these, where they had to fight in extreme conditions, like at this moment when the temperature was high. Passing through the flames, he leaped towards both Lighterfangs with both daggers in his hands. Firebolt! He shouted and both daggers burst into flames. Slash. In this way, almost without difficulty, the heads of the beasts were cut off, falling to the ground and rolling until their bodies disappeared and again left only the magic stone. Or that was the only thing they had to leave. The Lighterfang tusk and its hide. Lily celebrated, grabbing both items from the ground as soon as Belle finished with them. Belle-sama, I seriously never cease to be amazed by your luck. With this, we now have 5 items obtained today. If we continue like this for a few more months, we will pay off the debt to Hephaestus-sama, said the little hobbit with a smile on her face and, apparently, a sparkle in her eyes. I hope so, honestly it is a burden to have such a high debt, although I have to accept that it has been worth it. This dagger has saved me many times, said the boy, looking at the jet-colored weapon. However, at the end of his sentence, that scene of him fighting with Ace and breaking the weapon of this same one crossed his mind again, tensing his gaze at it and feeling a certain trembling in his hand. Beldono. Minotaurs. Mikoto warned, trying to prevent Harahim from being harmed by any of the remaining hellhounds near them. I'll take care of the Minotaurs. Welf, help Mikoto and Harahim. The boy ordered, running to close the distance between the pair of bull monsters that were peeking out from the 13th floor. Okay. The blacksmith said without hesitation, taking his long sword and cutting down the hellhounds, just like Mikoto. What are Minotaurs doing on the 13th floor? Although they're not that far from their spawn area, so it must be a coincidence, the white-haired man thought, although he didn't have time to formulate a more extensive explanation. He had to defeat them first. Boo! Both Minotaurs shouted, raising both arms and bringing them down with great speed and force towards Belle's position. The boy slid across the floor until he passed between the legs of one of them and was behind both of them. Firebolt! The boy shouted a couple of times, activating his magic and striking the monsters' backs. Upon receiving the impact, their bodies staggered forward, losing their balance somewhat. For it to have been the blow of a chantless magic, and them being Minotaurs, it was something to note. They instinctively turned around to continue fighting, although both were pleasantly surprised when they noticed that their rival was already a couple of steps away from them. Ah! Belle shouted with great force, his muscles tensing as he poured strength into his arms to bury them in both of their eyes. Boo! The Minotaurs screamed in pain as blood trickled from the wound in their eyes. But it wasn't over yet. But the daggers still stuck in, Bell exerted more force, causing them to slide to the other end from where their attacks had been made. Crack. The sound of something breaking was present. Crash. The skull of both, at least the front part, was broken, creating a large wound, but not before the dagger reached the other eye that was missing. Ah. The Minotaurs screamed again, this time because of the pain they were feeling. Bell saw them and felt a little scared by it. His eyes opened wide. However, due to that distraction, one of them hit his chest. Phew. The strong impact was received full force without the opportunity to be blocked, causing it to crash into one of the walls near its position. Cough. Cough. Bell began to cough, feeling as if the air had left his body. Bell. Welf shouted when he saw his friend in trouble. The Minotaurs, now blinded, could do nothing but launch blows and charges erratically and without apparent direction. The white-haired man was still pinned to the wall, with intense pain in his back and chest and short, his entire torso. His eyes were closed, but he opened them suddenly and returned to the battlefield. I am fine. I'll take care of it. Bell warned, his arms still shaking. I feel a bit hypocritical doing this, fighting monsters after what happened with the Xenos, he said to himself, trying to calm the vibration in his arms by keeping a firm grip on his weapons. He wiped the blood from his mouth with the side of his armor, which had been spat out by the impact of his sword's bones on the strong rock of the wall. Even if I feel this way, they are not Xenos, it's not the same, he said to the air, as if trying to justify that what he was about to do was right. He closed his eyes again, and in both hands a white glow illuminated his surroundings. The few chimes rang gracefully and synchronously, calming the hearts of the members of the Hestia family as well as their own. In addition, that was an alert for the Minotaurs, who stopped throwing aimless blows and focused their attention on where the noise was coming from. Even if their hearing is not the sense they have the most developed, it was almost impossible not to perceive those sound waves. The monsters prepared to finish Bell off, putting their antlers forward. They rushed forward to hit him and bury their horns in the motionless boy. Although, just before doing so, a warning came to the mind of the aforementioned. Argonaut, 1 minute. That was enough to carry out his attack. Now. He alerted himself. Before the horns of the Minotaurs contacted him. Bell bent slightly and buried a dagger in the body of the one attacking him on the right side and the other in the Minotaur's left side. Both of them spat out blood, leading to the belief that the lung had been punctured. Taking a breath, with his enemies motionless, he uttered a single word. Firebolt. The bodies inflated, increasing in size, until. They exploded, releasing a large amount of flames. After this, the vibration in Bell's arm subsided, although now he had to worry about the burns on them. Bell. Are you okay? He asked Welf, running to where his partner was. Behind him came the rest of the family. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you. My mind went dark for a moment and I got distracted because of that, the boy replied, sheathing his daggers again when he noticed there were no more enemies in the distance. How are you? Are you okay? He asked, ignoring his burns. That doesn't matter. Look at your arms. The blacksmith demanded, ignoring Bell's question. Lily will take care of it, Bell-sama, said the hobbit, taking a healing potion out of her large backpack, one of many she had in it, because she knew perfectly well the suicidal tendencies of most of the members of the Hestia family. She began to pour some of the liquid on the boy's charred skin, which extended to the middle of his arm. You must be more careful, Bell Dono. I admit that when you reached level 4 your strength increased a lot, even so, if you don't take care, you can end up very injured, Mikoto commented worriedly. I'm sorry, it's just that I'm not used to this technique yet. It had never occurred to me to combine Argonaut with my magic before. The idea crossed my mind since that day with Miss A's. I wanted to see how it worked if I applied it in combat, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that it gave good results, although we already saw the consequences, said the white-haired man ironically, turning slightly towards where his family's support applied the potion. Okay, as long as you don't get into the habit of using it repeatedly, there shouldn't be a problem, Welf said, crossing his arms. Ready, Bell-sama. We can continue, Lily expressed, putting away the rest of the potion. Wait, Lilicuajo, there's something I'd like to talk to Bell about quickly. Give me a few minutes, interrupted the Redeed, wrapping his friend with his right arm and taking him away. Okay, Lily said, watching them separate from the rest. Now the two men together could argue. What's wrong, Welf? Is there something important to talk about? Bell asked in confusion, not understanding what his friend was trying to tell him. You're still thinking about what happened with the Xenos, right? The blacksmith said bluntly. Was the only thing that came out of the boy's mouth. You are one of the most threatening and dangerous people I know inside the dungeon, which is notably at odds with your personality outside of this place. Even so, you seem distracted, but the problem lies in that it does not seem to be solely because of the issue of the Sword Princess, so I ask you, does it have to do with the Xenos issue? Welf insisted with a question, reaffirming his position and serious attitude. Seeing himself cornered and a terrible liar, Bell answered. Why yes, after my perception of the world changed after learning that monsters like us exist, the doubt of whether I am doing the right thing by killing one eats away at me, the moral issue of whether or not it is right to continue fighting them, knowing that they may be like Ween, does not stop wreaking havoc on my mind, was Bell's response, looking down somewhat tired. Welf sighed. In the world there are good people, and bad people too, even if they are of the same race, we cannot judge them the same way. The same thing happens in this case. All our lives we had encountered monsters with murderous intentions, who wanted to finish us off, even now, but even if that's how things are, we must understand that this hasn't changed. Yes, we met some who reject that nature, however, that doesn't assure us that everyone has that mentality, said the Redeed. Trying to make his friend see reason. Evil is independent of gender or race, so we must learn to classify them that way. There are humans who kill, there are monsters who do the same, our duty is to stop them and ensure that good people, good monsters, have a peaceful life. Don't you think so? Well finished with that question. It seemed that Bell had had a small resolution to that, and no wonder, finally someone was giving him an answer to that. With A's it was a one-sided conversation, in which two opposing ideologies clashed. Welf, for his part, said in short that there were no two answers to that, it didn't have to be a good side and a bad side. You're right, after all, I want to be a hero who helps the good guys, regardless of who they are, Bell said, raising his head, recovering his spirits. I will never doubt again, I will never question my feelings or what I believe is right, he added. I'm glad you've reached your answer, your resolution, as we've said before, we support you, the Redeed commented, giving him a thumbs up in approval. Good. Then let's continue our adventure. Bell concluded, with a confident smile as he ran towards the rest of his family. And so the day in the dungeon continued. Even though Bell's day is unfolding in this way, there is still the prospect of a certain beautiful elf girl. And the Lady of Plenty. Several hours had passed since the bar restaurant The Lady of Abundance opened its doors that day. Everything was as it normally was, several customers were waiting for their meals, some started drinking very early, in short, a day like any other in this place. But there was one important detail. A certain waitress there, specifically an elf, was not behaving as she normally does. Ryuu named the boss of the place, the dwarf Mamma Mia. The girl turned in her direction when she heard her name being called. Is something wrong, Mamma Mia? Ryuu asked, a little confused. Go to your room, right now, was the only instruction the dwarf gave her, while a threatening aura was released from her, causing those present to feel a heavy weight on their shoulders, but nothing compared to the effect it had on the girl. But, Mamma Mia, you said you would work all day today, Ryuu said, trying to understand the cause of that. Ryuu Naya, I think it's better if you listen to Mamma Mia, Naya Anya said, approaching her partner and moving her away from certain death, since she perceived how her boss was getting even more upset by that statement. Did I do something wrong? She asked the brown-haired cat girl. Did you do something wrong, Naya? You already broke a couple of glasses, Naya. Chloe complained, pointing at the pieces of glass that had been thrown into the trash can. And if that weren't enough, you've been making mistakes with the orders. Several adventurers have already complained that what you served them wasn't what they asked for, Lungwer said from the kitchen. Also, you look sick, your whole face is very red, I'm surprised you haven't fainted yet, Sir added, touching her friend's forehead. You might be wondering why Ryuu is so distracted today. Simple, it's all about her mind wandering about a certain rabbit-like adventurer from the Hestia family. This caused her to not concentrate on her work and to do what was mentioned above for the other waitresses. She had been blushing, with a smile on her face while she attended, something not very common for her, knowing that she is someone too serious in almost every aspect of her life. But back to the present. Ryuu had no choice but to heed Mamma Mia's warning, as she was holding back the urge to hit her for her ineptitude. Rest, Ryuu, or else we'll all suffer Mamma Mia's fury, we're doing it mainly for our own good, he said, laughing lightly, as she accompanied her best friend to her room. Are you sure? They won't need help? The elf asked, being pushed into her room. Honestly, you would cause us more problems than benefits being like that, so don't worry, rest, relax, and when you feel better, you can come down and help us, although try to make sure you are, because I don't think Mamma Mia will give you a second chance, replied the silver-haired girl, with a certain shiver running down her spine as she imagined her boss's fury. Oh okay, thank you very much, although I must admit that I don't feel bad, but I gain nothing by contradicting them, Ryuu said, sighing and agreeing with them. Behind her, Sir closed the door and returned to her work. The dwarf just seemed to be thinking deeply. This girl, since she came back from that boy's house, has been acting strange. Well, I have to admit it's nice to see her calmer and smiling, I didn't think she'd ever show that face, but she mustn't be so distracted at work. Was the last thought on the woman's mind. Ryuu's room. Ryuu was lying on her bed, she had taken off her waitress uniform to prevent it from wrinkling because there was a chance she would have to wear it again in a few hours. In the silence of her room, staring at the ceiling, she talked to herself. What did they mean when they said I look sick? I don't feel like one, on the contrary, I feel very calm and light as a feather, although I don't know why this is, she thought, touching her cheeks to check if they were warm, and they were. At that, she stood up and walked over to a mirror above her desk. As she placed it in front of her, she saw what her friends were referring to. I am completely red. Why? I don't have any signs of fever, she wondered worriedly, getting desperate. I've been like this since Cranel-san, he added, seeing his hand. Ryuu's mind. You are a human that I respect, Cranel-san. And no problem, I'm glad to know that I have the respect of someone like you, Ryuu. Back in the real world. And no, I can't have these thoughts, she said to herself. He is of Sir's interest, I must support her, he continued, trying to avoid getting more dangerous ideas. Little by little he began to back away and sat down on his bed. He pulled his legs up onto the bed, leaned his back against the wall, and buried his face in his knees. I shouldn't feel something like this for Cranel-san, he is someone too pure, she said, while tears slid down her face and fell to her knees. He can't be with someone like me, tainted by revenge. Sir is a better option, I should just support them, I don't even deserve to feel something like this. Seconds passed and Ryuu's heart ached every time she found another reason why Belle wouldn't fall in love with someone like her. But even though I know it's wrong, why do I refuse to accept it? He asked. His spirits were sinking in those moments, not knowing what to do to stop his mind from wandering. It seemed that the happy face he had had a few moments ago had shattered in the blink of an eye. If Cranel-san stays by my side, only suffering awaits him, she whispered as she fell asleep. During Ryuu's dream, she saw a scene that she had been struggling to bury for years, however there was something else. Dream? Why did you let us die, Ryuu? Asked a dark-haired woman dressed in oriental attire. Ryuu's gaze tensed and his body began to tremble as he extended his hand toward that figure. Hey Kagaya, he whispered, while a small sea of tears were born from his tear ducts. Why did you run away? Another person asked that question, this time it was a little girl with pink hair, apparently she was a hobbit. Ryuu tried to answer, but the questions just wouldn't come out. You abandoned us, you should have died with us that time. Why aren't you dead? Said a last voice, it was another woman, this time she had long red hair tied with a rubber band, it was someone Ryuu knew very well. The ally, said the elf with a strong pressure on her chest. Why aren't you dead? The three asked in unison, approaching where Ryuu was. You saved me so I could live, Ryuu replied, stepping back as he felt a great threat coming from them. Why are you running away? It was your fault, you must accept your fate, murderer, the three of them said at the same time again. Those words cut into Ryuu's soul, whose legs weakened from trembling and fear. I am a murderer, she agreed with what her former companions had said. You deserve to die like us, you shouldn't be happy, you have no right to be, said Kagaya, the mental image of her. You abandoned us and committed a horrible crime, Lyra continued. I regret having considered you a sister, lion, allies added, looking at her with disgust. Ryuu fell to the ground, he couldn't stand any longer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. He repeated his apologies. An apology is not enough. The three women shouted again in a tone that instilled fear. Sorry. Please forgive me. She said, hugging her knees and crying louder and louder. Just before allies, Kagaya and Lyra approached, a strong white glow created a barrier that prevented them from getting close to Ryuu. What the elf asked until the glow diminished, revealing a back. It was Belle. Cranel-san, he questioned with surprise, recognizing him. I won't let them hurt you, Ryuu. You're a good person. Her heart leaped at the reassuring smile of the one who had been her savior in this dark situation. Out of the dream. Ryuu suddenly opened his eyes. It had all been just a horrible, cruel nightmare. I was sweating profusely, it was really a horrible experience to live through that. Allies, Kagaya, Lyra, she named her deceased friends. They would never tell me that. Because thanks to them I'm still alive, they risk everything so I wouldn't die. Even so I, blinded by my revenge, simply threw away all your efforts. Becoming a criminal. I threw away all meaning of justice that was instilled in me, that justice in which I believed. But I still don't understand why if Cranel-san knows all the bad things I've done, is he still my friend? He asked himself, without conceiving an answer. Minutes passed and he finally calmed down. It's time to get back to work, after all, this is my life now, that won't change, he finished, putting on his uniform and leaving the room. Bar area. The rest of the waitresses watched as their colleague came down the stairs. Her eyes were watery, but her face was calm, which was normal based on what they had seen since they met her. Ryuu, are you okay? Sir asked with concern. I'm fine, sir, there's no problem, he replied. Girl, we're almost closed, so there's not much you can do, so it's your turn to wash the dishes, Mamma Mia said, pointing to the kitchen. Okay Mamma Mia, I'll take care of it, he replied, heading over there to do his job. When he got there, he almost opened his mouth in shock. A large pile of plates, glasses, and cutlery, which any movement would cause them all to fall to the floor and break, awaited her. This is going to be a very long night, he whispered. He found a sponge, turned on the tap and got to work. Looks like you need a little help, said a voice from the front door of the kitchen. See Cranel-san. The elf named when she saw the white-haired boy. Good evening Ryuu, nice to see you, Belle greeted, approaching. I'm glad to see you too, good evening, by the way, what are you doing here? He greeted in the same way. My family and I were the last customers, we are returning from the dungeon, we reached the 23rd floor, things got really crazy when a green dragon ambushed us, but we still managed, he the white-haired man answered, laughing a bit nervously. She laughed too. You're always getting into trouble, Cranel Saint, I think. I can't deny that, anyway I'll help you with this, the boy said, rolling up his sleeves. Are you sure? You don't have to, I can handle myself, Ryuu asked. You have helped me so many times, so many that I wouldn't have enough fingers to count them, if I am able to help you with something like this, I will do it with pleasure, was the answer given by Belle, taking a sponge and a plate. The girl's cheeks blushed again, as had become customary when she was next to the young man. He closed his eyes, smiled and gave his answer. You really are a very kind person, Belle. And he continued washing the dishes. Until he realized how he had named it. Wait, I told him, Belle. He screamed in his mind in great surprise. Did you say something, Ryuu? Asked the person next to him. He didn't hear it. Why do I feel both relieved and angry about that? She wondered. It's nothing, see Cranel-san, let's continue with the dishes, he finished, focusing his attention on his task, the same case as Belle. Pressed against the door, unseen, Sir listened to everything. Chapter 5. Preparations for the expedition. The time had come for the Lady of Plenty to leave. The Hestia family, with the exception of Belle, had left a few minutes ago, as they had things to do at the Fireplace Mansion, their home. Belle stayed with Ryuu washing the dishes. They both seemed a bit uncomfortable, but hid their discomfort with a silence that was occasionally broken by inquiries about how their days had passed and what they had done. After washing the last remaining dish, it was time to say goodbye. The two left the place, she wanted to say goodbye to him, although, deep down, she wanted the moment together to continue for a little longer. I'm leaving, Ryuu, I hope you feel better, I'm worried to know that you had a fever, Belle said, putting his hands in his pockets. You have nothing to worry about, Cranel-san, it was just a momentary fever, she replied, slightly looking away with her cheeks covered in a crimson red color, the same color as the eyes of the boy in front of her. He can't know that it wasn't actually a simple fever that caused me to be off work all afternoon. It would be very embarrassing if he found out that it was his fault I was like this, she thought, somewhat embarrassed at having to lie to Belle about her own health. Despite knowing that it was unnecessary to do so, she wanted to prevent him from finding out the truth. Ryuu, are you okay? You've been staring at the alley for a while now, the white-haired man asked, standing in front of her. Oh? I feel fine. Ryuu answered somewhat quickly as he got very close to Belle's face. I'm glad, if for any reason you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask me, okay? I would do everything possible to help you, just like you have done for me, the boy told her, smiling tenderly at her, as was characteristic of him. Ryuu felt her heart leap at those pure and sincere words. This young man who arrived just a few months ago and whom she had only known for a short time, never ceased to surprise her. Cranel-san, he named him, staring at him and having a warm feeling inside him. I see you're having fun together, a voice commented behind them, suddenly breaking the atmosphere created between the two. Sir? They both asked in shock when they saw whose voice the person who interrupted them was. They both separated and stood face to face with the silver-haired girl, who had a smile on her face that reflected anything but joy. What are you doing here, sir? Ryuu asked nervously, as he rarely showed a face like that. I see you're having fun together, she repeated, ignoring what the elf said. She said it again. Why does she look angry? Both Ryuu and Belle wondered at the same time when they heard their friend's statement again. And nothing like that is happening, sir, we just said goodbye and talked about my health today, nothing more, the girl responded as calmly as she could at that moment. It's true, sir, I was worried that Ryuu had some problem, so I told him that if he needed help with anything, he shouldn't hesitate to ask me, Belle agreed with the story of the person at his side. Oh, I see, still, I have a doubt, why do you justify yourselves as if you had done something questionable? He asked mockingly, it seems that the previous scene was just a simple joke to discover the reaction that those being questioned would take. Poof. Belle and Ryuu blushed at this, trying to contradict her, but the words just wouldn't come out or be expressed. I'm playing with you, there's no reason to get so upset, the silver-haired girl added, laughing slightly. Those who fell victim to the waitress's heavy humor and the Lady of Plenty only sighed as they felt the heavy atmosphere disappear. What happens is that Mamma Mia asked me to tell you about something. I think there is something she wants to tell you, and she wants to do it right now. I didn't interrupt you just because I wanted to, the girl informed, walking towards the door of the place, going back inside and leaving the lovebirds alone. See Cranel-san, I have to go back, I would like to stay, but Ryuu excused himself even when it was unnecessary. No problem, I understand, after all I also have to return to my headquarters, I must inform them about a visit that the guild gave me in the morning, however I would like to stay a moment longer with you, Bell said, with a detail that he said this last part in a lower note. Cranel-san, did he say anything else? I couldn't fully hear the last part, the elf asked the young man, tilting his head in confusion. It's nothing. See you tomorrow, Ryuu, take care. Bell said goodbye, thus avoiding them going into details about what he said. Oh okay, you take care of yourself too, you have a bad habit of getting into trouble, even when you're not completely okay, the girl mocked, with a small giggle. I'd like to say it's a lie, but you're right. It seems like problems are chasing me. However, even if that's the case, I won't let it stop me from achieving my goals. The white-haired man responded with a determined tone and a look full of determination, without a shred of doubt in his being. Ryuu looked at him intently, feeling his heart rate increase again. He closed his eyes and said a single comment. He really is someone amazing, Cranel-san. What did you say, Ryuu? The boy asked. She just turned around, her back to him. I didn't say anything, he replied, in a somewhat calm tone of voice. After those words, he walked a few inches and entered the bar, leaving the young man alone. He took a long sigh and placed his hand on his chest, specifically where his heart is located. What happened, he wondered with a strong blush on his cheeks, a consequence of hearing the voice of the beautiful waitress at the bar next to him. Since that day I can't stop getting nervous when I'm with her. What's going on? He asked himself again. I'd better go. I should ignore this for now, he added, taking the guild letter out of his pocket to look at it closely. So an expedition, he concluded, then ran off to the chimney mansion. Inside, the Lady of Plenty. Ryuu entered the place and upon doing so, she noticed the rest of the waitresses, who by the way are her friends, silently standing next to the dwarf Mamma Mia. What's wrong, girls? Mamma Mia. Why are you so serious? The elf asked a little nervously. Ryuu, something happened this afternoon, or rather, one of the customers, while drinking, said something that may be of interest to you, although you won't like it, sir replied, with great seriousness on her face, a strange gesture coming from her. Interest and curiosity were not long in coming after that statement from the silver-haired woman. Mamma Mia, what did you hear while I was sleeping? That question was directed to the dwarf, owner of the place. She closed her eyes and began to recount what had happened. An adventurer arrived with some of his companions. They had a few beers, ordered some food, and started chatting among themselves. Apparently, they had just returned from the dungeon, specifically from the safe zone on the 18th floor. There, they heard a group of adventurers saying that a certain person had attacked them a few floors below. One of the members insisted that a particular person did it, even giving a name, or rather, a nickname, Mamma Mia recounted. The nickname, Ryuu questioned. The nickname they gave was Gale, adding that she is on the guild's blacklist. She continued, with a serious look directed at her waitress. She wanted to see the position or reaction she would take to the news, which was not nice at all. The elf's brow tightened completely, demonstrating an exponential anger that only increased with the passing of seconds, as she began to form darker and darker thoughts. Ryuu, Naya, they're tarnishing your name, Naya Anya commented, approaching her. Ryuu tried to calm down and form an idea of what was happening, who could be responsible for it, and why that person was blaming him. I don't have the moral courage to criticize what a person does, he said with a dark look. Ryuu, sir, whispered at that. But I can't allow them to further defame my bad reputation and stain the name of my goddess with lies, she added, with tears running down her face, tears of helplessness, anger and a mixture of other feelings. I understand, Mamma Mia commented. I know I've been inactive at work lately, and I'm not one to ask for a favor, however those words were directed towards the dwarf by Ryuu. I wouldn't have told you anything in the first place if I hadn't planned on allowing you to go and find out who's responsible for everything, the boss interrupted. He approached the elf and placed his large hand on her shoulder. Do what you have to do, take as much time as necessary to get to the bottom of this matter. I only have 2 conditions, Mamma Mia said. Expecting what she would say, Ryuu looked at her closely. The first condition is that you return alive, and the second is that if you need help, you ask for it. Remember, you're not alone. Everyone here appreciates you and doesn't want you to get hurt. Is that okay? Can you promise me? The dwarf concluded with those last questions, giving her a warm smile. Yes Naya, take care of yourself Ryuu Naya, we are your friends and we care about you Naya said Anya, hugging the girl in question. If you need help breaking every single bone of whoever is slandering your name, ask me for help and together we'll make them wish they had never been born Lunwar added, showing her biceps. Same here Naya Chloe agreed with the previous statement and did the same as Lunwar. Girls Ryuu said, letting out more tears that slid down her fine and beautiful face. You're not alone, we're your friends after all, right? Sir said, hugging the elf tightly. Well, having talked about this, I think it's time for everyone to go to sleep. I suppose you'll want to leave first thing, right, girl? Mamma Mia asked her worker. Yes, really, thank you all very much, you are really like my family replied the beautiful elf with a pure smile, a smile that Sir, Anya and Mamma Mia thought was lost when she had arrived at the bar. Chimney Mansion. At the entrance of the Hestia family headquarters, a thoughtful boy stood motionless in front of the door, as if he had forgotten how to open it, although that theory was incorrect for obvious reasons. I still feel uneasy there's a bad feeling inside me, and I honestly have no idea what it's due to, Bell said to himself. As the boy returned to his headquarters, out of nowhere, he had the feeling that something was pressing on his chest. He didn't know what it was due to, and it worried him greatly. It must be my imagination, he excused himself, leaving him aside. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the door for one of his family members to open it. It was still too early for everyone to be in bed. Some footsteps were heard approaching the entrance to open it and let him in. Welcome back, Belle saw Haraham greeted in her maid outfit which she always wore when she was inside the mansion. Good evening Haraham, sorry for being late the boy returned the greeting politely and made his way through. That was where he saw his entire family, with the exception of Welf, in the living room of the place, some lying on the armchairs, in the case of Hestia, who had returned from her work at the Jag American stand, Lily, who was calmly reading the newspaper and had not noticed the presence of the family captain, and Makoto, who was cleaning her sword. I'm back, I'm sorry for being so late, even though we went to the Lady of Plenty together Bell expressed, making the girls and his family notice his presence. As if moving at the speed of light, the two shortest girls in the family positioned themselves exactly in front of the boy. What did you do with that elf girl Belle-sama? What did you do with that waitress? They asked in unison with a threatening voice and facial expression, which instilled fear in anyone who even saw them out of the corner of their eye or heard them from afar. What do you mean by that? I just helped her wash the dishes. Belle replied with terror and sorrow, terror for how threatening his goddess, and Lily looked at that precise moment and with sorrow for remembering what he talked about with Ryuu a short time ago. Leave him alone, you're making a scene said a voice in the distance, it was Welf, who was returning from his workshop. They turned to look at the blacksmith with eyes that had the word die written on them. Irideed simply gulped. I didn't do anything you can imagine, Kami-sama, Lily, seriously nothing out of place happened, we just washed dishes, talked a little about our day, she told me she had a fever in the morning and rested almost the entire afternoon, that's all reported the young rabbit, sitting on the armchair. Welf, Lily, Makoto, Haraham, Kami-sama, there is something I must tell you, it is about the guild he added, making the atmosphere of jealousy that there was thanks to the hobbit and the goddess. The guild? What's going on? Makoto asked, leaving the kitchen and joining the rest of the family. It's about this, Belle commented, showing the letter that had been given to him when he went with Ina in the morning. Oh this doesn't smell right to me, Hestia said, rubbing her eyes with her fingertips. Hestia-sama, do you have any idea what this is about? Lily asked her goddess. You see, after Belle's level increase, our family now rose in rank. I understand, from what Hephaestus told me, that when a family rises in rank, they are normally given mandatory tasks by the guild according to them. Let's see what he has asked of us. The little goddess said, a little tired, taking the letter from her son's hands to read it. Ina told me it's an expedition, the details are in the letter, I hope they don't ask for things that are too complicated to obtain, reported the white-haired man before his goddess opened the envelope. An expedition. I think Aisha told me a few times that these are collection and floor survey tasks, usually done by large families since they're done at least on the middle floors, Haraham added as extra information. At least intermediate floors this doesn't look good at all Lily said, snatching the letter from Hestia. Hey. The goddess was going to claim until the hobbit began to read it and her gaze became extremely tense. Belle-sama, the expedition is to the City of Water on the 25th and 27th floors, we have never been there said the small support, pulling the shirt of the captain of the family. 27th floor. But isn't that too much for a newly promoted family? The young adventurer said in surprise, taking the letter as Lily did with Hestia, to check the information. It's true he whispered, confirming that. Reaching level 4 so quickly made us be considered a family with potential, and they thought we could get there without any problems Hestia reported. Wait a moment, not all is lost. Remember when the Black Goliath thing happened a few months ago? The blacksmith of the Hestia family said cheerfully. Yes, although I don't understand how that relates to our case, Welf Dono the Oriental replied. The Loki family was in Revere on an expedition, however, there were also members of the Hephaestus family with them, Welf reminded them. It's true, they were on a joint expedition, Bell said to himself, resuming reading the letter. It says here that we can invite members of other families for the expedition, the problem is that it can't be more than those in ours, that is, we can include a maximum of 4 more people, announced the white-haired man, making the concern diminish. Wait, this is a mandatory mission, we won't get any direct profit from the guild. Who would agree to accompany us? Makoto asked with great doubt. Hey, just because the guild doesn't pay us doesn't mean we won't make a profit, they only ask for what's on the list, however, it doesn't say anything about collecting more things from the lower floors, and believe me, with Bell's luck now getting items, both from monsters and in the dungeon itself, we'll get a lot of Valis. Welf replied, smiling and raising his thumb, he looked really confident in that possibility. And how could he not be? They got very high profits just on the intermediate floors, and that was thanks to Bell's luck skill. Lily thinks that Welf-sama is right, if the profits are high on the intermediate floors, they will be even higher on the lower floors, due to the area of the Great Tree and the City of Water. Now we have to think about who might be necessary when fighting, we must invite trustworthy people who can help complement the team in the areas where we are weak, Lily expressed, taking her chin, and considering what options there are among her acquaintances. I think the first thing would be someone with healing magic, we can't depend 100% on potions inside the dungeon, especially if we don't know how long it will take us to collect all the materials, Bell said. Also someone to fight in the front and another person to help us from the back to protect Lily Dono and Haraham Dono, Makoto suggested. You could tell Ryuu, she fits both profiles, don't you think? Welf whispered in his partner's ear. He blushed remembering his friend. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Mamma Mia has already given him too many permissions lately, and we have been taking advantage of his help more than we should, the boy replied, repeatedly scratching the back of his neck as if naming the elf had some effect on him. From one moment to the next, his attitude changed, as if he had remembered something. Hey, Cassandra, from the Maich family, formerly of the Apollo family, she is an excellent healer, Bell communicated to the rest of the family. That's right. Daphne could also help us in the rear lines. Makoto said happily, remembering the girls belonging to the Maich god's family. Excuse me, but I think Aisha would be a good choice as well, Haraham suggested, somewhat quietly, since she didn't want to interrupt them. Haraham, you're a genius. Aisha could help Bell on the front lines, leaving Makoto in charge of the back line alongside Daphne, the blacksmith said, considering the option Renard put on the table. So, it's going to be those 3. Can you think of anyone else? Lily asked to confirm the candidates. I think the 3 of us would be enough, besides, I can't think of anyone else who could help us, Bell commented, laughing slightly. Okay, in that case, we need to let them know first thing tomorrow morning so they can give us their answers as soon as possible, the support team told everyone in the room. Haraham Dono and I can go with the Hermes family to ask Aisha Dono the Oriental, and the Renard offered to do that task. I'll be in charge of having the necessary weapons and armor ready for the expedition as soon as possible, Welf said, revealing his role. Bell-sama and I will go with the Maich family and tell them about the expedition, it will also serve to order some healing, mind and other potions from the blue pharmacy, Lily finished, thus completing the roles that each one would have tomorrow. I think it's time to sleep. It seems like tomorrow and the following days will be very busy, Hestia said, having not spoken during the entire discussion, which made sense. It's not like she knew many adventurers. You guys rest, I'll go to the forge and start building the weapons, Welf said, retreating to his workshop. Well, whoever isn't sick and obsessed with their work, go to sleep. It's a divine order. Ordered the little goddess. Yes, Kami-sama. Said Bell, followed by Lily, Haraham and Makoto. And so, everyone went to their rooms to rest and recharge their batteries. In Bell's room. It had been a while since his goddess sent them to sleep, he had removed his armor and taken a bath, now he was lying in his bed staring at the ceiling of his room. Tomorrow will be a very tiring day, the next ones will probably be like that too, Bell thought, sighing wearily as he tried to get an idea of what was coming. Ryuu is right, I do push myself too hard, so much so that I haven't had a proper break since I arrived in Arario, he said to himself, laughing slightly at that undeniable truth. Ryuu, Bell named when the image of that beautiful woman appeared in his mind again. You are a human that I respect, Cranel-san. The white-haired man remembered the words the beautiful fairy had told him after he woke up from the battle against Asterius. Returning to reality again, he raised his left hand, placing it a few centimeters in front of his face. You may ask, why the left hand? Simple, it was the one Ryuu took on that occasion. Why can't I stop thinking about her? He wondered, not realizing that a small smile had appeared on his face. The next morning. Makoto and Harahim had gone to the Hermes family headquarters to look for Aisha early. Just after breakfast time, Hestia went to work first thing in the morning as usual, and, on Welf's part, he was sleeping peacefully in his workshop, on top of several pieces of steel and tools, when Lily and Belle, who were on their way out, went to see him and noticed it. They decided that it was best to let him rest. It was noticeable that he had stayed up all night because of work again. While Lily and Belle headed to the Blue Pharmacy with their objectives clear, the latter asked the Hobbit for a favor. "Lily, would it be possible for us to detour for a moment? I want to go to the Lady of Plenty to greet the girls and tell Sir that today I won't be able to eat the bento that she most likely made me," asked the white-haired man, looking down at the small stand at his side, who looked somewhat happy, most likely because she was walking next to him. The girl's gaze tensed at that request, wanting to refuse, however, she had no way of doing so. "Okay Belle-sama, but don't take too long." He responded sharply and with an angry shout at that, then snorted. It seems that Lily was jealous because Belle had been going to that bar so often lately. "Oh okay, I won't be long, we're almost there, and besides, we didn't stray too far from the path," the white-haired man commented, trying to calm his companion. After walking for several more minutes, they arrived at the aforementioned place. But there was a problem. The Lady of Plenty was closed. "Wait here for me," the boy said, then lightly knocked on the door of the establishment. Knock knock knock. 3 simultaneous knocks and it didn't seem like he would get any response until he heard footsteps approaching. The entrance opened and it was none other than Sir Flova herself. "Oh Belle, good morning. Are you here for your bento?" the silver-haired girl asked when she realized who the visitor was. "Sir? Is something wrong?" he asked, a little worried. It's nothing, I'll go get the bento, I'll be back." The girl wanted to ignore the subject but was stopped by Belle. Wait, I didn't come for the food. In fact, it won't be necessary since I won't be going to the dungeon today. I'm sorry," the young man told her, causing her to stop her advance. "Who's here?" "Today is my waitress's day off," a voice they both knew well asked. It clearly belonged to the owner there. "Good morning Mamma Mia, sorry to bother you, I didn't know you weren't working today, I just wanted to come and say hello," Belle responded a bit embarrassed, however, a question resonated in his mind with great intensity. "Day off? Weekday? That's really strange," he thought, without getting a clear answer. "I see, it's you. If you came to see Ryuu, I regret to inform you that he is not here," the dwarf communicated. I didn't just come to see Ryuu, although I must say that it's a surprise that she's not here. My intention is not to butt in where I'm not called, however, it's impossible for me to ask myself the reason why she's out. What is it due to?" The young white-haired man asked another question, trying to be as polite as possible and thus avoid the woman's fury. "Look kid, I'm glad to see that there are more people besides us who care about her. Even if that's the case, there are things I simply can't divulge. I'll just tell you that she had a matter of utmost importance that she had to attend to as quickly as possible. I had no choice but to accept her temporary departure," Mamma Mia answered in a kind manner, with the detail that her concern regarding that subject was noticeable on her face. "I see, then that's why. I understand, I won't insist. I hope everything goes well. When I return I will return to see her just like you. Anyway, I'm leaving. Very soon my family will have to embark on a mandatory expedition by the guild and we must prepare for it," Belle reported. There was no reason to hide it. If there were people he could trust, those were the workers of the Lady of Abundance. "I see, so your family has risen in rank. Well, congratulations and good luck kid, you'll need it. Those kinds of missions are never easy and the dungeon is unpredictable. Take good care of yourself. You better come back, because if not, I'll be angry for losing one of my best clients," the dwarf told him somewhat mockingly, but it was clear that she was serious. "I'll be careful, I'll come back to try your delicious food, Mamma Mia," the white-haired man answered, smiling sweetly, something typical of him. After that brief informative conversation, the young man proceeded to leave, but before leaving, Sir took his arm. Sir? Is something wrong?" he asked a little embarrassed. She kept her gaze downwards. "Well, if you meet Ryuu in the dungeon please trust her. If you see that she is in danger, save her, I beg you," the silver-haired girl asked, her voice a bit brittle. This caused great surprise in the person to whom those words were addressed. "Save her?" he asked another question, not understanding what she meant. "Promise me, please," he insisted. Without knowing the context of the situation, without having the slightest vague idea of the meaning of those words, he knew the answer he had to give. "I promise I'll save her if she's in trouble, so you don't have to worry," he replied, thus sealing the deal between them. "I'll trust you, so you better keep your promise." He looked up with a happy expression. After finishing his short stay there, Belle left, waving his hand to the only 2 people. "Belle-sama, is something wrong?" "Lily thinks he looks uneasy," Lily said, noticing the attitude adopted by the captain of the family. "It's strange, my heart tells me that something is wrong, that someone is wrong," she whispered, touching her chest with the palm of her hand. "Belle-sama?" he insisted. Uh. Excuse me Lily, I got lost in my thoughts, everything is fine, let's go to the blue pharmacy was the white-haired man's response, ignoring the previous feeling. And so they went about their tasks. A few hours later. Everyone had already returned to the fireplace mansion and were talking in the living room about the answers they had received from Aisha, Daphne, and Cassandra. Aisha Dono replied that she would love to join us, with the detail that she would not pay for potions or things of that style. I think it is a fair condition. What do you think? Mikoto informed while Haraham nodded, confirming everything. For how much it will help us, it's fine, so one of the candidates accepted. What was Daphne and Cassandra's response? Welf asked, yawning after saying it, it was noticeable that he had just woken up. Cassandra and Daphne also accepted, with the condition of dividing the profit 60 and 40, since they need the money. The Maich family also has a large debt. I find their request makes sense, Belle commented, warning about the proposal imposed by both. Lily thinks it's a bit excessive, however, it's impossible to deny how essential they would be, which is why I accepted the deal, added the little hobbit, who is in charge of the family's finances. It was very difficult to contradict her on that aspect, being her strong point. Perfect. We can leave tomorrow, I have all the weapons and armor ready, Welf said with great enthusiasm, something that contrasted too much with the dark circles under his eyes, which showed great fatigue. Lily can go and let them know tomorrow if possible. I can take care of some pending matters while I'm at it, Lily offered to inform her partners in this adventure. If you're sure you want to do it, I don't see why we should refuse, Lily Dono, I'll tell you, unity or out, Mikoto replied kindly. And that's how the support of the Hestia family left, leaving the others alone inside the mansion. I think I'll prepare dinner, so when Lily-sama comes back she can eat, Haraham commented, heading to the kitchen. I'll take a bath, the Oriental woman continued, with some emotion. Elle, come with me, I want to show you your new armor, please don't destroy it as quickly as the old one, Welf said to his companion. It has never been my intention, replied the white-haired man, saddened by always destroying what the red-haired man builds. Welf workshop. And Todd, here it is. Said the blacksmith, full of pride, showing off his latest work. It was a light armor made of adamantite, or at least the areas of the center of the chest and the protective area of the shoulders of it. Underneath it was a white shirt made of a leather-like material. Apparently it was resistant and prevented burns, although it did not absorb blows well. Also a white contribution with gold finishes that protected the area of his wrist and part of his right arm, this being his dominant hand, and at his waist, a long cloth. It was salamander skin and a scarf of the same color as the salamander skin, with the detail that this not only resisted impacts from fire-based magic, it also absorbed blows. It looks amazing. Bell said with what seemed to be a sparkle in his eyes, it was obvious that he liked it. Try it on, the blacksmith asked, stalking the white-haired man. Yes. He replied, taking it and going to change. A few minutes passed and he returned to the workshop. I must admit you look really cool, even though that sword doesn't suit you, daggers are your thing, that's why I put the stand, Welf commented, with a smile that showed how proud he was of his work. You're right, I've always wanted a sword, mostly heroes have that weapon, but hey. Like you said, daggers are my thing, Bell replied, laughing and scratching the back of his neck. After that test, they both returned inside the mansion for dinner. In Bell's room. Bedtime had arrived, the day passed too quickly, much faster than you could imagine, it's amazing how little time lasts when you're busy. Returning to the previous events, Lily returned and said that none of the girls had any problem starting the expedition first thing tomorrow morning, so, having everything ready, it was just a matter of waiting for the time to arrive. Bell, once again, couldn't get to sleep, he stared at his ceiling like the night before, he had a lot to think about. Saving Ryuu from the danger he may or may not have gotten into. His bad feeling. The pressure in his chest. The confusion in his feelings in recent days. The memory of a certain blonde who little by little seemed to lose importance in his thoughts due to the large number of situations he was experiencing. No matter what happens, if you're in trouble, I'll save you, Ryuu, he whispered, closing his eyes and trying to sleep. But Hestia. The little goddess looked worriedly at her son's status sheet, she had updated it when he reached level 4, clearly she had hidden the special ability that Bell had for obvious reasons. So that meeting had even more consequences than I expected, Hestia commented. Bellcranel. Human. Level 4. Strength I0. Resistance I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Luck F. Abnormal, resistance G. Escape I. Abilities. Lyris Freeze, deactivated. Ox Lair. Argonaut. Magic. Firebolt. It is a chantless magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. I hope nothing bad happens because of this, the little goddess finished with concern, placing the original sheet on the table in her room. In the dungeon. The figure stood next to several wounded men, a wooden sword embedded in one of them, and a menacing aura emanating from his body. Chapter 6. The expedition begins. First setback. Morning had fallen in Ryuu, the sun's rays were just beginning to illuminate the city, and its activities began as early as ever. In the fireplace mansion, the Hestia family was taking stock of the materials needed for the expedition they would embark on in a few moments. Potions? Lily asked with a sheet of paper in her hand and a pencil in the other. Ready and saved, Makoto replied. Salamander and Goliath skin. Said the hobbit. Ready, everyone is equipped with both, Belle answered, showing how the salamander skin covered his waist and the Goliath skin covered his neck like a scarf. The weapons are also ready, I'm bringing an improvised forge as well as my blacksmithing tools in case we need to make some emergency weapons. After what happened with the Black Goliath, I don't want to be taken by surprise. That time we were lucky that the Loki family had a magic sword in their armory, Welf declared, pointing to the backpack on his back. Lily thinks it's extra weight, but I won't deny that it can be useful. You'll take care of your extra luggage, Welf-sama, the girl said, not giving much importance to the matter. Aisha don't know, Cassandra don't know and Daphne don't know must be waiting for us. We can't take any longer to go to the dungeon, Makoto warned, reminding them about the companions they would have on this adventure. Makoto is right, we can't delay any longer, we have to leave, everything is ready, said the Redeed. Okay, but if we miss something because we didn't make sure, it will be your fault, Welf-sama, the little support replied angrily. And after that, they said goodbye to their goddess and left the mansion. However, Belle was stopped by her. Belle Hestia named her son and captain of her family. What's wrong, Kami-sama? The white-haired man asked. Belle, why are you fighting? He asked her directly, without any apparent reason, a question that simply made no sense. Why am I fighting? What's that supposed to mean, Kami-sama? The boy questioned, tilting his head, not understanding the meaning of the question or what it was about. Just remember it, remember why you fight, the reason to give more of yourself, Hestia answered, with a somewhat worried look. Like Belle, she had a bad feeling about what was coming. The reason I fight, the reason I give my all, he whispered in surprise. Although he did not know the reason for his goddess's question, deep down in his mind, he partly understood that his golden longing no longer existed in its entirety within him. If it's not for A's anymore, why am I fighting? He wondered doubtfully, having never considered it after what happened in the Xenos incident. Belle-sama. Hurry. Lily shouted from a distance to stop her captain from wasting time. This brought the young man out of his mental mess. I'm leaving, Kami-sama, I'll keep in mind what you told me, goodbye. Belle said goodbye with a somewhat discouraged tone of voice. The boy ran to where his group had gone ahead to be together. Take care of yourselves. Hestia shouted, waving her hand in his direction, a gesture that was returned by all the members of her family. I hope it's just a bad feeling. With Lyra's freeze deactivated, I don't know if Belle can be strong enough to face the unknown in the lower floors, at least it comforts me to know that he won't go alone, she said to herself, with a worried face, and not entering the mansion again until everyone was lost in the horizon, there where she could no longer see them. In the guild. The boy is leaving today for his first family expedition, isn't that true? Rose asked her companion. Yes, I'm worried about him, he's always so impulsive, I'm afraid that one day it will become fatal. Allowing him to go to the middle floors is one thing, but the lower ones are something completely different, Ina replied, watching the white-haired boy leave after she went to inform him of her departure. I understand, none of us would like that to happen, that's why we avoid associating with adventurers, however, you didn't follow that advice, declared the Redeed. Ina was trying to make some excuse for it until she was interrupted by the banging of a bag against her desk. What's this? She asked after her companion had thrown that out. You won the bet, Misha said. Bet? The half-elf asked. About how long he would live, you won, he became famous in a short time, your feeling was right, here is the money from the bet, Rose informed him, smiling at him and walking away to continue with her work. I don't think I can use this money, and maybe I'll use it on a date with him, yes, that's what I'll do, after all, it's thanks to him that I got it, Ina said, a little blushed about it. A few meters near the entrance to the dungeon. Until Belle-sama arrives. Don't you think he's very distracted today? Lily complained. I'm sorry, I swear I tried to get here as quickly as possible, replied the white-haired man. It's nice to know that you will lend us your help, Aisha, Cassandra, Daphne, Belle declared to the three girls, thanking them for their presence. Don't even mention it, I want it to be clear that I'm doing this for the money and because Cassandra insisted on coming. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have had any dealings with you guys. Wherever you go, a lot of trouble always follows you. Daphne replied, frowning slightly. Oh okay, Daphne. Cassandra tried to calm her partner and friend. I can't deny that, in fact, you're completely right, said all the members of the Hestia family, looking away. I only came because Harahim insisted, and Aisha said until she started getting too close to Belle. "For my reward," he whispered in her ear, licking his lips. The young man walked away from her with his face completely red. "If they've stopped bothering Belle, I think it would be a good time to go in. The faster we get the materials the list asks for, the faster we can leave. Staying inside the dungeon for too long, considering the luck it brings us, gives me a bad feeling." Welf informed, walking to the dungeon. "Welf is right," the white-haired man shouted, following him to get as far away from the Amazon as possible. Inside the dungeon. Combat sounds. "Hey Belle, how's everything going over there?" Welf asks while he is killing a small group of kobolds along with some goblins on the 4th floor. "Fine, nothing I can't handle," Belle replied to the redeed as he finished off the last dungeon lizard in front of him. "Ryuu, quickly collect the stone so we can advance faster. Our goal is to reach the 20th floor, and I don't want to be late or we'll have to stay overnight in Riviera and spend more than we'll get by killing these little ones," ordered the redeed, brandishing his sword in the direction of some dungeon lizards that were approaching dangerously. "You don't have to repeat it, Lily is picking everything up, let's pick up the pace." "Is everything okay Makoto-sama?" Lily asks, picking up the last stones left on the ground. "Everything is perfect, Lily Dono," the Oriental woman answered, protecting Harahim and Cassandra from the monsters that were approaching their position. Aisha looked a bit bored as she crushed the skulls of the little goblins that were about to attack her. "You know the boy and I could easily destroy them, right? Why are we all fighting together?" the Amazon asked. "Spare no effort. If we let our strongest members wear themselves out so soon, they will arrive at the most dangerous parts of the dungeon," completely exhausted Daphne replied, brandishing her sword and slicing the last monsters in the place in two. "I think it's a waste of time, but I'll just follow orders," Aisha declared, putting aside her complaints. They took a short break while Lily collected the magic stones. "And tell me, boy, how was it being taken home by that elf?" Aisha asked bluntly, breaking the atmosphere and causing a great impact on the person to whom the question had been directed. How did you?" He was going to answer with another question, however, the Amazon placed her index finger on the boy's lips to silence him. "I was with her when that minotaur smashed you on the ground after the clash of forces. I was surprised how worried she looked when you were lifted into the skies," she said, remembering what happened. "Worried?" the white-haired man asked. "Yes, so much so that he ran to where you were to help you with that monster, but when he arrived, he was already gone, leaving you on the ground," he added. It was no longer necessary to say what happened next, since Belle experienced it firsthand. I see, it was best that she didn't help me. If she had, it wouldn't have ended well for either of us. At least the only one affected in that battle was me," Belle said, smiling heavily. He didn't like remembering the beating Asterius had given him that night. After this, the Amazon was surprised. "You know, worrying about others is fine, but you should also think about yourself," he advised, after seeing how little value she placed on her life. Aisha, the boy named her, he didn't expect those words. "Leaving that aside," he shouted, abruptly changing the atmosphere. "You have something going on with that elf. I must admit I've been visiting her since you saved Harahim. It's easy to annoy her and get information out of her," Aisha asked, recalling her constant visits to the Lady of Plenty, with the goal of knowing what Ryuu feels for the man at her side. What if I have something with our Ryuu?" She repeated the question with a trembling voice and a red color, the same as her eyes, running across her face until it covered all of her ears. "Oh, look how you got. So that elf has been lying to me all those times," she commented, taking her chin since Ryuu had flatly denied that kind of feelings for Belle. I don't have that kind of relationship with Ryuu. We're just friends," Belle shouted, feeling that Aisha was going to bombard him with questions about his previous reaction. "Really? That's too bad. In one of the conversations I had with her, she mentioned you and how she'd like to be courted, but if you don't mind, it's unnecessary to bring up the subject," the Amazon maintained, separating herself from the boy. "Did he talk about me? How can I be courted?" Now the questions were directed at Aisha, if not the provocateur. "Yufufu, you said you don't have that kind of relationship with her and that you're just friends, right?" the woman mocked. She had Belle where she wanted him. The young man swallowed his words. To say he felt ashamed was little compared to his actions at that precise moment. "Stop shouting and come. Ryuu has collected all the magic stones." Welf warned both of them to return to their positions. "Oh, that's too bad, we have to go," the woman commented, addressing the rest of the group. Wait." Belle stopped her. What did he say?" he asked. "So you are interested, however, this is not the time or place to talk about this. In fact, if you want to know you will have to pay a price," Aisha whispered into the white-haired man's ear before turning around and leaving a confused adventurer behind. Why do I want to know how you would like to be courted?" she wondered, unable to get an apparent answer, but every fiber of her being longed to possess that information. A few hours later, in Riviera. The path through the intermediate floors had been well traveled, there were no monsters that represented a great challenge for them, so they were at least physically fine. Those damn minotaurs are still a pain in the ass, even if I'm level 2, Welf commented, somewhat agitated and feeling a severe headache. Drink this, Welf-sama, it's so you can recover the mind you used to finish off those Almrij on the way here, Haraham said, handing him a potion. So you make those magic swords, I'm surprised you brought one of them and used it like you are, normally they are for extreme situations, Daphne opined. She had experienced firsthand the potential that those weapons had during the war game between the Hestia family and the Apollo family, to which she previously belonged. Yes, that's why I have my materials ready, if it breaks, I'll just make another one, the blacksmith replied, taking a big gulp of the potion. We should continue. We're almost at the large tree. It's our first stop, right? Bell asked while being healed by Cassandra. During his confrontation with a pair of hellhounds and other minotaurs, one of the dog-like monsters bit him on the forearm, leaving a rather deep wound. I must admit we're going at a good pace, we arrived at Riviera in less than 5 hours, that must be a record, said Aisha, who looked less hurt compared to the other level 4 in the group. Bell-sama is right, the first thing to get is in the area of the Great Tree, Lily warned, rereading the expedition requirements imposed by the guild. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Both men stood up at the same time after saying that. The girls followed them, the formation was like this, Aisha and Belle would cover the front flank, Welf behind both of them, Mikoto and Daphne the sides, while they were in charge of protecting Cassandra, Lily and Haraham, all three of them had a small magic dagger in case it was needed, courtesy of the Hestia family blacksmith. They advanced as one, the adventurers in the city of Riviera knew the members of the rabbit family perfectly, if there was anyone who didn't know about the little rookie he lived under the rocks, if he was already famous before, after the confrontation with the black minotaur, he became even more so. It's the little rookie with members of other families, one of them warned. I'm not interested in that child, we have things to do, stop distracting yourself, ordered a person covered with a cloak. Okay Jura, I don't understand why you're doing all this, said his companion, taking some crimson crystals out of his bag. This will be my revenge, Gale, I know perfectly well that you are here, I feel it, you wouldn't let them tarnish your name even more, damned murderer, thought that dark man, with a sinister smile. Big tree area. We have arrived, I must admit that I have not visited this place since my expeditions with the Ishtar family, Hermes-sama is not someone who sends his children to the dungeon without a good reason, Aisha said, looking at the large roots of the site, which covered almost the entire floor they were on and extended further. I hate insects was the only thing Mikoto said, in view of the number of monsters related to them that were in this area. Lily, you studied what the materials look like, so you'll be in charge of taking them, we'll protect you, okay? The white-haired man asked the support while holding his 2 datas and preparing to fight against the firebirds and gun libellulas that were approaching them. Bell-sama, take care of those going by air together with Welf-sama, the rest stop those advancing by land, Lily ordered, getting down to the ground and running behind her captain and in front of the blacksmith. Okay. They all shouted in unison, listening to the hobbit. One of the firebirds dived like a missile downwards to take one of them as a victim in its claws. The firebird is approaching, Lilicuajo. Welf warned. I'll take care of it. Bell replied. He extended his hand towards the bird monster. Firebolt. He shouted, activating his magic and releasing a fireball from his palm, which hit his target in the face, causing him to lose his bearings. Now. Bell shouted again, jumping to a great height before the monster touched the ground. Slash. In a quick movement he cut off one of the bird's wings with a dagger Hestia, and with the one he had in his left hand, he cut its neck. The monster let out a loud scream at this, which was soon silenced when Bell plunged a jet black dagger into where his magic stone was located, disappearing for a while afterward. I've got the first thing they asked for. The other stuff should be near the mold lighting up the floor. Lily informed, stuffing some sort of plant into her backpack and running at high speed toward her other target. I'm coming, said the white-haired man, returning to their side and continuing to act as guard. How's everything over there? Welf asked the other members. Everything's perfect, I love getting covered in insect blood. Aisha responded sarcastically while tearing a group of mad beetles to pieces. Don't worry about us, Welf Dono, we have everything under control. Mikoto replied, cutting down some dark fungus before they could release their poisonous spores. Daphne protected Haraham and Cassandra, who covered themselves completely with their salamander skin cloaks to avoid being hit by the creature's attacks in case the Redeed was overwhelmed by numbers. The 3 people in charge of collecting things were advancing towards a part of the moss mold, and a few gun libellula flew towards them. Don't let the bullets from their chest hit us. Lily warned. Welf. Bell named the Redeed. I know. He replied, placing the long magic sword in front of him and creating a barrier of flames between the dragonfly monsters and them. The projectiles launched were burned as they passed through it, reducing their speed and evaporating the poison. Don't breathe the steam, Bell advised, covering his nose and mouth with a Goliath fur scarf. Lily and Welf did the same with their own scarves. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. The growl sounded from ahead. Heavy footsteps shook the ground as they approached. The mammoth fool, it can only be that monster. Bell and Lily recognized him. Bell, take care of him, I'll finish off the gun libellula, as soon as I do I'll come and give you a hand, Welf said, running towards them. Lily, will you be okay? I won't be able to fight the monster and protect you at the same time, the white-haired girl asked the support. Don't worry, Bell-sama, we're almost there, it won't take me long to catch him, she replied, not worrying him as she was aware of her own limitations. The boy nodded and headed toward the mammoth fool. At high speed, with his eyes closed, he concentrated and the glow in his hand became present, activating his Argonaut ability to start the battle and, hopefully, end it. After a few seconds in which he stood face to face with the monster who wanted to bury his fangs in the boy's body. Firebolt! He shouted and the scarlet lightning burst at point-blank range in front of the beast. Ooh. The fire reached Bell, who covered his body with his cape and scarf, a smart move because the person receiving it had no protection whatsoever to avoid harm. The fur caught fire and one of its fangs fell to the ground. The white-haired man launched himself under the legs, skidding on the earth and moss, raised his hand with a dagger in it and stabbed it where his magic stone is supposed to be. And surprisingly, in less than a minute, he had been defeated by Bell. I'm full of blood, he complained, the red liquid running down his head and forehead. Everything is ready, Bell-sama, said Lily. The boy went towards her as did Welf, who at the same time killed the gun libellula. I think there are no more monsters left, let's go with the girls and rejoin them, suggested the Redeed, pointing to where his companions were. It's the best, there's no point in continuing in this area anymore, let's go to the water part of the city, the good thing is that the last one is on the 25th floor, near the great waterfall, the support reminded, running along with the men. When they met again, they took stock of what they had achieved. Did you really get this from the mammoth fool? I'm not sure this is a common item he drops, Daphne said, holding the tusk Bell obtained. The luck skill is not for show, although it seems to be only useful for loot, Aisha mocked. I'm not in a position to deny that statement, the white-haired man replied, nervously scratching the back of his neck. I already collected all the plants that Maichi-sama asked us for, Cassandra informed the Redeed. We are ready to continue, Bell and Welf have already taken the potions, they have recovered their minds, Aisha declared. After the quiet advance, they continued on their way to their last stop. Water City area, 25th floor, the Great Waterfall. It's huge. Mikoto, Haraham and Lily shouted as they witnessed the great waterfall in front of them. The view was definitely beautiful, a large amount of crystal clear water covering most of it. From the top of the wall in front of the group was the famous waterfall that gave its name to the 25th floor. Well, there's no point in marveling at this place, we have things to do, so let's get on with it, Daphne interrupted, reminding them of their objective and the reason they were there. I know, you really are very bitter, you should get yourself a man, Aisha replied, walking forward. Hey you, the Redeed was going to complain, but Cassandra stopped her and calmed her down. Attention. The Amazon called out. First things first, don't get even close to the water's edge, the monsters can grab you and drag you into the water, believe me, it won't be easy to get out of there or rescue you if that happens, they are mostly inhabited by rider fish, which although they are not that big, they always come in really high numbers, that's what makes them dangerous, Aisha informed those present. Her experience in this place after all the visits she had made with the Ishtar family made it clear that she knew what she was talking about. They nodded for her to continue. Second, be careful with the siren and harpy, they are too dangerous because they can grab you and throw you into the water, he added. Then we have to hurry up and get everything and get out of here, Welf said. Yes, this place is very deceptive and dangerous, not necessarily because of the strength of the monsters, but more because of how difficult it would be to fight in the water if you get distracted for a moment, the Amazon agreed. Bell was the first to advance to check if the path was safe, the others followed behind him. Hey Aisha, if it's so dangerous to move forward, why does Bell do it first? The Redeed asked in a low voice. That child is not normal, I hate to admit it, but he is definitely much stronger than me, and we are on the same level, if by chance he were to be dragged into the depths of the waterfall, I am sure he would find a way out, Aisha answered seriously, something strange about her, that was what implied that she was not joking at all. Honestly, I'm not surprised, if he defeated Jacinto being level 2, it's not strange that he's stronger than you at the same level, anyway, let's hope that nothing bad will happen, Welf said, leaving the conversation aside. Don't say such things, Welf-sama. Whenever someone says nothing bad will happen, something bad happens. Lily complained, hitting the blacksmith in the side. They want to calm down. They're scaring Haraham and Cassandra, Daphne shouted at them. "Hey guys, what the hell is that?" Bell asked, pointing to his right. "Red flag," the hobbit whispered, afraid to look where the white-haired man was pointing. "What the hell is that thing?" they all asked fearfully. What was there was a green humanoid-shaped moss, however, that wasn't the problem was what he was doing. Was filling a siren. Not only that, he opened its chest and threw out everything inside it, as if he was looking for something inside the torso. A simply bloody scene due to the remains that were scattered all over the floor in the same way as the blood, which gave the floor a wine-red color and water nearby. Suddenly, he stood up holding something in what appeared to be his hand. "Eyes, that's a magic stone," Makoto warned with her eyes wide open. They swallowed as their bodies stiffened and some of their legs trembled. And out of nowhere, that thing swallowed the magic stone. The body doesn't disappear. It can't be reincarnated," Haraham said, stunned and with a trembling voice. "If the magic stone isn't broken, the body won't disappear. Jay, just look further behind the moss," Bell answered, making the eyes go towards the pile of bodies that they hadn't noticed because they were focused on the siren. "What is this?" Lily asked. The moss turned towards them after consuming the siren's magic stone. His non-existent eyes pierced deep into them, they felt threatened. "Haraham, level up," now the Amazon ordered, but she didn't react, the shock had her immobile. He's seeing Lilicuaja Welf warned. "Haraham, level up." Aisha shouted until suddenly and without warning, that thing landed at great speed in front of her. "Aisha, be careful." Bell shouted, pushing her aside and taking the full blow. Phew. A strong impact made the white-haired man's body vibrate and he was sent flying. Phew. Bell spat out blood from the force of the blow. "Bell." His companions shouted in terror. This had made them come out of their trance and run away from the moss. Splash. Something had hit the water. "We have to save Bell." Welf shouted, trying to go help him. Clank. The clash between metal and something else had resonated on the site. It was Aisha who blocked another blow with her podao. "Save yourself first." The Amazon shouted, pushing the moss away. He reintegrated himself, extending his posture by standing up in a good manner. Author's note. Image taken from Overlord's NL. And he let out a loud growl scream. "Brah. Bro. That power and that vessel. Much wealth and many wishes. Until the bell rings, be glorious and illusory. Grow. Confine divine offerings within this body. This golden light granted from above. In the hammer and in the ground, may it grant you good fortune. Grow. Uchide no Kazuchi." Haraham shouted loudly and a golden aura impacted Aisha, increasing her level. "You took too long, girl," the Amazon criticized, putting herself in battle stance and facing the moss. "Brah." The creature screamed again. "Ah." Aisha shouted in response, launching herself into the attack. "On Bell." "Splay Ash." Bell felt his body contact the water and prepared to have to fight inside it, however, it didn't happen. Crash. It had crashed into solid rock. Cough W what? W where am I? Coughing, he asked, standing up and feeling a great weight on him because of his wet clothes. "I'm behind the waterfall," he whispered as he turned back the way he had come. "How do I get back? I have to go help them, Aisha won't be able to defeat him alone," he said to himself, running at high speed in search of an exit. His footsteps echoed in the cave, he looked everywhere for a way out until suddenly. Zoom. Something made that noise as it went by at high speed. "MIT." Bell shouted, dodging the projectile with difficulty. Splash. Something had exploded. What the hell was that? He wondered. On the wall there was a large amount of blood and what looked like feathers until of course the body disappeared after breaking the magic stone. Before he could even think about what might have attacked him, his senses alerted him. Zoom. Something passed by his side again and he dodged it again. Splash. Same sound was made when it contacted the rock. "They must be iguanas, feathers, gram speed, there's no way they are anything else," he whispered, sharpening his gaze and hearing in order to avoid being surprised. Zoom. 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 Several were going in his direction. He dodged the first one, then the next one, the third one grazed his arm, cutting his forearm. "MIT, I won't be able to dodge this," Bell thought worriedly. Hestia held the dagger tightly and closed her eyes, waiting for the blow. "Not yet," he said to himself. The flapping, the tension of the muscles, the friction of the bones, everything was heard. "Not yet," he repeated, squeezing the handle of the gun. The beating of his heart thundered in his ears. 3, 2, 1. He opened his eyes. "Now." He shouted, making an upward cut in front of his chest. Slayosh. The swallow's body was sliced into 2 parts. The blood of the iguazu was the only thing that had come into contact with his body. "I think there are no more," he whispered, sighing with relief. Slap. Clap. Clap. Applause. He wondered. A few applauses were heard from one of the passageways. He approached the source of the same, a few meters away. It was a mermaid. The white-haired man quickly covered his ears, he knew perfectly well the charm ability that those of his race had, said ability was activated when hearing his song. At this, she stopped clapping and put on a sad face, which seemed strange to the boy. "Are you as he knows?" he asked, approaching. "Marie," he replied, nodding to the question. "Marie? Is that your name?" he asked again. "Yes, Marie," he answered in the same way. "Marie, I know it's a lot to ask, but could you help me get back to my friends on the other side of the waterfall?" the boy asked kindly. The mermaid made a face that reflected fear and shook her head from side to side, denying that possibility. "Fear," he said. "Fear, it's because of that thing lurking over there, right?" Bella asked. He nodded again. "Marie, if you help me, I promise to finish that thing off. I can't do it if I don't get out of here, and I need your help if I want to achieve this. So, please, I implore your help. I don't want my friends to get hurt," the white-haired man insisted. Marie stood doubtfully under the expectant gaze of the person seeking her help. After a few seconds, he nodded. "Well, I have to get you out of here first, so if you'll excuse me." Suddenly, Belle picked her up. She was surprised and her cheeks, like Belle's, turned red. "Okay, let's go," he shouted and started running back to where he had come from. But the rest of the group. "Herham. How long until you can activate your magic again?" the Amazon asked, finding herself overwhelmed by the creature's strength. "That doesn't matter. It's enough to kill us if we don't stop it now," Welf shouted, blocking the moss's path with the fire from his magic sword. That thing was targeting Lily's backpack, or rather, the magic stones inside it, and they discovered it thanks to its persistence after a few minutes of fighting. "Belsama hasn't returned," Herham reported, close to bursting into tears. "Where the hell are you, kid? It's not possible that you died from that blow, much less from those damn fish," Aisha thought, doing her best to stop the moss. "Careful, Aisha," Daphne warned, however, she couldn't dodge it. "Goom." The blow was received, or rather, absorbed by the podao in her hands. Said weapon was hard enough to withstand the blow, but not enough to prevent the vibrations and pain from spreading through the Amazon's arms. Fatigue was taking its toll, Welf was approaching his limit, Daphne was fighting the monsters that were approaching them along with Makoto, Aisha was the only one fighting directly against that thing brought from hell itself, or the dungeon, depending on your vision of the true vision of hell. Aisha's arms were shaking, she knew that sooner or later she would fall too. "Where is Belsama?" the Renard asked the air, crying more and more. "Firebolt." A loud shout from afar served as an answer. "Goom." The scarlet lightning bolt struck the moss in the back, setting it ablaze. "Brah." The cry of pain came from him, turning to face the person responsible. However, Belle was already very close to him. The white glow was emitted from the hestia dagger. With his body almost crouched, the white-haired man ran towards the moss. And the last thing that thing saw was a flash of the same color as that hair. In a display of pure speed, like lightning, Belle crossed beside him. Boom. The loud explosion, like a sea of flames, engulfed the monster's body in just a few seconds. Hestia's dagger had also been covered in flames, but thanks to the salamander and Goliath skin, Belle didn't receive any burns. To conclude. The boy defeated with a single blow the one who was causing so much trouble to the rest of the family. Breathing raggedly, he raised his head. "Is everyone okay?" "Sorry I'm late." He didn't finish his sentence because he was attacked by two girls. "Belsama." Lily and Herham shouted, hugging him tightly. "The girls, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." He apologized, he understood the fear they had felt. "You're really taking so long to come back, even though you did, that's the reason why I didn't hit you for making Herham cry," Aisha declared. "We have everything ready, let's go back before something else happens," Daphne insisted. "I agree with the frowning woman. There have been too many emotions in just one day. We shouldn't push our luck," the Amazon agreed, offering the white-haired man a hand to get up. "Let's go back to Riviera, rest there, and then return to the surface when we're done," Belle said. "Okay, let's go, you and I will protect the others, we're the ones who will be the least harmed," Aisha warned. As they walked away, a voice named the young man. "Belle." Everyone turned around. "The mermaid. At this distance, her song shouldn't affect us," Lily commented. "Belle. I love you," she shouted, waving in his direction. The boy's body tensed and his face colored. "Belsama, explain to us what's going on," the hobbit demanded with a voice from beyond the grave. Wait, Lily, this is Marie, she's a Xenos, I found her on the other side of the waterfall where I ended up, she helped me find them," the white-haired man answered hastily. "Then you argue?" Daphne demanded, pushing Lily forward. "Belsama," she whispered with clear jealousy. "You really have a problem with girls, my friend, you should stop hitting on them," he told Welf, putting his hand on his friend's shoulder. "How is this my fault?" Belle asked. You are very stupid, let's continue, I'll explain in Riviera, replied the blacksmith. Not Riviera. After a somewhat bumpy return journey, they finally returned to the secure area on the 18th floor. I want to take a bath, Aisha declared. How can you say that after fighting that thing at the big waterfall? Daphne asked reproachfully. If you're going to let anything inside the dungeon traumatize you, you're going to fear everything in the world, the Amazon replied. He has a point, you know. Welf told him. Their conversation continued until some voices and murmurs were heard in the distance. Why is there so much commotion? They asked themselves and ran to see what it was about. Upon arrival, a man covered in blood and missing an arm was lying on the ground, shouting various things. He's just an injured person, let his family take care of him, Aisha said, walking away with disinterest like the others. It was a wind blow. The criminal. She did it. She screamed in terror. They stopped dead in their tracks at that and turned back toward the man. She was the one who attacked me. She's killing the adventurers. The stranger shouted again. Welf, Lily, Haraham, Mikoto and Aisha turned their gazes to Belle, who could not believe what they were saying. Ryuu was the name that came out of his lips, knowing that the true identity of Gale was none other than the waitress of the Lady of Abundance, Ryuu Lion. SS. Romantic fairy. I don't have that kind of relationship with Ryuu. We're just friends. Belle shouted, feeling that Aisha was going to bombard him with questions about his previous reaction. Really? That's too bad. In one of the conversations I had with her, she mentioned you and how she'd like to be courted, but if you don't mind, it's unnecessary to bring up the subject, the Amazon maintained, separating herself from the boy. Did he talk about me? How can I be courted? Now the questions were directed at Aisha, if not the provocateur. Yufufu, you said you don't have that kind of relationship with her and that you're just friends, right? The woman mocked, she had Belle where she wanted him. The young man swallowed his words. To say he felt ashamed was little compared to his actions at that precise moment. Stop shouting and come. Lilicuajo has collected all the magic stones. Welf warned both of them to return to their positions. Oh, that's too bad, we have to go, the woman commented, addressing the rest of the group. Wait. Belle stopped her. What did he say? He asked. So you are interested, however, this is not the time or place to talk about this, in fact, if you want to know you will have to pay a price, Aisha whispered into the white-haired man's ear before turning around and leaving a confused adventurer behind. To understand what Aisha meant, we must go back a few months before the expedition, even before the Xenos issue became serious. And the Lady of Plenty. After accompanying Belle and his group on a trip to the dungeon, Ryuu separated from the group and went to where he worked to continue his workday in order to avoid further scolding from Mamma Mia. I've caused a lot of trouble to Mamma Mia, sir, and everyone else. I must work hard to make up for it, she said to herself already in her waitress clothes. He started taking orders, everything was like other days until a visitor arrived at the place. Welcome. Table for one, ma'am, the elf asked the new customer. Hello, elf. It's good to see you again, greeted a certain Amazon who was known to the waitress. Oh, it's you, Ryuu replied, clearly uncomfortable with the woman's presence. Relax. I'm just here to drink. I'm not going to interfere in your personal affairs, Aisha said calmly. Ryuu believed him. Big mistake. May I take your order? The elf asked, taking out a small notebook and pencil from the pockets of her uniform. A pitcher of beer to start, please. I hear you serve good food and drinks here. My expectations are high right now, the Amazon ordered, revealing the information she had about the establishment. What's she doing here? I have bad feelings about it. What's with the smile on her face? He wondered nervously. It reminds me of Kagaya and Lyra. They used to smile like that and make fun of me all the time, he added, walking away from her and giving the order to the kitchen. A few minutes later. Here you go, Ryuu said, serving the beer and food. By the way, I see you're interested in bellcranel, Aisha commented in an insinuating tone of voice. There she goes, he said, feeling a slight headache. What are you trying to say? Ryuu asked, remaining calm in a good way, although inside she felt uncomfortable. I can tell by your scent, you were an elf through and through. Despite that, you seem to relax your guard around him, the Amazon replied. Ryuu's cheeks blushed slightly. That interests me. I want to know how you see that boy, he continued. Having a silly conversation with a customer isn't in my job description. Now, if you'll excuse me, the waitress replied, her words coming out with difficulty at first. After that, she walked away with the intention of leaving the matter alone. Unfortunately, the Amazon wasn't ready to let Ryuu go yet. She crossed to the side of the aforementioned and was bombarded with questions. What do you like about him? His strength? Ryuu ignored her. Have you slept with him yet? The elf continued without saying a word. Did you taste her lips? What did they taste like? That was the constant for the last 20 minutes until there was a very out-of-place question. He's a human. You probably want him for reproductive reasons. Ryuu stopped dead in his tracks at this and let out a small gasp of surprise. Good heavens. You elves sure are dry, Aisha said, laughing at the waitress's attitude. Even the smelly dwarves are better than you, he added. I don't have any perverted hobbies, and I don't plan on losing myself in lust, either, the elf answered seriously. Ah. Then you can talk. Tell me, how do you eat men your way? She insisted. Shut up. Besides, it's unthinkable to start with Hex, was the angry response. First of all, you must promise eternal love to each other under the moon at night in a forest when no one else is around, he finished with clear knowledge of his wishes. Was the only thing that came out of the Amazon. Aisha looked at Ryuu as if she was seeing a ghost and Ryuu noticed. Ryuu noticed that she had humiliated herself by saying what she had just said. I'm surprised. You're more romantic than I thought, Aisha declared, still in shock. The elf was a bundle of nerves at that moment, so much so that she couldn't even formulate a sentence or word. Why yes, excuse me. She shouted, walking away at full speed with her face completely red. Calm down, calm down. You haven't received an order from me yet, Aisha stopped her. Ugh is the moan that came out of her. So how is it? How do the elves promise eternal love in that forest during the night? The Amazon asked. Ugh. Ryuu was the object of mockery and all she could do was look down, very embarrassed. Unfortunately, the elf had to continue spending her time being harassed by the Amazon. Chapter 7. Ryuu Lion. Second setback. Finale. In the previous chapter. It was a windblow. The criminal. She did it. She screamed in terror. They stopped dead in their tracks at that and turned back toward the man. She was the one who attacked me. She's killing the adventurers. The stranger shouted again. Welf, Lily, Haraham, Mikoto and Aisha turned their gazes to Belle, who could not believe what they were saying. Ryuu was the name that came out of his lips, knowing that the true identity of Gale was none other than the waitress of the Lady of Abundance, Ryuu Lion. Current chapter. Belle, calm down. Welf put his arm in front of the white-haired man's chest. The reason? He was about to approach the wounded man and ask him for more details. That would definitely be counterproductive, as they would identify some kind of relationship between Vendaval and him, as well as with a group consisting of his family and others. Welf, they're talking about Ryuu, it's impossible that she did that. I know she's not the most patient or the kindest person, but she can't be responsible for this without a good reason, Belle responded to what his partner said, wanting to push him aside. The boy is right, I find it unlikely that that elf would do something like that, however, we can't rule out the possibility, Aisha said. Look, Belle-sama, Lily thinks that we should keep a low profile and listen to what is happening from the shadows, or we will be actively involved, something that is really not within our possibilities. We are returning from the battle against that thing, and you are not feeling well at all. Add to that you are being guided by your feelings, again commented the small support, agreeing with the blacksmith. But Ryuu-sama has always helped us. Even though he had to risk his own life, we must find out what is happening, Haraham said, supporting the notion of the young rabbit and the Amazon. I'm confused. Who the hell is Ryuu and what does he have to do with the criminal Gale on the guild's blacklist? Daphne asked, having remained silent during the exchange. It's hard to explain, we can only tell you that you know the girl, and that both names you just said are the same person, Belle replied with a serious face and cold sweat running down his forehead. Look, we've already had enough problems in just one day of the expedition, a search through the entire damn dungeon, to find someone who may or may not be innocent of murdering adventurers is definitely a red flag to take into account, argued the Redeed, while Cassandra seemed to have something to say. I'm sorry, the white-haired man apologized. Why are you apologizing? They asked. Quickly, he took a healing potion and wanted to restore his mind. Belle-sama. The hobbit named. I can't allow them to hurt Ryuu, I refuse to believe that she is responsible for what they accuse her of, there must be a confusion, Belle said, running to where the group of adventurers were. Belle-sama. Lily shouted, trying to stop him. Before he could run any faster, his arm was grabbed, but to everyone's surprise, it wasn't Lily who did it. Cassandra. There's no way you're going to stop me, the boy warned, trying to break free from the grip, however, the young woman from the Maich family spoke up. The white rabbit will protect the delicate flower with his own life, with his own body, from the coming calamity, from the pain of past events. He will not leave her alone, he will not abandon her, and both will rise from the clutches of darkness, thus managing to illuminate the world, Cassandra said fluently and without hindrance, something strange in her who became nervous and stuttered when speaking. But your dreams again, we shouldn't get involved. Daphne took her arm with the aim of bringing her back to her side. Belle, save the flower, she finished, smiling at him. Thank you, Cassandra, Belle thanked her. Although he didn't fully understand what she had said, one thing was certain: he would protect the delicate flower with his life. "Well, I think we have no choice," Welf declared, approaching his companion and leaning on his shoulder. The white-haired man said. "Belle-sama, your constant foolishness and stubbornness to save a girl have gotten us into millions of problems," Lily said, approaching in the same way as the redeed. "However, since we decided to join the Hestia Familia, we promised to take care of each other," Mikoto added. "That's why we won't abandon him," Belle-sama Harahim finished. All members of the Hestia family had made a unanimous decision. They would help search for Ryuu. "Eyes," Belle said. "You better save her, because if not, I'll get angry at all the trouble we'll get into for nothing." Aisha hit the young man's right shoulder. She was also involved in this crazy adventure. If you don't come back with us, we won't get any money, so screw it, we're in." Daphne answered for both of them, confirming their participation. "Thank you very much, really, then let's do it," Belle concluded, turning around and going with the one spreading the news. As they approached, the screams grew louder and louder, repeating the same accusation. "Help me hunt Gale. He must pay for what he's doing to the adventurers. We hear you 3 floors below, be quiet before I cut your tongue out," he said to Aisha in a threatening tone of voice. He was already fed up with the same thing. The spectators turned in their direction, where they met the family that had been the talk of the town in Arario in recent months. It's the little rookie and the Hestia Familia. An adventurer recognized them, or at least most of them. "Little rookie. Please help us stop Gale," begged the injured man. Belle swallowed, remaining calm as he gave his answer. "Tell me where you saw her and the place where you and your group were attacked," he ordered seriously, a face little known to those who do not live with him inside the dungeon. "It was a few floors up. Before I could get to Rivera," he replied fearfully. "I see, I'll go investigate." Lily, Harahim, Aisha, Cassandra, Daphne, stay here and investigate on the 19th floor. If you feel up to it, go down to the 20th. I don't think it can be far. Welf will come with me and those who wish to follow me. Is that clear?" That was the plan and formation of the white-haired man demanded. "Okay." The group accompanying him responded. "I'll go with the little rookie," said several adventurers. The wounded man was taken to Rivera for treatment. "So let's start the search," Belle declared, running up the floors, wanting to find some clue that would confirm or deny what that man had said, which gave him a very bad feeling. "Wait, Belle." Welf, who couldn't keep up with him, saw his friend moving away at great speed. He was clearly a level 4, although, even without being one, he was already running too fast, so much so that he could truly be compared to a rabbit or a hare. "That kid really wants to get to the bottom of this, don't you think?" someone asked. "He's a hero, it's obvious he's trying to seek justice," replied his partner. "If they knew he's doing it to save a girl, they'd have a different impression, even more so if they found out that most of his exploits have been with that common denominator," the Redeed thought, laughing lightly at the conversation the others were having. Meanwhile, on Belle's side. "So this is what you meant by saving Ryuu, isn't it, sir?" He asked that question in his mind, remembering the request the silver-haired girl had made to him the day before when he visited the Lady of Abundance. "I think my bad feeling is also related to what's happening. I must find Ryuu. I'm sure she's here, however, none of that means she's responsible for all of this," he thought, gritting his teeth and increasing his speed. Monsters that passed by were cut down and killed in a flash. Belle did not want any distractions that would slow him down from his goal. "I have to save you." The white flash was all the Minotaur's dull eyesight saw before they were stabbed in the place of their magic stone. The group that was following him saw the magic stones lying on the ground. "The little rookie is incredible," said one of them. "Damn it, Belle, you need to calm down," Welf whispered in dissatisfaction with the attitude the boy was taking. The young man continued running, looking everywhere in the hope of not finding the scene they had described. However, after a few minutes and upon reaching the 16th floor, he found the wounded. Stopping dead in his tracks, he stared at the side of the wall of that apartment. There was blood in abundance and what appeared to be dead bodies. "No, it can't be," Belle whispered, approaching slowly. Suddenly, a familiar face, as well as a voice, appeared. "The Dormal. Luvis." The boy named the dwarf and elf. "Help?" they asked. Sooner rather than later, Belle took one of the healing potions he had brought and poured it on both of their bodies. "Belle. I'm finally catching up with you," Welf shouted, taking a breath. His eyes widened as he realized the reason he had stopped. "Did our Ryuu do this?" he asked. "No, it couldn't have been her," the white-haired man replied, clearly denying it. The dwarf and the elf stood up with what strength they had left. Belle and Welf supported them, lending them their shoulders to prevent them from falling. "Luvis, please tell me, who did all this?" he asked a wounded man. "Damn Belle, he'll have to work to get conscious," the blacksmith complained about his stupidity. "And no problem, I can answer," Luvis interrupted the scolding. "It was Rudra family," he whispered, before fainting. "Rudra family?" That family ceased to exist years ago, the Redeed reported. And not all the Gale wiped out, most of them. Dormal added the information. That was the charge he was blacklisted for, Bell said to himself. That man is a liar, don't believe him, don't do it, he's not planning anything good. The dwarf finished, having the same fate as the other wounded man. Hey. They say they found traces of Gale on the lower floors. The men accompanying them announced. There are survivors. The young man warned, raising his hand for them to come closer and help. Bell, if you were referring to the one who made the accusations, we must hurry, Aisha and the others are there, they could find themselves in a very dangerous situation, Welf commented. I know, the boy replied, breathing heavily. The adventurers arrived and helped carry the dwarf and elf. We'll take care of it, little rookie, you go catch that criminal, they said with some disgust. Bell gritted his teeth and fists, which was picked up by Welf. We will do it, now hurry, the potions won't be enough, he ordered them, walking away with the white-haired man. Don't lose control, one distraction and we won't save anyone, nor will you be able to save yourself, he advised. He breathed and nodded. Run, the blacksmith concluded, making his companion increase his speed to reach where they say they have seen the person he was looking for. A few minutes later, big tree area. The dungeon is clean, there are no monsters around, Aisha commented, not sensing any danger nearby. That's good, isn't it? Cassandra asked. The dungeon is more dangerous when there is no noise, the Amazon answered, and she was right, it is more terrifying that a nest of monsters is in how, the silence, even closer to reaching the deep floors, called hell. Look at that, Makoto pointed at the walls of the 23rd floor, which were made of wood. Ashes, Aisha whispered. What's so strange about it? Firebirds are abundant around here, Daphne wondered. The dungeon wouldn't let this stand, and besides, why are there only burns on the walls? They appear to be recent, yet there haven't been any monsters in this place for at least 20 minutes, the Amazon commented on the Redeed's reasoning. Lily thinks something else did it, said the Hobbit, like a good observer. Without warning, footsteps and breaking branches were heard behind them. Behind me. Aisha ordered, pointing her podao. After a few seconds, they saw who it was. Bell. Weren't you supposed to be on the middle floors? Cassandra asked. It's a trap, that man lied to us, he's trying to frame Ryuu, I don't have time to explain the rest, I must hurry. Was someone ahead of you? Asked the white-haired man. A group of adventurers with one missing arm and one eye were a few floors below us, Beldono Makoto replied. The young man's nerves increased dramatically. If he went, it's because Ryuu must be there, he concluded, clicking his tongue. You're not planning on going alone, are you? It'll be you against the adventurers and monsters you encounter. Are you aware of that? Aisha questioned the decision the boy was about to make. I don't have time to think about the dangers, I must rescue her, was the only thing he answered, full of determination. Arahim, Makoto, and Lily knew that when Bell put on that face and voice, there was nothing and no one who could stop him. Be careful, Bell-sama, Lily urged, filled with concern. No one would be with the family captain if he got into trouble. Rescue Ryuu-sama, be his hero, Arahim said, smiling at the one who was once hers. It will be, I promise, he replied, nodding and fixing his gaze on the devil's mouth. Stop wasting time and go, otherwise I won't get my reward for the information I promised you, Aisha declared, pushing him. Then this isn't the time for that. He shouted at Bell, walking away. A few seconds later, Welf arrived with them. We're already complete, we can approach at our own pace, as long as there's nothing else like what we found at the Great Waterfall we'll be fine, Daphne commented. Red flag, Lily whispered. To everyone's surprise, a thin man in a black suit, his face covered, arrived behind the blacksmith. Lower floors, Grand Waterfall. We're close, I'm sure Vendaval is around here, Jur declared in a sinister voice. We must catch her, if we don't, many more adventurers will be injured, said a man at his side, who apparently did not understand the meaning of those words. Hey. Bell shouted in the distance, calling for attention. Little rookie. Everyone was happy to see him, some of them pretending, of course. Did you find anything? Do you know where it is? He asked, his voice shaking. No, absolutely nothing. And you? Asked the man, still with blood on his arm. Some wounded, we managed to save them, but they couldn't tell us anything useful, the boy lied, although that wasn't his strong suit. Well, I'll go ahead, I'll take care of it, he added, preventing them from discovering that it wasn't true. That's it, you little rookie. Catch her. The group shouted with glee, though one of them remained silent, analyzing. Bell ignored him and went deeper into the floors below. Do you think he'll find us? Several of us went ahead and haven't returned, an adventurer asked. Yes, he's the little rookie, I'm sure he'll make it, replied the other. Suddenly, several explosions hit the walls of the 25th floor, raising a large amount of water and debris. What the hell is that? They screamed in fear. Let's run. suggested the vast majority of them, going into where the white-haired man headed. Belle, who had already moved far enough away, did not perceive the sound or vibration in the ground. But the rest of the family. What was that? It's like the dungeon is shaking, Welf said fearfully. What the hell is going on? The stranger asked from a considerable distance. Don't separate. The ground is unstable and could break at any moment. Aisha warned, holding Haraham tightly. There are no monsters around. We should go back now while we can. Daphne suggested, with Cassandra pulling her along. We can't leave Belle Sama alone. Lily replied. If we are going to save the child, it is better to run and go down as fast as we can. Aisha answered, carrying the Renard on her back. Daphne did the same with Cassandra, Mikoto with Lily, and Welf was the only one who protected her life solely because of the heavy luggage she carried. As they moved deeper and deeper into the lower floors, they realized that the stranger was no longer there. Hey. Where's the one who was coming behind us? Welf asked without stopping running. The noise was getting louder and louder, which prevented the words from reaching the listeners properly. It doesn't matter anymore. Its him or its you. Move. The Amazon ordered fiercely. Large chunks of the roof and walls covering the dungeon collapsed as trees cracked and roots broke. It looked as if the big tree was about to fall. We're near. Mikoto warned, seeing the entrance to the next floor. The sound of breaking wood was heard loudly. The tree is falling. Welf, who was in the back, warned. Suddenly, a great beast emerged from the depths. Rah! He let out a shriek. What the hell is that thing? Welf wondered. It's a bucking worm hell. Those damn things can go through floors and go anywhere they want. Aisha replied, pulling the blacksmith with force before the large tree fell on him. Doom. The tree touched the ground as if it had been cut down by the roots. We can't go back now, so we better find that boy and a way out of here, the Amazon commented. That thing raised its face and turned to go back down, Haraham warned as she saw the beast rise and fall. We don't have time for that, keep going, from here we enter a zone where not even I'm sure I can protect you, said the woman with the pruning sheath, tired of the complications. Lily, how many materials do we have? Welf asked. She took out some half-empty potions, an extra piece of Goliath hide, and some unrefined adamantite chunks. Give me the adamantite, I'll make something while we go, the blacksmith ordered, preparing his materials. Can you do it and protect your life at the same time? Daphne asked. We've gotten into worse things and I'm still here. I think death doesn't like the Hestia family, declared the Redeed in a mocking tone. I don't think we should joke around at a time like this, Mikoto said. It's my way of dealing with this, otherwise I would have given up floors ago, Welf replied, with discouragement and a laugh that didn't reflect even a bit of joy. The talk later, Aisha interrupted, taking Haraham by the hand. Yes, let's continue, they answered in unison. But Belle, 27th floor. He ran as fast as his level 4 altered state allowed, concentrating on nothing other than the woman he was searching for so intensely. Where are you, Ryuu? Where the hell are you? I want to find you so you can tell me that it's all a lie, that you're not responsible for everything. If I don't hear it coming from your lips I can't make a verdict, the young man thought, with great despair. He directed his eyes to every damn space in the apartment he was in, whether small or not. This is insanely big, but I'm not giving up. He screamed internally, building up the strength in his legs. The dust raised, the water scattered by footsteps in the puddles, was the only thing left behind. Seconds passed, which Belle felt eternal. There's no monster, why? He wondered, only now realizing it. Ah. A scream brought him out of doubt. He stopped and looked around, searching for the source of the crash. Ah. It rang again. It sits this way, he said, going to an alley located on his left side. At a very great distance, the adventurers from before were chasing him, or rather, following the same path as the footprints fixed on the ground. It's this way. This is where he turned. A follower pointed out the correct path. They listened and ran there. Lambton is ready, there's no escape now, the human thought. Again with Belle. The scream stopped, however, it was no longer necessary, Belle was facing the source. Ryuu, the white-haired man, said when he recognized that silhouette with a wooden sword impaling a man's body. She turned around quickly when she heard the voice of someone she knew. His menacing aura diminished. See Cranel-san? She asked. Ryuu, what are you doing? He asked a new question. Cranel-san, go away, the woman ordered, her voice breaking. I'm not leaving until you tell me what's going on, the young man insisted, coming closer. Cranel-san, please leave here, the elf asked again, on the verge of tears. I'm not leaving until you tell me what's going on. The boy's tenacity was evident once again. Ryuu, were you the one who attacked those men on the lower floors? Are these men injured because you're hunting them? Belle asked. See Cranel-san, seriously, I'm asking you, leave here. A tremor in the body and a grip on the wooden sword were present after the plea. Ryuu, answer me. Did you do it? The question was thrown at the table again. Cranel-san. Get out of here. Ryuu shouted. I won't leave until you tell me the truth. Yourself. Tell me the truth. Go away. Tell me if you were responsible. Tell me. It wasn't me. After the constant amount of shouting, the answer that calmed the white-haired man's heart was pronounced. However, he was interrupted before he could even relax. The little rookie found her. The men shouted. Ryuu pulled the sword from the victim's chest at his feet and adopted an attack stance. No, it took me a long time to find her, now I must stop her from getting hurt, the young man said to himself. He raised both arms at a 90-degree angle, as if crucified, practically blocking anyone's path. In his hands, the unicorn horn dagger and the hestia dagger were held tightly. Little rookie? They asked. She said she didn't do it, I believe her, he whispered, turning around and facing them. Ryuu opened his eyes wide. What the hell are you doing, little rookie? She's a murderer. They shouted angrily, pointing their guns at the two. I lied when I said the wounded didn't tell us anything, by the way, shouldn't you be in Rivera recovering from your injuries? Belle launched that malicious question towards the man who caused all of this. Unless that wound has closed a long time ago, am I wrong? He continued, sharpening his gaze. The light chuckle escaped him until it turned into laughter. Ha. I expected no less from you, little novice. Shouted the aforementioned, removing his cape. It's me. Do you remember me, Gale? He asked with great joy. Why you are Ryuu said, unable to respond. I'm the same man from the Rudra family. Swear Homer. He revealed his identity. The whip was taken from his waist by his left arm. This will be my revenge. He shouted, waving the whip. The ground began to shake fiercely. What the hell, everyone in the place wondered. Crack. Cracks formed beneath their feet. Until. Boom. The rock was broken and from it a great beast emerged. I introduce you to Lambton. He said with a grin from ear to ear on his disgusting face. The large snake landed behind him. Those who had followed the path beside him landed next to Belle and Ryuu. Now it's time for you to die, he finished with a hoarse and terrifying tone of voice. The beast lunged at them, opening its mouth wide and baring its long fangs. Careful. Belle shouted, pushing Ryuu. Crash. The snake's face crashed into the solid rock. We must work together to stop him. Was what the white-haired man said to Ryuu and the rest. They nodded, except for the elf, who looked a bit disoriented. Ryuu, react, we must kill that thing, if not, we will die, I need you, please, Belle told him, holding his face with both hands and standing face to face. Attack again. Jura ordered his tamed beast. It was an answer, or something like that. He attacked again with his fangs. Firebolt. Belle's magic was activated, a beam of fire entered his mouth, making him retreat. I need you to distract him for a minute, 1 minute is enough, he warned. We'll give you that minute, Cranel-san, Ryuu replied, taking out his wooden sword. Leave it in our hands, we trust you, the others agreed. Come on, Belle, we have to kill that thing, otherwise the 27th floor will be our grave, he said to himself, closing his eyes and clearing his mind. Ryuu launched several slashes, even cutting the air, but his attacks did not penetrate the thick scales of the snake. Careful, Gale. One of them warned when Ryuu was about to be hit by the side of the snake. 5. A sharp impact reached his ears, and as he turned around, the adventurer stood up with blood running from his head. I don't matter. Don't get distracted. Ordered the one who had saved her. Those who had begun a search to destroy her were now helping her and fighting back to back. The elf's speed was increased exponentially. The lambton launched bites and blows with its snout, but none were reached by her. Seconds passed and from behind, without the monster noticing, a strong white blow struck its master's eyes. What the hell is that? He asked, opening his eye. Why are you just standing there? She wondered, not understanding his inactivity. Clang. 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 The bells he still didn't understand until something came to his mind. It's like an Babel against that minotaur. Lambton. Stop the little rookie. Attack him. Forget Gale. Jura ordered, waving his whip. The snake turned its head to its target. Don't let him hurt Cranel-san. Ryuu said to the rest, getting in the monster's way. The snake struck the elf with the side of its mouth. Ugh. A moan of pain came from her. Boom. Then it crashed into the nearest wall. Argonaut, 58 seconds. 1 more second was missing, but the beast would arrive first. You won't do it. One of them buried his sword in the lambton's left eye. Brah. The loud scream is what it caused in her. Boom. He met the same fate as Ryuu, being hit and impacting into the solid rock. Pui. Blood came out of his mouth as he felt his bones pierce his lungs. Argonaut, 59 seconds. Finish him. Jura insisted. I'm the last one. Shouted the adventurer, throwing a large amount of Kensukus into his bag. The crystals, before falling to the ground, were lit. Ooh. They exploded on the side of the lambton, burning part of its body. Before he could utter a moan of pain, a warning came into Belle's mind. Argonaut, 60 seconds. Now. He screamed and opened his eyes suddenly. Her dagger hestia turned white, the blade growing in size. Ah! The boy shouted, running with all his strength towards his goal. The snake opened its only remaining eye and, through the dense smoke left by the previous fire, a figure emerged to confront it. Die! Belle shouted, burying his dagger. Firebolt! He shouted. Ooh. A loud explosion from within the lambton's body engulfed the rest of its body in flames, sending charred flesh flying. Belle was sent flying by the shock wave. 5. Crashing into Ryuu's side. Vuhh. He let out a groan. The grunt of pain was the last thing the great beast left before descending into the underground again. "I can't be," the tamer said in disbelief. "Why, you're finished," Jurahama Ryu said, approaching him with murderous intentions. "No, Ryu, no more dead, don't stain your hands." The young man stopped her, he didn't want the elf to fall into that mistake again. "It can't be, it can't be, it can't be, it can't be," the man shouted in despair. Calm and silence abounded until it was broken. Big. An eardrum-shattering screech echoed everywhere. "Yes. I knew it was enough. I thought it wouldn't happen." Jura celebrated, regaining her confidence. What was that?" the survivors asked fearfully. "I better go," shouted an adventurer until. Slash. The pool of blood and viscera remained where he lay. Terror flooded the bodies of the others. "I present to you. Calamity." Jura shouted again, just as he did when introducing the lambton. "And it can't be," Ryu said with his gaze raised and dropping his wooden sword. "Yes. You know him perfectly, Gale. The Está family's executioner is here." From the shadows, a creature made of bones and with hollow eyes appeared. The atmosphere became heavy. "We have to escape," shouted one of the two remaining adventurers. "Don't move," Belle ordered, but it was too late. Slash. He was sliced into pieces. The white-haired man trembled and swallowed saliva. The last of them, terrified, stood motionless, his heart beating rapidly, as if it were about to explode. "No, no, 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 no," Ryu denied, clearly traumatized at seeing that damn thing again. "Come here, you damn beast," Jura ordered with his whip. "Did you really think the lambton was my final deal? It was just a tool," the man declared, unaware of the thing's intentions. "Swear run away," Belle said to him with a broken voice. He ignored this. "The Juggernaut. That's what we name him. It's the means of defense that the dungeon sends when the floors are almost completely damaged. Now imagine how strong it is if the big tree area and this floor have been destroyed." Ha 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 ha. He mocked and laughed out loud until. Slaw. It was split in half. The tamer. "I had failed." "Ryu. React. Please react." Belle shook his partner, taking advantage of the fact that the Juggernaut had been distracted. "You don't understand, Cranel-san, we have to flee, we have to leave, or we will die," the elf said, trembling like jelly and making a superhuman effort to complete her sentence. "Don't leave me alone," shouted the last man, not counting Ryu and Belle. Brave error. His head was severed with unmatched speed, not even the young man, who is known for his speed, managed to see where the attack had come from or when the calamity had moved. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, that was the last thing that made Ryu's legs give way and he fell backwards to the ground. "We lulled," he whispered. The monster turned its gaze on both prey. "Ryu, hide or run, I'll distract him," Belle said, standing between her and the Juggernaut. "Ryu, run away, we will stop him," several voices sounded in her mind, belonging to the now extinct Está family. The young man calmed his breathing, ready to confront his destiny. Both daggers held with all their strength. "Ah!" he shouted, running at great speed. Zoom. The skeletal tail snaked toward his torso. "It's like the big waterfall," he thought. He quickly dodged and with an upward slash, diverted its trajectory upwards. Clang. A loud sound like metal colliding and sparks flew from the impact. "Cranel-san." Ryu named the boy with the aim of warning him. Belle quickly turned the Juggernaut around and sharp claws went for his face. "Firebolt." He shouted quickly, shooting off when, in disbelief, his magic bounced back. 5. Crash. His body skidded on the ground and in pools of blood. Clang. The monster's tail came dangerously close to him, who was still lying down. The young man turned to his side and the tip of it buried itself. I have to help him but my legs don't react, my body doesn't react, I'm scared, Ryuu said, holding his head in despair. It'll happen again, someone will die trying to save me. Bell stood up and raised his arm, intending to pass his magic through the blade, however the juggernaut was faster. Slash. Bell's arm was severed. Still in his shock, he was unable to react to the next attack. FIVE. A strong blow, made with the monster's tail, was given to his neck. Crack. The sound of something breaking alerted Ryuu, bringing her out of her state of shock. Cranel-san. She screamed, running at full speed towards where the body was about to fall. Splash. A wave of water rose. He had fallen into the connection with the great waterfall, sinking until he was lost in the depths of the water. Cranel-san. No. 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 The elf denied, with tears in her eyes. Again someone important died because of me, because of my indecision to save myself, she lamented, crying more and more and feeling the juggernaut approaching, but without the intention of doing anything. She accepted death. Until something emerged from the depths of the water. She was a turquoise-haired mermaid. What? Ryuu questioned the presence of that monster. Suddenly, with both arms, she pulled Bell's body out. Cranel-san. He named him, pulling him out of the water completely. His neck is broken but he's still breathing. She celebrated. Elias' first scarf absorbed the impact, he realized why he was still alive. The song of a now distant forest. The nostalgic song of life. Please bring the mercy of healing to those who seek you, Noah heal. The elf sang as quickly as possible to activate her healing magic and mend the neck. The mermaid took one of Bell's daggers. What are you going to do? Ryuu asked him. She cut her palm, wincing in pain as she pulled out the arm Bell had lost from the water. Mermaid's blood, she understood what she was doing. He joined the arm and poured his blood to make it join again. The juggernaut was getting closer and closer to them. Ah! Bell screamed, opening his eyes quickly and breathing again. Cranel-san. Ryuu hugged him. Bell. The mermaid did the same. Marie, you saved me, thank you very much, the white-haired man thanked her until the sound of bones colliding caught his attention. Well, saying that you saved me isn't entirely correct, he joked. Cranel-san. Let's run away. Please, let's run away. We can't beat him. Ryuu tried to convince him. We can't run away from him either, we're not that fast, we'll die as soon as we turn our backs, declared the young man, standing up. You've seen what he's capable of. He'll die if he tries it again. The elf yelled at him. That was a mistake I won't make again, Bell said, taking up his daggers again. Thank you, Marie, you are my hero, I will take care of this, you can go, he said to the mermaid. She obeyed and dived into the water. Ryuu, I'll need your help, he whispered in the direction of his partner. Aye, Cranel-san, I can't fight, she replied, cowering again. Stop giving up. Bell yelled at him forcefully. See, Cranel-san, she named in fear, since she didn't expect him to yell at her. It doesn't matter when. The starting line is decided when you want to change or do something. No one can tell you not to try to lift your head and walk again. Isn't that right, Ryuu? He asked loudly, without taking his eyes off the monster. Isn't that right, monster? He shouted at the juggernaut. A memory crossed Bell's mind. A man. Yeah. Isn't it, Grandpa? He finished. Ah. He ran to attack the juggernaut, who did the same. Plang. Pling. Pling. Plash. Pling. Metal and bone striking repeatedly without hesitation from either side. I won't lose to you. Heart and soul put into the battle with the full intention of emerging victorious. I have a dream to fulfill. The battle had become even in that split second. The continuous blows and cuts with all the strength they both possessed. I won't let Ryuu cry again, ever. Slash. The juggernaut launched a horizontal slash. You won't. Bell shouted, throwing his entire back backward, making his hair the only thing to be cut. Firebolt. He shouted, fanning the flames of his dagger. My turn. He said after and. Slash. One of the monster's legs had been severed. Rah. The bone lizard screamed. I'm not finished. Bell yelled, closing the distance between them. With the dagger on fire, he continued to launch attacks. Firebolt. 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 He said and repeated the name of his magic in order to prevent the flames from going out of his weapon. The juggernaut was being torn apart. Pieces of bone were flying everywhere, unable to do anything to counterattack. Bell was overwhelming him. In a swift motion, he swung his tail towards Bell's body. He dodged it. Firebolt. A new scream came out and he quickly raised a dagger in his right arm. Slash. The sharp tip of the tail was broken off. Plang. Pling. Pling. Plash. Pling. The exchange of attacks did not stop, the cuts on Bell's body became more and more present and his speed was reduced. He's falling into mind zero. Ryuu realized this from the excessive expenditure of mind when invoking his magic so many times. What should I do, she said to herself, unable to take her sword. Ryuu, save yourself, Kagaya's voice sounded in his head. Don't forget your own justice, Lyra said in a subconscious image. Liv Al eyes finished, smiling at him. A great number of memories flooded his mind. His happy moments with his family, with his goddess, all before that day. The starting line is decided when you want to change or do something. Belle's voice silenced all noise inside her head. Ryuu, fight. Follow your own path. You're not alone anymore. Some women shouted at her. They were the girls from the Lady of Plenty. His new family. Returning to Belle. I'm feeling my body light, I have no strength left to continue, he thought, his arms tired and vibrating from the constant impact. Ryuu, I hope you ran away. I couldn't tell if you did because I was focused on this monster, he said to himself, closing his eyes and giving up victory. Sly Ayash. Like a blade slicing through the wind, the juggernaut's sharp clawed paw moved toward his face. This is the end. I'm sorry I couldn't be everyone's hero, but at least I was Ryu's, he finished, with a satisfied smile. Clang. The attack was stopped. Let's fight together, Cranel-san. I won't cower again. We can't die here. Ryuu shouted with a determined look. Ryuu, Belle's almost dull gaze regained its light. He resumed his position and gripped the handle of his weapons tightly. You're right, I can't die here, I have to save you, he replied, tiredly. Ryuu, start your chant, you'll finish him off, I'll give you time. As he finished those words, Belle launched himself like lightning to attack that thing. Sparks flew between claws and daggers as they collided to try to injure the other. This time I'll finish you off, you won't take anything else from me again, Ryuu said with great determination. In the sky, above a distant forest. Ryuu began to recite her concurrent chant while launching slashes with her sword at the same time that Belle did them with his daggers. Those attacks were blocked by the juggernaut, but no longer with the ease of before. It seemed that the elf's strength had increased. A multitude of stars scattered across the clear sky. He continued with his chant, dodging the juggernaut's attacks at great speed and counterattacking with the same intensity, while Belle cornered him and prevented the monster from touching Ryuu. Give my reckless voice the blessing of the fire star. Ryuu suddenly noticed how the monster was retreating in fear. He couldn't see the elf's position, and his movements were hampered by the boy's strength. And grant compassion to those who have abandoned you. Ahead, cutting wind. Nomadic traveler who crosses the skies and the desert. The chant was ending, and the monster's desperation was evident as it attacked without any pattern, like a child throwing a tantrum. Take the dust of the stars with you and destroy my enemies. Ryuu landed right in front of the juggernaut and a great glow emanated from his body. The white-haired young man knew that this was the signal to retreat. Luminous wind. The elf shouted and the glow that was released increased in intensity. The great burst of light charged at the monster, which was overwhelmed by it, waiting only for the final blow from its executioner. The Sri Sama allies Kagaya Lyra, I will always be grateful to you for giving me a place to belong, but it's time for the past to no longer hold me back, thought Ryuu as he raised the blade of his sword, while an image of his former family passed through his mind, causing small tears to form in his eyes. In one swift motion, the juggernaut was torn to pieces once and for all. This will be my rebirth, the elf thought, standing for a few seconds before slowly collapsing from exhaustion. I've got you, Belle said, taking her in his arms. We did it, Ryuu, he added to his words. The two of them knelt down, their bodies giving out. However, the ground shook again. What's that? Belle asked but was interrupted. Cranel-san. Caution. Ryuu shouted, pushing him. Suddenly the lambton stood up and opened its big mouth. Ryuu, who was close to being devoured, only smiled at Belle's frightened gaze. She moved her lips in a word incomprehensible to the boy. He, before the snake's mouth closed, leaned his body forward and extended his arm. Flap. He grabbed Ryuu's hand and pulled her towards him. The lambton continued to rise. Behind him he left a large hole in the ground, in which Ryuu stood. Ugh. Belle complained of the pain of holding her with only one arm. Unfortunately for him, it was the same one he had lost and recovered, so he was not 100% healthy. Hold on tight, Ryuu. I'm going to pull you up. Belle shouted, pulling with both arms. However, the ground around him began to crack. Ryuu called him by his first name for the first time since they met, while he continued hanging out in the open. He turned in her direction. The elf raised her other hand, the one that wasn't tied with Belle's. And he let go of one of the fingers that held her. What are you doing? He asked her, afraid. If he stays, we'll both die, she replied, releasing the second finger. No, Ryuu, don't do it, the white-haired man tried to convince her to stop what she was doing. It's the only way, she replied, using the strength of two fingers to separate her from falling into the abyss. There has to be another way. Don't do it. The boy shouted, infusing all his strength. Belle, the moments I spent by your side the last few days were the happiest moments of my life, Ryuu said, letting go of his grip and falling into the void. Ryuu. Belle shouted from above, watching as the elf's body disappeared into the darkness. Just when I finally got over my past, at least I was able to save you, Belle, he thought, closing his eyes with a smile and tears streaming down them. In that position, accepting that death was knocking at his door, a series of memories of someone in particular flooded his being. So that's what was happening. I'm sorry, sir, it seems that I fell in love with Belle. Although I realized it too late, so it doesn't matter anymore. He concluded his remarks. Ryuu. Belle shouted at the top of his lungs. I won't lose you. He shouted, ignoring all danger and jumping into the void as well. I must reach her, I must save her, he thought from the bottom of his mind, from his heart. Belle, why are you fighting? That question sounded in the boy's mind. That question his goddess had asked him that morning. Just remember it, remember why you fight, the reason to give more of yourself. I want to give more of myself. I fight because. Those phrases were spoken by himself as the wind hit his face, but he still couldn't see Ryuu in free fall. The reason to give more of myself. My reason for fighting. I want. In his mind, a woman appeared. Not Rivera. In the war game. In the attack against the Ishtar family. And recently with the Xenos. She was there. Ryuu helped us without hesitation. He gave me a hand when I needed it. No one but her. From the beginning. A strong burning sensation that burned like 1,000 suns originated on his back. The white glow enveloped his body. Your resolution. Your answer. His new reason to fight. I wish. He clenched his fists. Cranel-san. Cranel-san. The voice of the beautiful fairy he wanted to reach was heard loud and clear in his mind. Belle. He took a deep breath. He opened his mouth. I wish to save Ryuu. He shouted with all the strength of his lungs. Firebolt. He summoned his magic, pointing his hands to the sides. Boom. A loud explosion came from this and increased Belle's falling speed. Boom. The blast from above the elf caused her eyes to snap open. A sea of scarlet flames was all he saw. What is that? He wondered. Ryuu. They shouted his name. Cranel-san. Seeing the silhouette of that boy, he wrapped her in his arms and covered her body with a red cloth. Glued to Belle's body, wrapped in his arms. Reference image so you can imagine the scene. Belle pointed his right hand at the ground that was getting closer and closer. No matter where he was or what he was, he knew what he had to do. I will be your hero. He shouted, preparing his attack. Firebolt. The large crimson flame wrapped in white was born from his palm. And. Aye. The ground was destroyed, torn to pieces. Several skeleton-like monsters had been pulverized. The Colosseum-shaped structure was reduced to rubble. And both continued in free fall until. Splash. They fell into water. Ah. They both screamed, sticking their heads out to breathe. They swam to the shore of what appeared to be a lake. Belle held Ryuu in his arms. She slowly opened her eyes. Why, he asked. Why did you save me? She screamed with tears in her eyes, pulling him by the shirt. Belle quickly hugged her. Because I didn't want to lose you, the boy answered with complete sincerity. I couldn't bear to lose you, he added, crying and holding her tighter. Ryuu opened his eyes fully, his crying increased. You have saved me many times, more than I can count on my fingers, and you have supported me when I needed it most. Now it was my turn to do the same for you, Ryuu, he finished, smiling calmly, although of course, this could not be seen by the woman in his arms. You're a fool, she told him, burying her face in the white-haired man's shoulder, moistening it with the flow of her tears. Now that I've caught you, I'm never letting you go, Belle thought. And so a few minutes passed without separating from each other. A few moments later. We're in a safe zone, or so I think, Ryuu said, shivering slightly from the cold. I saw something resembling a Colosseum up here, but it was destroyed in the explosion, Belle reported, still trembling. Belle, if we don't get heat, we'll freeze to death, said the elf, somewhat embarrassed, ignoring what had been said before. I know our clothes are soaked, he replied. She, with her cheeks completely red, made a rather daring request. You take off your top clothes, and I'll do the same, he said, looking away. Huh? Came out of Belle's mouth. It's to give us body heat. If we don't, we'll die. Ryuu yelled at her, completely red. Oh, okay, the boy answered, in the same way as his companion. Belle removed his chest and shirt, Ryuu his torn blouse, as well as the green cape. The two of them lay down close together. If you open your eyes, I'll kill you, Ryuu said, since she was facing away from Belle, who was wrapping her in his arms and had his torso pressed against her back, like a spoon. I won't. the white-haired man replied, closing his eyes tighter. Both of their heartbeats increased dramatically. We have to rest, we don't know how long this will be without monsters, and we must find a way back, reported the elf. Yes, Belle agreed. The two closed their eyes, sleeping deeply, tiredness had finally taken its toll. We found them. A familiar voice shouted in the distance. Let's go. Several shouted as they ran in his direction. They were Wilf, Aisha, Haraham, Makoto, Lily, Daphne, Cassandra and some of the Xenos, Lid and Ray. As they approached, they saw the couple hugging each other and shaking, with no sign of waking up anytime soon. Let's take them. Aisha ordered without time to make a joke about the compromising scene. We made it, we just have to go back, Makoto said, sighing. If it weren't for that stranger who killed the amphisbana on the 25th floor, we would have died, Daphne answered, remembering the figure of that man who defeated the two-headed dragon with monster speed and strength. He didn't let him do anything, he beat him up, a damn floor manager, and out of nowhere he disappeared. Anyway, let's go back to the others and get lost, Wilf said, carrying his partner. The Amazon carried Ryuu. The white rabbit will protect the delicate flower with his own life, with his own body, from the coming calamity, from the pain of past events. He will not leave her alone, he will not abandon her, and both will rise from the clutches of darkness, thus managing to illuminate the world. Cassandra remembered her premonition when she saw them together. And so, they all went away with the intention of climbing again after that eventful expedition, which, at least, they completed. Chapter 8. Calm after a hectic adventure. In Ryuu's mind. The elf found herself in a white endless background, with nothing else, just her and the eternal void that seemed to have no end. A small, complaining sound came out of her mouth as she opened her eyes and held her head. The brightness that was directed toward her face made it impossible for her to see clearly. Where am I? He asked, standing up. He turned around and came across the aforementioned. His face tightened and his gaze sharpened. What is this place? He asked again, feeling a little desperate. What's going on? I'm supposed to be with Belle in the deep floors. He rescued me, he said in his mind, recalling the events that had recently taken place. He jumped in to save me, she whispered, her heart rate increasing. Ryuu's voice was present where he was supposed to be, desolate. The elf instinctively turned to the call after coming out of her thoughts, which were focused on a single person, the one who came to save her hero. When he came face to face with that voice, his impression grew, even more than when he woke up. Irake Kagaya, he said, feeling scared seeing those girls. You might wonder why she felt afraid. And the answer is simple. Whenever she saw them, nightmares would arise, and she would wake up jumping out of bed. The weight of their deaths continued to weigh on his soul, his mind, his heart. No, please, no, no more nightmares, he thought, clenching his right hand tightly. You did well, Ryuu said, the pink-haired hobbit, approaching where Ryuu was. When did you grow so tall? The oriental-looking girl asked, smiling from ear to ear as she walked in his direction. Ryuu began to move away instinctively, the trembling of his legs prevented him from doing so in a good way, he felt like they could melt, as if they were jelly. Wait, the girl stretched her palm forward, trying to stop him from advancing. However, it was in vain. Don't hurt me, don't say cruel things, please, please, she begged, closing her eyes and having a kind of memory suddenly hit her, which showed everything she lived with them on that damn day. Tears flowed again, the memory came back to torment her. Ryuu had prepared for the worst, he squeezed his eyelids shut. The seconds seemed to drag on until. Huff. Huh? She said as she felt a strong pressure enveloping her body. Opening his eyes again, he looked down and noticed it. Lyra hugged her. I'll follow, Kagaya said, doing the same as the hobbit. He wrapped his arms around the elf's back. What does it mean, he tried to ask, however, his words were stopped in an instant. Finally you understood the reason for our decision, Kagaya said, with tears in her eyes, taking her former partner's cheek with the palm of her left hand, with the aim of being face to face. You're a fool, Ryuu, it took you too long to understand the reason why we saved you that day, added the little pink-haired girl, raising her face, for obvious reasons she was shorter than the person she was hugging. What are you referring to? Ryuu asked, still in surprise. That day, the reason we saved you was not so that you could live your life as you had been doing until today, full of remorse and self-hatred, we did it so that you could have it tomorrow and be happy, replied the black-haired girl. We wanted our little companion to get her happy ending, not for you to sink into darkness, Lyra continued. I am sorry, Ryuu's heart ached, for the simple fact of not having fulfilled her friend's last dream. His legs finally gave way and he couldn't stand another minute. I took revenge, I killed the entire Rudder family, I secluded myself, I forgot my justice, I locked myself so much in my past, in my pain of not having been able to save them, that I lost my way in life, she said, crying excessively. Her heart was letting out all that pent-up suffering. That doesn't matter now, Kagaya interrupted her, crouching down and getting down to her eye level. That pain, that suffering, in the end, will continue to be part of your life, of your story, however, it is not over yet, said the Oriental. You have a long way to go, people to protect, and with whom to draw a smile on your face again, with whom to be happy again, Lyra added. Girls, the elf's dull gaze regained its color at those words. In his mind, the image of the people who have become important in his life appeared. Sir. Chloe. Lunwar. Eyes. Mamma mia. The girls from the bar, with whom he had been hanging out recently, were the first to be spotted. The Lady of Abundance, her home. You see? You must no longer cling to the past. If you do, you'll miss out on the beautiful present you've built and the bright future that awaits you, Kagaya advised, taking the elf's hand and pulling her to her feet. Break your chains. The sound of something metallic was heard. Free your wings. The great weight was lifted from his shoulders, leaving only a warm feeling. But the doubt remained within his being, within his soul. We'll stay here, Lyra pointed to the right side of her friend's chest. We will always be in your heart, we don't ask you to forget us, we don't ask you to bury the past, we just ask that you get over it, move on, don't look back for past regrets, do it to relive happy moments, Kagaya continued. The great peace filled Ryu's body after these words. She obtained forgiveness from beyond her companions. A strong breeze blew past and hit her face, moving her hair. I think it's time to go, Lyra warned, taking a step back. They both came together and looked at Ryu. Thank you so much for everything, thank you so much for being my companions, for being my family, said the green-haired elf, smiling and shedding small tears, with the detail that this time they were tears of happiness. We were both lucky, so don't forget Ryu, little Ryu, be happy, Kagaya expressed. The wind was stronger after this, what looked like tree leaves began to fly everywhere. Goodbye girls, thanks for everything, the girls said goodbye. Kagaya and Lyra's bodies were fading away, although that didn't stop the latter from saying a few last words. By the way. Good luck with that white-haired boy. Make him fall for your feminine charms. It shows he really loves you. The pink-haired girl shouted loudly. Ryu's cheeks turned a deep crimson color. Oh? He asked. Both women laughed. What are you supposed to be talking about? Belle and I, he shouted, but the force in that question was gradually losing strength. You can't lie to us. They answered. There's nothing like that between Belle and me. She answered them, completely red. For a moment, he pushed aside his embarrassment thanks to a doubt that filled his mind. Wait. Where's allies? He asked about the Redeed, former captain of the Está family and one of his best friends, like both women from before. Goodbye Ryu. They said goodbye without paying attention to the poor desperate kicks that their friend gave when trying to deny her obvious nascent feelings that were about to blossom, as well as to the question that the elf asked. Why wasn't allies here, she questioned herself. Back to the real world. What came out of his lips as he slowly opened his eyes. His body felt sore and numb in some areas, however, even though that was his condition, he got up and sat on the bed where he was. You finally wake up Ryu. A familiar voice shouted. Sir? He named her. Suddenly and without warning, she was embraced by her companion and friend. Fool. Sir shouted repeatedly, increasing the strength of his hug. Do you have any idea how much you worried me? She asked as the tears continued to flow. I am sorry, sir, the elf apologized, letting herself be hugged without any objection. That doesn't matter anymore, the main thing now is that you're okay, the human calmed down, wiping her eyes and removing all traces of moisture. I'm back, Ryu smiled. After his encounter and resolution, he could finally say with certainty and peace of mind that he was where he wanted to be. Seconds passed until he remembered something important. Or rather, the someone. SSR. Where's Belle? He asked with great concern, reacting almost the same as when he broke the glasses at the bar on that not-so-distant occasion. Belle? The grey-haired girl asked upon hearing the where Ryu named that boy. Yes. Is she okay? Where is she? Did nothing happen to her? The onslaught of questions only increased with the delay Sir took in giving her answer. Calm down. He's fine. He's in the other room, recovering from his wounds, he's not awake yet. Aramid said she would come tell us when he opens his eyes, Sir replied, calming her friend's unbridled fear. Ryu threw himself back onto his bed. The intense concern dissipated when he heard what he wanted to hear. He gave a long sigh. It's okay, he's okay, she whispered. The news filled her with happiness, so much so that a beautiful, sweet smile spread across her lips. Sir, for his part, took her hand and looked at her with a complicated look. The color of your soul has changed, he thought. How has it been 5 years? The scream broke the whole atmosphere. Ryu stood up. That was Belle, he whispered. Why yes, it seems that she has already woken up, Sir responded, but stopped her words when she saw the elf stand up. I have to go see him, he declared. Wait, Ryuu. Why you can't leave the bed? The gray-haired woman tried to stop her without any success. I have to go see him. I want to see for myself that he's okay, Ryuu declared. At this, Sir gave up his poor attempt to stop her. Okay, he replied. After the answer, Ryuu left the room at full speed. Being in total solitude, the waitress of the Lady of Plenty had time to think. Yes, I definitely can't allow that to happen, she said in her mind, full of determination. A completely serious and intimidating frown appeared on the girl's thin face, just as a purple glow emanated from her gray eyes. In Belle's room. Where am I? The white-haired man asked, not recognizing the place. He reached out to feel the surface where he lay, or at least he tried. What is this? He said when he realized the impossibility of moving his right arm. He lifted what appeared to be a blanket and looked at the arm. There he saw what looked like a metal harness. That was the device that was causing the problem. I'm in a bed, I have a harness on my right arm. Yes, I'm definitely in a hospital, but how the hell did I get here? He questioned himself. I see you're finally awake, said a certain person, after opening the door to the room. Hermes-sama. Belle named the presence at his side, the god Hermes. Yes, it's me, I have to watch you, the other girls almost killed me for asking for an appointment to see you, Hermes replied, approaching and sitting on the side of the bed. How are you feeling? Better. I have to admit, when Aisha arrived and said they found you passed out in the lower floors, I was a little scared. I thought you weren't going to make it. But hey. Here you are. The god declared, with his typical joy. Did they find me unconscious? The boy asked, however, before doing so, fear abounded in his being. He jerked his back up. Hermes-sama. Where is Ryuu? Is he alright? Wasn't he with me? He questioned at high speed, waving the deity with his only free arm. Calm me down, Belle. Calm down. Hermes tried to calm him down. I can't be calm. I can't be calm. If something happened to Ryuu, Belle shouted with pain in his heart. He didn't want anything bad to have happened to the beautiful elf. I promised to save him. Before finishing that statement, he was interrupted. Laugh. Ryuu is fine. Calm down. Hermes shouted after slapping him. Sorry for hitting you, but I started to feel like you were about to tear my shoulders off, he added, twisting his arms and stretching his neck. I'm sorry, I lost my cool, I shouldn't have done it, it's just I don't want anything bad to happen to Ryuu, he answered, regaining his sanity and looking down. Hermes noticed the tone of voice and the attitude the young man took after that statement. Belle, she's fine, don't worry, however, there's one detail you should know, the god commented. A detail? What is it? The white-haired man asked, tilting his head. It's been 5 years since that, Hermes replied, changing his attitude to a serious one, contrary to the normal one. How has it been 5 years? Belle shouted as if he had received some very shocking news. Stop bothering the patients, said a certain silver-haired girl, hitting Hermes on the head with her cane. 5. Ouch. Why are you doing that, Hermes? The god asked, rubbing his head. If you came here just to bother him, I'm going to ask him to leave, the doctor declared. Yeah, sorry, anyway I have to let everyone know that he's awake, Hermes was saying until a voice interrupted him. Belle. Named the long-awaited voice that Belle had wanted to hear since he woke up. Ryuu, he named her as she stood right in front of him. The elf was wearing simple clothes and she was also covered in gauze on her arms and some on her face and ear. She ran to where he was and hugged him. Ryuu, he said his name again. Thank you for saving me, really, said the elf, burying her face in the chest of her savior, her hero. Belle's heart leapt. Her cheeks turned red. His arms instinctively wrapped around the girl. I couldn't let anything happen to you, the young man replied. I didn't want to lose you, he added, not caring how terribly bold the words were. I want to continue seeing the beautiful fairy smile, I want to continue seeing you day after day, Ryuu, he continued, closing his eyes in an expression of pure happiness. I want to be your hero, he finished. It's something like that scene, only without the adventurer clothes. I feel uncomfortable, Hermes thought, due to the cloying nature of the reunion she was witnessing. Belle, what are you saying? Were the only words he could get out. She, after leaving aside the joyful atmosphere that came from knowing about the good health of the man in her arms, realized the compromising and romantic scene she was starring in with the aforementioned man. I hope I'm not interrupting something. A shrill voice demanded, snapping them out of their bubble. Hey Kami-sama, Belle said, with Ryuu still in his arms. It was Belle's little goddess, Hestia. I hope I'm not interrupting something, he declared with a furious look and a vein popping out on his forehead. Realizing this, the elf and the human quickly separated. Excuse me. Ryuu shouted. He tried to excuse himself, but he couldn't find any argument to justify his actions, which is why he decided that the best option was to make a strategic retreat. Sorry for what I said, Ryuu. Bell apologized. He realized how out of place his words had been. But bipolarity. Hestia-sama, I'll leave you with him, I have to attend to other patients, Hermid warned, leaving the room in the same manner. The door closed and Goddess and Sun were left in total solitude. Bell, what were you doing with that waitress? Hestia asked with a gloomy face and a threatening tone of voice. Hey Kami-sama, Bell swallowed after saying that. You haven't even been awake for 10 minutes and you're already flirting with a girl. The little goddess complained angrily. I wasn't flirting. The white-haired man replied, defending himself against such an accusation. I definitely can't deny that at all, he lamented. The argument continued unabated, each time Hestia brought up another complaint even if it was months old. Outside the room. The Hestia family and Ryuu were there, hearing the commotion caused by Hestia and Bell. I'm really sorry, Ryuu apologized. You have nothing to apologize for, they are always like that, Wilf replied. And not because of that, I imagine it must have been difficult to reach the deep floors to save us, if I hadn't been there, the elf commented. Leave that aside, the circumstances presented themselves like this and we can't complain, especially seeing that everything went well. Besides, we all agreed to save you when we knew something was happening, said the blacksmith, trying to calm the girl's worries. Lily thinks it was suicide, however, it was also something we couldn't avoid. Bell-sama was going to do everything possible to help her because she's a girl, Lily declared, remembering what Bell said when he rescued her. Because I'm a girl. She tilted her head. That's what he told Lily when he saved her, the hobbit replied. And me him added. I see, was the answer given by Ryuu. Let's leave that for later, Wilf interrupted. The screams stopped, Mikoto reported. I see you're feeling better, Hermid explained her views on her patient's health. Why yes, I feel fine, replied the elf. I think I can sign you up if you want, the silver-haired woman gave the possibility. That would be fantastic, I want to go see the girls at the bar, they must be very worried about me, Ryuu said at the suggestion. Well, it's done, yes, dress well, I don't think an elf should be wearing such thin clothes, that's my opinion, Hermid finished, turning around and continuing with her work. She was right, Ryuu's clothes were ripped. Here you are, Ryuu. Sir named, approaching her. Here, I brought you some clothes, she held out a simple white dress. Thank you very much, sir, he thanked. Let's go home, said the girl. Yes, was the elf's brief response, glancing at the door that connected to the room of the boy who had made his way into her heart. He ran through the streets after leaving the hospital, toward his home, that bar full of misfits and dangerous girls he considered family. Behind her, Sir watched her and couldn't help but feel happy for her. And the Lady of Plenty, after the reunion. Ryuu had returned to the Lady of Abundance after her stay at the hospital, all the girls rushed to hug her and cried with joy at seeing their friend safe and sound. Mamma Mia sent her to her room to finish recovering and get enough rest before returning to work, however, after a few hours, the girl came down. Mamma Mia, the dwarf was called by one of her waitresses. What's wrong, Ryuu? He asked when he saw the newly arrived elf, who had caught his attention. IIW, what's happening is that Bell, the words couldn't be said. Bell? Since when do you call the boy that? He questioned her, with a malicious smile, the same one Aisha uses when she annoys him. Sorry, see Cranel-san, he corrected his way of naming him. The dwarf sighed. You fell in love with him, didn't you? Her anesthetized question was asked. Ryuu's cheeks turned crimson. I don't, with embarrassment at its peak, I couldn't even form a word. You can't lie to me, if you're not honest with me, I won't help you with what you wanted to ask me, Mamma Mia ordered with a withering look. Ryuu's stuttering became much worse, and after a few minutes, he tried to gather his courage and formulate his answer, he was able to calm down. How could I not fall in love with him? He was my hero, he believed in me, he saved me when I needed it most, she answered, with a warm feeling in her chest, specifically the left side, where the heart is located, which she had her right hand on top of. I love Bell, he added. Although I feel like I've betrayed Sir, he concluded, squeezing that spot. Betraying her best friend, falling in love with a man she was interested in. She felt like a bad friend. Sometimes we must be selfish, especially when it comes to our own happiness. Anyway, neither of you are with him yet, so it will be a competition. The dwarf declared, placing her hand on her worker's shoulder. But tell me what your request is, we don't have time for these long pauses, he added, breaking the atmosphere. I would like to make a bento for Bell, he replied, blowing smoke out of his head. He's staying a couple more days at the insect family headquarters, and I'd like to visit him and prepare some food for him, she explained the reasons that led her to do so. Mamma Mia opened her eyes wide. This girl with a job serves food, if I let her cook nothing good can happen, he thought. However, her determination and her excited face prevented him from rejecting her. He sighed heavily. Okay, after the clients leave, I want you here, he replied. Thank you so much, Mamma Mia. I won't let you down. she replied, full of determination and with a sparkle in her eyes. After that, she left the kitchen and went up to her room. She still had to rest from her injuries. That clears all doubts, so she fell in love with him too, sir, repeated with mixed feelings and a complicated expression. Chapter 9. Achievement unlocked and a healing heart. In the previous chapter. I would like to make a bento for Belle, he replied, blowing smoke out of his head. He's staying a couple more days at the insect family headquarters, and I'd like to visit him and prepare some food for him, she explained the reasons that led her to do so. Mamma Mia opened her eyes wide. This girl with a job serves food, if I let her cook nothing good can happen, he thought. However, her determination and her excited face prevented him from rejecting her. He sighed heavily. Okay, after the clients leave, I want you here, he replied. Thank you so much, Mamma Mia. I won't let you down, she replied, full of determination and with a sparkle in her eyes. After that, she left the kitchen and went up to her room. She still had to rest from her injuries. A few hours later in the Lady of Plenty. Good. I hope you're ready because I won't be gentle at all, the dwarf warned, puffing out her chest and placing both hands on her hips. I'm in your care, Mamma Mia, Ryuu replied without any doubt in his being. Okay, since you're a beginner, we'll start by cooking something you definitely can't screw up, Mamma Mia said. I'm a little offended by that comment, she expressed to the elf with her cheeks a little flushed from what she had said before. It's not incorrect or even an insult, it's the truth. When you started as a waitress, I got fed up with scolding you for all the dishes you broke. I want you to at least be a little better at cooking. After all, you can't be worse than Sir, declared the boss of the place, laughing slightly because she knew very well the little or no ability of the silver-haired girl when it came to cooking. I think you're right about that. At least, I want to cook at least something edible, the waitress agreed. Okay, first things first, I need you to get these ingredients from the storeroom, Mamma Mia said, handing him a small recipe written on paper. She took it and read what was necessary for the preparation of the meal. Ingredients. Water. Dried Wacom seaweed. Miso. Tofu. Leek. Spring onion. Soba noodles. Mamma Mia, what are we cooking? Ryuu asked, since he didn't know the dish, or rather, it had never been served in that place. Miso soup. You don't know it. It's a very common and easy dish to make, that's the reason why we don't serve it here. Even a 5-year-old could make it, Mia replied, grabbing a pot and some knives. I haven't heard of her, the elf whispered. Too bad, they say that all kinds of soup are good for the sick and wounded, commented the dwarf, attracting the girl's attention even more. Then I'll hurry and get the ingredients, Ryuu declared, walking towards the cellar behind the restaurant. As she walked away, her instructor watched her with a small smile. What happened to that serious and cold elf from earlier? He wondered, then filled the aforementioned pot with water. During preparation, Ryuu had returned with the described ingredients and was waiting for the next instructions. Before starting, wash and chop the spring onion, leek, tofu and seaweed. Try to keep them in small pieces so that they are easy to chew. Meanwhile, I will be careful that the water does not boil too much and evaporate, so let's get to work, Mamma Mia explained, going to her workstation just like the apprentice. The girl grabbed a wooden board and a knife, holding the latter in a somewhat very dangerous manner. What the hell do you think you're doing? The dwarf asked when she saw her waitress pointing the knife at the spring onion, as if she wanted to stab it. I've already finished washing the ingredients, I was just about to cut them, the elf replied, turning around with the sharp object in her hands. A strong blow was given to his head. What was that for, Mamma Mia? She asked, rubbing the place where the punch had been given. You're going to chop a damn spring onion, not assaulted. Hold that damn knife tight. And so went the first scolding from the extremely strict culinary arts teacher to her inexperienced companion. The message was received and heeded. He wrapped his fingers around the handle of the utensil and began to cut very slowly. How do I know what the ideal size is to cut this thing into pieces? He wondered. I'll make it as thin as possible. If I ask Mamma Mia that kind of question, she might scold me again. Come on, Ryuu. We can do this, she said to herself, encouraging herself. Tack 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 tack. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board could be clearly heard behind the dwarf, who was in charge of the miso broth, since she wouldn't trust the fool behind her to calculate it. It seems like he's got the hang of it, judging by the sound of it. At least we can say he's got a good handle on the knife, he opined, simply letting the noise carry him away. The minutes passed and Mamma Mia dissolved the miso with a little of the water that was in a small glass. Ryuu continued cutting the ingredients until he finally finished. Everything's ready, he announced, looking at his boss, hoping to receive her approval on that subtask. Let's see how you did, he said, turning and approaching her position. When he came across it, he couldn't feel anything but a vein popping out of his forehead. Ryuu, how the hell did it cross your mind that this could be an ideal size for chewing? Mia asked, taking an extremely thin slice of leek. Isn't that size okay? The elf questioned, feeling threatened. These things are so thin that just the passage of air will make them fly away. Do it again? The dwarf shouted, hitting her head again. Like a scolded dog, he went back to the cellar for more tofu, leek, spring onion and seaweed. As she walked away, something caught Mia's attention. The girl had several cuts on her fingers. He's really trying, he commented. He sighed a little at that. She's not one of those that you can teach if you're not paying attention to her performance. I've noticed that after just a few minutes with her, he observed. And that's how she decided to act like a mother and teach a little boy. Ryuu returned with the ingredients and was surprised by the new attitude adopted by his boss, who seemed calmer, as well as kind. Step by step, he explained the appropriate size of ingredients for one person's consumption, showing him an example by cutting a small part of each item. The elf picked up the pace and continued on her own, while Mia kept an eye on her. Wasting food was not something they could afford to do, she is a restaurant owner after all. As time went by, she got better and better. She no longer cut her fingers and seemed calmer, thanks to her instructor's change in attitude. He finished that task and Mia explained to him step by step what was next. He added the seaweed to the pot that already contained the miso, stirring it for 5 minutes until the flavor of the seaweed permeated the broth. Next was the tofu, spring onion, and the previously cut leek. Using the knife, he pushed the pieces of the board into the pot and stirred with a wooden spoon, trying to make sure it didn't all accumulate in one place. The elf's smile never disappeared during that entire moment. She truly looked like a little girl achieving her first milestone after so much effort. Here, while we wait, Mia offered a small plate with chopped carrots. Thank you very much, the elf thanked, taking one and putting it in her mouth. So tell me, do you have anything planned to win the boy's heart? Or will you only do it with food? The dwarf asked bluntly. Ryuu's cheeks turned a bright red. It's not like I have anything planned, I'm not someone who has any kind of experience in this, I'm not a very effeminate girl like Sir, nor as adorable as the Renard of her family, I don't know what I stand out in to even consider competing for her love, she replied, losing her excitement. The dwarf noticed this and decided to intervene. The beautiful fairy, he said. Huh? The girl said, tilting her head slightly. If I had to count all the times I've heard that boy describe you that way, I wouldn't have enough fingers on my hands, he added. Ryuu blushed again, since the day after what happened with the Xenos, when Belle woke up, that was the way she was named. So that makes you happy, Mamma Mia said, with a certain mocking tone in her words. The girl took the cutting board and used it to cover her face, she didn't want to be seen like that. Although doubt aided her. Slowly lowering the wooden plank and revealing the red on her face, she was ready to ask her question. Do you really see me that way? She asked, trying to corroborate the information, hugging the board and trying her best to hide her serious attitude. Yes, seriously, that was his impression too when he first met you. I don't miss a single detail about this place, she reported, full of pride about it. The elf's heart leaped, but before she could smile, she turned around, looking at the pot of almost ready food, and placed one of her palms on her blushing cheeks. A few moments later. The miso soup was finished, all that was needed was Mia's approval. Ryuu served a small plate, from which a rich smell and visible steam emanated. He stretched out his hand and the dwarf grabbed it. She took a deep breath to capture the scent. So far everything looks good, let's see how good it tastes, he said. He took a spoon, previously given to him by the elf, and dipped it into the thick broth, a characteristic that was not bad in this type of soup. When I lifted it up again, there was broth and bits of spring onion, leek, seaweed, and tofu. He directed it to his mouth to perform the golden test. Please, let everything go well, I did everything to the letter, the waitress begged, covering her face. The dwarf chewed for a few seconds and swallowed. How was it? Ryuu asked, with a tremble in his voice. The boss stood up, looking down at her. Mamma Mia. She was named. You passed the test. You officially know how to cook miso soup. She said with glee and a smile. Did I pass? Did I make it? He questioned, unable to believe it. Yeah. So I think that guy will love your food. I'll give you the day to go visit him. Although if you want to help us, I won't complain, the boss declared, ruffling her waitress's hair. She looked at her with eyes full of overflowing joy. Thank you very much, Mamma Mia. He thanked. Good. Go to sleep. You have a few hours before dawn. Use them to rest. You had a rough experience too, Mamma Mia ordered. I'll do that, sorry if it's repetitive but, seriously, thank you very much, he thanked her again sincerely. After that little chat and long cooking lesson, she went to sleep with a lot of happiness inside her body. Mia was sitting in one of the chairs by the bar, waiting for Ryuu's door to close. Boom. The sound of wood crashing came. You can come out now, he said on the air. Footsteps were heard behind him. I see that she is getting happier and happier, the aforementioned commented. Yes, Erlan aimed, turning in her direction. I'm glad to see you like this, you know. He said calmly. Stop beating around the bush and talk, Freya, the dwarf ordered, frowning. You see. Early the next morning. Naya. What smells so good, Naya? A certain brown-haired catgirl asked as she came down the stairs. It smells delicious, Naya. Did Mamma Mia make us breakfast, Naya? Chloe asked a question too. You think so? I think you could try it if the person who cooked it wants to invite you, replied the dwarf, who was heating the soup. The one who cooked it? Didn't you, Mamma Mia? Lunwar asked with pleasant surprise. She didn't know anyone other than the owner of the place herself who could make food that smells so delicious. I made it myself, Ryuu answered, with a kind of thermos, an empty plate and a spoon. Our Ryuu prepared it, Naya. Anya couldn't believe it. Yes, it was her, anyway. If you don't hurry, someone else might beat you to the boy's visit or give him breakfast there, Mia warned the elf. That's true, I'm sorry, I have to go, see you later. Ryuu said goodbye, taking the aforementioned and leaving in a hurry. Naya? Why are you leaving, Naya? And with clothes to go out, Naya? I thought you only had Naya your work uniform, Naya, and adventurer uniform, Naya. Several questions flooded Anya's head. I want lots of days off too, Naya, like Ryuu, Naya. Chloe declared angrily. Win them over then, in the meantime, clean up because it's almost time to open, said the dwarf with a threatening look, making the three girls swallow and avoid continuing to harass their boss with questions. Hey, Ryuu looked very happy. Where is she going? The human whispered to her companions. Don't you have a date, Naya? The dark-haired catgirl threw out as an option. The three of them stood there thinking. Nay, I doubt it, nay, I doubt it, Naya. They gave their opinion to leave the subject alone. I don't see you working. They received a scolding from Mamma Mia. We're coming, Naya. They finished cleaning the tables and the floor. Headquarters of the Dian sect family. Ryuu walked a little uneasily as she felt several glances directed at her, not because they knew her identity as a criminal or anything like that, but rather because of the simple fact of wearing different clothes. I didn't think I'd ever get to wear these clothes Sir gave me a while back. I never liked them. Besides, leaving work for reasons that didn't involve fighting wasn't something I'd done since I started working at the Lady of Plenty, he thought, trying to ignore the others. He entered the large headquarters where Belle was recovering and headed towards the area where a certain silver-haired girl was attending. Excuse me, the elf called the healer's attention. Ryuu. I almost didn't recognize you, Hermid said, perplexed by the appearance of the girl who had been in that same place a day ago. Why wouldn't I recognize her? Simple, she was wearing what looked like a white dress, fitted at the waist but loose at the top and bottom, giving it a certain sense of freedom. It was decorated with a small purple ribbon at the neck and on the left side of the hip. Why yes, I can imagine, with this kind of clothes, it's not my style, she responded, somewhat embarrassed. On the contrary, it suits you very well, it's just strange to see you like this. Leaving that aside, are you coming to see him? He should be sleeping right now, but I can let you in to see if he wakes up by any chance. Is that okay? Hermid informed her, leaving the desk and guiding her. Ryuu, who was behind her, thanked her and walked. Have you eaten yet? The green-haired girl asked, straight to what mattered to her, or the second thing, since the white-haired young man was more important than her food at that moment. I see you made some food for him, you're lucky, he hasn't eaten because he hasn't woken up, so it's all yours, replied the silver-haired girl, winking at him. I hope you like it, Belle, he thought, gripping the thermos tightly. In Belle's room. The aforementioned man lay lying down, still with the device on his right arm to prevent a sudden movement from damaging him further. Don't make too much noise, his family couldn't come because they have to resolve some matters regarding their expedition, or so I was told, so I think you have a lot of time alone with him, Hermid announced, letting Ryuu in. Thank you very much, I'll take care of it, replied the elf, reassured to see her hero sleeping peacefully. The doctor nodded and left the room, closing the door behind her. Ryuu approached the bed, but not before placing the thermos of soup, the plate and the bunk bed on the small table at the side of it. I won't serve it now, it will get cold, I'll wait for him to wake up, she told herself in her mind. She took the chair that was in the room, placed it next to where Belle was sleeping and sat down, looking at him with a tranquility and happiness that was unusual for the elf. It's like a few days ago, you lying down, resting after doing everything possible to achieve your goals and save everyone, was his opinion. Always striving to be a hero, even though sometimes there are those who don't deserve it like me, he added, fading a little. I've killed and hurt so many people, but you still saved me, she continued, shedding tears of happiness. Just when I had lost hope of living, you lit up my world. He reached out and touched Belle's fine white hair. Seriously, thank you very much, Belle, she thanked, her crying getting worse. Suddenly the white-haired man frowned. Came out of his mouth. The sweat on his forehead increased and his face grew more uncomfortable. Belle? Ryuu named him. His breathing became increasingly heavy, so much so that the sound of air being inhaled and exhaled could be heard. "Bell, what's wrong?" she asked, shaking him a little. I have to win," the boy whispered, his voice almost breaking. "Bell, wake up, she was trying to get him to open his eyes, it was like that time he was having nightmares. "Ryuu, no, don't go," Bell said, tears falling from his eyes and running down his cheekbones. "Please, no, I don't want to lose you," he added in the same way as before. Ryuu opened her eyes wide at the shock of being named in her dreams. "Please stay with me, I'll save you, I have to save you," the nightmare continued. You didn't have to be a genius to know what he was dreaming about. Memories of the deep floors. From the Juggernaut. From Lambton. From the dark void where Ryuu planned to end his life with the intention of ensuring that Bell survived. "Calm down, Bell, I'm here, you saved me, you were my hero," Ryuu said, trying to calm him down again. "What do I do?" He's sweating more and more and he's starting to move all over the place. If he hurts his arm with a sudden movement, it'll be my fault. I have to stop him. That fear welled up in her. What do I do? Wait. He remembered something. Sooner rather than later, she took the boy's free hand in both of hers, one on the bottom and one on top. Bell's breathing slowed. His heart rate dropped. His words ceased. After a couple of seconds, during which the young man held the elf's hands more tightly, she finally returned to normal. Ryuu sighed with relief. He released one of his hands and directed it to Bell's head. "Everything's okay," he said, stroking her hair without letting go of his grip with his other hand. A smile spread across Bell's white face. In response to this, the same thing happened to the girl who was taking care of him on this occasion. "Your smile soothes my soul," he whispered. The minutes passed and little by little Ryuu became a victim of the fatigue of not having slept well while cooking. Without letting go of Bell, her head tilted slightly until it touched the side of the bed, right next to the boy's torso, falling asleep instantly. A couple of hours later. That sound came from Bell, who was waking up. I slept too long, I'm starving," was the first thing he said when he felt his stomach growl. Why do I feel something warm on my left hand?" he wondered, sensing human warmth in that area. He lowered his gaze slowly, and that was where he saw her. Ryuu. The aforementioned woman never let go of him, sleeping with a smile on her face, lying sideways and with her face pointing towards the distal side of the headboard. What is she doing here, he wondered. He didn't want to move too much because he might wake her up. "I have to admit it's embarrassing to be conscious while holding a beautiful girl's hand. Last time at least I had the excuse that I was asleep," he thought, blushing at the touch of skin on skin. "There shouldn't be anything wrong with that," as she said she didn't mind me touching her, although she's practically the one who grabbed me, right? He wondered, not being sure that was the case. When his nerves finally calmed down, he looked closely at the girl at his side. The dress, she looks really beautiful, radiant, he thought, his heart beating 1,000 times a minute again. "Like a flower in spring, no, like a beautiful fairy," he added, emphasizing the way he called her that remained present. He turned his head to his right side. "Plate thermos spoon brought me food," the dots connected. Bell. He named him, raising his head. Hi, Ryuu, he greeted, laughing nervously. She rubbed her right eye with her fist on that same side. Upon reintegrating into the real world, no longer the world of dreams, he realized that they were still holding on. He felt sorry and instinctively let go. Sorry, Bell," he shouted with his ears completely red. "And no problem, I had another nightmare, right? I should thank you for trying to keep me under control, so thank you very much," he replied, smiling at her like only he knows how. It's nothing, if I can help you, I will gladly do so," he said in response to the above. Grrrrrr. The growling of the stomach made its unwelcome appearance. "Sorry, I haven't eaten anything since last night and I'm starving," Bell warned, looking down and covering his abdomen with his arms. That's why I came. I brought miso soup," Ryuu commented, standing up and heading to the table where he set down what he brought with him. "Miso soup?" The white-haired man tilted his head. "Yes, Mamma Mia says it's good for the wounded and sick, and I believe her," she replied, while pouring the contents of the container onto the ceramic plate. The young man sat on the bed, waiting for food. "Here you go, say Ryuu asked, stretching the spoon with soup to Bell's mouth. Will you feed me?" he shouted, not expecting that. "It's not easy for me. It's very embarrassing. And however, I don't think you could eat with your other arm like that, it would be difficult for you, I think," the elf answered. After the scolding, Bell realized he had no choice, although he didn't dislike this outcome either. "Okay, you're right," he said. "Oh, okay, so again, say he repeated. Bell opened his mouth. And the food came in. He chewed it and a kind of shine sprang from his body. How are you?" the girl asked. She wanted to know if all her efforts last night had been worth it. "How's it?" "It's delicious. It's the best soup I've ever tasted. He responded with great emotion. There wasn't a single trace of a lie. The elf's spirits plummeted at this. I'm glad you liked it, she replied, incredibly happy. Author's note. Imagine it like this. P.S. Does it burn? When Belle saw her so happy, he could swear that several lights were coming from the girl's body. White lights. Then say ahhh again, Ryuu asked with excitement. She almost looked like an innocent child. Ahhhh. Belle opened his mouth again and the food entered. One more. Ahhhh. Other. Ahhhh. As this was repeated continuously until the contents of the plate were finished, Ryuu looked completely and purely happy. A happiness I haven't felt in years. One that, without knowing it, I longed to recover. And he had succeeded. Small details. Cooking for someone you love. Feed that person. Spend time with him. They are the little things that give life flavor. That purify your heart. And that was exactly what was happening at this very moment. This moment was just theirs. And no one would take them away. The leader of soup later. I feel like I'm going to burst, Belle declared, his stomach full. Sorry, I got excited, Ryuu apologized. No problem, the food was so delicious that it's impossible to throw it up even if I'm full, replied the white-haired man. I can come see you until you recover and make you food if you want, of course, the elf suggested in a low voice. Belle opened his eyes almost to their full circumference. What the hell am I saying? That was so embarrassing. He screamed internally. Ryuu, Belle named her. She turned to him. I look forward to seeing you here again, to be with you and eat your food, he declared, laughing happily. Ryuu's heart leaped. Yes, that's how it will be, Belle, he finished. I'm definitely in love with you. At the Tower of Babel. Freya-sama, are you sure about this? Asked Alan, the member of the aforementioned goddess's family. Yes, so stop questioning me and tell the others. As soon as Ada returns, I will put my plan into action, the goddess replied from her throne, shaking her wine glass. As you command, Freya-sama. Alan retired to carry out the task entrusted to her by her goddess. As soon as he left, a certain girl with long, silver hair approached. Freya-sama named. What's wrong, Helen? The goddess asked. Are you really sure you want to do it? Helen asked. Yes, I am, he replied without a hint of doubt in his words. Staring into space, lost in thought, she concluded. I knew it, there's really no way I'd let that happen, was his last thought after several days of thinking. SS. Protecting romance. Headquarters of the insect family. Welf walked while yawning. He was really tired since he spent the whole night repairing the armor he had made for his companion and which, who knows how, ended up breaking his pride as a blacksmith. How is it that you destroy all the armor I've made for you? I really have a lot to learn if I want to do something worthy of Hephaestus's approval, he thought, scratching the back of his neck and approaching the reception of said place. Excuse me, Hermid, hasn't Belle woken up? The blacksmith asked the doctor. Not yet, he's still sleeping in his room, but someone came to the visit before you. If they don't mind receiving you, you can go and come in. You know where the room is. I'll let you in. I have work to do. The silver-haired woman quickly answered, walking away and heading to the second floor of the hospital. Okay, thanks, the Redeed thanked him, going to his friend's room. Anyone else came to see him? Who could it be? The rest of our family is in a meeting with your Ono-sama about what happened in the deep floors. It seems he knows something we don't. He questioned the identity of the person who visited Belle before him. He walked and arrived at the aforementioned place. Knock knock. He knocked on the door a couple of times without receiving any response. That's strange, if there's supposed to be someone inside besides Belle, why isn't he answering? He asked. He continued to insist, knocking lightly on the door so as not to wake his friend, if he were still sleeping, of course. After several seconds, he decided to go in and see what the situation was. The door creaked as it opened slowly. He poked his head out and that's where he saw him. A smile spread across his face, he looked full of pride. So that's how things are, you really are a Casanova, he said in the lowest tone of voice he could. You might be wondering, what did he see? The answer is simpler than you might imagine. Belle was lying down, Hermid was right about that, he hadn't woken up yet. The reason for his pride lay in the person on the rabbit's left side. It was Ryuu, the elfin waitress of the Lady of Plenty, who was firmly holding Belle's hand, with the side of her head resting on the same bed as him. Although what caught his attention the most was one thing in particular. Why do you look so happy sleeping? He questioned, noticing the smiles on both of their lips. He came to a conclusion. Maybe this was what he needed. I'm not saying that Ryuu is an object to overcome his emotional pain caused by the Princess of the Sword, rather, it would be like a light that accompanies him, and so both of them guide each other on this path towards a life full of grace. After all, both of them deserve to be happy, he said to himself, calmly and happy for his little brother. After this, he slowly closed the door and left them alone. In the hallway, a voice called him. Belle-sama. It was Lily, who was walking with the other girls of the family. How's Belle-sama? Are you okay? Harahim asked with great concern. I'm going in to see him, wait here, Hestia informed, trying to open the door until suddenly her hand was stopped. Huh? He tilted his head in confusion. He's sleeping, I don't think it's wise to disturb him, let's let him rest, Welf warned, although he clearly wasn't lying, and that's why Hestia didn't detect any lie, his intentions in stopping the goddess's advance were definitely different. Welf don't know is right, Hestia-sama, let's let him rest. Mikoto had the same opinion. Okay, then we'll come back later, Hestia said reluctantly, giving in to the suggestions and opinions of the rest of her family. And in that way, everyone left the place, but not before leaving the food that Mikoto had prepared for Belle in the hands of Ermid, who would give it to him when he woke up. Take your time, my good Belle, the Redite thought mockingly, still laughing, though holding back. He turned around to take one last look at the bedroom door and just winked and gave a thumbs up. Ignis the ever-burning protected the romance of the rabbit and the beautiful fairy, thus becoming the hero of that day. Chapter 10. What do we feel? Some time after what happened in the previous chapter. I'm leaving, Mamma Mia, Ryuu said, taking a small basket from the bar and heading for the exit door. Yes, anyway, try not to take too long to arrive, we'll need the extra pair of hands for today, it's the weekend and that's when most people arrive, said the dwarf in response to her waitress's farewell. I promise, Mamma Mia, I won't take long, like before, the elf answered, looking away with a clear blush on her cheeks. Anyway, see you in a few hours, bye, the girl added, leaving the place and closing the door behind her. Inside the bar, Anya, Chloe and Lunwer watched their companion walk away, their faces clearly filled with anger, frustration and, above all, a curiosity that gnawed at their core. Again Bivan, Naya, said Anya. Where will he go, Naya? Chloe asked, sharpening her vision. Now this makes 5 days in a row where he leaves here first thing in the morning to an unknown place, and when he returns at noon after his journey, he looks happier than before, Lunwer declared, holding her chin. Something was definitely not right, it wasn't necessarily bad, however, it caused more and more questions the more she thought about it, without coming up with an answer. The idea that Ryuu Naya has a lover is getting bigger and bigger, Naya, Chloe commented, unable to believe that, most likely, the coldest and most serious woman in the entire bar would get a partner before her. That hit directly at her pride as a girl. I think the same, Naya, but the most important question is, Naya, who could make her fall in love? Naya. Anya questioned herself since she couldn't think of a potential candidate who could even come close to the elf. Seeing her personality and how little she gets along with others, it was also hard to believe that she would get a male friend, much less a boyfriend. The only thing I can think of, the spotlight seemed to turn on above Lunwer's head. You don't mean Naya? To Chloe had the same thought. Naya? Do you know who it could be? Anya asked, looking at both of them repeatedly. The boy with the cute butt, Naya, the black-haired catgirl replied. Naya? Belle? Naya? I doubt it, Naya, always repeat that he will be Sir Naya's husband. The option was discarded sooner rather than later by the brown-haired girl. I think Anya is right, I doubt it's him, seeing how perceptive Sir is and how proud Ryuu is, it's unlikely it's that boy. Lunwer, likewise, dismissed the possibility. If you have enough time to talk about other people's lives, you'll also have enough time to clean the entire restaurant and cook from here until that girl returns, because I'm not going to help you at all, said a voice from behind them. The three of them jumped in fear. They didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Mamma Mia and Naya, the two catgirls whispered in unison. Lunwer remained silent. She knew that statement meant more work for her than for her other classmates. Her motivation? Simple, Lunwer was the one who knew how to cook. Anya and Chloe aren't bad at it, but they're not at the level of a restaurant chef. Get to work now. She shouted at them, and the three of them ran to do what they were supposed to do. The doors of the Lady of Plenty were opened at that very moment. Insect family headquarters, Belle's room. The elf had arrived and was at the reception of the place, approaching the person in charge of the visits, who was Ermid at that time, a healer with whom she had exchanged words very frequently in recent days due to her constant visits. Hey Ryuu, are you coming for the usual? The silver-haired girl asked, taking a quick look at what the aforementioned woman was carrying in her hands. The girl just nodded with her cheeks red, looking away and squeezing the handle of the basket. Ermid laughed a little at this, covering her mouth with her hand. She actually found it quite funny that as the days went by, she continued to get nervous when she told him she wanted to visit Belle. Follow me, he's awake, we haven't fed him because I assumed you would come to do it, I didn't want to steal your moment, the healer declared, leaving the reception and walking with Ryuu behind her. The elf remained silent, following her. Thank you very much, Ermid thanked her in a low voice for the small help he received from her. Ryuu really wanted to eat with him, and he was glad that today was no exception. Although I have to admit that my favorite part was sleeping with him, holding his hand however, it's a good thing that he doesn't suffer from nightmares, so I think I'll have to hold it in, she thought, pouting slightly at her displeasure. Ermid, for her part, only commented in her mind that she found such a scene tender. She's very pretty, that boy has her completely in love, I shouldn't interfere in other people's private lives, but I must admit that I'm interested in knowing how far they will progress, or if the boy has the same feelings for her, the healer said to herself, as if she were a gossipy neighbor. After the exchange of words and the internal dialogues of both women, they finally arrived at Belle's room. All yours, go and take care of your man, Ermid declared, turning around. Am my man? Ryuu asked, completely red, so much so that even the red of Belle's eyes was not enough to compare the shades. You're not fooling anyone. The silver-haired woman responded from a distance, without turning around and without stopping her advance. Why are they all suddenly acting like Lyra and Kaguya? She wondered, her head hanging and feeling like crying from the constant harassment, both from Aisha, who came to the bar every night to talk to her, and now from Ermid. He resigned himself and let the matter go, nothing would ruin the day with Belle. Knock knock knock. Ryuu knocked on the door. You can come in, Ryuu. Belle shouted from the other side, in response to that. Huh? He knew it was me. Could it be that he heard what I said? Terror surged through every fiber of his body, triggered by his scream of my man. Which was provoked by Ermid's statement. His eyes widened and he began to doubt whether to enter or not. However, the desire to see it was stronger. He opened the door slowly and said hello. Hi Belle. How did you know it was me? She asked, praying that his answer wasn't what she imagined. Belle started to laugh a little. I didn't know, I assumed since you're always the first to visit me since I've been here, besides, I wanted it to be you, he replied, and then showed her a sweet smile, gladdening the elf's heart and filling it with relief in the process. So he didn't listen to me. Wait, he said something really embarrassing just now. He wanted me to be the one to visit him. She asked herself, recapitulating the previous words of that boy who seemed carefree after giving a very compromising statement. Grrrr. Belle's stomach growled. Sorry, the white-haired man apologized, looking to the side. Now it was Ryuu who let out a small laugh. I see you're hungry, I'll take care of it, Belle the girl commented, walking in his direction and sitting next to him, as she had done on the 4 occasions before that one. It already seemed like a routine habit for her. Belle looked excited about what Ryuu prepared. On the last visits, the elf had brought different dishes, each one richer than the last, although Makoto from her family is an excellent cook, surprisingly Ryuu was even more so. He didn't know that quality of hers, he could almost swear that the flavor felt like Mamma Mia's food, although of course, if Ryuu said that she cooked it, it's because she was telling the truth. The girl took the basket and from it took out a plate and a container. When she opened the container, all the smells hit Belle and enchanted his sense of smell. It's spaghetti, he said when he saw the food ready to eat. Why yes, I didn't want to make them until I improved my cooking skills. I know it's your favorite food and I didn't want to ruin it by not cooking it properly. I hope I did it right, Ryuu informed, playing with her hair, rolling a strand with her index finger. Ryuu, Belle named her. I've been practicing every night with Mamma Mia, I'm sorry to say until now, but I wanted to do it, he commented. I've never been very good at housework or anything like that, so I've been trying my best to do it. I wanted to do my best for you, she finished, covering her face with her hands. Little by little she lowered them to see the boy's reaction. He stood motionless, speechless and with a small smile, he didn't know what to say. Suddenly his reaction changed. An innocent and joyful smile appeared on her lips. It makes me happy that you've done all that for me, really, thank you very much for everything. The food every day has been delicious, you've taken care of me when I have nightmares before waking up, you are truly someone very valuable to me, Ryuu, without a doubt, I'm glad you're here with me, Belle responded, with a calmness inappropriate for the situation they had gotten into. Ryuu's heart leaped at this. Now it was she who didn't know what to say. Although, some of what the white-haired man said made him feel bad. His nightmares are my fault even if I'm helping him with them, I was the one responsible. This thought lowered her spirits and her floating feelings began to calm down. His ears drooped. Belle noticed but didn't know why. He reviewed what he had replied and realized the reason why his attitude had become that way. Ryuu, it wasn't your fault, he said, approaching her. The elf raised her head. It wasn't your fault, maybe I'm having nightmares, yes, the experience traumatized me, I've never witnessed such brutality, and I deeply regret not being able to save the others, he said, while the girl looked at him attentively. So that bitter experience was for me, he trailed off again. However, I don't regret anything, interrupted Ryuu's train of thought. His attention returned to Belle's words. I don't regret running to you. I don't regret believing in you. I don't regret what I did. And above all, I don't regret having done everything possible to save you, Ryuu, he finished, lowering his hand without realizing where he had placed it. He was so immersed in his speech that he didn't notice that he placed his left hand on top of Ryu's, who was resting on the bed. However, she was just like him, immersed and enchanted by the boy's words, which warmed her being, her heart, her soul. That was the reason they couldn't see the compromising and painful scene Belle had plunged them into. That's why, I don't want you to feel bad, I want to see that smile you've shown so much since we got back. I want you to never suffer again. The Belle, she named him, all of this was too much for her, she felt like throwing herself at him, she could barely contain herself. I want you to be happy. He finished, smiling sweetly at her. That was when all measures of restraint or restraint of the beautiful fairy's feelings were broken. Standing up abruptly from her chair, she hugged him, wrapping her arms behind his neck and placing her face on the left side of his, just above his shoulder. At this, Belle remained motionless, not articulating any phrase or sentence, not even a single sound. Belle, thank you very much, she thanked him. Thank you so much for being my hero, he added. The white-haired man felt small drops wet his shoulder. They were tears. Tears of happiness. Ryuu was truly grateful to him for what he did. Being her hero, he thought, it was the only thing the elf said that echoed in his mind. I was his hero, he added, and then felt an explosion of feelings well up within him. He didn't hold back either, and with his free arm, he responded to the hug. He wrapped it around Ryu's back and rested his chin on her shoulder. I won't let you suffer again, he told her. In that brief moment, from deep within them, that nascent love clicked with its counterpart, breaking down the barriers and doubts that prevented them from expressing it. They gradually moved apart and their faces collided face to face. They both smiled at each other, but when they stopped, their gazes were fixed on each other. No one said anything. No one talked about his moment of weakness. Of the shameful words they said. His whole world was reduced to that room. To that bed. To that person. Both of their cheeks turned a very strong red. The atmosphere was unreal, it felt warm, bright and above all, comfortable. The calm they felt was incomparable, how comforting it was to be next to each other could not be explained with words. Ryuu. Belle. They didn't know why, but they definitely didn't want to lose this tranquility. Belle, I wanted to know if the elf was the first to try to say something. The young man waited for him to finish. Why yes, do you want me to help you eat? It's just that it's getting cold, Ryuu asked, breaking eye contact to point at the freshly served plate. Belle tilted his head. The atmosphere was broken. Why yes, please. The boy nodded, leaving aside what had happened before. He was filled with shame, he couldn't see the girl's face after that touch. Oh okay. I'll take care of it. Ryuu said, twisting his fork to grab the spaghetti. The exact same thought crossed both of their minds. That was too close. Wait, what was too close? Smoke came out of the heads of the two. They shook it and slapped each other's cheeks in perfect synchronization. They said at the same time when they noticed that the other was doing what they were doing. They laughed at this. And then, finally, the food was consumed. Belle opened his mouth and Ryuu brought the fork closer to it. After all, they already had experience with that. The reason? Simple. The beautiful elf has fed the rabbit this way every day since he's been there. The minutes passed and finally ended. They talked about various things, especially Belle, who recounted his family's visits in the evenings and moments before visiting hours ended. He commented that his goddess had dark circles under her eyes from not sleeping much due to the constant meetings with Uranus-sama. Makoto, Welf, Lily and Harahim have given several statements to the guild about what happened in the area of the Great Tree and the City of Water. They told him that a stranger saved them from the amphisbaena, which seemed strange to both of them in the room, since that meant that the person responsible was at least level 5, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to defeat him the way he did. They put the matter aside and Ryuu talked about her experience with Mamma Mia as a cooking teacher. He summed it up as terribly effective. Elle tilted his head in disbelief, so the elf explained that the dwarf, as a teacher, is someone you can learn a lot from, but her methods are very strict. A certain girl from the guild with brown hair and glasses crossed the white-haired man's mind. Ina, his advisor. I have to apologize to her, she'll probably kill me for getting me into trouble again, he said to himself, jotting it down as a reminder. The conversation continued without considering time, something they already considered normal. And he hit me for cutting the ingredients into very thin slices, Ryuu finished, somewhat embarrassed by the memory of that. Ha. I understand you, it's happened to me, but it's really funny that of all people, it happened to you, Belle said, laughing lightly, not mockingly, it was just funny. Don't make fun of me, the girl asked, giving him a pleading and embarrassed look. The white-haired man stopped his words, not because Ryuu asked him to, but because he found her reaction very tender. Linda, he whispered. The elf heard him. I didn't say it in my mind, right. the boy asked, feeling defeated. And no, I heard it loud and clear, he answered the person to whom that question was directed. It makes me happy to know that you think I'm pretty, she added enthusiastically. Sooner rather than later, the boy spoke. It's impossible not to think that you are, why you're like a beautiful fairy, he threw that comparison out again. When Belle did so, Ryuu instinctively remembered what Mamma Mia told him the first night he trained his cooking skills. Is that how you see me, she asked, although she was interrupted. Knock knock knock. The door of the room was knocked. Who could it be? They asked. I'm here to give Belle a final checkup. He can return to his headquarters today, said the voice from the other side. It was Hermod. Come in, you can come in, Belle warned. Before she entered, she gave her answer. Yes, that's how I see you, Ryuu, like a beautiful fairy, said the boy, causing steam to come out of the aforementioned girl's head. The door opened. I see you're having a good time together, and it's almost noon, the silver-haired woman reported. Half a day? Mamma Mia's going to kill me. Ryuu shouted. She had forgotten how long the dwarf had allowed her to be away. I have to go, Belle. I enjoyed being with you, but I have to go. Bye. The girl said goodbye, grabbing her things and running at full speed. It was a great blessing that she was wearing her bar uniform, so she wouldn't waste any important time. Goodbye, said the white-haired man, watching him walk away. How long have you been together? Hermod asked. Belle tilted his head, not understanding. How foolish men are, the healer opined, sighing wearily. It's nothing, he answered flatly. I hope you don't keep that girl waiting too long, he said, proceeding with his work. Streets of Arario, after the check. Come on, Belle, the girls miss you, my head already hurts from hearing your name 500 times a day since you've been hospitalized, Welf said to his partner, who was walking behind him. The day had finally come for him to return to his headquarters after the hell in the deep floors, the battle against the calamity, and his stay at the Die Insect family headquarters. I'm coming. The young man replied, approaching. What care did Hermod recommend? The blacksmith asked. As long as I don't remove the prosthesis and don't make any sudden movements for another week, I'll be fine, reported the boy, looking at his right arm. I see, the Redeed said, looking as if he wanted to say something else. I feel hostility towards myself, the person responsible is Welf. The white-haired man shouted internally, turning to look at his companion. A dangerous smile spread across the Redeed's face. Hey Belle, by the way, I forgot to tell you, but I used to come visit you in the mornings too, Welf said, holding back his laughter. The boy stopped dead in his tracks at that. His body trembled. Almost without being able to articulate a word, he asked a question. Seriously? That's what he said. Yes, and you won't believe what I saw on those occasions, the blacksmith sowed discord. Belle transformed into a living tomato. I must admit I'm glad she was there to take care of you, seriously, every time I looked out the two of them were together, every day, I thought she would only go a couple of times, and I was very surprised when she stayed until today, he recounted what he saw. The white-haired man covered his face with both hands, shame taking over every fiber of his being. I also thought it was sweet that she slept next to you, holding your hand. You looked at peace, contrary to what you told me in the afternoons about your nightmares. He added, ruffling his partner's hair. Belle remained wordless, continuing to hide his red face. Welf sighed. There's no reason to be ashamed, from what I see, your heart is finding calm and refuge by his side, that's not bad, on the contrary, it benefits you, explained the blacksmith. It benefits us? Belle asked, not understanding. You're both broken, of course the reasons that caused it are different, however, if being together dissipates that pain, you complement each other, and you're better, why would you doubt? He responded seriously but understandingly. It's just that I feel bad about what happened with Ace, I feel dirty like a womanizer, it's not right that the love I claimed to have for Ace suddenly changes to someone else, it's too little time for that, he answered, lowering his head and frowning. Welf punched him on the shoulder. Boom. Sometimes you're just too foolish. You're falling in love with someone else. You don't have to mourn the other person, even if they've died. Yes, your first love didn't work out, but using that as an excuse is foolish. Do what you want to do, follow what your heart feels and desires. If love knocks on your door and you reciprocate, your obligation as a man is to take advantage of it, not hesitate, because it can vanish as quickly as it came, said the Redeed. Belle opened his eyes wide as he continued to rub his shoulder. I'm not 100% sure of your feelings for Ryuu, but if it's truly love, fight for him, the blacksmith concluded. The doubts were beginning to disappear, not completely, but it was a start. You're right, I'm still not sure of my feelings for Ryuu, however I know I don't want him to get away from me, I promised him that I wouldn't allow him to suffer again, Belle said, completely determined. So, do what you want to do, my friend, don't let the weight of the past prevent you from a possible happy future, Welf concluded. After the conversation between the two, they continued on their way. You really give good advice, the boy said. I do what I can, as long as none of them cause the destruction of Ryuu, I will continue giving them to you, the blacksmith replied with that little joke. How would a council destroy Ryuu? He asked, laughing at the impossibility of such a scenario occurring. Just kidding, come on, the girls are waiting for you, he cut the conversation short. Council can't destroy Ryuu, right? That doubt entered Welf's mind as cold sweat ran down his back. Naya, I doubt it, it's nonsense, he added, dismissing the possibility. I have to admit, getting the girls out of your room while you were with her was difficult, the blacksmith commented. Huh? Belle asked. It's thanks to me that there wasn't a pitched battle in that room, Welf added. Thank you very much, Welf the white-haired man thanked. And the lady of plenty. Mamma mia, table 3 ordered drinks, I'll deliver this food to table 5, table 7 is asking for the check, and table 2 has just been taken, Ryuu said as he took several plates and placed them on the wooden tray he was holding in his hands. I'll take care of it, Naya. Anya said, going to take the orders. I'll serve the drinks, Naya. He said to Chloe, followed by the above. It was rush hour at the bar, people were arriving in large numbers and, contrary to what you might think, they were handling it well. But they didn't come to read about a thriving business. There was one girl above all the others who seemed a little more enthusiastic, if not to say that she had practically changed completely. It was Ryuu. When she came back from her free time, she had a battery recharge. What does that mean? Simple, her energy was renewed, her joy increased exponentially, and she served all her customers with a beautiful smile, as well as with a kindness that was unusual for her, who was known for her seriousness. It shines like the sun itself. I never realized how beautiful she was. Elves are beautiful, there's no doubt about that. Comments like that were made by the clients she served. What love does, Mia thought, with a certain happiness not reflected on her face. Mamma mia, everything has been covered, said the girl. I see that, I'm glad to see the work is going very well, the dwarf commented. Yes, although it would be easier with Sir here, the elf said. The other girls were chattering about where they were going in the mornings, that had been the topic of conversation for almost a week. The customer raised his hand, Ryuu saw him and walked over to him. Belle thinks I'm very beautiful, I'm sorry, that makes me happy, but I can't hide it, she thought, smiling slightly. Due to his distraction, he dropped a glass. Crash. It broke. There went the perfect streak without breaking anything, Lunar whispered. The waitresses instinctively turned to their boss, leaving her for dead. However, nothing happened. Sorry. I'll pick it up and clean it up right away, Ryuu said, bending down and grabbing the pieces of glass from the floor. Chloe, Anya and Lunar were stunned. Mia did not scold her. She gets even sillier than usual when she thinks about him, although it makes me feel good to know that she's slowly getting over her grief, she told herself. Kid, I hope you reciprocate her feelings, if not, I'll kill you, she deserves to be happy, she added, with a threatening aura coming from her, causing both customers and workers to become scared. Chimney Mansion. Sorry for intruding, Belle said, opening the unlocked door to the mansion. Abraham, Lily and Hestia quickly turned to him. At inhuman speed, the three ran in his direction. Belle. They shouted in unison, throwing themselves at him. Wait. He tried to stop them. They stopped suddenly. I have to take care of my arm, Airmid said that any hit or sudden movement could hurt my arm even more, so I don't want to be tackled, the boy reported. The three of them slowly approached and hugged him. We miss you, Belle, Hestia said, hugging him and crying. Yes, seriously, Belle-sama, I don't understand why he always gets into trouble, but I'm glad he's here with us, Lily added, doing the same as Hestia. Belle-sama, please don't risk your life like that again, Haraham begged. Belle reciprocated the hugs. I'm home, he told them. Makoto and Welf were standing behind him. A few minutes passed in that same position until the girls took him to the living room chair for him to sit on. Belle-sama, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook something for you? Haraham asked. Are you feeling okay? Do you want a massage? Hestia continued. I will help you with whatever you need, Belle-sama, Lily followed. Sure enough, the young adventurer was surrounded by the three girls from his family, while Makoto and Welf laughed in the distance. This isn't funny, he thought. I'm fine, I appreciate the concern, he replied. Hestia-sama, Lily Dono, we must take these papers to the guild, informed the Oriental girl, holding a large amount of forms. I forgot, damn Uranus, Hestia said with contained anger. Welf told me about that, Uranus doesn't want us to talk about what happened with the Juggernaut, right? Belle commented. When he first woke up at the Die Insect family home and was finally able to speak, he was questioned by his family, to whom he told what he had experienced. The incident with a former Rudra family member. The Lambton. The Juggernaut awakens. The freefall to the deep floors. The destruction of the monster Colosseum on the 37th floor. In short, a total calamity, so much so that it sounded like a horror story. Sooner rather than later, through Fells, the Hestia family was informed that Uranus wished to see them and speak with them. Somehow, he found out that they were involved in the awakening of that thing. The god of Arario gathered them together and demanded that they remain completely silent about the attack. However, the interviews did not end there. The destruction of the Great Tree and Water City area was a hot topic in the city, so much so that the guild leaders demanded an explanation. In short, those days when Bell remained in bed and recovering were hell for the rest of his family. And we'll finally be done with that phase. I'm tired of telling the same thing every day, said the little goddess, sighing. Lily wants a few days off, said the little support. I say we take a break before returning to the dungeon. The option was given by Makoto. Yes. Shouted all the family members without hesitation, except for Bell, who remained silent, laughing uncomfortably. Don't tell me you're planning to go to the dungeon soon, Welf scolded his companion. Why, you see, since I've been doing nothing these last few days, I'd like to get active, and, also, there are some matters I want to resolve inside the dungeon, explained the young white-haired man. You're hopeless, his companion said. I promise to be careful, was the only thing the young man said. He got up and intended to go take a bath. Wait, Bell. Hestia stopped him. What's wrong, Kami-sama? The boy asked. I'm going to update your status. I couldn't do it in this time, said the goddess, leaving her seat. Goddess and son went to the latter's room. In Bell's room. The white-haired man was sitting on the edge of his bed, with his back exposed. Let's see how much she grew. With her ability deactivated, it couldn't have been much, right? Hestia said to herself, taking a pin with which she would let out a drop of her blood. The red liquid fell on his son's back, revealing his condition. What she saw surprised her greatly. Cranel. Human. Level 4. Strength F387. Resistance E405. Dexterity D500. Agility D599. Magic E488. Luck E. Abnormal, Resistance F. Escape H. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Ox Slayer. Argonaut. Magic. Firebolt. It is a chantless magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. What is this? The goddess wondered, still in shock. Is something wrong, Kami-sama? Bell asked since she remained silent. Lyris Freeze was activated again, not only that, her stats increased radically. Why? What could have caused this to happen? Or rather who? These questions flooded the deity's mind. The waitress, he concluded. And I thought I could make himself in love with me now that he don't love Wallen whatever. She lamented, holding back her tears. Once again, her son's love had been won over. Hey Kami-sama. He's scaring me, the young man asked, worried. It's nothing, I just feel like my dreams are being crushed, Hestia replied in a somewhat dejected tone of voice. I see what? He questioned. Nothing, here is your status sheet. If you excuse me, I have to see if there is alcohol in the mansion, Hestia said, leaving the room, but not before having covered Lyris Freeze's name on the sheet. You don't take too much, Kami-sama, the boy commented, at the same time that his goddess closed the door behind him. How strange, Bell commented. Seeing his condition, he felt happy. Of course it was very dangerous that he got into a lot of trouble, however, it could be said that it was worth it, both for his increase in stats and for having saved Ryuu. He laid the sheet of paper on his desk and went to take a shower, then went to sleep. He had to wake up early if he wanted to fight a bit in the dungeon. Although something inside him was afraid. No to the dungeon. Go to sleep. His constant nightmares were something that tormented him and were only calmed when a certain waitress, who visited him during his stay at the Insect family headquarters, took his hand. A few minutes passed and he was already lying in his bed, but he couldn't close his eyes. The hours passed and little by little fatigue took its toll, his eyelids grew heavy. Here I go again, he said to himself. And suddenly everything was darkness. In the world of dreams. When he opened them again, he found himself in a dark place, where drops of water falling to the ground were the only perceptible sound. That place was the dungeon. The 27th floor to be specific. I'm here again. The blood. Fear. Death. He looked everywhere, waiting for the person in charge of scaring him to show up, but he didn't. That seemed strange to him and he walked around the place. After a while, he arrived at an unknown area. It looked like a forest. There was a starry sky. The breeze passed calmly over her body. It was refreshing. He continued moving forward until a white light a few meters away caught his attention. As if hypnotized, he followed her. He walked and walked. As he got closer and closer, that light began to take shape. He put his hand in front of his eyes so the glare wouldn't hurt them. When he finally felt he had reached his destination. He saw it. Ryuu? Bell named. Yes, the woman who gave off that light was none other than the elf. That figure had his hands on his chest and his eyes closed. He was opening them when he noticed the presence of the white-haired man. As he did so completely his lips came loose. "You found me, Belle, thank you for being my hero," Ryuu's representation told him in his dream. And he woke up suddenly. In the real world. The sun's rays hit his face. What is it, dawn already, he wondered. He sat up in his bed in disbelief. I didn't have nightmares, he said, unable to believe it. It was all because I dreamed about Ryuu, was the explanation he came up with. He threw his back onto the mattress and placed his left forearm on his forehead. What does all this mean? Since when am I supposed to feel this way about Ryuu? She wondered. Am I falling in love with her? Chapter 11. Problems ahead. The next day, at the fireplace mansion. I'm leaving family, Belle said, while sheathing his daggers at his waist. We heard you. I still think it's a bad idea for you to go to the dungeon with that thing on your arm, but I'll respect your decision, Hestia replied, sitting at the dining table and waiting for Makoto to arrive with the food. Are you sure you don't want to have breakfast before you leave, Belle Dono? The Oriental asked, coming out of the kitchen. Of course not, if he does, he'll have no reason to go to the Lady of Plenty, Welf commented, mocking his friend. What do you mean by that? Lily and Hestia yelled at the Redeed with a threatening look. Don't say those things, Welf. Belle asked with his cheek slightly reddened. Just kidding, calm down, you can go, the blacksmith replied nonchalantly. Lily and Hestia didn't take their eyes off the white-haired man, who felt like they were probing the most hidden places of his soul. He rushed out before the pressure emanating from both of them became denser and heavier. Be careful, Belle Sama said Harahim, opening the door for the young man. I'll have it, I promise, Belle replied to Renard's concern. He crossed the entrance and as he did so it was closed behind him. Welf, sometimes I wonder if you enjoy seeing me suffer or if you like setting the world on fire, the young man thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Although you're right, I want to go to the Lady of Plenty to see her, he whispered to himself, creating a mental image of the beautiful waitress he wants to visit. He hurried to run towards his destination as a question flooded his being. If I ask her out somewhere, will she accept? Indeed, the rabbit gradually accepted her feelings, so much so that he wanted to take her to a specific place. However, will he have the courage to invite her? And the Lady of Plenty. What's wrong with Ryuu, Naya? Anya asked her fellow waitresses. It's as if all the energy and spirit I had vanished overnight, Lungwar said, without taking her eyes off him. Trouble in paradise, Naya, Chloe said mockingly, since they still held the idea that her elf companion had a lover. You might be wondering what caused this in the beautiful elf. Nothing more and nothing less than not seeing Belle. She was mopping the floor after cleaning the tables, her face downcast and her ears slightly drooping, nothing like the attitude she had adopted just a day ago. Hey Ryuu, are you feeling okay? I notice you're too deep in your thoughts, Mamma Mia asked her with concern. She didn't answer, she kept cleaning. I forgot that I won't be seeing Belle today. I worked so hard last night to cook for him without Mamma Mia's help, she complained internally with her face slightly flushed. Earthed Ryuu, Naya. Chloe passed her palm in front of the girl's face. What's going on? Ryuu finally left his world. We've been talking to you for several minutes and you're not responding. Aren't you sick? If so, you can rest, the dwarf commented from the kitchen. I'm not sick, just a little distracted, but it won't happen again, replied the elf. I see, Naya. Aren't you going out today, Naya? Anya questioned, tilting her head. Ryuu became depressed again. The job, silly cat, now it's worse, Lungwar complained to the catgirl, whispering in her ear. Naya? Why is it my fault, Naya? She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Mia sighed and shook her head until a knock caught the attention of everyone present. I'm back. Did you miss me? The person who made that scandalous entrance was none other than Sir, who had been absent from the bar for days. You're finally back, girl. The dwarf shouted, approaching her angrily. It was no small feat, she left without warning in person and comes back as if nothing had happened. Sorry, Mamma Mia. The girl apologized, although she seemed to do so without a hint of regret. It's nice to see you again, Sir Ryuu said, approaching the silver-haired girl. Don't talk to me, I'm mad at you because you didn't come visit me, I was really sick, you know. Sir acted angry, crossing her arms and puffing out her cheeks. I was a bit busy with work, the elf replied, looking to the side. He was clearly lying. Suspicious, the silver-haired girl's eyes sharpened, trying to pressure her friend. Don't lie, Ryuu, Naya. For the past 5 days, Naya, you've been going out in the mornings, Naya, until the afternoons to some place without saying anything, Naya. Chloe claimed, pointing inquisitively. The person being complained about blushed even more than before. Oh, I see, so Ryuu lied, that's not something normal for her. Tell me, where did you go? Or rather, who did you go with? The interrogation of the beautiful fairy began, and the judge who would give her verdict was a terrifying woman with hidden interests and a very deep discontent, which emanated with her gray and empty eyes. Ryuu tried to justify himself, however, the words couldn't come out except in weak and ridiculous babbles. The pressure was immense. Not only on Sir's part. Now also for the rest of the girls, who wanted to know if their assumptions were correct. What do I do? Mamma mia. She can help me. She clung to the small glimmer of hope in this dire situation. He thought the dwarf wouldn't allow gossip in this place, much less when they were about to open the bar. When she turned to the person she thought would be her savior, there was no one there. The boss had abandoned ship. Where is Mama MIA? She wondered in terror. So, Ryuu. We're waiting. Sir, Anya, Chloe, and Loom spoke in unison, their coordination adding a certain grim tone to the question. Please someone save me, he begged with all his heart. And their prayers were heard. Good morning. Belle greeted, opening the door of the premises and greeting people cheerfully, as was customary at home every morning since he met Sir. Thank you very much, Belle. The elf thanked herself internally. At inhuman speed, Sir ran towards him. Belle? How are you? Are you feeling better? She asked, genuinely concerned as she recalled the condition in which she returned to the surface after her journey through the deep floors. Sir? Why, you're too close. Belle tried to move away a little since the silver-haired girl stuck too close to his body, making him nervous. That doesn't matter. Sir said nonchalantly. Ryuu remained motionless with his eyes wide open. I felt jealous. A new sensation I had never experienced. She tried to get closer or say something, but what could she say to them? She wasn't Belle's partner or anything like that. He took a quick look at the white-haired man, and a spotlight went on above his head. With a neutral, almost angry attitude, she went to where they were both talking. Belle, the young man was named. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a beautiful fairy filled with fury. Ryuu. He had to confirm that it was her since the aura she emanated filled him with indescribable terror. Sir walked away from him, she knew nothing good could happen if she stayed there. Why are you dressed like that? You just recovered and you're already going back to the dungeon, aren't you? Ryuu scolded Belle. Why yes, but I'll be careful. The white-haired man felt small because of the looming figure in front of him. I won't let you go, it's dangerous, you'll stay here, she ordered, as if a mother were scolding her son. Huh? Wait, I promise not to get into trouble. He tried to justify his decision, but in vain. I don't want to hear empty words, the girl replied, ignoring the rabbit's pleas. Anya, Chloe and Loom could not believe what they were seeing, they were stunned. Meanwhile, Sir watched them with complicated feelings and thoughts. I said no, so don't insist, Ryuu finished. Ryuu. Belle named her and took her hand. At this, silence fell over the entire room. What are you doing all of a sudden? She tried to complain to him in order to save face with the other waitresses so they wouldn't suspect the love she had developed towards him, however, she was interrupted before she could even finish speaking. I'll be fine, I promise. When I get back to the surface, I'll come here and you'll be the first to know. I don't want to worry you, I told you, didn't I? I don't want you to suffer again, and if my leaving caused it, I would do everything possible to survive. Sincerity, calm and positivism, those were three of the many things that Ryuu identified in that daring statement. His heart leaped. The speed of his heartbeat increased. His face was flooded with a suffocating heat. He took a breath and tried to calm down. It's true, if something became clear to me in these days that I've spent with you, no, since I met you, it's that you keep your promises, Belle replied the elf, smiling sweetly at her. The two of them got lost in their own world. Ryuu wrapped his fingers around the young man's. The peace that simple contact brought him was unmatched. Tell me, how do you feel? He asked her. Well, I can fight, that's the important thing, Belle replied. Doesn't that device bother you? Another question was asked. A little, but not enough to prevent me from defending myself. Second question answered. Don't you have difficulty moving your arm? Are you sure it's best to go alone? You should go with someone in case something happens. I could go with you if Mamma Mia lets me. I don't want anything to happen to you. Yes, it's best to go with you. A large number of words in a very short time came from the beautiful woman's thin lips, without Belle having the opportunity to give his opinion. The girls at the bar were the same as before, like statues and not believing what they were witnessing. You're overwhelming him, Ryuu, if this continues neither of us will move from there. The dwarf interrupted them, stopping the multiple sentences that the fairy had planned to say. At this, Ryuu realized how shameful his position was. He quickly broke free from the handshake and turned around. Why yes, you say you'll be fine, no there's nothing to worry about. He shouted in a poor attempt to return to his normal personality from before. She walked away and went to the kitchen, preventing her fellow waitresses and, more importantly, Belle from seeing her. The boy smiled warmly as he watched her walk away. Well, I'm off. It was nice seeing you. I hope you're doing well at work. I'm glad you're okay, sir. She said goodbye to the waitresses and the manager. He opened the door and started to leave, but before he could even walk through it, a growl came from his stomach. Drrrrrrrr. He quickly left and closed the door behind him, hoping he hadn't been heard. Damn, no one heard me, he asked. It was embarrassing if they knew he hadn't eaten, and it would be even more embarrassing if he told them he did it because he wanted to receive a bento from Ryuu. Today we'll go to the dungeon with nothing inside, he said to himself and began to walk away. Belle. He was called as he turned around. Sir? Is something wrong? Hesitantly, he wanted to know what made her leave. It's bad to hide hunger, the silver-haired girl realized. I know. I left my headquarters too early and didn't have time for breakfast, the young man replied. It wasn't a lie, since that's actually what happened. The problem is that it wasn't the whole truth. I'd like to help you, but I don't have anything prepared, sir commented, holding her chin and thinking. No problem, I can go to the dungeon like that, Belle replied, trying to get the waitress to drop the matter. Impossible. You're young, you should eat properly. Wait a minute, he said as he re-entered the bar. Inside the Lady of Plenty. Hey, Belle hasn't eaten and I forgot to prepare something for him. Do you know what I can do? Sir, asked the girls. Instinctively they saw Ryuu. Why are you looking at me like that? Feeling uncomfortable with the attention directed at her, she avoided making eye contact. The wooden box sat on top of the bar. That was the bento she had prepared before remembering that Belle would no longer be at the insect family headquarters. That will do, the silver-haired girl said, grabbing the box. Ryuu tried to stop her but couldn't. Before she could complain, she was pulled. Wait, sir. What do you want to do? The elf asked, not understanding what was happening. You cooked it, so the right thing to do is to give it to her. Come on, a surprising response came from her friend. The fairy's eyes opened and filled with excitement. He made his body light and let himself go. Outside the bar. Elle waited a few seconds until the creaking of wood caught his attention. Sir finally came out. Bell, there's someone who wants to give you something, he said, leaning out. Give me something. What happened to the bento? Bell tilted his head. Suddenly, the girl came out with Ryuu at her side. The aforementioned was steaming out of her head. His feelings were leaking out. The two remained silent, she had her hands hidden. Sir gave Ryuu a small tap on the side, as if on cue. This made her react and she brought out something she was hiding. I made this and want to give it to you. I forgot that you had been discharged and I cooked it by mistake. I would appreciate it if you would take it. Extending his hands, he offered her the food that he made with so much love without noticing the unwanted spectators behind his back. Belle stood there speechless, surprised by Ryuu's extremely cute appearance. Beautiful, I can't think of anything else. A beautiful fairy again, that nickname surfaced in his mind, of course. Placing his hands on top of hers, he said the following. I gladly accept, thank you very much. He took the box and put it away. I hope you like it, said the elf, happy to have given her the bento. If you made it, I'm sure I like it, Belle replied kindly. Goodbye, he said, waving his hand. See you later. The waitress did the same. It was clear from their expressions that none of them wanted to leave. By the way, Ryuu, when I get back, I'd like to invite you on a date, the white-haired young man confessed with an inhuman effort. He managed to stammer out the person to whom this proposal was directed. I'd like to ask you out on a date. He raised his voice. If he didn't, he'd back out. All the girls covered their mouths, showing their shock. A date? Ryuu asked in disbelief. I'll wait for your answer when I get back. Goodbye. Cowardice returned to Belle's body, so much so that he ran off after finishing his sentence, leaving a confused waitress and many questions in the rest of them. So, a date with Belle, Sir said to her friend, who wasn't moving. A date with Belle, she said to herself. In the dungeon, 14th floor. Firebolt. A loud scream was heard and echoed across the floor. Boom. A bang followed. It was about a certain rabbit-like adventurer, curiously known as Rabbit Feet. He engaged in battle with several hellhounds and ligerfangs, who attacked him relentlessly. Slash. One of the tiger monsters lunged to bite him on his left side, but Belle managed to react before it happened and, sliding his dagger through the beast's neck, managed to kill it. The clean cut. Without time to glorify himself, he dodged the attacks of the rest of the monsters. Fighting with one arm is difficult, but not impossible. I have to be alert, he advised himself, looking around and sharpening his hearing. Claws hitting the ground caught his attention. As he turned around, a hellhound had leaped in his direction. He managed to move out of the way and counterattack when it hit the ground. In short, the time he lived in the deep floors. His battle against the juggernaut and the constant siege of the monsters on the lower floors were beneficial to him as an adventurer. Speed. Agility. Force. Everything got better. A sea of flames was thrown at him. He managed to reduce the burn damage with Goliath's fur cloak by covering himself when they were too close to his body. Running and pushing off with the strength of his feet and legs, he reached where the cause of the attack was. Slash. He plunged his dagger into the beast's back and in the next instant, it disappeared. At this rate I won't make it to Riviera, he complained internally. Exactly, their destination in this adventure was to reach the safe zone on the 18th floor. I had a commitment to fulfill. I've got you. He shouted at the Ligerfang, who opened his snout aiming to bite his right arm. Spinning with great agility, he switched sides and opened his palm as he released his dagger. Firebolt. A point-blank shot entered the monster's mouth, burning what was inside. He pulled the other dagger from his waist and stuck it in the place of his magic stone. He gasped for air as soon as he finished. He tried to visualize more enemies, however, there were none left near his location. Good, best effort, he whispered, picking up the jet black dagger that he threw to the ground. He went down from floor to floor until he reached the 16th. Curiously, no monster showed up. Someone must have finished them, my skill is lucky, he was happy about that. Like a rabbit, he jumped with happiness as he moved forward. Argonaut-kun. Someone named that storybook hero. Bell stopped dead in his tracks. I knew who it was. Only one person called him that. In front of him was Tiona, the level 6 Amazon of the Loki family. Beside the young and energetic adventurer, there was her sister Tyan, a certain elf who looked at him in surprise, and Baze Wallenstein. The princess of the sword. Noticing the presence of the group of 4, he stopped dead in his tracks, not knowing whether to greet them or flee. Yes, it's you. Hello Argonaut-kun. Tiona ran, wanting to catch up with him. Escape was no longer an option. He stood still, breathing deeply and calmly. Tiona is a dear friend. Tyan, although less close to him compared to her sister, likes him. Lafia, although she often shows that she hates him, knows perfectly well that things are not like that. Hello, he greeted, waving his hand. The girls walked over and got closer. How are you? Bella asked. I'll go ahead with a cold tone, Ace crossed to his side without saying a word. This attitude bothered the white-haired man, however, he couldn't blame her, after what happened that night it was obvious that she would hate him. To his surprise, it didn't hurt like before. Hey Argonaut-kun, what do you have on your arm? Asked the youngest of the Ryuu sisters, full of curiosity. Ace listened to the conversation, but without stopping. This? A two-layer mid put on me. She said not to take it off for at least a week, he replied, slightly raising his arm and feeling a few twinges as he did so. Wow. Why is that? By the way, I hadn't realized, but this is the first time we've seen you in several days. Where have you been? Another question was asked, this time by Tyan. Both questions are related, he replied, scratching the side of his head. Stop being so interesting and talk. Lafia demanded, who was hesitating whether to stay or go after Ace. I was close to dying in the deep floors 6 days ago. I was just discharged yesterday, the boy confessed, trembling with memories that the experience brought back. Ace stopped dead in his tracks. Lafia opened her eyes wide. Tiona and Tyan watched the boy's fearful expression. How the sword princess asked, turning around slowly. Things got out of hand on the lower floors near the large waterfall. A worm well attacked us and destroyed much of the ground we were standing on, creating a dark void that connected to the Colosseum on the 37th floor. Belle sat momentarily on a rock. A friend and I fell into the abyss until we reached the Colosseum. She swallowed and closed her eyes. Luckily, I managed to create an opening and destroyed a part of it, thus revealing a safe area underneath. He continued, smiling nervously. The cold wind crossed. Nobody believed what they heard, much less an opinion. Did that happen to you against the worm well? Lafia's doubt was answered. Belle's brow furrowed. No, I lost my arm momentarily because of a monster. Thanks to the mermaid's blood it is still attached to my body, shattered and broken, but attached nonetheless with his left hand. He took his right forearm. If it weren't for that and my partner, maybe my body would be lying in some corner of the dungeon, the white-haired man finished, his voice breaking. The fear in every fiber of her body was noticed by the 4 adventurers. He stood up quickly. I have to go, sorry, he concluded, walking away from the worried looks. Argonaut-kun had a very bad time. The conversation sat in Tiona. Poor boy, I'm surprised that after that experience he still stands firm in his desire, Tyan said. No matter how many times he gets knocked down, he always gets up, it's something I envy him for, Lafia mentioned, giving credit to her rival. Ace was the only one who remained static and watched him move away. Suddenly, she remembered what Gareth had told her a week or so ago. I hope I'm wrong, since it would be putting at risk the life of a young man who has a lot to live. However, are you aware that Belle will be someone important when it comes to the final battle against the Black Dragon? If he doesn't die before, of course, you never know when death can knock on your door. Belle, he named him. "Come on A's, the family is waiting for us," Lafia warned, bringing the blonde out of her thoughts. Rivera, 18th floor. "Well, I'm here," Bell said with a bouquet of flowers in his hands, flowers he had been collecting on his way to this place. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner, problems overwhelmed us and there wasn't enough time to allow me the luxury of coming, but I'm here now," Bell said, placing the flowers on the ground. "I'm here to say hello," Está family equals Bell added to his previous explanation. The place where he found himself was none other than the Está family tomb, the tomb the boy learned about thanks to Ryuu when she came to his rescue, along with the Hermes family and Take Mikazuchi. Ever since he heard the story and understood the elf's feelings, Bell has been visiting the tomb every chance he gets. "I don't know if Ryuu has come to talk to you, in case that's not the case I hope you excuse me, because I'm going to beat you to the punch with the words and the story I'm going to tell next," said the white-haired man sitting to one side. The boy began to tell what happened with Ryuu and the hunt for the last member of those responsible for the death of his family. He commented on what happened with the Juggernaut and how both of them were close to dying on many occasions when falling to the lower floors. He avoided talking about what happened in the secure area beneath the Colosseum for obvious reasons. "You never know who might be listening. I almost lost her," he expressed with pain. Ryuu was able to overcome her past, but that doesn't mean she's forgotten you. You will always be the most important people to her. However, now she has people who love and support her again. I promise you that I will make Ryuu happy again and that I will clear her name, allowing her to walk freely in Arario again," Bell said, standing up and bowing in a sign of respect. "I will take care of her and I will never allow her to suffer again. I promise and I plan to keep it," Bell added in a self-reflective manner as he walked away from the grave. "Because he is someone very important in my life," he concluded. As he left the Riviera forest, a stranger approached the grave. "What is this place? Who was he?" he asked himself. On the surface, Bell had left the dungeon, several hours passed and it was already beginning to get dark. "I was late, I told Ryuu to ask her out on a date," he said as a reminder, running as fast as he could. After a few minutes, he arrived at the Lady of Plenty. He was greatly surprised when he saw the place closed. "See, closed?" He knocked on the door several times but there was no answer. He insisted even more, obtaining the same result. "What does this mean?" he wondered. "Are you looking for someone?" an old man said. "Yes. Do you know why it's closed?" She threw her doubt to the older man. "Mamma mia, closed because they took all the waitresses somewhere and kicked out the customers," he replied politely. "Mamma mia, kicking out paying customers? This is getting weirder and weirder," Bell opined. "Thank you very much, sir," the boy thanked him and headed to his headquarters. They interrupted their appointment due to a force majeure reason. Chimney Mansion. "I'm home," he said, opening the door and looking out. "Welcome," Bell saw Maharahim greeted him as always. "We're full," Hestia said, getting up from the chair where she sat. "Complete for what?" Bell didn't understand that. Lily, Mikoto and Welf stopped what they were doing and met up with Harahim, Hestia and Bell. "What's up, guys? You're making me nervous," the boy commented. "A letter from the goddess Freya arrived," Hestia confessed, showing the envelope with the family seal. His body tensed. "We haven't opened it yet, but we think nothing good can come of this. We want it to be complete and read it," Welf said. Bell swallowed. "I will," the little goddess warned, cutting the top of the envelope and taking out its contents. Upon opening it, he began to read it. To the Hestia Familia. "You have been invited to the grand feast to be held in Folklingr tomorrow. At it, the goddess Freya will make an important announcement to all of Arario. We look forward to your attendance." Short and to the point, that's how the message could be described. "The party thrown by the Freya family?" they asked in unison, open-mouthed. "This means danger," Hestia thought, biting her thumb and glancing at her son. "Please don't let it be what I'm thinking," Hestia begged, clutching the invitation tightly. Chapter 12. Prelude to a Party. A Terrifying Teacher. In the previous chapter. "The party thrown by the Freya family?" they asked in unison, open-mouthed. "This means danger," Hestia thought, biting her thumb and glancing at her son. "Please don't let it be what I'm thinking," Hestia begged, clutching the invitation tightly. Hurriedly. Wait, why the hell would the Freya family have a meeting with us as guests?" Welf asked, a little nervously. "Lily thinks we shouldn't go, it's very dangerous to enter the lion's mouth without having the slightest idea of their objective," commented the hobbit, placing both hands on the table. "No, we can't miss it. If they sent us an invitation, it's for a reason. Denying or rejecting something to Freya is as dangerous as listening to her," Hestia replied, shaking her head. "Then our backs are against the wall," Mikoto said, since the revelation had also hit her like a bucket of cold water. "Hey, what announcement will he make? We have to go, there's no other way, however something doesn't smell right to me," Bell expressed, holding his chin and sharpening his gaze. "Suspicion. Mystery. Doubt. All of these factors and characteristics could be included when a mere mortal or god began to think about the intentions that a goddess like Freya could have. You don't think it will be like Apollo's party, do you? The blacksmith asked, trying to contradict this theory. The room remained silent. With Freya we can never be sure of anything. She is a dangerous and problematic woman when she puts her mind to something, Hestia answered, while a cold sweat ran down her forehead. And Bel-Sama gained even more fame for his battle against Asterius in front of the whole world, Herahim said, catching the abundant nervousness in the place. The gazes of the Hestia Familia members couldn't help but turn to the object of desire of many gods, Cranel. Apollo is one thing, Freya is someone we won't stand a chance against, Lily said, trembling in fear. Now. We have less than a day to prepare. Whatever it is, we must go and face it. Running away won't do us any good, Bel shouted, adopting a serious and determined attitude. He got his teammates out of the trance. Why, you're right, the only thing we can do right now is prepare ourselves, said the little goddess, standing up. Herahim, Lily, Mikoto, accompany me, Hestia ordered. Huh? What for, Hestia-sama? The three girls asked. Isn't it obvious? We're going to a gala party, so that means only one thing, shopping. The goddess celebrated, raising her fist in the air and causing a decrease in the pressure of the environment and the aura of each of them. Hey Hestia-sama. We can't be wasting money. The hobbit complained. Lily don't know, with the profits obtained from the expedition, I think we are in a position to be able to spend more, reported the Oriental, remembering the large sum of Valis obtained from the loot and magic stones they obtained a few days ago on the expedition, where they almost lost their lives on multiple occasions. Okay. But don't spend too much. Lily gave up too soon. In the minds of Hestia, Lily and Herahim a thought echoed. I'll get something that will delight Bel-Sama. While in Mikoto's a similar idea appeared, although her target was someone different. I don't know if Take Mikazuchi-sama will go be, but in case he does it would be good to dress in a way that he likes. I think her cheeks blushed and she looked left and right. We're leaving, Bel. The goddess, the hobbit and the Reynard shouted, saying goodbye to the white-haired boy as they left the mansion at full speed. Gee, goodbye. Bel tilted his head as he noticed there was no one left to return the message to. Those girls are seriously a case. Welf shook his head and crossed his arms. And what will you wear? I suppose it's the same suit you wore to Apollo's party. Or am I wrong? The blacksmith asked. I think so, it's clean and I only used it once, the boy answered. I wonder why everyone wanted to buy a dress. Kami-sama and Mikoto have clothes for occasions like that, and Herahim looks very beautiful in her kimonos. Lily almost never changes her clothes, so I partly understand her, Bel questioned. You're a real idiot, your tact with women as well as your understanding of them is very poor. Anyway, I won't take up any more of your time. Welf insulted him and laughed lightly before leaving and going to his workshop. The insult wasn't necessary, however, my tact and understanding. According to what I do well, it's not for nothing that I had my grandfather teach me about them, although now that the memories come back to me, I'm beginning to question if what he explained to me was something you could say to a younger child, he said to himself, almost in a whisper after his companion left him in the solitude of the room. I'm forgetting something. What if Ryuu and the girls from the Lady of Plenty were invited too? The letter says they'll give an announcement to all of Aurelio, plus, Anya and Mamma Mia belong to the same group, so it's not unreasonable that they received the offer just like us. His thoughts wandered from the problem and a few sentences written on the paper. If that's the case, I'll be able to see Ryuu, he concluded, feeling the heat in his body increase, as well as the crimson color of his cheeks and ears. He shook his head and patted his cheeks as the image of the beautiful fairy flashed through his memory. Seeing Ryuu in a gala dress, I would really like it, he said somewhat excitedly and forgetting the danger of going to Folkvangr. Fever won over reason. He walked straight to his room, letting his imagination run wild with that concept. Bel's room. The young man entered his room, took off his armor and left his weapon sitting next to the door. What a tiring day, he complained, slowly moving his right arm, trying to stretch it without damaging it. This thing does limit my movements a lot, but it's all for the sake of not losing my arm, he thought, looking at the device that functioned as a support. He searched his closet for the suit he wore just a few months ago and took it out. A party I haven't been to once since, he whispered, and unwillingly an image returned from the depths of his being. It was about M&A's dancing in this very mansion. A chill ran down her spine and her breathing became ragged. Not again, he said with a trembling voice. The night terrors caused by the confrontation they had a few days ago returned in the form of after effects. If that weren't enough, the attitude she adopted when she saw him that same day hurt him. However, something was different. It wasn't a stabbing pain in the chest like on previous occasions. No. It was something more like an uncomfortable pain, something that doesn't kill but is annoying. Lafia said to give her space. I would like to apologize to her for what happened, although I would feel like a hypocrite since I don't regret what I did. Calm returned to her being and her agitated heart rate normalized. A hypocritical hero. I think the name suits me perfectly despite having fixed my reputation, he finished, rubbing his eyes. As he turned to the balcony of his room, a shadow caught his attention. Sooner or later he stretched out his left arm and tried to grab his dagger. Flap. He was stopped by a hand that grabbed him a few inches away. Suddenly, the guy's other hand covered her mouth. HMMMMM. He tried to scream, but every sound coming from him was muffled and remained a poor effort without result. Shut your mouth, damn kid, an almost imperceptible voice came from his lips. The rays of light emerging from the moon helped to see the face of that stranger. It was a hooded blonde elf with a furrowed face and glasses resting on his nose. Bell stood still, even though he was surprised by the subject's appearance. Fear plunged him deeper and deeper into despair. I can't move, I can't breathe. His lungs struggled with the limited airflow entering them. This is what will happen. You will come with me in silence or you and every member of your family will die a slow and painful death. Understood. The elf said, putting more pressure on the white-haired man's left arm, contrary to what he was doing with his grip on his mouth. Bell nodded, resigned. They let him go. He fell to the ground and coughed. What do you want from me? Who are you? He asked, taking in large gulps of air. No questions. He pointed his cane sword, leaving the edge of it just inches from Bell's nose. The boy swallowed. Grab your weapons and put on your armor, quietly the elf ordered. Bell complied and prepared to leave. Where are we going? The white-haired man asked, ignoring the previous warning. To the dungeon. I have little time and I must make the most of it, he replied. Take advantage of it? The young man asked himself. I said no questions, let's go, with a threatening tone and a frown that caused fear in anyone who saw it. He gave that order. Yes. Bell replied, running to his side. And just like a night breeze, they left without a trace. Hey Bell, all the girls have arrived and are looking for you. They want your opinion on their dresses. They practically put on a fashion show in the middle of the room. Bell. Welf opened his friend's door and found no one inside the room. He inspected every part and it was completely empty. When did he leave? And why did he take his equipment? He asked. In the dungeon. Excuse me for insisting, but could I at least know who you are? The boy asked again, while running at high speed next to the stranger who kidnapped him. Hedin Selland, member of the Freya family, level 6, the elf replied, not even bothering to look at him. The Freya family, and not only that, it's a first class. This is bad. Very bad. She screamed internally and a strong urge to cry flooded her being. Out of pure curiosity, does all this have to do with the party your family was throwing tomorrow night? Bell asked, fearing that his suspicions were true. Hedin made eye contact with him for the first time since they dated. He grabbed him by the jaw with one hand and lifted him off the ground. Ugh. Bell felt his bones collide and his teeth rub against each other. I'll be brief, kid. I hate those who ask too many questions, and I especially hate you. However, I'm doing this for my goddess, even though she doesn't know it, he answered, putting it down as soon as he finished speaking. We're here, he warned, turning his back on her. Seeing where they were, their questions increased exponentially. Rivera. What are we doing here? He obviously asked himself. The elf already said he hates questions, and you'd have to be really stupid to keep making the same mistake. This is where we will train, he answered. He heard me. Bell wailed. Wait, training? The word echoed in his head. It's impossible for me to allow a being as mundane and idiotic as you to even come within 20 meters of Folklinger, so we have a lot of fixing to do with you if you want to be worthy of the interest my goddess has in you, Hedin explained, adjusting his glasses in the process. Interest? Wait. So the party has something to do with me or something? Bell's sinking feeling grew. I didn't see the details of the party, nor was I interested. Even so, my goddess has been interested in you, and if she invited you, it's for a reason. You better not do anything stupid, threatened the elf. This is just getting worse, the white-haired man thought. Okay, let's get started. You're going to be a god and you like it, shouted the Freya family member, pointing at him with his index finger. Huh? A god? This confused Bell. Nothing. Forget it. Hedin replied. Yes, Hedin-sensei. Our young adventurer replied as he stood up. Why are both female and male elves terrifying? I can't understand it. Although maybe they're all like that at first. Ina, Luffy or Ryuu, he thought in his subconscious as he walked towards the person who would be his instructor. If it's not too much trouble, what are you going to teach me? He asked. To be a gentleman, or less you, was the elf's response, showing some displeasure and observing him from head to toe with clear superiority. The gentleman, Bell whispered with a silly smile forming on his face. Don't be an idiot, I'm talking about being someone who can conquer girls and please them. Seeing that his pupil was forming a wrong idea, he corrected him. Please them? The boy shouted with a clear blush on every part of his face and ears. And so many questions arose in the rabbit, questions that could not be expressed because he would be electrocuted by his master and because some of them were related to things his grandfather had told him when he was just a little boy. In a bar inside Riviera, Belle and Hedin were sitting face to face at the same table. The first of them avoided eye contact and was still worried about the pleasing the women thing. Meanwhile, Hedin analyzed him completely as if judging every aspect of him. "Okay, first we have to fix that childish brat air you give off," said the elf. "In everything he says to me there's always an insult," Belle thought. "We have a maximum of 20 hours to accomplish this, so you won't sleep or eat unless I think it's necessary," Hedin reported. The white-haired man nodded. "First of all, I must ask you several questions. At first glance, I know what you'll answer, but you might surprise me," he commented, adjusting his glasses. "Oh okay," the boy gave his consent. "Do you know how to talk to a girl and how to behave when you're around one?" he asked. "Why know how to talk to him? Aren't you supposed to act natural and be yourself?" Belle replied. Hedin shouted, hitting him on the head with the blunt part of his weapon. "Ham. You must conversation with girls in a calm and limited way. Your actions are what will determine the path you take as well as the attitude she takes. A true gentleman takes the initiative by reading what a woman wants." The scolding caused everyone in the bar to panic. Sorry. Belle apologized so many times he lost count. The others at the bar knew that the best thing to do in this situation was to avoid any kind of relationship with them. A single word or glance in their direction would cause pain and suffering to that unfortunate person. "This started terribly badly," the white-haired man lamented. "There's no doubt you're just a brat, stand up, we'll train all night and tomorrow, if we're lucky, will be enough." Hedin stood up from his seat. Weren't you supposed to ask me more questions?" the young man questioned. "Unless you want another hit, I don't see the point in continuing. You've made it very clear to me how your head works," the elf replied. Belle went after his master, leaving an awkward atmosphere in the place after his departure. The next morning, many voices were heard in the streets of Arario, mostly those of adventurers who were leaving the dungeon completely blushed and embarrassed. Although they were from different families and played different roles as adventurers in their groups, they all had one thing in common. They were saved by the little rookie. And that's not all. As soon as he saved them, he flattered them and flirted with them. "Did he do it to you too? He saved me on the 16th floor from a minotaur and then carried me in his arms like a princess when he noticed a wound on my leg that I didn't even notice at a blonde-haired elf belonging to the Hermes family. Named Laurier, that's her. He helped me defeat some hellhounds on the middle floors and healed me with a potion he had stored. Also said he thought I was pretty with my short brown hair," said an Igasl adventurer belonging to the Hermes family. "Her name is Nelly, image of her." "Did Nelly flirt with you too?" Laurier asked his family member with shock. "Yes. He stirred my poor heart with his words," the brunette replied, placing both hands on her chest. "What's going on according to Hermes-sama, he's an innocent child, contrary to our perverted god." Laurier covered her blushing face as she remembered the warmth she felt while being in Belle's arms. "But there was something strange, for some reason I heard his screams as he walked away from me and suddenly a smell like something burning reached my nose," Nelly reported with surprise. "Now that you mention it, it's true. What could be the reason?" the elf wondered. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dungeon. "No. Damn it. Why the hell are you talking about an idiot? Can't you flirt with other girls as if Freya-sama didn't exist? Is it so difficult for your damn brain to understand it?" Hedin yelled at Belle, who was lying in the doggies position. "It won't happen again, Hedin-sensei." Freya-sama. While giving his apology, he found it strange that she mentioned the goddess. "Do it again with that girl over there and you better do it right, because if not," saying this, without stopping looking at him with dead eyes, she grabbed a magic stone and shattered it. "Yes." the white-haired boy replied and then ran off towards the next girl. "Wait a minute, it's Cassandra. Doing it with girls I don't know is one thing, but now it's different." Screams and internal whining arose from the rabbit. He slowly turned to his teacher and the latter was watching him closely. "I have no choice." He realized that there were only so many paths to take, so he approached her. Be Belle." Cassandra called him, getting a little restless. It didn't take much perception to realize that she harbored feelings for him, which she tried to hide. The young man returned the greeting kindly, full of confidence, as his teacher had taught him. "It's a pleasure to see you on such a beautiful day, although incomparable to your beauty," Belle said, smiling at her. Be Belle. Are you feeling okay?" the nervous girl asked, her heart beating a mile a minute. "Perfectly. I'm sorry if you think this is sudden, but I'd like to know if you would do me the honor of accompanying me for a moment to the establishment near our location, he suggested, extending his hand, almost offering to shake hands. Damn, for some reason I feel like Ryuu will kill me if he finds out what I'm doing. I had no choice. I promised to make it up to you as soon as I see you. I really hope to see you tonight, he thought, remembering the beautiful fairy who works at the Lady of Plenty, to whom he still owed the date he invited her to. Are you proposing me on a date? Cassandra shouted, covering her face. Before he could answer, he was interrupted. My heart doesn't feel ready, sorry. The girl from the Maich family apologized, running as far away as possible without even turning to see or noticing who she bumped into. Bell stood there saying nothing, fear taking over his body. H-Hedon sensei will electrocute me again. He was aware of the fate that awaited him if he failed his mission so miserably. And without warning. In the chimney mansion. Where the hell is Bell? Hestia asked her family members, who were in the mansion's living room. Bell-sama hasn't returned. In the morning I went to his room, as I didn't get a response I entered and didn't see anyone, I assumed he left early to go to the dungeon or something like that, Harahim reported with concern. Wait, I entered his room last night and he wasn't there either, Welf warned. Suddenly, they got up from where they were sitting and searched the entire mansion. Minutes passed and they became more and more desperate as time went on. He's nowhere. Hestia shouted. We already realized, Hestia-sama, Lily replied with a poker face. It doesn't make sense. Bell Dono wouldn't go out without telling his family where he was going, much less would he do it alone with his arm like that, Makoto said. We must check the dungeon, there's no other option. Hestia-sama, look in the Lady of Plenty, maybe they know something or are there, also check the guild, we will go to the dungeon and gather information, with luck maybe she will be there, Welf ordered, taking his weapons and equipment. Okay Welf Dono, Welf-sama. The girls responded quickly and took their positions. In the blink of an eye, the mansion was completely empty. The mission was to find the rabbit and force it out of its burrow. Time was running out and the time for the Freya family party was approaching. The sooner they found Bell, the sooner they could prepare for whatever might happen at that gathering filled with ulterior and dangerous intentions. And Babylon. You know, we'll be in a group and check up to the 18th floor. Going any lower without Bell is dangerous. We also have to ask the adventurers on those floors if they've seen him. Maybe they know something, the blacksmith explained until he was interrupted. What did that kid do? A familiar voice shouted. It's Daphne and Cassandra. Harahim alerted when she saw them a few meters away from them. It's you. You must calm your captain's hormones. The Redeed demanded, clearly angry. Hormones? They wondered. Yes. We heard he's been flirting with anything female inside the dungeon since last night and he had no qualms about doing the same with Cassandra. She yelled, pointing at her friend, who was looking at her feet in embarrassment. The Hestia family remained silent, analyzing the information they had just received. We're talking about the same Bell, right? White hair, red eyes, and about as tall as here, right? Welf asked, calculating the rabbit's height in relation to his own. Bell-sama conquering girls in the dungeon, he usually does it without taking it into consideration, they're sure to get confused. Lily ignored what Daphne said, discarding the idea because of how absurd it sounded. Stop acting like it's just nothing. Besides, there's no other human in Aurario with rabbit-like features. Only him. The Redeed's fury only increased. Forgive me Daphne-sama, but we seriously can't believe you're talking about the same Bell we know, Harahim spoke. Makoto nodded. You're irritating me if you don't believe me, ask the first girl who comes out of the dungeon right now. Daphne pointed to the entrance and 3 girls were walking out of it arguing. See, calm down, it's not that bad. He saved me, that's what matters, said the first of them. That's not the important thing, Elfie. He flirted with you. What does that human think? An elf with a bow expressed her discontent. That's true. A black-haired cat girl agreed. I feel like Alicia and Aki are exaggerating, Elfie said, still blushing. The feeling of being saved by a white knight did not displease her in the least, picture of Elfie, Aki and Alicia. You've already fallen for his charm like Tiona and Lafia. They both shouted. Although Lafia doesn't accept it, they whispered, followed by their prayer. It's not like that. Elfie complained. While all this was happening, the Hestia family and both girls from the Maich family watched as the group of 3 girls from the Loki family walked away, continuing to talk about that experience. I told them, Daphne was the first to speak. Harahim and Lily felt jealous. Makoto and Welf confusion. Cassandra a mix of both. This fool has been wooing girls all day long, despite the situation we're in with the Freya family, the blacksmith retorted, rubbing his eyes. A few hours before the party, said the Oriental. Were you invited to the party too? The Redeed asked. Yes, it seems that all of Aurario is, Lily commented. It's getting dark, you can go look for him if you want, we'll go, Daphne finished, taking her friend's hand and leaving. Let's go in and ask Belle for an explanation, Welf said, pushing his way through the static girls of his family. At the same time, the voice of the aforementioned was heard. I did it. I survived. He celebrated, leaving the dungeon with his chest puffed out and filled with what seemed to be self-pride. Who would have thought I'd make it with Elfie? Although Alicia and Aki had murderous eyes when I did it, I hope that doesn't cause me any trouble in the near future, he said to himself, sighing heavily. After intense training, Hedon finally gave him the go-ahead, or as he put it, less mediocre, and let him go. There are a few hours left before the party. I should take a bath, the white-haired man thought, feeling as if his muscles were tearing with every step he took. It was no wonder his master rivaled Aina when it came to the intensity of his studies. When he raised his face, he met those who were looking for him. W. Welf. Mikoto. Haraham. Lily. W. What are you doing here? He questioned them. In a swift movement, the hobbit tackled him. Not. There was a loud thud on the ground. First and down, Welf said, laughing. Don't give us that. What are you doing here? Nonsense, Belle-sama, and better answer why you're flirting with all the girls in Arario. Lily demanded, pulling the white-haired man. Wait, Lily. And my whole body hurts. Belle begged with tears in his eyes from the pain and the stabbing in every fiber of his body. Does your body hurts? What else did you do with the girls, Belle-sama? The little support girl completely misunderstood. Come on, Lilicuajo, she's about to faint and you're attracting too much attention. Let her explain to us at the mansion. Welf said, pulling her away from his friend. Thanks Welf, Belle thanked with a little air left in his lungs. Don't thank me yet, Hestia-sama's scolding is still missing, the Retid replied. Let's get confused. A few hours later, at the chimney mansion. That's all. Belle finished his explanation as he lay kneeling with his forehead down. Hestia sharpened her gaze as if she didn't believe him, however, he was telling the truth. So, a member of the Freya family kidnapped you to pick up girls in the dungeon, Welf recapitulated, holding his chin. Yes, now that you mention it, it sounds ridiculous and less terrifying than it really was. The young man confirmed what the blacksmith had said. Putting aside the whole picking up girls thing, this confirms our suspicions. Freya's after you, Hestia said, feeling her vision blur. We have no other choice, Kami-sama, we must go and see what he wants from me. Belle stood up and said his opinion. It's obvious what he wants. Well, you're right, going or not going won't change anything. The little goddess felt cornered. Let's get ready then, the party will start soon, Welf commented. They all agreed, went to take a bath, and then headed to their rooms to dress for the occasion. Luckily, none of them had any problems with their clothing, especially the girls who went shopping yesterday. The Folkvinger. The Hestia family had come to face their destiny. I said it before, and I'll say it now. It's so uncomfortable to wear a suit, Belle said. It was Belle's first comment. Looks good, Belle-sama. Haraham flattered him with a beautiful smile. Thanks Haraham, you also look very beautiful, Belle thanked, returning the gesture and the compliment. Renard blushed at that. Tell me, Belle. How do I look? Hestia asked, waving her dress. It suits you very well, Kami-sama, was the boy's response. The little goddess adopted a childish giggle. Belle-sama. Belle-sama. Do I look okay? Lily asked, as did the two girls. Very well, Lily, Belle replied, with a small smile that calmed anyone who saw it. They entered the great hall and were amazed by how beautiful and gleaming the place looked. No one would think there was a massacre going on there 24/7. Mikoto and Haraham met with Take Mikazuchi, as well as Aoka and Chigusa. Hestia and Lily went for food as soon as they noticed the large buffet that was prepared. Belle, for his part, stayed put. Are you okay, friend? Welf asked the white-haired man after noticing him restless and looking everywhere. Why yes, it's just that he tried to answer, but was interrupted. You want to see Ryuu, right? Said the Retid. Belle blushed and nodded. I invited her out on a date yesterday before I went to jail. When I arrived that same night, the Lady of Plenty was closed and I couldn't see her. Belle became depressed when he remembered it. Welf patted him on the back. Calm down, old man, something tells me you'll see her today. By the way, very good, you managed to invite her, and she accepted, that's progress. Welf consoled him and congratulated him on his bravery. You think so? It took a lot of courage to do it, so much so that I proposed it to her, even though all the girls in the bar, including Sir, saw us when I said it, so I had to run away as soon as she gave me her answer. He recounted the events while scratching the back of his neck. I don't know if that's courage or stupidity anymore, Welf whispered, since he knew how terrifying the silver-haired girl could be, in addition to being aware that she likes her red-eyed friend. I won't let Ryuu Naya keep this ass, Naya said a voice in Belle's ear. Also. A pinch on his right buttock was felt by him. Chloe. He was surprised to realize that it was the catgirl who had been harassing him so much. Sorry Naya, I can't resist Arario's ass, Naya, she replied, licking her lips. Belle swallowed and rubbed where he was pinched. Until the light bulb went on. Wait, hey Chloe, he turned to her extremely quickly. Naya? Is something wrong, Naya? The black-haired girl asked her. If you're here, that means without finishing his sentence, a call stopped him. Belle? Someone called him, and he knew who it was because he recognized the voice. Ryuu? He turned to where the sweet voice and call came from. When he did, he stumbled upon something completely beautiful. It was Ryuu. That same elf. Wearing a beautiful pink dress with a floral arrangement in her short green hair. Her cheeks flushed. And his eyes wide open. Belle was speechless and his heart rate increased dramatically, so much so that he thought it would beat out at any moment. Ryuu, she said his name again. As she did so, a sparkle appeared in her eyes. He got lost in his own world, where there was no one but him and her. But Belle wasn't the only one amazed by the beauty of the person in front of him. The beautiful fairy was also enchanted by how radiant the young man looked in the suit, sharing the same symptoms as her counterpart. Belle stepped back and gave them their space. Chloe was about to interrupt, however, Lunwer came to the rescue. It's a pleasure to see you here, Belle. Ryuu broke the ice. Oh? Why yes, it's a pleasure. The white-haired man came out of his trance, although he didn't take his eyes off her. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the cancellation of our date. The invitation to this event arrived, and since Mamma Mia was captain of the Freya family, the waitress tried to excuse herself. There's nothing to say, Ryuu. I'm not angry, we were just swept away by the flow of things. We can move it to another day, Belle replied, reassuring her despite being just as or more nervous than her. I see, I would like to very much, he smiled with joy. By the way, how do I look? The girls helped me pick out a dress, since I didn't have one, the elf asked, interested in the opinion of the owner of her heart. This the bundle of nerves, formerly known as bellcranel, stuttered in smoke, came out of his head. I'm sorry Hedon-sensei, but now I want my words to define me as well as my actions, he thought when Ryuu looked down. You look spectacular, he replied after sighing. She faced him again. No, not just that, he continued. You look like a beautiful flower that opens its petals and reveals all its beauty. You stand out from all the others. Why, your incomparable beauty leaves me speechless. Belle couldn't stop. I couldn't stop flattering her. So much so that even those around them paid attention to them. If I had to summarize what I think about your appearance, I would express it in 4 words, he continued, staring at her and squeezing her chest. You are a beautiful fairy, he finished. When she said her last sentence, the elf turned into a living tomato. Each part of its delicate fine white skin took on a red color similar to that fruit. In the distance, Wilf gave a thumbs up sign. Is that what you think of me? Ryuu asked him. That's what I've always thought about you, Ryuu, the young man answered without a hint of doubt. At that moment, Belle remembered something else. He bowed slightly and extended his right hand. Ryuu, would you do me the honor of dancing with me? His proposal was thrown out, as he learned from Hermes and Maich a few days ago. She brought her left hand closer to his after a moment's hesitation. I'm sorry sir, I love him, she apologized to her friend before doing so. It would be an honor to dance with you, Belle. She gave him a beautiful smile. Reference image. And finally the skin of both limbs came into contact. He looked at her a moment before starting and said. My grandfather wasn't lying when he said that the most beautiful women in the world are in Arario. Ryuu felt the grip tighten. Although the most beautiful of all is right now holding my hand. Chapter 13. How strong is your love? In the previous chapter. It would be an honor to dance with you, Belle. She gave him a beautiful smile. Reference image. And finally the skin of both limbs came into contact. He looked at her a moment before starting and said. My grandfather wasn't lying when he said that the most beautiful women in the world are in Arario. Ryuu felt the grip tighten. Although the most beautiful of all is right now holding my hand. Current chapter. Calm down, Hestia-sama. Stop moving like a slug that's been covered in salt. Wilf asked, holding the small goddess and preventing her from interrupting the clearly romantic scene his friend was having with the beautiful elf. How do you expect me to calm down? My Belle is going to dance with a woman in front of me. Again. Hestia screamed, squirming and trying to get free, while remembering that same situation at the Apollo family party, with a slight difference that the escort this time was not Wallen, whatever he is. For their part, Lily and Harahim remained silent and somewhat depressed. Mikoto tried to calm and cheer them up, but it came to nothing. Belle, enjoy your time, because when you return you may not come out alive, thought the Redeed, seeing the white-haired man in the distance with a pure smile full of happiness just like Ryuu's that shone with how happy he was. Meanwhile, with Belle and Ryuu. The two were still holding each other's hands, and at no point did they separate until finally, after walking for a few seconds, they reached the center of the dance floor where the others were dancing. Some familiar faces were present, such as Maich with Naza, whom Belle greeted without hesitation, although it was a fleeting greeting. Hermes and Asfi were also dancing, which was surprising, given that the latter seemed to despair of her god. For some strange reason, Hermes smiled with a look that closely resembled Belle's grandfather's, a combination of pride and perversion. When Asfi noticed this, she kicked him in the shin, bringing him out of his thoughts. They both stood face to face, staring at each other, not missing any detail of the face of the person in front of them. Blushing cheeks. A bit restless. Trembling of the lips. There was a continuous series of aspects that brought out his most sincere feelings, and yet he was there. Ignoring the penalty. Shame. All to spend a simple and easy moment with the person they loved. You have never danced, Belle, so I might make a lot of mistakes, Ryuu warned. His ears dropped a little along with his spirits. I was afraid of ruining the dance. Belle noticed and placed his hand on the side of his companion's face. She was surprised and raised her head with eyes full of excitement. I'm not interested in having a perfect dance, nor do I care if we make millions of mistakes while doing it. This moment is special because I'm sharing it with you, Ryuu, so the boy's words filled the elf's heart with joy, who felt how the frequency of its heartbeat increased. He slowly removed his right palm from Ryuu's cheek and placed it delicately on her waist. No elf would allow anyone to go that far. However, this is where the difference with other elves lies. She. The beautiful fairy of the enchanted forest allowed it because it was done by the man to whom he gave his purest and most sincere feelings. To whom he entrusted his life. They both raised the hand they were holding each other's with at a considerable distance. Ryuu left those thoughts of ruining it behind, and his energies were renewed. He placed his left palm on Belle's right shoulder, holding it with slight force. So, Ryuu, let's do it, the young man concluded, finishing the sentence he had left unfinished as he began to assume the dance posture. The music was calming, a kind of piano sounds combined with the beautiful sound of violin strings gave an atmosphere full of calm and romance to those who dared to stand up. The dance began and with it the movements of our couple. Ryuu took small steps forward, which were reciprocated by Belle, who took them behind, advancing little by little and preventing them from stepping on him. Dancing slowly. Without taking their eyes off the beauty that both had before their faces. Steps to the sides, avoiding colliding with other people. Synchronized with the glamorous and delicate music. Holding his partner tightly and bringing their bodies closer and closer without even noticing as they were completely immersed in their own world. Suddenly the music changed abruptly. The faster, more intense tune entered the room. They were a little stunned by such a sudden change in the environment around them. All the couples started moving to the beat of the new song. Quick movements. Wrapping his partner in his arms. Spinning her around while she remained attached to them with the hand they used to hold her. I think we are not at their level, we could cause an accident, Ryuu commented. Suddenly, Belle grabbed her, preventing them from separating. We won't know if we don't try, let's follow our instincts and see how we do, he replied, a confident smile appearing on his face. She was stunned for a few seconds and smiled back as she closed her eyes. You really are hopeless, Belle, he said, letting himself go. As quickly as they agreed, they began to replicate the dance steps that each other did. Quick movements. High-speed turns. Ryuu's dress was fluttering from the combination of steps and turns they took. Belle's white hair moved with the circulation of the wind after cutting it with their bodies in a constant state of activity. There was something they didn't notice. Those who were dancing before stopped and cleared the center of the dance floor. What was the reason for this? Simple. They were watching how both lovers danced with such delicacy and perfection, as if they were professionals. The beautiful woman moved the way her keen senses of adventure told her to, causing her to look like a delicate flower moving with the passing wind. Like a dandelion flying through the air, causing irregular movements as it fell. If that weren't enough, the long pink dress gave a perfect image of said imaginary scenario. The flower moving gracefully on the dance floor. However, the companion of such a beautiful woman was not far behind. Rabbit Feet, as bellcranel was nicknamed, held her and pulled her closer and closer. He was in charge of following Ryuu's steps, making them sync with the music and his own way of dancing. It acted more as a compliment to the artistic freedom the elf demonstrated on the dance floor. The music reached a climax, the violin strings increased their resonance, and with it the rhythm of the rest of the instruments. That meant one thing, it was almost time for the song to end. A look and a nod were enough for both of them to agree to plan the closing of their dance. Belle held her hip and then let go, allowing her to spin on the same axis without separating from her lover's left hand. It's like a rose opening its petals, Lunwar whispered, admiring her friend's beauty. I never expected Ryuu Naya to be so good at dancing, Naya Chloe continued, stunned. So Ryuu Naya loves Belle Naya. Anya shouted with excitement, she was happy to see her partner and friend from the Lady of Plenty so happy. Mamma Mia watched calmly, a smile appearing on her normally serious face. Belle and Ryuu continued dancing, ignoring the others. That's my little Belle. Look at him, Zeus. He listened to you. He got himself an elf. Although I doubt someone like her would allow the harem thing, Hermes thought, filled with ecstasy, although his spirits were dampened by this last point since he knew the character of the delicate flower called Ryuu lion. Across the large room, a blonde elf had anger injected into his eyes. Very nice and all, but she's not Freya-sama. He screamed internally, clenching his fist. The kingdom of darkness has corrupted such a weak mind, Hogni said, identifying his companion's displeasure. The rest of the Freya family ignored the white-haired man and the elf. But on the side of the Hestia family, I must admit that between the Apollo party and now there is a radical change, Makoto commented. How cute Ryuu looks with Belle-sama, Harahim said, forgetting her previous sadness. Hestia-sama, you finally stopped kicking, I will let you go, but do not interrupt, you must understand that you do not rule your heart, Welf said, putting the little goddess down. That last sentence fell like a bucket of cold water on Lily and Hestia. He deserves to be happy, and I think Ryuu can make him happy, in fact, I'm so sure they both will be, the blacksmith finished, smiling and raising his thumb. The little goddess stared at him and lowered her head a few seconds later. If Beldono feels love for another girl, our duty is to support him. I know it's difficult, but he deserves to be happy with whoever he wants. Don't you think the same? Makoto expressed, trying to convince the girls that they feel something for the white-haired man. Belle-sama rescued me. I owe him my life, so, if he's happy, I'll be even more so. Harahim was the first to give her opinion. Ugh, it's the same case for me, I can't continue being selfish and lying to myself. Belle-sama will never see me that way, Lily said, crying at the harsh truth. Only Hestia was missing, who continued to look at the ground. Until finally he began to speak. Belle made it clear to me from the beginning that he didn't see me that way. I have to respect his decision after all. I'll never stop being his goddess, nor will I stop loving him, even if it's as a mother. I prefer that to preventing his happiness because of my selfishness, was Hestia's thought and feeling. Tears were springing from her eyes, however, she had to accept that Belle would never love her the way she wanted. They finally understood. It didn't matter what they did. Belle's heart is one that chooses according to his feelings, not by merits. Because love is felt, not earned. The music was nearing its end, and Ryuu wrapped both arms behind Belle's neck. He held her hips with both hands. They spun around a couple of times and let go, gaining distance. Then they came closer again and returned to the hand-to-hand position they had before. And when the last touch approached, Belle threw his weight forward, causing Ryuu to lean backwards by inertia. And suddenly the music stopped. The white-haired man and the elf stood close to each other. But Belle leaning forward, holding Ryuu's back with one hand and preventing her from falling backward. With Ryuu wrapping both arms around Belle's back, holding onto him. Their faces were at a dangerous distance. It was so short that they could swear they could feel each other's labored breathing. Their faces were completely red, both from tiredness and from the pain caused by the proximity of their opponent. Our Ryuu, he named her with his voice slightly broken. Belle, she did the same. He relaxed his body and closed his eyes, giving free rein to what they both believed was meant to happen. The boy opened his eyes wide. Millions of questions formed in his head, however, there was no room for doubt. He moved closer and closer to the elf's lips as she did the same with his. Hey, we shouldn't be watching this, right? Maich said to the Hestia family and take Mikazuchi. It's your fault for not doing it somewhere more private, Naza replied, laughing mockingly. Makoto, Lily, Chigusa, Harahim and Hestia blushed at such a scene. They hadn't seen a Belle so exhibitionist and express such acts of love in front of everyone. The Belle they knew would run away with just a hug. Hedon, who was still watching with a prominent vein on his forehead, tried to raise his cane, but someone held it, preventing him from doing so. It was Otter, who looked down at him with complete seriousness, making it clear that he should not interrupt. Look at him, I didn't think that kid was so daring, Tyan whispered. Yes, Tyan, the Loki family was there too, or at least some of its members. An elf sister, I'm supposed to mmmmmm. Lafia screamed, but someone placed their palm over the orange-haired elf's mouth, preventing her from speaking any louder. Shhhhhh, Reveria silenced her. It was obvious that some kind of change would come over him, we can't blame him, he added. Argonaut you die Hotiona. It's a relief that Ace didn't come, even if she says she hates him, we all know that's not the case, Finn said. DCH Bet clicked his tongue. Meanwhile, Belle and Ryuu got close enough but… Ham. The loud bang broke the whole mood. Huh? They both said, turning to where the sound came from. I hope you are enjoying the party, my guests, said the goddess Freya, who slammed open the great doors of the palace. An awkward silence fell. What's wrong? Am I interrupting something? He asked, noticing the atmosphere. He planted his purple eyes in the center of the room. Ara, he said when he saw Ryuu and Belle. This was noticed by both of them, and they quickly stood up straight and in a proper position. His moment was interrupted. When they realized that everyone was looking at them and standing around them, smoke began to come out of their heads. What did I almost do in front of so many people, they asked themselves simultaneously in their minds, turning away in embarrassment. Fufu, maybe I came at the wrong time, Freya said, with empty eyes and a smile that reflected anything but happiness. He got up on stage to get the attention of all the guests. While that was happening, Belle and Ryuu didn't know what to say to each other. The words just wouldn't come out. The white-haired man tried to excuse himself. And no tea, it's the green-haired girl, got the same result. Attention everyone. Freya raised her voice. The two lovebirds left their stage presence and paid attention. You're probably wondering why I organized this party, right? The silver-haired goddess spoke. The Hestia family approached Belle, not caring about pushing through the crowd. This is bad. He was looking at me when he said that, Belle whispered, his hand trembling slightly. Ryuu noticed it, without understanding why. Belle, calm down, Welf told his friend. Hestia-sama. What's wrong? The elf asked when she saw that the little goddess adopted the same attitude as her son. Ryuu is your name, right? I would like to talk to you about several things, but that will have to be postponed. We're in a mess, Hestia said with complete seriousness, something rare for her. Well, the truth is that some time ago my family and I dedicated ourselves to dealing with a matter that could be classified as personal, Freya continued. Which arguably doesn't concern most of you, but is useful for you to be aware of. A small giggle escaped from the goddess as she finished that sentence. The voice of the masses was not long in coming, and they theorized among themselves about what Freya meant. Tonight, there's a special guest in the room. I'd appreciate it if you'd come up here, she paused. It'll be me, the white-haired man thought as he pointed in her direction. Belle closed his eyes and clenched his fists, accepting his inevitable fate. Ryuu Lioner, as the adventurers know him, Gale. Freya completed her sentence. A deathly silence fell over the room. What? Ryuu asked, his voice trembling. Everyone turned their attention to her. Bale, the masses whispered. Who finished off the Rudra family, some said. The criminal, some others mentioned. Ryuu? Belle asked, opening his eyes suddenly and looking at her. Ryuu Lion, please, would you be so kind as to come up? Because if you don't, I'll force you, Freya said with a threatening tone of voice that made the skin of those present crawl. The Freya family members stepped forward, striking their weapons against the ground. Anya felt terror take over her body. Mamma mia Naya, he named the dwarf. To his surprise, she made no expression, not a movement. What does Freya-sama want with Ryuu? Lunor wondered. It can't be anything good, Naya Chloe commented. Belle. Ryuu named the white-haired man, who didn't know what to do. So her body acted. He walked a few inches and stood in front of her. And no, I can't allow him to do anything to her, Freya-sama, Belle said with a broken voice, as if he had difficulty speaking, while lowering his head, avoiding making eye contact with Freya. The guests were surprised by what Bunny Feet said. Preventing the goddess with the most powerful family in Arario from doing something was not a very smart thing to do. Is that how it will be? This has nothing to do with you. Cranel, are you willing to get into trouble for a dirty criminal? Freya asked with a contemptuous tone in her words. She's not that, Belle said in a low tone. Excuse me? I don't think I heard what you said, the goddess replied. Belle, no, don't get into trouble for me again. Ryuu tried to stop him, but he took her hand. You've done the same for me. No, I don't do it for that, I do it because I want to, the white-haired man replied. Ryuu Lion isn't a dirty criminal. That's what I said. Belle shouted at the top of his lungs. His confidence was growing. You know nothing. You judge as if your lives were free of crimes. Free of any sin. But that's not the case. He continued. What? Freya was surprised by this. She is someone kind. Someone cute. Sweet. I wouldn't hurt anyone for no reason. The Rudra family is to blame for everything that happened that night. Not her. The elf's cheeks blushed completely. Each word struck hard inside his heart. Inside his soul. Within your being. Why yes, they want to hurt Ryuu. They'll have to pass over me first. Belle shouted as he gathered every bit of air in his lungs and expelled it suddenly. Full of determination, he stood up to adversity without fear. I see, it will have to be that way then, Freya said, snapping her fingers. 5. A strong and fast blow hit Belle's face. Crash. Belle. Ryuu shouted, unable to react in time. She ran in his direction but was grabbed by Hogni and pulled to where Freya was. Belle tried to stand up as he climbed out of the rubble of the wall he destroyed upon impact with. You and your family are covering up for a criminal. I don't think you think I'll be nice to you, do you? The silver-haired woman mentioned. I won't let them hurt him, Belle continued with the decision he made. Ryuu named the white-haired man. I don't want you to die for me, please don't do it, the elf, with tears in her eyes, made a request. I can't leave you. I can't. Belle shouted fiercely. I promise not to let you go again." Tears flowed out in the same way as with Ryuu. "I won't let you suffer again," he added. "If something happens to you because of me, I'll suffer," she answered. "Kid, stop acting impulsively and learn your place," Alan told him, pointing his spear at him. "You're nothing but trash covering up for a criminal, whatever the reasons, she did it and no one will change that." Alfred of the Gulliver brothers continued. "Ryuu Lion, before I take you to the Ganesha family, there is something I want to talk to you about," Freya said as soon as Hogni brought the elf with him. "I'll do whatever it takes, but leave Belle out of all this," he asked confidently, fearing for the young man's life. "Ryuu, no." Belle tried to stop her, but Alan and Alfred blocked his way. "Mamma mia Naya. We have to do something Naya," the brown-haired catgirl said desperately. She knew better than anyone what happened to someone who caught the goddess Freya's interest. It's not for nothing that she's part of her family, just like the dwarf. Otter. Freya named the captain of her family. "Let everyone leave, the party is over," he finished, ordering Bose to get everyone out of Folkvinger. Otter nodded and pointed to the exit. Freya grabbed Ryuu and they turned around. Before doing so, Belle and she saw each other one last time before the door to the room they both entered closed. An expression reflecting pain and sadness appeared on Ryuu. Despite having a smile, it didn't reflect any kind of joy, and a tear ran down her cheek. The boy had the same expression even if he didn't realize it. Hedon stood between her and him. Freya-sama said to leave. The elf shouted, kicking him outside. Ham. A strong blow sent him flying as he left the headquarters. "L." The Hestia family shouted, running to his aid. The young man skidded on the ground and crashed into some bushes that stopped him. "Cof, cof, cof." L coughed hard as blood sprayed from his mouth from the force of the impact on his stomach. "Are you okay? Don't you have anything? We need to heal him." Hestia asked anxiously when she finally had her son by her side. "I'm fine Kami-sama," he replied, standing up. 5. The doors of the Freya family headquarters were closed as soon as the last guest left. Belle, without further ado, walked to the door. "Wait, Belle. What the hell are you going to do?" his family members asked him. "I won't abandon her, I promised myself," he answered. "But you can't fight them, they're not just any family, just one was enough to send you flying. I don't want you to do anything stupid." Hestia tried to reason with him. "Hestia-sama is right, it is very dangerous. I know that sometimes Belle-sama is impulsive, but even you must know when to give up." Lily continued trying to prevent the captain of her family from doing something that would compromise his life and that of others. The young man stopped dead in his tracks. Her hair covered her eyes. "After defeating the Juggernaut at the Great Waterfall, something happened," he reported, remembering the specific moment. "What?" they asked. "I almost lost her," he added. "Memory. Hold on tight, Ryuu. I'm going to pull you up." Belle shouted, pulling with both arms. However, the ground around him began to crack. Ryuu called him by his first name for the first time since they met, while he continued hanging out in the open. He turned in her direction. The elf raised her other hand, the one that wasn't tied with Belle's. And he let go of one of the fingers that held her. "What are you doing?" he asked her, afraid. "If he stays, we'll both die," she replied, releasing the second finger. "No, Ryuu, don't do it," the white-haired man tried to convince her to stop what she was doing. "It's the only way," she replied, using the strength of two fingers to separate her from falling into the abyss. "There has to be another way. Don't do it," the boy shouted, infusing all his strength. "The moments I spent by your side the last few days were the happiest moments of my life," Ryuu said, letting go of his grip and falling into the void. "Ryuu!" Belle shouted from above, watching as the elf's body disappeared into the darkness. End of memory. I promised to save her, I promised her family that I would bring her happiness. I can't be seen as a liar, I can't fail her, even if I have to face the Freya family or the Black Dragon himself. I will keep my word, he continued, clenching his fist so hard that his nails dug into his palm, causing bleeding. "I'll do it with or without your help," he continued, starting to walk again. Both Hestia and the others, even those who are not part of her family, were impressed by what was said. "I see you're going to get into trouble over a girl again," little Belle Hermes said from a distance. "It seems like a common denominator, but now it's different," Belle replied. "Then you'll need this," the god threw him the black dagger that he knew well. How they wondered. "Ever since Freya showed up, I knew something bad would happen and that Belle would react, so I sent Asfi to get her. You can't fight without a weapon, much less against those monsters. I feel like I'm giving you permission to walk into a slaughterhouse, however, it's your decision. Be a hero, be her hero," Hermes replied, directing the last message to the boy. Hermes-sama, Belle named him, with a sparkle in his eyes. "I see I won't change your mind, right? Come here, I'll update your status, at least that much I can do," Hestia said, calling her son. He ran to her and uncovered his back. On the other hand, the Loki family was arguing. Reveria-sama Lafia named her teacher. This is very strange. What does Freya-sama gain by publicly revealing the identity of Gale? I don't think she's interested in the reward, the high elf said, taking her chin. It's clear he wants something else or someone, Finn said, looking at Belle. Bet remained silent. The important thing is why until now. She was working with two members of her family, yes, inactive, but she should have known before. Tyan shared the information she had, as well as her doubts. Argonaut Cranel looked. Tiona called the attention of her family members, pointing at that boy. What are you doing? Wasn't the ass kicking you got enough? Bet questioned when he noticed the white-haired man's status being updated. He plans to fight for her even with everything against him, mentioned the hobbit, captain of the Loki family. Like a hero, Tiona said, following the thread of the sentence. Returning to Belle. Hestia dropped a drop of blood from her finger on her son's back after cutting herself with a dagger of the same name. The letters in the language of the gods were presented. I'll level you up, maybe you don't have the same stats as on previous occasions, but they are still high enough, besides, you have already achieved the feat, Hestia informed, seeing the state of her son. Do whatever it takes, Kami-sama, whether the difference is small or large, I will fight, he replied. In his eyes, the state was presented. Bellcranel. Himano. Level 4. Strength F387. Resistance E405. Dexterity D500. Agility D599. Magic E488. Lucky. Abnormal, Resistance F. Escape H. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Ox Lair. Argonaut. Magic. Firebolt. It is a chantless magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. Okay, I'll update it now, she said to herself. Bellcranel. Himano. Level 4. Strength S905. Resistance SS1100. Dexterity SS1125. Agility SS1150. Magic A805. Luck D. Abnormal, Resistance F. Escape H. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Ox Lair. Argonaut. Magic. Firebolt. It is a chantless magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. Hestia was speechless at how much she grew in just a couple of days, even for Belle it was abnormal. Lyris Freeze works perfectly, I guess, he thought, laughing internally as sweat trickled down his forehead. After that he leveled up. The stats changed rapidly, the letters jumbled on the boy's back until finally the glow died away and allowed Hestia to read it. The goddess's eyes opened wide as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Is that all, Kami-sama? Belle asked, somewhat desperate at the delay. Why yes, but you should know, she tried to communicate what the state revealed, although the white-haired man ignored it and lowered his shirt. If that's all, I don't have time to waste, I'll rescue Ryuu, he said, walking again. Wait, Belle. There's something you need to know. Hestia tried to speak again and got the same result. Finn approached him. What are you planning to do? The hobbit asked. Finn. She named him. Tell me, are you going to face the Freya family alone for that elf? Are you conscious? The captain of the Loki family asked again. It wouldn't be the first time I faced a family, Belle joked. I see, good luck, you'll need it, Finn said, answering her doubts. Getting into trouble with dangerous people again to save a girl, even though I have to do it. For her. Because I love her. He shouted internally in support. He reached out his hand with his new status, with his new strength. He pointed at the great gates of Folkvangr. He wouldn't knock, it was obvious they wouldn't let him in. I would break in. Inhaling air. Closing his eyes. Calming your heart. Making a mental image of the woman he wanted to save. Belle, thank you very much, she thanked him. Thank you so much for being my hero, he added. The white-haired man felt small drops wet his shoulder. They were tears. Tears of happiness. Ryuu was truly grateful to him for what he did. Being her hero, he thought, it was the only thing the elf said that echoed in his mind. I was his hero, he added, then felt an explosion of feelings well up within him. I'll save you as many times as necessary. He opened his eyes suddenly and said a word that was often used by him. Firebolt. On Freya and Ryuu's side. You're probably wondering why I'm doing all this, aren't you? The goddess asked, sitting on a chair right in front of her guest. Ryuu remained silent, still sad. I see you won't talk, Freya expressed. I'll give you the answer, it's simpler than you think, Freya said, taking a sip of wine from her glass. I'm not the least bit interested in what you've done to that family. In fact, I must admit that I respect it. Destroying those members of Evilus should be recognized as a feat rather than a crime, he began his explanation. However, there is something I want and you have it, he added. Something I have, Ryuu questioned. I have a proposal for you, Freya answered. I'm willing to pay the fine for your head, she revealed. Why would you do something like that, the elf questioned. I know how difficult it is to have to go out on the streets without being able to be free, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I also understand the reasons that prompted your actions, so I don't judge you. So I'll pay the fine. So Ryuu interrupted. Instead, I'll ask you for something simple. He showed his true intentions. Ryuu swallowed, preparing for what was to come. Get out of Cranel's life. A completely serious expression without a hint of kindness was used when saying that. What's get out of Belle's life, he asked, trying to confirm what he heard. Yes, when I said you have something that interests me, I was referring to that child. A grim smile appeared on the goddess's delicate face. But Ryuu tried to ask for a reason. You have two options. Accept and be free. Refuse and spend your days in prison or be executed. I choose the first one, Freya winked. So I wonder how strong is your love? He threw the question into the air. The great combination of feelings flooded Ryuu's entire being. Be free but never get close to Belle again. Refuse and have to live a life as a fugitive in which sooner or later they will catch her. Love. Freedom. From the beginning I couldn't be worthy of Belle's love, she thought, convincing herself of the decision she would make, while Freya smiled. Before giving an answer, a noise followed by a strong tremor rumbled. What was that, they both asked themselves. It's Cranel. Freya-sama, she destroyed the doors. Helen, Freya's assistant, said from the doorway of the room they were in. Ryuu was surprised to know who was responsible for the explosion. I won't let them take Ryuu from me. Belle's shout reached them even though they were a quarter of a mile away. Tears sprang from the elf when she heard that statement. I refuse, he whispered. How? Freya asked. I refuse. I love Belle and I won't run from him. Even if I have to die. He changed my life. Him and only him. This is why I reject the deal. Belle wouldn't choose to abandon me. He didn't do it before and I won't do it now. Each scream was a heavy burden that Ryuu lifted from his back. I'll stay with him. But that last scream, she ran out of the room. Freya had a complicated expression, although it didn't stop her from running away. Freya-sama, Helen named his goddess. Let her go, he ordered. He's already made his decision, he commented. On Belle's side. The members of the Freya family were surprised by the sudden destructive attack that was caused by a chantless magic that belonged to a certain annoying child. You really are an idiot, Alan said, getting ready to finish him off. No, Hedin denied him passage. What are you doing, damn elf? The catman asked him. I'll take care of him, I have some unfinished business to settle, Hedin said, removing the sharp tip of his cane from Alan's throat. Alan was about to say something to him, but Otter interrupted him. Let me do it, he ordered. Having obtained permission, the elf went to face the man who would become his rival and, that same morning, his student. Hedin-sensei, Belle named him. I see you learned quickly, all that was missing was teaching you how to have a brain, he replied. My heart is where it should be, I can't live up to your expectations because there's a woman I love, Belle replied, gripping his hestia dagger. You know it's a battle you can't win, right? Hedin said. The chances of winning are higher if I try than if I do nothing, Belle said, tensing every muscle fiber in his body and sharpening all his senses. Belle. Ryuu shouted, running towards him. What? Hedin was surprised. Ryuu. Belle relaxed for a moment upon seeing her. Slash. The cut went to his chest. I got distracted trying to see her safe, Belle whispered, watching as he barely managed to dodge the elf's attack. It's surprising that you reacted. I don't think I should underestimate you, Hedin said, adjusting his glasses. I already said it, I'll rescue Ryuu, he said the same thing again. You won't do it alone, Belle, Ryuu said, tearing the length of her dress that prevented her from moving freely. She ran to where he was and stood by his side. I won't let you fight for me without my help, let's do it together, like on the lower floors. Ryuu smiled at him. I've got your back, Belle said confidently. I know, I'll cover yours, replied the elf. And so, both would fight for each other. For his love. The outcome is still obvious even if you two fight together, Hedin warned, pointing his cane. Before any of them could attack to start the battle, they were interrupted. No one will fight here, there's no need, said a voice that both challengers knew perfectly. Sir, when they identified her, they said a name, shocked to see her there. No, the impression was not only from seeing her there. That feeling came from her being at Freya's side. Chapter 14. Even if the world is against you. In the previous chapter. I won't let you fight for me without my help, let's do it together, like on the lower floors. Ryuu smiled at him. I've got your back, Belle said confidently. I know, I'll cover yours, replied the elf. And so, both would fight for each other. For his love. The outcome is still obvious even if you two fight together, Hedin warned, pointing his cane. Before any of them could attack to start the battle, they were interrupted. No one will fight here, there's no need, said a voice that both challengers knew perfectly. Sir, when they identified her, they said a name, shocked to see her there. No, the impression was not only from seeing her there. That feeling came from her being at Freya's side. In the current chapter. Hello Ryuu, Belle the silver-haired girl greeted with a somewhat uncomfortable smile, unlike her. What are you doing there, get away from her. Ryuu shouted as she stretched out her hand as a signal for her friend to distance herself from that goddess. Sir Sama Hedin said, relaxing his grip on his weapon and opening his eyes fully. This way of calling the waitress, as well as the reaction of the person who until then was his rival, provoked even more questions in both of them and, above all, a certain paleness on their faces. Sir Sama, they both said in unison. The details don't matter, Sir replied with a completely serious expression and a tone of voice similar to that expression. Belle and Ryuu gulped. Belle, tell me, what are you planning to do? How far are you going to take this? The girl asked. What I want to protect Ryuu, the white-haired man replied, still surprised by what was happening around him. The atmosphere became heavier and the threatening aura intensified. Sir bowed his head and clenched his fist. She took a breath for a few seconds and made eye contact again with the young man of her interest. Do you want to protect her? Do you want to be by her side? He insisted again. This time there was no hesitation. There was no blushing and much less nervousness. Belle was clear about what he wanted to do. Yes, I want Ryuu to never suffer again, never cry again, he answered while looking at her out of the corner of his eye. He saw a warm smile on her face and a slight blush on her cheeks that even extended to her ears. Even if I say I love you, Belle, the revelation was thrown out, breaking the mood of the elf and the human. How, Belle asked, completely stunned by those words. I said I love you, Belle. I fell in love with you from the first moment I met you. She reaffirmed her statement with a smile that reflected more pain than joy or any other related sentiment. Belle's legs began to shake with unease about the subject. His body. His heart. His soul. There was not a single corner of his being that could process it. Almost always that kind of thing. Flirting. Advances. Approaches. Anything about the waitress and the lady of plenty loving the fearful rabbit was always a joke. It was always a joke, right? Now that I've finally been able to say what I feel, I want to hear your answer, he interrupted the train of thought that Belle created to convince himself that this was a lie. All security or confidence disappeared with a few simple words. Ryuu began to feel some fear. What if she misinterpreted things and Belle really didn't feel the same way she did? After all, he said he wanted to save her. He never said why, but knowing the Belle he's been living with these past few months, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to risk his life for someone. The Belle, she named him, trying to touch his shoulder. I am sorry, he said before the elf made contact with him. The boy's snow-white hair covered his eyes. What was the only thing the silver-haired girl managed to say. I'm sorry, sir, I'm flattered to know that you feel this way about me, however I can't lie to you, I can't lie to myself, the boy expressed, pausing every so often, since it was very difficult and too important to make himself understood clearly about what he wanted to convey. The hearts of two women in that room were crushed. The lump in my throat appeared as I uttered the sentence that would end it all. The members of the Freya family, their eyes filled with fury at what they were witnessing, gripped their weapons tightly. Only two remained calm. Ada and Mamma Mia, who lay stoic and motionless. Sir, I can't reciprocate your feelings, sorry, Belle apologized, finishing his reply. Sir lowered his face, staring at the ground. A few small drops flowed from his eyes and fell to the ground where they moistened it, leaving a trace of them. It may sound cruel, but a part of Ryuu was relieved by it. On the other hand, it hurt to see that the person she considered her friend and savior was suffering. So that's how things are, he whispered without taking his eyes off that spot on the marble floor. Damn human. The Gulliver brothers shouted, running to attack Belle and Ryuu. Both of them were on full guard, waiting for the impact so they could counterattack, however the attack never came. Sir and Freya simultaneously extended their hands, as if ordering them to stop. Belle Cranel, it was Freya who named him on this occasion. He turned to her. Do you really want this? You're not in a good position, the goddess declared, crossing her arms expressionlessly with a fine, white face. I will stay with her, I will protect her, smile, even if the world is against her, the white-haired man declared, giving her a sweet smile that reflected his feelings with total sincerity and reaffirmed the veracity of his promise, his oath. Ryuu's heart fluttered wildly, though she had to pretend, as the moment was not conducive to her acting as a maiden in love, a role she had been playing ever since she was saved by the man in front of her, who even now protected her. The human to whom she gave her heart. We'll check if you have any limits, you damn fool, that sentence said by a totally angry Freya had all the edge of an order. All the members of the Freya family, except Hedin who remained motionless, made space in the middle of the great hall. What does this mean, Freya-sama? The elf asked. Break them, he ordered. The single word reflected a great deal of frustration and hatred. That was enough for Hedin to understand what he had to do. As you wish, Freya-sama. A sinister smile appeared on the face of her family's executive. Cranel. Ryuu lion. The goddess's speech began. Maybe you don't know. But here in Folkvangr, my children have some very extreme customs. The fate of the audience was not going well. It's funny, many people wonder how they are so strong, and some want to be like them, however they have no idea what they want. Belle and Ryuu looked sideways at everything around them. Every damn son of Freya formed a circle around them. This was nothing more than an initiation. You will fight for your ideals. You will suffer the consequences of your decisions. Check that you can deliver what you boast about. He shouted as a crushing pressure unexpectedly hit both of them. Belle. Ryuu named him. Relax, we can do it together, we can do anything. Belle squeezed the green-haired girl's hand tightly as he finished his comment. That was all he needed to clear his doubts. Protect Ryuu lion in a death match. He finished and all the torches in the room lit up in a scarlet fire that gave that hue to every space that surrounded them. The chill ran down their spines as soon as Hedon got into a fighting stance. Are you ready, Ryuu? Belle asked uncomfortably but without taking his eyes off his opponent for a second. You said it, Belle, together we can do anything, she answered calmly, still aware of the dangerous situation they were in. Hedon pointed his staff at them and opened his lips. They are just 2 level 4s with a dagger as their only weapon. I thought our training would be enough for you to realize what I would do to you if you make me angry. It seems I wasn't strict and scary enough, he declared angrily. You could almost swear a vein was popping out on his forehead. He was really irritated. The chances of achieving something are greater if you try than if you don't try, he replied. Hey silly girl. The call of a familiar voice was received by the elf. She turned around and almost instinctively caught something. It was his sword, Alf's Lumina. You don't think I'll let you fight without weapons? At least I want you to defend yourself, the dwarf said, smiling at her and giving her a thumbs up. Thank you very much, Mamma Mia, he thanked. And you, child. The serene and kind attitude that the owner of the Lady of Abundance adopted when addressing Ryuu changed drastically when she communicated with Belle. You better protect her and keep your promise, I don't want to lose one of my maids, he warned her. Yes. The white-haired man answered purely instinctively. Surprisingly, he was more afraid of Mamma Mia than of Hedon himself, and that's even though he's the one he's going to fight. The dwarf walked away and returned to her position. Well, if there are no more interruptions, I'll wait for you here. You don't deserve me to come after you, the outcome of this has already been decided, Hedon said as his staff began to glow. Fight eternally, indestructible soldiers of lightning, he added while holding his weapon with both hands. And? Ryuu, careful. Belle shouted, pushing her. Halis Hildr. Hedon concluded. Suddenly several orbs spread out above them and boom. Several rays came from them in an attack that covered almost the entire combat area where the battle was taking place. Belle and Ryuu ran with the maximum speed that their states allowed them, however, even in that form, it was extremely difficult for them to completely dodge them, which is why several of those energy beams grazed them, causing cuts in clothing and skin. Damn it. I could only act since he attacked me with that all night, if not, I wouldn't know what would have happened, the white-haired man thought as he pulled Ryuu by the hand, and with the other, he deflected the rays that were going in his direction when he couldn't dodge them. Belle, we have to find a way to get close to him. The elf commented as she dodged. I'm afraid to say this, but we have to separate. Together we're easy targets. He added to his suggestion. A large amount of dust and marble debris was kicked up, resulting in an uneven surface to move across. Thud. 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 The explosions still missed their target. What the hell is going on? Just a day ago I couldn't even react without getting hit. Now it turns out I can't hit the target. Hedon felt frustrated, so he gritted his teeth and hands. However, he didn't notice something important. By using a magic that attacked across an entire area, he didn't bother locating his targets, trusting that sooner or later they would be hit. This, coupled with the dense layer of dust raised by the uncontrolled fire, was the perfect way for both of them to hide from him. Where the hell are they? Hedon shouted, raising his staff and punching the air to push it away and clear the area. He thought that would be enough. Big mistake. Although the scene was cleared up, there was no one. What before finishing his complaint, the sound of the wind being cut was perceived by his sharp senses. When he turned to where the noise came from, he saw a red dagger coming dangerously close to his face. Plank. He blocked in a pure act of autonomous reflex. This way. Belle shouted, coming out from the opposite side. Hedon threw a side slash. Slash. That attack was not successful at all. Plank. Metal con metal. Brute force with brute force. Both factors combined when contact between cane and dagger occurred. A surprise attack by cowards, Hedon said, infusing more power. I didn't know there were rules in a battle to the death, sensei, the white-haired man replied with a mocking smile. That annoyed the elf even more. Wait, what about that elf? He wondered, but it was too late. Ryuu was just a few meters away from him, or rather, her sword was about to make contact with Heden's neck. "It Ryuu?" Bell shouted as he infused inhuman strength into his grip. "Don't bucking him." Heden shouted, catching the edge of the sword with his free hand, as if it were a simple pin. The scarlet thread ran down her palm, covering the grip area. Small drops of blood fell to the ground from the cut. 5. Pua. Bell screamed when in a split second he received a strong kick to the stomach that sent him flying. Ryuu swiped his sword, slashing the elf's hand even deeper, and ran out of range. As soon as he had the chance, he headed to where the white-haired man had fallen. "Blood, you managed to hurt me. It seems that it won't be a waste of time," Heden declared, smiling like a maniac. Meanwhile, on the side of his opponents. Bell quickly stood up and placed his left hand on top of his stomach. "Bell. Are you okay?" asked the green-haired girl. "Yeah, it felt like my lunch was pushing up my dinner," he replied, a trickle of blood running from his mouth which he wiped with the side of his sleeve. "I have to admit I was surprised." Taking advantage of a disadvantageous situation and using it as part of their plan, Heden said, wiping the blood off his hand with his clothes. Both of them were back on guard. "I won't make that mistake twice," he added, running to them. In a blink of an eye, they were face to face, just millimeters apart. His goal was won. His goddess said that he must protect that elf. If she died, it was all over. As simple as that. Ryuu tried to raise his sword in order to block the stab. Too slow, Heden said in his mind. For a moment, the green-haired woman felt a sharp object make contact with the outer layer of her skin and slowly work its way through until… "Firebolt!" Bell shouted and his jet-black dagger burst into flames, increasing in length. Clang. With a single blow, a single impact, the trajectory of the attack changed. Bell pushed Ryuu aside and extended his free hand. "Firebolt!" he repeated, launching his magic at point-blank range in Heden's face. What just happened?" the elf asked as she was pulled away from there. Almost, and he didn't react," the white-haired man whispered. Without warning, Heden approached them again. As if the explosion in his face meant nothing to him. "Hell." Bell wailed internally. "Do something," he encouraged himself. Despite being in a situation where peace of mind was a very scarce factor, he made an inhuman effort to obtain it. Fire. The rest of the magic's name was drowned out by a loud bell ringing. Clang. The unique. The simple one. The lonely. Bell. Crash. It can't be possible. That phrase came out of Hogni's lips, who opened his eyes wide. No one, even Otter, could hide his surprise. He sent Heden flying with chantless magic were the whispers that spread throughout the arena, mostly coming from the level 4 and below members of the Freya family. Freya turned to look at the girl at her side with clear concern. Sir, for his part, only had an unjustified smile on his face. "Ryuu, you have to move faster. We almost didn't count on her, or at least try to constantly attack in her direction, so it won't be easy for her to attack you," warned the white-haired man, taking a breath. "I'm sorry, I'll try using my magic," she replied, who felt like a burden after being saved by Bell on more than 2 occasions. "We can do it, I trust you with my life," Bell said, smiling at her. "Good." Heden emerged from the rubble, sending all the remains of the floor and wall flying. "Ah!" he shouted and walked towards them. "I stopped him, Ryuu." Bell shouted back, closing the distance between them. Clash. Both daggers and the sharp part of the elf's staff collided. "What the hell are you? I can't believe that damn level 4 like you can exist," Heden claimed angrily. Bell dodged a blow and then clashed weapons again. Clash. Clang. Clash. Sparks were created by each impact. "I have someone I want to protect." Clash. Clang. Clash. The beautiful fairy whom I wish to see smile. Clash. Clang. Clash. Clash. Clang. Clash. Bell's arms ached and buckled as he spoke, making an inhuman effort to stop the Freya family's level 6 strength. The friction between the cartilage of the bones in his upper limbs caused a burning sensation at every point of contact. "And as long as there is life within me." Clash. Clang. Clash. Good. A shock wave was created by the last collision. Heden gritted his teeth, his impression increasing with each passing second, as did the strength of his opponent. "I will make her happy." The white-haired man finished and a white glow like the previous time came from his body. His strength was enhanced by this. Ah. Clash. Clang. Clash. Clash. Clang. Clash. In a one-sided exchange where the elf's only response was a constant blocking of the blows, cuts and slashes of the young boy who was massacred by him just a day ago, Heden was overwhelmed. Ah. A cry to give more of oneself. Ah. A shout to increase his strength and regain his advantage. 5. A sharp blow was given to Bell's left side, piercing the area. Ugh. A groan of pain came from him. Hedin managed to bury his stick, however it was a serious mistake. Before he could launch his next attack, he sensed movement at the tip of his weapon. Slash. Ah. Bell was walking forward, deepening his wound even further. What confusion was expressed in the elf's frown. Plaff. With his left hand, the white-haired man held Hedin's right hand as soon as they were just a few inches away from each other. "I caught you," she whispered, her hair covering her eyes and coughing blood. "Now Ryuu." He gave the warning. In the sky of a now distant forest, infinite stars scattered across the endless night sky. The chant began. It was there that Hedin learned what was happening. Everything was planned. He didn't hurt the brat because he made a mistake. No. The mistake was his. "Let go of me," he screamed, trying to get away. 5. He threw a punch at Bell's face, however, the hestia dagger buried itself in his fist. "Firebolt!" The boy shouted, the fire beam passing through the surface of the dagger until it came out through the distal end of it. Ugh. A loud groan of pain came from Hedin. A sea of flames consumed his left arm, charring much of it. "Answer my foolish voice, give me now the divine protection of the starfire." A green glow emerged from the elf's body. Hedin attempted to pull his cane away from Bell's torso. "You won't," the boy shouted, increasing his strength and crushing Hedin's arm with intense pressure. The elf could swear he felt his bones creaking and colliding with each other. "Give the mercy of light to him who abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, wandering traveler." The chant was nearly over. Ah. Without any further resources, a strong headbutt was given to Bell. 5. Bell's teeth collided, injuring his gums, causing them to bleed and breaking off parts of his lip. When Hedin looked away, Bell's gaze didn't change. Still with blood running from his forehead. Even if his whole body screamed in pain. He didn't give up. When she looked into the boy's crimson eyes, a great fear flooded her being. That angry expression. That force. That tenacity. He had only ever met one person in his entire life who had such a menacing look, and oddly enough, he also had the same hair color as the person who stood fiercely in front of him. Why am I trembling, he wondered as his left hand, no, his entire body, moved involuntarily. Cross the sky and run through the desert, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. Ryuu approached with Alf's Lumina at breakneck speed to deliver a point-blank strike. "Idiot. He'll hit you too," Hedin shouted, regaining his senses. The deal was to protect her. "I don't matter." Bell replied with the last bit of strength in his lungs. "Scryich." Ryuu skidded on the debris in an attempt to stop its progress. "Nuo." "Hedin." Hogni shouted. "Uit." Hestia and company shouted, who, thanks to the total concentration of the Freya family members in combat, managed to enter again. "That tomato." "That elf." "Lion." "That." Gareth and Riveria watched in complete shock at what was happening. The hero Tiona whispered with a sparkle in her eyes. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Luminous whined. Ryuu finished and several rays came out around her. Bell closed his eyes, bracing for impact. "Boo-om. Ay-im. Boo-om. Boo-om." Repeated and repeated explosions hit both targets. Ugh. The elf felt the shock wave pushing her back. Until the last explosion made an appearance. Ah. Drawing more energy from the depths of his being, his technique prepared to finish. Ba-boom. The explosion sent Ryuu flying, projecting her several meters away from her original position. "I can't see anything." The members of the Hestia family shouted along with the goddess. Bell Hestia named him. Air. Dust. Land. All these elements combined created a large cloud that prevented us from witnessing the outcome of the battle. The one everyone present asked themselves. Freya Sama named his goddess. Every fiber of her goddess's body was restless. Sir, for his part, remained calm. Ryuu slowly got up, covered in scrapes and bruises. Something inside him told him that he wouldn't remain conscious for long. The mental expenditure of that blow was not minimal. I have to make sure Bell is okay. I got too close for him to not be seriously hurt. The elf walked, staggering with each step. Fight eternally, indestructible soldiers of lightning. A voice was heard. That chant. Ryuu remembered it. Halis Hildr. Without warning, several orbs fired an electrical charge in his direction. I can't move, he said in fear, his body no longer responding. Freya, stop this now. This wasn't part of the deal. Mamma Mia shouted, grabbing her waitress. Otter tried to stop her, but a white flash stunned everyone. Zoo-om. Ooh-om. Following that flash, magic found its destination. The wounded Hedin stood with his cane splintered and his body covered in blood. He gasped for air, he was at his limit. "You lost, damn human," he shouted with joy. "You didn't protect her," he added. "What makes you believe that, sensei?" An unexpected response. Turning around, he realized. He did not achieve his goal. Bell lay standing with Ryuu in his arms. His body radiated a completely white glow. "How is it possible in your condition?" he whispered. "Ryuu, rest, I'll finish this," Bell said, cutting her off on the ground. She fainted. "Hestia, tell me, what did you want Bell to see in his state?" Hermes asked. "Bell is amazing, his feelings are always so strong and pure, that's why his abilities relate to them," the little goddess replied with a smile. "What do you mean by that?" the god asked. "Spiritual union," he whispered. And that's where Hestia pulled out a leaf. Bellcranel. Imano. Level 5. Strength I0. Stamina I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Luck C. Abnormal, resistance E. Escape G. Abilities. Lyris Freeze, hidden. Ox Lair. Argonaut. Spiritual union. Momentarily increases the user's stats to S rank when their fated soul is in danger. Magic. Firebolt. It is a chantless magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. Hermes' eyes opened wide. So he tried to articulate his hypothesis. "Yes, it's practically level 6 now with that skill, or at least for a few moments," Hestia answered. This reached the ears of the family executives Freya and Loki, who, with their keen ears, heard it. "I don't care what happened. I won't lose to you," Hedin shouted, preparing for his final attack. "Me neither," Bell replied, taking his Hestia dagger. Clang. 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 The bells were heard louder. A roar that soothed the hearts of those who dared to hear it. "I will protect the person I love. No one will take her away from me. I'll be with her. Even if the world is against you," he shouted with his last breath. The size of the dagger increased. It could no longer be named as a dagger. It was more like a short sword. Bell's back was burning. The hieroglyphs on Hestia's dagger glowed brightly. "The dagger grows with him," Hestia whispered as she remembered what Hephaestus had said. "Linkin Park music is coming up," whispered an extra in the distance. He opened his eyes suddenly, and the red in them gave off a light of that same color. Ah! With his Hestia's sword and all the power of his state plus the charge of Argonaut. Every step he took was marked on the ground. Your footprint. Strike eternally, indestructible general of lightning. Hedin's last attack was a magical one. Varian Hildr. He finished, launching a wide beam at Bell. The white-haired man ran straight ahead without breaking. "If you dodge it, that elf will die," the elf of the Freya family shouted at him. A smile spread across Bell's mouth before he spoke. "I don't need to dodge it," he whispered. Taking the jet black sword in both hands, he raised it and placed it in front of him. "He's planning to meet him head-on," Otter said. "You're crazy," Hogni said to the white-haired man. "Ugaya. Slayayash." The lightning was being cut like a piece of butter. "That's impossible," the elf shouted. Ooh. The magic split in two and took opposite routes, crashing into the side walls and exploding. "Run away, Hedin," Hogni shouted at his family member. However, it was too late. "Goodbye, Master," Bell said as he raised his sword as high as he could, preparing to bring it down suddenly and end it all. Slayayash. The wind was pushed in all directions. "I win," Bell declared, holding his sword and expressing an almost imperceptible smile. Hedin lay standing with the sword just millimeters from his head as it dripped a few trickles of blood. The brightness of before disappeared completely as soon as he finished what he said. The sword returned to its dagger form. The boy's hands trembled as did his entire body. And he was falling forward little by little. He fainted. "Finish him, damn elf," Alan yelled at him. Hedin was able to take advantage of the deplorable state in which the white-haired man was left since he did not kill him. However, he only stopped it with his free hand before it hit the floor. "No, he has won," the elf whispered, settling the unconscious body of his rival and student. The Freya family executives were stunned by this. Hedin Selland. The proud elf. "I give the victory to Bellcranel." Freya Mamma Mia named her waitress. I know, I went a little too far," said the silver-haired girl, enduring the coming scolding. "But it turned out as we expected, didn't it?" Sir said with a smile. "The end does not justify the means," said the dwarf with overflowing anger. "Hythe." Sir called a certain girl from his family. "Tell me, Sir Sama," the girl answered. "Heal them," they won, he ordered. Hythe ran towards them to fulfill his mission. "Freya," Hestia shouted. "Oh, Hestia," to the little goddess's surprise, Sir was the one who answered the call. "Wow, that clears everything up," Hermes mocked. Otter and Freya put on poker faces. "I messed up, didn't I?" Sir said. "Yes," Freya Sama, both shop assistants replied. "I want an explanation." Hestia screamed while Hermes covered her mouth. "I think an explanation of all this wouldn't hurt," Freya suggested the traveling god. Ah, the silver-haired girl exhaled. Family, everyone other than Hermes and Hestia to stand down, now, he ordered. They created chaos and evicted even low-ranking members of their own family. Follow me, there's someone I want you to see, Sir said, transforming into her true form, and the Freya from before did the same. Wow. Both gods were impressed. Needless to say, if you say anything about this, your lives are in danger. Can I trust you? A threatening look was thrown at both of them. Don't worry, we won't say anything, Hermes replied nonchalantly. But he finished. A pair of large doors swung wide open. Hestia and Hermes were speechless at the presence of that familiar or at least known face. Está, they named the goddess of justice. Hermes. Hestia. It seems that this day never stops giving them surprises. Chapter 15. The motives of a goddess. Reunion. In the previous chapter. A pair of large doors swung wide open. Hestia and Hermes were speechless at the presence of that familiar or at least known face. Está, they named the goddess of justice. Hermes. Hestia. It seems that this day never stops giving them surprises. Currently. This is a surprise. No, wait. What does it mean? Why is Está here? For the first time in years, I have no control over things or even an idea of what's going on, Hermes said, holding his chin with a confused expression. I'm not supposed to. Hestia was about to speak, but was interrupted. You'll say that she left when that happened, right? Freya said as she approached the aforementioned goddess. That? What are you talking about? Está herself asked. You don't know? I'm not surprised, Ryuu just told you to run away without giving you an explanation. Now it was Freya who was analyzing the situation. Tell me what? Está insisted. It's not my place to tell, let's wait for her to tell you, replied the silver-haired goddess. The brunette woman nodded. Freya, tell us, what were you planning with all this? Demanded the little goddess, with contained rage. Clearly, she didn't like seeing her son beaten, and the person who, much to her chagrin, had found a place in her heart threatened. I know. I understand why you feel that way, so I'll talk. Please sit down if you wish, the silver-haired woman said, approaching a large chair where she sat down. You see, it all started after Belle fought that Minotaur in Babel. No, it would be incorrect to say that was the origin of everything, Freya commented, although it seemed that she was trying to connect the threads of her story. It doesn't matter. The point is that I have the ability to see the souls of mortals. Each color represents their deepest desires and their personalities, he explained. Hermes did not seem surprised at all, unlike Está and Hestia. And what does that have to do with Belle and Ryuu? Hestia asked. Everything, the goddess answered with a serious face. Those present remained silent. You have no idea how special your son is, Hestia. The only thing, a blush appeared on her. Wait, who is Belle? What does he have to do with my Ryuu? Está asked. That's what I'm getting at. If you don't mind, I'd like you to stop interrupting me for every little thing, Freya replied with a vein popping out on her forehead. After that, he sighed heavily. I have seen, over thousands and thousands of years, many souls of all colors searching for someone who was unique, someone to fall in love with and take only for myself, and that someone was Belle, he confessed with a look that did not give Hestia a good feeling. Hestia was going to complain, but Hermes covered her mouth. I understand, continued the traveling god, gave that sign without caring about the anger of the little girl at his side. But a problem arose. I didn't want to use my charm on him, I really wanted him to fall in love on his own, although it seems I was late. That Loki girl did it first, her brow furrowed, showing anger. Yes, Hestia also lamented. However, Belle's soul wasn't the only one that caught my attention, in Arario, Freya added. The other one is Ryuu's, right? Está said. Exactly, with the detail that not with the same intentions that I had towards Belle, the silver-haired woman commented. I consider her a very close friend, maybe my only true friend. A smile full of melancholy appeared on her lips. He took a breath, with the attentive gazes of the audience in the room. You have no idea of the series of events that took place even hours before your departure, much less the pain she suffered all these years, he continued. Está remained silent. After she did what she did, I found her lying in an alley with her entire body covered in blood. Of course, not in my goddess form, but as the waitress in the Lady of Plenty, she recounted. Her soul was stained by revenge, with dark parts that were slowly consuming it. Her pain was increasing, and it seemed as if she would break at any moment. That's why I couldn't leave her alone, he added, recalling that rainy evening in Arario. Before even telling me her name, she fainted, so I had to carry her. A small laugh came from Freya, who was amused by the passing of said memory, in which she struggled to carry her and prevent the others from seeing her with Ryuu. I took care of her until she finally woke up. To make a long story short, Mamma Mia and I set a trap for her so she wouldn't leave, since that was her intention, the goddess commented, lightly tapping her head and sticking out her tongue. The trap? The three gods asked themselves in unison. Yes. If I let her go, she'd probably do something stupid or take her own life. She'd lost all reason to stay in this world. The only thing I could think of at that moment was to use her pride against her and tie her to the bar, Freya replied, returning to her serious attitude, which was slowly breaking down. Take your own life, Ryuu. A lament came from Está, who couldn't believe what she was hearing. As I mentioned, it's up to Ryuu to tell you that part, sorry, the silver-haired goddess expressed. With his doubts resolved, he was able to continue. Years passed, and little by little, the darkness in his soul began to fade. I want to believe that during that time, he grew closer and closer to us, so much so that he considered us a family. And Belle arrived. He inadvertently did a great deal of good for my friend, he commented. What do you mean? Hestia asked. I think it's simple, an elf is not someone who talks to any man, they know how to identify their intentions, especially Ryuu, who is very serious about that subject, Hermes replied, remembering that time when she, along with the other waitresses, almost scared him to death. A drop of sweat ran down his forehead. And yet Belle managed to crack that hard shell with nothing less than his absurd kindness and sincerity. A small laugh came from Freya. Yes, that's right, my Belle. Hestia agreed with it. So she Está connected the dots. Yes, she fell in love with him, although it wasn't immediate, the silver-haired girl emphasized. That was a problem, you know. Watching how little by little my two favorite souls in the world grew closer. However, there was still someone in Belle's heart, the sword princess, Freya recounted. Yes, despite having many girls drooling over him, Belle never doubted his love for Wallen whatever, until that night the little goddess interrupted. Yes, the Xenos, Hermes confirmed. The goddess of justice didn't know what Xenos were, so she remained uncertain. However, there was no time to answer them. As I was saying. The shell, the pain, the hatred, the revenge. All those feelings that poisoned Ryuu's soul dissipated at a monster speed at Belle's side. He did in a few months what Mamma Mia, her companions and I couldn't do in years, said the goddess, truly moved. Without realizing it, she began to take much more interest in him with the excuse that she was doing it for me, he added to his previous sentence. My Ryuu in love, so foolish and silly she was about love. Está felt happy to hear that someone managed to capture her daughter's heart. Yes, without fear of being wrong I can say that even before what happened against that minotaur, she was already madly in love. I could see it in her soul, which was having transparent spots, the same color as Belle's, a pure soul, Freya explained. I'm not surprised that color has its soul, Hermes and Hestia confessed at the same time while looking away. The three gods who knew Belle laughed as they agreed. When the battle against that monster ended and I saw doubt in Belle's soul, I was surprised how quickly it disappeared, Freya confessed. And it's because it only took a few days for it to return to its usual white color, he continued. Those days when Belle spent a lot of time with her, I imagined it, Hestia added as a compliment. Exactly. And the effect wasn't unilateral, Ryuu's soul was becoming increasingly colorless, increasingly whiter, the silver-haired woman replied. However, I still had my doubts. I wanted to make sure that the love was mutual. I couldn't allow my friend to suffer again. Their souls shine much brighter together than they could shine apart. But as I mentioned, I wanted to be sure of it, which is why I started stalking them a little to see how close they were getting as the days went by, only there was an unforeseen event. In the Lady of Plenty a few weeks ago. What's wrong, girls? Mamma Mia. Why are you so serious? The elf asked a little nervously. Ryuu, something happened this afternoon, or rather, one of the customers, while drinking, said something that may be of interest to you, although you won't like it, sir replied, with great seriousness on her face, a strange gesture coming from her. Interest and curiosity were not long in coming after that statement from the silver-haired woman. Mamma Mia, what did you hear while I was sleeping? That question was directed to the dwarf, owner of the place. She closed her eyes and began to recount what had happened. An adventurer arrived with some of his companions. They had a few beers, ordered some food, and started chatting among themselves. Apparently, they had just returned from the dungeon, specifically from the safe zone on the 18th floor. There, they heard a group of adventurers saying that a certain person had attacked them a few floors below. One of the members insisted that a particular person did it, even giving a name, or rather, a nickname, Mamma Mia recounted. A nickname, Ryuu questioned. The nickname they gave was Gale, adding that she is on the guild's blacklist. She continued, with a serious look directed at her waitress. She wanted to see the position or reaction she would take to the news, which was not nice at all. The elf's brow tightened completely, demonstrating an exponential anger that only increased with the passing of seconds as she began to form darker and darker thoughts. Ryuu, Naya, they're tarnishing your name, Naya Anya commented, approaching her. Ryuu tried to calm down and form an idea of what was happening, who could be responsible for it, and why that person was blaming him. I don't have the moral courage to criticize what a person does, he said with a dark look. Ryuu, sir, whispered at that. But I can't allow them to further defame my bad reputation and stain the name of my goddess with lies, she added, with tears running down her face, tears of helplessness, anger and a mixture of other feelings. I understand, Mamma Mia commented. I know I've been inactive at work lately and I'm not one to ask for a favor, however those words were directed towards the dwarf by Ryuu. I wouldn't have told you anything in the first place if I hadn't planned on allowing you to go and find out who's responsible for everything, the boss interrupted. He approached the elf and placed his large hand on her shoulder. Do what you have to do, take as much time as necessary to get to the bottom of this matter, I only have 2 conditions, Mamma Mia said. Expecting what she would say, Ryuu looked at her closely. The first condition is that you return alive, and the second is that if you need help, you ask for it. Remember, you're not alone. Everyone here appreciates you and doesn't want you to get hurt. Is that okay? Can you promise me? The dwarf concluded with those last questions, giving her a warm smile. Yes, Naya, take care of yourself, Ryuu. Naya, we are your friends and we care about you, Naya said Anya, hugging the girl in question. If you need help breaking every single bone of whoever is slandering your name, ask me for help and together we'll make them wish they had never been born, Lunwar added, showing her biceps. Same here, Naya. Chloe agreed with the previous statement and did the same as Lunwar. Girls, Ryuu said, letting out more tears that slid down her fine and beautiful face. You're not alone, we're your friends after all, right? Sir said, hugging the elf tightly. Well, having talked about this, I think it's time for everyone to go to sleep. I suppose you'll want to leave first thing, right, girl? Mamma Mia asked her worker. Yes, really, thank you all very much, you are really like my family, replied the beautiful elf with a pure smile, a smile that Sir, Anya and Mamma Mia thought was lost when she had arrived at the bar. Meanwhile, a few hours later. The pretty silver-haired waitress was walking alone, heading to an unknown location with no one following her. Suddenly he turned and entered an alley. You can come out now, Alan, he said naturally without looking at any specific place. Without warning, a man dressed entirely in black jumped from the roof of one of the houses, holding a spear in his right hand and a helmet covering his face. At your service, Freya-sama said that catman while bowing at the waitress's feet. I have a favor to ask you, it is something of the utmost importance, that is why I entrust it to you, Sir said in a serious tone of voice. Tell me what you need, Freya-sama, Alan said without moving an inch. I want you to protect Ryuu. I have no idea what will happen tomorrow in the dungeon or when I'll return. My wish is for you to prevent my friend from dying, protect her, Freya ordered. Okay, Alan replied. He was about to retire until. A couple more things. His goddess stopped him from leaving. He turned in her direction. My bunny will probably get into trouble too, so I'd appreciate it if you take care of him too. Him and his family, she added to her request. Alan just nodded, but inside he felt angry for having to protect that boy who monopolizes all of his goddess's attention. The catman didn't know the series of events he would find himself involved in after that simple order. In the dungeon, Great Tree area. Where the hell are that damn elf and that stupid rabbit? Everything is falling apart. Alan thought angrily as he looked around for a sign that would lead him to both of them. An explosion shook the entire ground where he and the other members of the family of that fool, who had to be careful not to do anything stupid, were standing. What the buck, Alan managed to say. Hey. Where's the one who was coming behind us? Welf asked without stopping running. The noise was getting louder and louder, which prevented the words from reaching the listeners properly. It doesn't matter anymore. ITS him or ITS you. Move. The Amazon ordered fiercely. Large chunks of the roof and walls covering the dungeon collapsed as trees cracked and roots broke. It looked as if the big tree was about to fall. We're near. Makoto warned, seeing the entrance to the next floor. The sound of breaking wood was heard loudly. The tree is falling. Welf, who was in the back, warned. Suddenly, a great beast emerged from the depths. Rah! He let out a shriek. What the hell is that thing, Welf wondered. It's a bucking worm hell. Those damn things can go through floors and go anywhere they want. Aisha replied, pulling the blacksmith with force before the large tree fell on him. The tree touched the ground as if it had been cut down by the roots. From a distance, the catman watched as everyone fled while he was trapped in the large pile of debris. Something very bad must be going on down there, and I have a feeling those two are involved, he thought as he made his way through, destroying anything in his path with tremendous ease. His body emanated a violet glow, and at a dizzying speed, he shattered everything in his path, reaching the great waterfall before the members of the Hestia family and company. However, that was not the last of his setbacks. The growl came from the water, causing the substance to twitch and the floor to shake. From the depths of the same, a large beast with two heads began to emerge. Alan watched in amazement at what he had witnessed in one miserable day. As he stood, the rest of the adventurers reached his position and watched together as the floor boss presented himself to his rivals, ready to be a thorn in their side. The amphisbaena whispered in fear. "This has to be a damn joke," Aisha added with a frown. "Hey, trash," someone said, drawing the attention of the group that formed for the expedition. Can't be." I saw how the blacksmith tried to show his surprise at the presence of that man, but was abruptly interrupted. "You guys go save your friends, I'll finish this thing off," Alan said, pointing his spear and preparing to attack. "We can't leave you alone against that monster," Haraham tried to reason. "Get out now," he yelled at them angrily and… Boom. The ground on which it was resting just a millisecond ago was destroyed. Slash. When they turned back to where the amphisbaena was, they saw one of the heads fall and sink into the water. "I think you can take that thing down. Let's go," Daphne said, pulling Cassandra along. "Lily thinks the same," the hobbit agreed and turned around. They took another path that would help them get down to where Belle, along with Ryuu, were fighting the calamity. That damn rabbit only causes trouble," Alan complained, and in one swift movement, he cut off the second head of the great beast, as if it were a piece of butter. Currently. So the mysterious man was Hestia, about to say the obvious, spoke. "It's just as you think. It was Alan. I sent him so that no one in your family or Ryuu would die," Freya replied. "Yufufu, you work in mysterious ways," Freya Hermes laughed lightly. "I don't want to hear that from someone like you, Hermes," the silver-haired woman complained. The traveling god cared little or nothing about the criticism. "As you may already know, it is thanks to my son that Ryuu and Belle made it to the surface alive, as he practically cleared every obstacle that stood in their way," said the goddess, taking a sip from her bottle of wine. "I understand that you will make that decision, but I still have a question. Why did you provoke the fight between Belle and Ryuu versus your family's elf? And what is a street doing here?" asked the little goddess. "It's simple," he answered. "Memory." Freya, sir, rested beside her friend. She lay with many wounds on her body and several bandages, although she was calm and lying on a white bed, resting after that crazy and painful experience. "You're a fool, Alan, I should have been more specific with my order, maybe something like protect them and bring them back without mortal wounds, will get me paid for it." That internal conversation took place in the mind of the goddess in human disguise. A complaint was born from the girl in the bed. "Ryuu?" she named her. She approached her friend until she woke up suddenly. What?" said the elf, opening her eyes. Sir jumped up and hugged her, crying with joy at seeing her back on her feet. Minutes passed until something came to Ryuu's mind. "Sir. Where's Belle?" he asked with great concern, reacting almost the same as when he broke the glasses at the bar on that not-so-distant occasion. "The Belle?" the grey-haired girl asked upon hearing the way Ryuu named that boy. "Yes. Is she okay? Where is she? Did nothing happen to her?" The onslaught of questions only increased with the delay Sir took in giving her answer. "Calm down. He's fine. He's in the other room, recovering from his wounds, he's not awake yet. Aramid said she would come tell us when he opens his eyes," Sir replied, calming her friend's unbridled fear. Ryuu threw himself back onto his bed. The intense concern dissipated when he heard what he wanted to hear. He gave a long sigh. "It's okay, he's okay," she whispered. The news filled her with happiness, so much so that a beautiful, sweet smile spread across her lips. Sir, for his part, took her hand and looked at her with a complicated look. "The color of your soul has changed," he thought. "How has it been 5 years?" The scream broke the whole atmosphere. Ryuu stood up. "That was Belle," he whispered. "Why yes, it seems that she has already woken up," Sir responded, but stopped her words when she saw the elf stand up. "I have to go see him," he declared. Wait, Ryuu. Why you can't leave the bed?" The grey-haired woman tried to stop her without any success. "I have to go see him. I want to see for myself that he's okay," Ryuu declared. At this, Sir gave up his poor attempt to stop her. "Okay," he replied. After the answer, Ryuu left the room at full speed. Being in total solitude, the waitress of the Lady of Plenty had time to think. "Yes, I definitely can't allow that to happen," she said in her mind, full of determination. A completely serious and intimidating frown appeared on the girl's thin face, just as a purple glow emanated from her grey eyes. "I can't allow her to be unhappy again." Back to the present. "It was at that precise moment that I put aside what I was looking for so I could give Ryuu the happiness he so deserves," Freya reported. "After that I ordered Otter to go find you," Astri he revealed without a murmur. "And that was just the beginning of my plan," he added. "Was your plan a duel to the death?" Hestia asked. "Not exactly. If things got out of hand, Otter would intervene. He was the only one, along with Helen, who knew about the plan," the silver-haired goddess replied. "For what purpose?" Astri questioned. Break down any barriers that might prevent them from expressing their love and, at the same time, speed things up. They're very foolish when it comes to love, and the romance between them would likely drag on unnecessarily if I didn't give them a push. It also served to test whether they truly love each other. Needless to say, it turned out wonderfully, Freya declared with a satisfied smile. The end does not justify the means, Freya the dwarf of her family claimed. I know, but you seemed okay with this when I suggested it to you, he revealed. And the Lady of Plenty, a couple of days ago. Mamma Mia had just finished her cooking class with Ryuu, who looked very satisfied with the result of her efforts. The dwarf sat on one of the benches and spoke. You can leave now. Footsteps were heard behind him. I see that she is getting happier and happier, the aforementioned commented. Yes, Erlan aimed, turning in her direction. I'm glad to see you like this, you know. He said calmly. Stop beating around the bush and talk, Freya the dwarf ordered, frowning. You see. It was there that his goddess adjusted her plan and revealed her intentions behind it. I'm surprised you're taking this stance. You, of all people, are someone I never imagined would do something like this, Mia opined. What? Abandoning my Otter? I'm not abandoning him, it gives me more pleasure to see my two favorite mortals being happy, although if Ryuu agreed it could be the two of us and Freya blushed and cupped her cheeks. 5. A blow was given to his head. Why did you do that? The goddess demanded. Silly, I doubt that girl would accept something like that, the dwarf replied while laughing. I was just joking, the goddess complained. Okay, I'm in. Let's get that kid and that silly elf together. Mia held out her hand to seal the deal. Freya did the same. And that's where the pact was formed. Back again to Freya's explanation. Such an elaborate plan to rush these two into romance, you're no different than Zeus, Hermes mocked again. Otter, Freya called the captain of her family. Sorry. The god crouched down, doing a doggies. Idiot, the goddesses said. My last question is why reveal your identity? I understand that Está is here to complete that elf's happiness, the little goddess insisted with her endless doubts. Simple, I will pay the price for his head and then he can be free again, Freya said, as if it were nothing. Price on his head? Está was scared. Ham. The doors of the room were suddenly opened. Freya-sama, both of you have already woken up and formed Hythe, the healer of the family of said goddess. I see that the time has come for your doubts to be resolved, Está said, the silver-haired woman, to the goddess of justice. Why, Ryuu, I'll see my little Ryuu again. He couldn't contain his excitement. Let me go. We won, so you have to let us go. Belle shouted desperately. Belle. Don't let go of my hand. The elf demanded. Yufufu, what's going on? Freya mocked. The doors were fully opened. Let us go. The two shouted as they struggled with Alan and Hogni, who had them grabbed to prevent them from escaping. Ryuu, a familiar voice for the girl, named her. She stopped fighting and turned towards where the call came from. Belle did the same. Hami-sama. Hermes-sama. Belle was the first to be surprised by the presence of his goddess and Hermes. However, the only one who remained silent was the woman holding his hand, who lightened her grip. Está-sama, Ryuu finally spoke. The white-haired man noticed the presence of another woman next to Freya, Hermes and his goddess. She was a brown-haired woman in a refined outfit. Está-sama, that means. Belle opened his eyes fully, but. Ryuu, said the goddess upon recognizing the young women in front of her. Hogni and Alan released them. Está-sama, the girl repeated as she slowly approached. Ryuu. The aforementioned woman shouted with tears as she ran towards her daughter. Está-sama. The elf shouted in the same way, accelerating the pace of her steps. They came together and as soon as they were close, they both hugged each other tightly, with tears overflowing. Está-sama. Ryuu said again, drowned in a sea of tears, just like her goddess. Finally, after so long, they were reunited. The elf buried her face in her goddess's chest as she delicately stroked her hair. I'm here, my little one, Está said, wiping her tears with the side of her sleeve and smiling. Ryuu raised his head slightly and looked directly at her. But how, he wondered. It's my gift, Ryuu. I want you to be happy, Freya said from a distance. Why do you want me to be happy? The doubts kept arising. Simple, you're my best friend, Ryuu. Freya transformed, in front of everyone, into Sir. Sir, both Belle and Ryuu were stunned. The silver-haired girl just smiled. Please keep it a secret, he asked while placing his index finger on his lips and winking his left eye. Freya was the one who brought me, and now that I'm here I'm not leaving again, Está told her daughter, hugging her tighter. Thank you very much. The elf was full of thanks as she clung more and more to her goddess. A few hours later. The reunion happened and goddess and daughter sat together to talk about what had happened during that time. The conversation went on and tears arose from both of them, Está for learning of the cruel fate that her daughters lived and the pain that her last girl suffered, while Ryuu was saddened when remembering those moments, however they no longer bound her, they no longer tormented her. "You're Cranel, right?" Está asked as she approached the boy. "Yes, I'm Bell," he answered instantly. You're handsome and you also seem like someone kind and decent," Está opined. Bell blushed at the compliment and scratched the back of his neck. The goddess analyzed it for a few seconds and smiled with satisfaction. "What are you doing, Está-sama?" Ryuu questioned him. "Good. You're perfect," he declared. "Perfect? What for?" Bell tilted his head in confusion. "Isn't it obvious? I approve of you marrying my Ryuu," Está replied, winking at him and giving him a thumbs up. The room fell silent for a few seconds until. "Marry Ryuu? Marry Bell?" The two foolish lovers shouted that question with surprise and embarrassment, with the intention of making sure they had heard correctly what the goddess said. "They are made for each other," said those present in unison. "Ara, did I say something strange?" Chapter 16. The beautiful fairy opens her wings again. "Hey, Bell and Hestia took a while to get there. Will they be okay?" Welf asked, a little worried. "Lily thinks not." The screams stopped being heard. The little hobbit looked in terror at the door that separated her from the truth. Bell-sama Haraham was no better off than the rest of the family. Lilaruka, a familiar voice caught Lily's attention from a distance. Finn." The support was impressed by the presence of the captain of the Loki family approaching where she stood. Furthermore, he wasn't alone, as the members of the aforementioned family who had made an appearance at the meeting walked behind him. "I'm sorry to call you out of the blue, but I want to ask if you happen to know why all this happened." Finn expressed his wish as soon as his steps stopped a few inches from the Hestia family. "Stop messing around. How could the tomato beat that damn elf?" Bet shouted furiously, pushing his captain aside to face the aforementioned elf's companions. This Lily was startled by the werewolf's sudden action, so she took a step back. "You're scaring them, you idiot wolf." Tyne yelled at him as she hit him on the head. 5. "What's wrong with you, damn Amazon?" This triggered more anger, although the objective was met since the purpose of said feelings changed. "Sorry about that, he's got a very fiery temper. I considered putting him on a leash," Finn apologized, leaning forward slightly. "Don't worry, Finn. However, as for your question, I don't think it's our place to answer it, much less Bet's," Welf replied, taking control of the situation. "I see I would be lying if I told you that everything Freya-sama did tonight was unexpected." His response reflected the knowledge or suspicions he had regarding the specific problem and what caused it. The blacksmith's eyes widened. After this, he sighed. "I don't know what Gale has to do with Freya-sama, however, I do know what motivated Bell to confront her for Ryuu," he commented while scratching the back of his neck. "And I guess none of us here are too dumb to know that," he added. "That rabbit fell in love with the elf. What the hell does that matter?" the werewolf complained. Aren't we supposed to?" Before Lafia and Tiona could even think about their question, they were interrupted. "The Sword Princess, yes. We were all aware of that," the members of the Hestia familia responded with poker faces. "Bell don't know as many things, but not a good liar," Makoto said, and both Welf and Haraham and Lily nodded at that undeniable truth. "I understand that part, although what you say is true. Why would Bell risk his life to such an extent for her? You say he loves A's, isn't that true?" the hobbit asked. "Feelings change, especially when the person you thought you loved is not who you thought they were." The Redeed's response was immediate with a serious expression. "The disappointment the Xeno's right." Lafia came up with her theory. "You have no idea of the series of events that unfolded after that, much less of what he experienced at her side during our expedition." Lily, to whom he spoke. "What about Argonaut-kun almost dying?" Tiona tried to confirm what had been said previously. "How do you know that?" Riveria was surprised by the Amazon's comment. "He told us when we ran into him in the dungeon yesterday, right?" Tiona directed her words to her sister and Lafia with the goal of confirming her story. "Why yes, so I guess the partner was Vendaval." The doubt was resolved and everything began to fit together as if it were a puzzle. That makes a lot of things easier. In short, his feelings changed from that day on, however, Ryuu stayed by his side and I suppose, in leaps and bounds, love grew within him. Welf wanted to end the conversation somehow. Riveria looked worried at the conclusion. Your dark flame has taken away that chance to finally forget about revenge," he thought, frowning. The high elf hoped that the white-haired young man could save her and free her from that dark desire that was eating away at her inside and preventing her from letting go of the past. "This is bad even if A says she doesn't want to see it, I'm sure it's not true." Tiona became depressed. "Why yes, Miss A spends too many hours inside the dungeon since that day," Lafia confirmed. I'm sorry but I think it's something that can't be avoided. Belle fell in love with Ryuu well finished and, as if it were love at first sight, something struck the hearts of Lily and Harahim, who became sad. For her part, whatever the reason, Lafia was angry with Belle and Tiona shared to a lesser extent the emotion felt by the Renard and the Hobbit. That damn human. Throwing Miss A's aside, the orange-haired elf clenched her fist and teeth. Lafia, it's her fault, not the boy's. He has every right to love whoever his heart dictates. Riveria placed her palm on her apprentice's shoulder. But he wanted to contradict her. We must take responsibility for our decisions and the consequences they bring. Belle tried to convince us all in a good way, but you didn't listen. He doesn't owe anyone anything, the vice captain of the Loki family expressed, disheartened by the news. I don't know if the Sword Princess feels the same way about him, although if I were you, I'd break the news to her. Since nothing will be the same between the two of them, Makoto advised, feeling empathy for them. Suddenly, a few seconds after finishing his prayer, a series of footsteps were heard on the other side of the door at an accelerated pace. Apparently there were several people. Welf, Makoto, Harahim and Lily hoped that among that small group of people, there would be Belle, Hestia and Ryuu. Suddenly, attracting the attention of those present, which were not many since Freya's family scared most of them, the door opened. The image of a certain beautiful goddess is the first to emerge from that room. He turned to Freya, who, from the top of the steps, said the following. Hestia familia, Loki familia, and all of Aerario. I'm a woman of my word. Cranel faced Hedon Selland in a fight for the freedom of Gale. Freya revealed what was at stake in that fight, for those who did not understand the reason why both the elf and the white-haired man fought against a member of the goddess's family. Where are Hestia-sama and Belle-sama? Lily and Harahim asked, trying to sneak through the crowd in search of both of them. That's why I'll keep my word. He raised his voice in jubilation and snapped his fingers. Place. Without further ado, a gigantic bag that produced a metallic sound and a stench of said material was brought by the King Otter. Voices began to be heard, wondering what they would do next. At Spearpoint, a certain plump dwarfish elderly elf walked to where Freya lay standing. Mr. Royman. Finn recognized the man, who was in charge of the Adventurers Guild. Don't tell me Riveria put the pieces together. I'll pay the bounty on Gale, and then she'll no longer be a criminal and be removed from the guild's blacklist. Furthermore, I'll provide you with some information about what exactly happened that night. Freya's face suddenly changed, showing anger as soon as she mentioned the last thing. I don't know if that's how things work. Freya-sama. Royman interrupted her. A terrifying silence spread over the place. The goddess turned to look at him and, with a smile preceded by the opening of her lips, said. Did I make myself clear? I said Vendaval will be taken off the blacklist. The Freya family looked with hostility at the old elf who jumped in fright. That's how it shall be. Vendaval will be off the blacklist. He shouted, covering himself with his arms and closing his eyes. I'm glad you understand anyway. That being clear, let the reborn Gale enter. A Ryuu lion. Freya stepped out of the way and gave the signal. Accompanied by her hero, she whispered, covering her mouth with the palm of her hand and letting out a giggle. The creaking of the wooden door indicated the entrance of the aforementioned woman, who slowly appeared and showed herself to everyone. I don't know if I should go out, Belle. Ryuu said, afraid of the reaction the others might have when they see her. Belle took her hand. Don't be scared, I'm with you, let's take this step forward, the first of many more starting today. The white-haired man looked at her calmly, smiling sweetly. But that simple gesture. That show of unconditional support. All anxiety vanished from within the elf. She smiled with a face full of love directed at the person next to her. By your side, I feel like I can do anything, he thought, his heart beating rapidly. They saw each other for a few seconds, during which they were lost in each other's gaze. It's time, Ryuu. I won't let you go, now that I've caught you I won't let you go again. Belle repeated those words he thought of when he saved her in the dungeon. The elf squeezed her lover's hand tightly for every inch the door opened, causing the light from the magical lamps that illuminated Folkvangr to hit their faces, causing them to close their eyes from the flash. When they regained their sight, they realized the enormous number of people below them. Let's go, Belle gave the signal. Ryuu nodded and moved forward. Step by step, at a slow pace. With my heart beating 1,000 times a second. Not literally, of course. Before everyone's eyes. They approached the center of the landing of the stairs, right next to Freya, who was smiling in their direction, specifically in both of their chests. My little Ryuu, your soul is now identical to Belle's. Small tears formed in the goddess. Anya, Chloe, Lunwar and Mamma Mia smiled because their friend could finally be free. Silly girl, it took you a long time to find another reason to keep living, however I think it was worth the wait, the dwarf said, remembering the moment she met her, that day when a girl broken inside arrived at a restaurant bar with no reason to live. That elf and the one now were completely different, and it was all due to the purest of feelings, love. After a few seconds the footsteps stopped and both stood facing the crowd. The total silence did not make them uncomfortable, there was no room for any negative feelings. Suddenly, a round of applause was heard. The elf named him as he released her to make that lonely noise. I've shared so many experiences with her, so much so that without a shadow of a doubt I would trust her with my life if necessary. The young man took her hand again, beginning his speech. That's why I want to be the first to tell you welcome back, Ryuu. The boy grabbed her by both hands. After this, to the surprise of everyone, many comments and applause were heard in a din of unimaginable proportions. She saved my wife in the dark times. If it weren't for her and the Está family, those criminals from the Rudra family would still be threatening the lives of our loved ones. Thanks to her, we can go out on the streets without fear of having an accident. Many civilians who had previously been helped by Ryuu and her family raised their voices in defense of the beautiful woman, who was stunned. Her tears flowed after so many positive comments from the people she helped. Their efforts in the past were not in vain. She fell to her knees as her legs trembled. The relaxation of her entire body upon seeing that she was not judged or looked upon in a bad light played a trick on her. She covered her face with both hands. Tears leaked through her fingers. Belle crouched down in front of her and hugged her. I won't let you suffer again, I promised. Remember? The white-haired man cried with happiness. Ryuu buried her face in the boy's chest and responded. Thank you, Belle, thank you so much, thank you for being my hero. They ignored the clothing. I'll be your hero as many times as necessary. That prayer, spoken deep in the young man's mind, in his heart, remained engraved as his unwavering wish ever since that day in the dungeon where he wouldn't abandon her. To the admiration of those present who were moved by such a scene, the world welcomed Ryuu Lion back with open arms, giving him infinite possibilities for a bright future alongside the person he loves most. Cassandra, smilingly watching the scene, remembered. The white rabbit will protect the delicate flower with his own life, with his own body, from the coming calamity, from the pain of past events. He will not leave her alone, he will not abandon her, and both will rise from the clutches of darkness, thus managing to illuminate the world. That premonition again? Daphne asked her companion. She nodded. It seems they're not just meaningless dreams, the Redeed whispered to herself, believing Cassandra for the first time. A few minutes later. Time passed and, with the problem solved, a question arose. Freya-sama, what will happen to Está-sama? The elf asked her disguised friend. Oh? Right. I almost forgot. Freya remembered that another important guest was waiting in the room. I can't believe you forgot. Ryuu looked at her with a poker face. The goddess, following that expression, gently hit her head, stuck out her tongue and winked. Attention everyone. There's more news you need to hear. He alerted the guests, who were still chatting among themselves. This wake-up call caused doubt in the Hestia and Loki family. Another news? Lily asked to no one in particular. Let's see what else Freya-sama comes up with, he whispered, feeling a cold sweat running down his back. I am honored to inform you that a very dear person in Arario has returned. Freya made a short introduction. Beloved one. Coming back? Could it be Finn suspected who it was? If Ryuu is free again, there is clearly someone else who will be by his side. The beautiful goddess with brown hair and angelic attire approached with a radiant smile that would make even the gods fall in love with such beauty. Está-sama, come with us, Ryuu said, running to her with excitement and pulling her to hurry up. Almost like a little girl wanting to show her mother something. Wait, Ryuu. Está tried to calm her down, however, her daughter was not able to hide her feelings. My little girl no longer resembles the serious and imperturbable Ryuu who came to me several years ago. The goddess relented. Está-sama. He's back. I can't believe it. Whispers of disbelief from the audience were not long in coming. Está has returned, so we could say that, from today onwards, the Está family will be reborn, Freya said loudly, hugging both goddess and daughter. The people, in a burst of joy, threw out words of joy. Several of them were moved when they remembered the good that family did for Arario. I think this night has been very long and full of shocking news, don't you think? Finn asked his family their opinion on all this, but he didn't receive any response. Well, I'll go welcome them, as captain of the Loki family. They were important companions during the Dark Ages, and we owe them a great deal. The Hobbit, knowing the moral debt he owed them, approached. I'll go with you. I also want to speak with Lion. It will be a pleasure to see her back on the streets without her having to hide. Riveria decided to accompany her captain. For their part, Welf, Haraham, Lily and Makoto did the same. They slipped through all the people as they watched Hermes and Hestia approach where the rabbit, the beautiful fairy, and both goddesses were. Freya, Está, Ryuu and Belle chatted without paying attention to the crowd of people coming towards them. So, you're saying our headquarters belongs to the guild? Ryuu showed some sadness at the news. Yes, I apologize. The price for her was too high, even for me. The price on your head was too high, too, so I decided to save you first, Freya replied. No problem Freya-sama, you have done enough for me, and I am extremely grateful the elf bowed, thanking her for the new opportunity, although a part of her wanted to return home. Don't speak to me with so much respect, we're still friends, remember? Freya ruffled her hair and smiled at her. I'm sure that won't change he added. Astri touched her daughter's shoulder. Ryuu, I know the Stardust Garden was our home, but now that we're reunited, we can start from scratch. After all, the memories will always be in our hearts, not in an inert object, the brunette goddess said, encouraging the new captain of her family. Hey, if you want, why don't you stay at my family's mansion? There are plenty of rooms. The proposal was made by Belle. Live with you Ryuu blushed. Is there something wrong with that? I think it would be a good thing while they recruit members and grow in size. Belle didn't understand the reason for the girl's reaction. Living with Belle. Wouldn't that be like being husband she imagined him and her in a house together, well she made him breakfast and Belle told her, I'm home. The FFF. Smoke poured out of his ears and his face turned bright red. Yufufufu, you are so cute Astri and Freya thought at the same time. We accept the proposal, Belle. It's a good opportunity, Astri said in response to her daughter's lack of response. Opportunity? For what? Belle tilted his head in confusion. Isn't it obvious? They must get used to married life, the goddess replied in such a matter-of-fact tone that Belle almost let it go and agreed with her. I see, of course. We must get used to what? He shouted as soon as his brain processed the above. Astri-sama. Ryuu shouted to his goddess as a complaint. They're having a lot of fun here, Welf said, amused by his friend's over-the-top reaction. Who are they? Astri ignored the elf's discomfort. They are my family members. Welf, Haraham, Mikoto, and Lily Belle pointed at each one as they arrived. Oh there are many beautiful girls. Don't give up Ryuu. Astri encouraged him. Please stop bothering me with that Astri-sama. Ryuu complained again. I heard that Belle proposed that they share headquarters. Are you in agreement? Hestia wanted to confirm both of their answers. They saw each other for a few seconds and responded. Thank you for the offer, Hestia-sama. We gladly accept. Good. I think we should check a few things regarding the rooms. Tomorrow night everything will probably be ready, but for now, I think you'll have to stay at an inn, the little goddess advised. They weren't ready to receive them yet due to the suddenness of the situation. They still needed to buy some furniture and a bed for the 2 rooms where they would be staying. No problem Hestia-sama, I can take care of paying for everything necessary Ryuu offered. I reject the proposal. You'll be our guests. We'll take care of it. Belle flatly refused that possibility. He would take care of all the expenses. With what eyes Belle? Seeing the boy's determined gaze, they accepted the act of kindness. Well, I think this party will end now. I'll tell my children to clear the guests. You can stay and talk for a few more minutes, Freya signaled and walked away. But not before giving her friend a hug and whispering something to her. If you don't hurry up, I'll steal it from you that's what he told her. Why you can't? Ryuu shouted. Fufu, it's a joke. Well, seeu the goddess finished. Even in that form you bother me, sir, the elf said to herself. Astri-sama, Gale, it's nice to know you're back Finn and Reveria spoke. Oh, it's Loki's children. Thank you so much for the welcome, Astri replied. Reveria-sama Ryuu named the high elf. I'm glad everything is cleared up, if you need anything, don't hesitate to come to me, Reveria said those words. Ryuu thanked. In one night no, in a few weeks her life had taken a complete turn. It's all because of you she thought, staring at Belle, lost in the one who is now the love of her life, her savior her everything. Belle noticed this and gave her a smile as he was pulled by Bet and threatened by Lafia for reasons unknown to her. You'll need a place to stay, right? Stay in your room tonight. Mamma Mia walked over and wrapped her arm around her beloved chambermaid. Yeah Naya. Let's have a sleepover Naya. Anya jumped up. She was excited at the idea of having a girls' night with her friends. I need Naya to know what your relationship is Naya with that cute ass Naya Chloe peeked out from behind the elf. Stop bothering her Lunwer hit the black-haired cat girl on the head. It'll be the last night with us, so let's enjoy it. The dwarf raised her thumb and winked. His voice breaking as he realized this, he replied. Why yes from today on I will no longer work at the bar. It hurt more than he imagined. Sorry for not paying the debt, he apologized to the boss of the Lady of Abundance. Debt? You're still dealing with that. There never was any debt. You're really a fool, Mia mocked her. I told you that because if I let you go, you might try to kill yourself, having no reason to live. Now you have people who love you, who appreciate you, who would give their lives for you. You're not alone anymore that's everything I wanted for you and everything your goddess wanted you to have. The dwarf hugged her with a complicated expression. Oh no Miracle Mia was about to cry. "You will always be my family," Ryuu said, calling the others. I wanted them to join in the hug. "I can finally touch Ryuu Naya." Anya celebrated, running to where she was. On Belle's side, Welf, who perched next to him, asked a question. "Have you decided what you'll do? You deserve to be happy, why not be happy together?" The white-haired man, contrary to his typical reaction, responded calmly. "I love her, Welf. I have no doubt about that anymore. Every day I've spent with her has been the happiest of my life, and I want whatever time I have left to be spent with her. That's why I'll need help," he added, scratching the side of his head. "Did he always tell you that?" the blacksmith asked. Yes, although it was terrifying, the boy's eyes lost color. "But it was worth it," he finished. On the Loki family's side, after the party. At the Twilight Mansion. Finn, Gareth, Tiona, Tyan, Riveria, Bet and Lafia entered their headquarters with great tiredness reflected on their faces. "It's been a long night," Tiona said. "You can't even say it," Tyan agreed. "We should tell Loki what happened, right?" Riveria asked Finn. "Yes, I think so." Another long talk. "I just want to sleep," declared the Hobbit, yawning. "They're finally back. How did it go with Freya? What crazy thing did that nymphomaniac pull this time?" the red-haired goddess asked when she saw her children arrive. Before that, did Ace return? Riveria wanted to know if the Sword Princess finally left the dungeon. She went in to fight and kill several monsters earlier that day, so it would be strange and dangerous for her to still be there. "Here I am," with a tired tone, Ace's voice was heard after the door creaked open. When the rest arrived, they saw her enter covered in wounds and with her armor destroyed. "The new sword works well," he said while sheathing it. "I'll take care of it," Riveria said, approaching her. He began to chant and use healing magic on her. After a few seconds, he thanked her. "What did you want to tell me?" he asked. The ideal would be to tell it from the beginning. "Well, as we suspected, Freya did have ulterior motives," the Hobbit warned, sitting down and taking a deep breath. "I knew it, however, I don't see her area on fire yet." What was he looking for? It was Loki who wanted to satisfy his thirst for knowledge. She loved Belle. Ace joined Loki in the search for answers. "No, it wasn't because of him," Finn answered. "But then why would Freya do all this?" Loki still had doubts, even more so because of her refusal. She was aware of Freya's desire. She wanted to possess the white-haired boy from Hestia. "If it wasn't for that shrimp woman's son, I have to assume it's of no importance." He diminished the story's value by dismissing that option. "Believe me, Loki, there's more," Finn interrupted. "Oh, you've caught my attention." The goddess, who was about to get up, returned to her seat. The party targeted one adventurer in particular, Gale, he revealed. Ace and Loki opened their eyes so wide that, without exaggeration, they could have popped out of their sockets. Gale? The Istri adventurer who's on the blacklist. What does she have to do with Freya? The wave of questions began. It seems that he knew who he was and revealed his identity to Oliver Ario, he added to his story. "There's nothing to be gained by doing that. I don't think Freya's morality came into play. She was looking for something else, wasn't she?" Loki insisted. "I'm not sure about looking for something else, I can only tell you what my eyes saw." The Hobbit smiled. After this, he talked about how Freya took Ryuu, taking all the guests out of Folkvangr, including them. "That's not the most shocking thing," haha, Finn laughed, holding his chin. "That damn tomato faced up against the Freya family," Bet shouted, slamming his fist on the table. What Ace was scared. "You're very impulsive," said the little blonde boy, sighing heavily at his companion's behavior. Finn, this must be a joke. Did that idiot fight against the Freya family?" Loki wanted to confirm what he heard. "Well, to say that he confronted the Freya family is a bit much," Riveria interrupted. He faced Hedin Selland, the level 6 elf of his family. Tyan completed. "That's bad. That's very bad. Is Belle okay?" Ace grabbed her captain by the collar. She became agitated as soon as she remembered the owner of that name. "Yes, that elf was a monstrous opponent, both with magic and in hand-to-hand combat." "Calm down, Ace. Belle is fine." Finn released his grip. But he faced that monster," the Sword Princess insisted. "That's the thing, he won." A bucket of cold water was thrown on Ace and Loki's heads. Freya told him that if he won, she would release Gale, and well, he won. Tiona confirmed the story before the astonished looks of her goddess and companion. He's only a level 4 and he only became 1 a few weeks ago. Even if he leveled up again, he'd still be a level 5 novice against an experienced level 6. No matter how much I think about it, I don't see a scenario where that shrimp son would win." Loki tried to make sense of what he was being told. "What can I say? The scenario unfolded, and if he hadn't fainted, he could have decapitated Hedin," Tyan revealed. Impossible," Ace whispered. "We don't know why. We saw Hestia level him up, though we don't know what his stats were when she did. However, as you mentioned, it's impossible for him to defeat him as a level 5 alone. There must be something else going on." Finn held his chin and thought. Then, Argonaut-kun, when Gale was about to be hit by those rays, a white glow emanated from its entire body, and it moved at great speed. What could that be due to? Tiona recounted what she observed. The white glow. Like that time against the Goliath and the Black Minotaur? The red-haired goddess asked. No, it was different, it was as if his whole body had been imbued with power, Riveria commented on his theory. That's not all, her dagger transformed into a long sword and cut through Hedon's magic in an instant. Lafia confessed, another detail not taken into account by the others. Wait. Are you telling me his weapon transformed when he produced that glow? What's the point of that? Ace wanted conclusive answers. I'm just letting you know what happened, it's not up to us whether you believe us, Finn replied. Argonaut-kun looks so cool. Like a hero saving his beloved princess from adversity. Tiona said, recalling the story of a certain character with rabbit-like characteristics. The hero, you say? That part was the only one Ace noticed regarding what the young Amazon said. Yes. A hero. She even thanked him for being her hero. It was very romantic. Tyan joined her sister. Then felt a chill as he was watched by the eldest of the Amazon sisters. I'll assume everything up to now is true, since I can't detect any lies, but I have another question, why did the son of that busty dwarf fight for Gale? Loki interrupted the bundle of feelings inside the golden-haired girl by throwing more questions at the tired captain of the family. From what we heard, the answer may not be for us to say, since it is difficult for some of those present to digest. The Hobbit glanced at Ace. Ha. That boy is really a man, not just anyone gets into so much trouble for a girl. Gareth laughed outrageously. I know what you're talking about. Loki sighed and confirmed his suspicions. Love, isn't that right? He said at the end of his previous dialogue. The room fell silent. Lafia, Riveria and Tiona instinctively turned toward Ace. L love. Bell. The girl's breathing became irregular. Sorry Ace, I don't know what your true feelings were for him, but it seems that he fell in love with Vendaval. Tyan placed her hand on the girl's shoulder with a complicated expression. He remembered that day. Bell's terror. The pain reflected in their expressions as they struggled to save that view of her. Could that event have acted as a trigger? Ace? Riveria called her. He felt his vision blur out of nowhere. It was a mass of tears overflowing from her eyes. What is this, he wondered, becoming desperate because of the pain in his chest. Miss Ace, did you love him? Lafia asked the question. Want? And no, she couldn't form a simple sentence because of the accumulation of feelings stored inside her. Stop lying to yourself, be honest with yourself. Loki looked at her with complete seriousness. Of course it hurt her that her daughter was in that state, however, the pain would be greater if she continued in denial and let that sadness eat away at her. Her tears slid down her cheeks, one after another without ceasing. Several memories came to mind. Their workouts together. Their meals together. That time at the Festival of Apollo. The dance in that lovely town outside Arario. And above all. That smile. Miss Ace. The characteristic way Belle used to refer to her. I think I love Belle, Ace replied, her legs shaking just like her voice. So those were her feelings for him. Riveria closed her eyes, lamenting the outcome of that encounter between her daughter and that boy, whom she hoped would be her savior and appease that black flame inside the girl. This will bring problems in the future, Finn and Loki said to themselves. And the Lady of Plenty. And tell me, Ryuu, what will you do? Lunwar asked while playing with the elf's hair. What shall I do? About what? He asked. Don't play dumb, Naya, she means the boy. Naya. Anya slapped her. And ready, Lunwar finished, handing him a mirror. Ryuu looked at himself with his new hairstyle. It's very cute, he smiled at the human. Ara Belle will surely want to marry you, Astri said. The elf didn't react since, after the constant teasing in just one day, she decided not to respond to them. I would like him to swear eternal love to me in a forest while the stars shine and we hold hands, she replied, placing both hands on his chest and smiling. Naya. I didn't know Naya. Ryuu. Naya was so romantic, Naya. Chloe opined. You'll be living with him for a while. Who knows? Maybe he'll stop being so chicken and take responsibility, Mamma Mia commented. Let's hope so. I want to be by her side, not as a friend, not as a partner in adventures, but as a life partner, she expressed her wish with a big smile. You're so sweet, Ryuu. The girls shouted, except Mamma Mia, throwing themselves at her and throwing her to the ground. Meanwhile, with Belle. Are you sure about this? It's too much work, Aisha asked. You ask for too much from one day to the next, you know that. Auka complained. I know, I just want it to be something very special and that it matches what you told me, Aisha. Belle replied. I didn't think you'd act so quickly, you really want to be with her, Welf mocked. Why yes, I love her, the white-haired man answered. You know it was a problem getting everything you asked for. And that's nothing. Getting it there will cost us a lot, maybe it won't even arrive complete, Hermes gave his opinion. I'm sorry to bring you into this matter anyway, Hermes-sama the boy apologized. Just kidding Belle, I'm delighted to be able to see you as love blossoms, the god ruffled his hair. You're theoretically my nephew, so I'll support you. He thought. Okay. Let's get to work. Belle warned his entire family, who wouldn't sleep at all that night. Do you know what you're going to say? Welf asked. I let my heart speak, I'll confess my love and tell you everything that's inside me. Aisha smiled at the young man. You better eat that delicious steak, little elf, or I'll sink my teeth into it, he thought, walking away and carrying everything he needed. The next day. In the afternoon. What? Do you need help? Ryuu asked as she packed her things. Yes, you see my foolish god, he asked us to do something unexpected in the dungeon, and I'll need a hand, Aisha justified herself. I don't think I can, I'm sorry. I have to pack my things and take them to my new home, Ryuu blushed at the last part of her sentence. Your new home? Ryuu, don't worry, we'll take care of it. Lunwar, who was helping her, was the one who said it. Are you sure? He asked. Yes. All the girls answered in unison, including Astri. See. You have no reason to refuse, put on your clothes and let's go, Aisha insisted. Ryuu sighed and headed to his closet. Perfect, everything is going well, whispered the Amazon to the waitresses. Operation Conquest Naya, the boy's family Naya informed us. Anya raised her thumb. Let's go, Amazon, the elf's voice interrupted them, stopping their conversation dead in its tracks. I won't be long. I hope so. Ryuu said goodbye to her friends and goddess. Bye Naya. Enjoy it Naya. Anya said goodbye. Enjoy. Ryuu wondered. 5. Chloe punched the silly cat girl. I meant be careful Naya. Chloe changed the words. Oh okay. At the entrance to the dungeon. Where will we go? The elf asked. To Rivera, Aisha answered. Rivera? What kind of mission were you entrusted with? Ryuu's questions increased. You wouldn't believe it, the Amazon smiled at him. Chapter 17. Under this infinity of stars. In the previous chapter. At the entrance to the dungeon. Where will we go? The elf asked. To Rivera, Aisha answered. Rivera? What kind of mission were you entrusted with? Ryuu's questions increased. You wouldn't believe it, the Amazon smiled at him. Currently. You're taking too long. The Amazon complained as she finished off a pair of purple moths that were approaching her position. Is your mission that urgent? I don't sense much seriousness from you about it, Ryuu replied, doing the same against Samal Miraj. Yufufu Aisha laughed without the elf understanding the reason. They hurried through the intermediate floors. They were currently on the 13th floor of the dungeon. A certain calm prevailed in the area they were traveling through, which the Hermes family member took advantage of to inquire into a topic of interest that has recurred almost every time she visits her in the Lady of Plenty. Hey, I almost forgot. Have you made any progress with the guy? Her question was full of malice and ulterior motives. Ryuu stopped dead in his tracks after that question. What do you mean? Belle and I don't have that kind of relationship. She tried to divert Aisha's attention by denying the possibility as best she could. Giving the Amazon the green light was the most dangerous thing she could do if she wanted to maintain the serious, imperturbable figure that had crumbled rapidly in recent weeks. Besides, implying that her suspicions were well-founded would simply make her more persistent in gathering as much information as possible. However, without being a goddess or an elf, Aisha detected the lie in Ryuu's response. It's not as if it was too complicated for her. Ah, you keep denying it. How annoying virgins are, she reproached him while sighing heavily. That comment was unnecessary. The elf got angry. You know what? You expect too much from Belle. He'll definitely chicken out when the opportunity presents itself, so, assuming you drop your Loveler maiden act and finally throw yourself into his arms, you'll have to take the initiative, the Amazon opined bluntly. Ryuu remained silent. That's funny. He told me about you a few days ago. Aisha played the card of piquing her companion's interest with a little lie. What did he talk to you about me? In what context? In less than a minute, he threw 3 questions at her. Yufufu. So you are interested, he mocked the green-haired girl's change in attitude. Of course I'm interested. After all, the topic of conversation was me. A clever move to hide his feelings. However, not enough to fool Aisha. Okay, whatever. Long story short, he told me something that asked me if I had any advice on how to win a girl over, he replied. This time, he turned to his right, trying to read Ryuu's expression. Her eyes widened and her cheeks flushed. See, conqueror girl, why you didn't tell her what I said that day, right? She was embarrassed to consider the possibility of her humiliating moment being passed from mouth to mouth because of the woman in front of her. No. Why would I tell him? Do you think the girl he's referring to is you? A satisfied smile spread across the Amazon's lips. No, it's just that I couldn't find any more excuses. Be honest. Literally everyone you and Belle know knows that you love him. Or rather, that you love each other. Aisha grew tired of her companion's theatrics. A gay moan came from Ryuu, who wished the earth would swallow her up. Look. Romance isn't my thing. I prefer one-night stands. However, I'll give you some advice. Don't doubt it, people mostly regret the things they didn't do more than the consequences of something they did. Fear is the enemy of love, Aisha declared, trying to delve into the depths of his mind with the goal of offering him some words of encouragement that wouldn't include anything of a sexual nature. Aisha the elf named her as she placed both hands on her chest after her heart rate increased. You're right, I can't expect Cranel-san no Belle to do everything. I love him and I really want to be by his side, all that's left is for us to confess. I'm just sorry it won't be the way I've always dreamed of. The girl felt a little sad since she would never have her dream declaration. Finally you're honest. I was desperate that you continued to deny it, but you must tell him, not me, the Amazon commented, trying to wrap her arm around her, but without any success, because Ryuu dodged her. I understand. Only the boy can touch your fine, delicate elven skin. He sneered and didn't try again. Please don't say it like that, it sounds weird, the green-haired girl asked kindly. Alright. We have to keep going. It's getting dark and we still have a couple of floors to go. Aisha abruptly changed the subject. Yes. I don't understand why you're trying to slow us down with these kinds of conversations that only slow us down, Ryuu criticized as he quickened his pace. Hey. At least admit my advice helped. You have to admit it's not something I would normally say, the Amazon replied, seeking a shred of recognition. Yes. I thank you for that. Thanks to you, I've made up my mind. When I see Belle again, I'll express my feelings to him. Confidence flooded the Lovelorn woman's body. You can't imagine what's going to happen tonight. I hope he forgets that promise when the plan is put into action. If not, everything will go down the drain, Aisha thought worriedly. Indirectly, there was a chance of ruining what the white-haired man had planned for that evening. By the way. I heard you'll be living under the same roof. I have some bedroom suggestions that might interest you, he whispered in her ear in a mischievous tone of voice. Ryuu's entire face, including his ears, blushed brightly. It's impossible that I'm interested in something like that, you perverted Amazon. He shouted with such power that the echo spread several floors around. On the 18th floor, 1 hour later. We're finally here. Where are we going now? Ryuu asked, sheathing his sword. Follow me. We're not far from the meeting point, Aisha replied. They both walked a few meters towards the city of Riviera. What kind of mission is this? Collection. Delivery. She tried to make sense of it. Asking for help overnight on a mission Hermes had assigned her didn't make sense. She accepted more because of the insistence of her goddess and fellow waitresses than because she was convinced of it. Indeed. It's a delivery mission, the Amazon replied without taking her eyes off the road ahead. Delivery. You don't have anything with you but your podao, the elf said, inspecting her companion's body for anything resembling a package. She found nothing and was flatly ignored. The seconds passed and they were getting closer and closer to the entrance to Riviera. What's going on here? Is there a celebration? Ryuu asked, noticing the many stalls on the streets. Something similar, brief reply from the Amazon. The laughter and fun of the adventurers echoed throughout Riviera. Everyone without exception had fun at the fair that was held inside the dungeon. No one expects fun when they enter the dungeon, so it's somewhat unexpected that the guild decided to host this type of event. Lost in her thoughts, in which she imagined herself with Belle by her side visiting each of the games like a romantic couple, she didn't notice that Aisha suddenly disappeared. When he realized it, he started looking for it everywhere, turning to each stall without success. She walked hoping it wasn't too far until a voice called out to her from behind her. Ryuu. This caused him to stop dead in his tracks. His heart rate increased dramatically. What was the reason for this? Simple, she knew perfectly well the owner of that voice. Belle. She turned slowly and found herself facing, just a few meters away from her, the boy she loved so much. Something strange caught his attention. It was about the clothes he owned. The yukata, mostly black and ochre in color. I'm glad you're here, Ryuu. He walked towards her. Huh? How did you know I'd be here? Why are you here? And where did Aisha go? The elf's head was in turmoil. It stemmed from the lack of knowledge she had of the situation she'd unintentionally gotten herself into. Actually, I asked Aisha to bring you, so I don't think she'll show up again for a while. Belle blushed and scratched the back of his neck. You asked him to bring me here? But why? The doubts continued to arise. It's simple, Ryuu, he answered. Huh? He felt his left hand grabbed by the right hand of the boy in front of him. The warmth emanating from it slowly transferred to his own. I wanted us to have our date, he added to his previous answer. Our date? Ryuu's surprise was enormous. Yes. Because of what happened with Freya-sama, or sir, we couldn't have our date. I wanted it to be special because you mean so much to me. With an inhuman effort, those words were expressed without a stutter. Ryuu's heart was moved by the passing of the words. That's why I asked Aisha to bring you. I wanted to surprise you, she finished with a sweet smile that reflected the pain she felt at that moment. She simply returned the gesture. It will be a pleasure to go out with you, Belle, he answered with total sincerity and giving in to his heart's desire. How can you not feel happy when your long-awaited dream is coming true? How can you not be overjoyed if the person you fell in love with is standing in front of you wanting to go out with you? The one who gave you back the happiness you thought was lost with just his presence in your life. Good. For now, come with me. According to the Middle Eastern traditions that Makoto told me, girls must wear a kimono. The white-haired man commented as he guided her. Kimono? The elf wondered. It's something similar to what I'm wearing, Belle resolved his doubt. But I don't have any, he expressed dejectedly. I took care of that, the little rabbit answered confidently. I'm in your hands, Belle declared the green-haired girl, letting herself be carried away. A few minutes later. Belle was standing beside a door. It was a room in which the boy's beautiful companion was putting on the aforementioned garment. He waited for her with total calm on the outside, while inside he was a bundle of nerves. He wanted everything to be perfect because at night he would declare his love. I'm up to my neck in debt. All the money I earned from the expedition I already spent on preparing this whole fair, however it's worth it. I'd do anything for Ryuu. This is just a way for me to express my love, he said in his mind before his companion finished dressing. Breathe, Belle, calm down. Words like those were constantly repeated in a kind of whisper. Suddenly, the creaking of the door he was guarding caught his attention, so he stood in front of it to better observe the beauty of his beloved as she slowly appeared. At the same rhythm as the door, he could see what was inside. Or rather, who was inside. The turquoise kimono with yellow flower prints was worn by such an unparalleled beauty. The details of the sash that allowed the elf's perfect and well-proportioned body to shine through. The soft colors of the same that matched the fine, white, silk-like face that its wearer possessed. The flowers that decorated the girl's lime-colored hair simply decorated something that in itself was the ultimate representation of perfection in a tangible object. It was absolutely impossible for anything to be more beautiful. No, the word beautiful took on a new meaning in Ryuu's presence. Belle was left speechless and static. What can you say to someone when you can't get over your impression? He couldn't stop staring at every corner of his beloved. He loved every little detail. How do I look, Belle? Ryuu asked with her cheeks blushing, not being used to that type of clothing. Nothing I say right now will be able to give you even the slightest idea of what I truly think. There are no words enough to even describe how beautiful you look. Ryuu, a long and sincere answer, just like the boy's purest romantic feelings, was given to the elf's question. Steam came out of both of their heads from such a sweet act. Why, you flatter me more than I deserve. Still, thank you, she replied to the previous opinion. She would be lying if she said she wasn't happy to know that Belle thought she was so beautiful. Yujim, the white-haired man, cleared his throat. He approached her and bowed as he extended his right hand. This Ryuu lion. Would you do me the honor of holding your hand during our date? His unexpected proposal was said to the surprise of everyone. Ryuu laughed lightly. She thought what he was asking was very sweet because she planned to do it with her without those words. I gladly accept, Belle. Almost immediately the tips of her fingers touched the boy's palm. Both intertwined and held the other's hand gently. The warmth and pleasant sensation infused within warmed their hearts, filling them with tranquility and delight. Let's start our date, Belle commented. Yes, Ryuu answered. And so began his evening. Belle would not hesitate. During the appointment. Taking each other in. Walking through the streets, where both sides were filled with various games, food stalls, and other entertainment for the weary adventurers. Without thinking about anything other than the person next to him. I didn't know they had a fair in Riviera before the harvest festival, and I've been in Arario longer than you, the elf said, impressed, as well as in admiration for the beauty of the place. Why, yes. Me neither. Let's just say Makoto, Chigusa and Harahim informed me about it, Belle replied somewhat nervously. The thing is, they don't. This is practically illegal, but we got the adventurers to agree to help us and keep quiet if we promised not to charge them for what they consume. Life, like the rabbit's money, was slipping away. Belle, look. They're fish. Like a kid in a toy store, Ryuu pulled him to see what she found just a few meters from their position. Oh, it's a catch-a-fish stand. If you manage to catch one, you keep it, the white-haired man said, recalling the explanations his Middle Eastern friends had taught him before the date so he could show off during it. Let's go. The elf ran, dragging her companion along. The idea of catching a fish and keeping it excited her more than she could imagine. Since she seemed so happy and full of life, Belle followed her, even though he had already planned everything they would do that evening. Maybe it's better if we do things according to our hearts. The best things don't always have to be planned, he said to himself as he made eye contact with his girlfriend. Upon arriving at the post, an acquaintance of both greeted them. "Hey. How's everything going, little rookie?" asked Mord, who was in charge of the attraction. "Hey Mord. It's going well. We came to catch some fish," Belle replied with the same enthusiasm with which he was greeted. "I see you're tagging along. It's a pleasure to see you again, Gale." The adventurer greeted the green-haired girl cordially. "Thanks for the kind words. I don't think I've seen him since that day," Ryuu replied. "Yes. I lost too much money that day. It became clear to me that the boy's luck only favors me when I don't have him by my side," Mord replied, a drop of sweat running down his forehead. For those who don't remember, Mord took Belle to a casino where, by pure chance, they ran into Sir and Ryuu. Of course, they adopted different identities since they had an important mission to complete. "If it weren't for us, you'd probably be coming back from that casino with your bags full. We're sorry," the elf apologized. What do you mean?" The man didn't understand that. "Indeed, Mord. I practically emptied one of the tables with a coin they lent me. That's probably what Ryuu meant," the boy answered his friend. "You cleared out a table, hey, little rookie. Wouldn't you like to go to the casino with us sometime soon?" Mord wrapped his right arm around him. His intention was clear. Belle felt out of place. The elf pressed herself against the side of the person holding her, subtly squeezing bodies together. "Belle can't go to those places again," he said in a tone of voice that would scare anyone and a grimace that reflected many things except tranquility. Sorry. It was just a joke," he quickly returned to the game stand. "See, calm down, Ryuu, my arm, you're squeezing me too hard," the boy whispered, while the pain intensified because of the girl's grip. "Sorry, Belle." He apologized, taking a few steps away. "No problem. Mord, can we try it?" Belle asked, alluding to the attraction. "Yes, here," he answered without even trying to look them in the eyes. From a drawer he took out a pair of small paddles with a paper net and 2 cups, in which they must put the fish they managed to collect. "Enjoy it." Mord turned around and asked to change shifts with one of his companions. "Will he be okay?" Belle worried as he watched him stagger and collapse into a chair. Both of them bowed to the pond that contained the prize to be won. There were all kinds of colors in it. Blues. Reds. Oranges. Yellows. "Do you want to be the first to try it? Or should we do it at the same time?" The boy wanted to know what his girlfriend wanted. "Let's compete. Whoever catches the least will have to fulfill the winner's request." Ryuu's competitive spirit was present in a moment that was supposedly intended to be romantic. "I accept. Prepare yourself, for there's nothing in the world I'll lose." Belle gave in to the elf's request. Each of them grabbed a paddle and a cup. They rolled their sleeves up to their elbows and focused their full attention on the movement of the fish, deciding which one to go for when the countdown reached 0. "And 3," Belle said. "And 2," Ryuu continued. "And 1," the white-haired man continued. "Now." The green-haired girl gave the signal. In quick movements they submerged their racket in the water. Belle saw one approaching it and thought. "Here goes the first one." He lifted the device suddenly when the small animal placed its body on top of it. "What I didn't know was that the paper it was made of wasn't that durable." "What? It torn?" He screamed when he noticed that the paper was torn apart after getting wet, combined with the weight of the fish piercing it. "Wait, how's Ryuu doing?" Doubt crept in and he turned to his left side. Impossible, his gaze witnessed the exact moment in which the beautiful elf took a small orange fish out of the water and it was floating in the air. Along with it, a small amount of water came out and splashed on the shocked young man's face. Plop. The prize's body fell into the cup after a few seconds in the open air. "I got one." He celebrated by standing up and jumping up and down for joy. "Look, Belle. I managed to catch one. On my first try." She continued happily. "It's amazing how excited you get when you win a game. For obvious reasons the racket broke and I couldn't pick up another one." "How many did you catch?" he asked, tilting his head. And none," the boy answered embarrassedly, scratching the side of his head. Phew. That means I win." Ryuu puffed out her chest. Feeling victorious. "Yes. It seems so. Let's go get a bag. We can't take the cups," he informed her as he stood up. They walked to where another person was attending to them, as mentioned above. Before arriving, Belle thought to ask the following question. "And tell me, Ryuu, what will your request be?" "Please let it be something that is in my hand," said the boy without letting go of the elf's hand. "Nothing for now. You'll know when I come up with something," they replied in a flirtatious tone. Rare for the green-haired girl. "Whenever you want. I thought you had a good idea of what to ask for when you suggested the challenge. Anyway, I promise to do whatever you ask of me when the time comes." He sealed the verbal contract. They arrived at the stand and placed the orange fish in a bag with water which they then sealed. They were given a few instructions on how to take care of it and things like that. Ryuu took the bag and brought his eyes closer to the little animal. Then he smiled sweetly. You know gang, reference image. I'll call you Sachi, he said. Sachi? Why? The white-haired man asked. Because I feel lucky to have it, the green-haired girl replied, lowering the fish from her face. Author's note. The name Sachi means blessed or lucky. I see, he gave a short laugh. Good. Shall we continue with our date? Belle insisted. Sure. There are still many things I want to see, Ryuu replied. They walked away from the post and continued on their way. They took a few steps forward as the amazed girl tried each of the games. Target shooting was the second one he tried. Surprisingly, she won the first prize, which consisted of a fan. She didn't consider the item a worthy reward because winter was almost upon us, making this means of cooling off unusable. She almost got into an argument with the owner of the place, but Belle stopped her. We can keep it as a souvenir. Besides, just because the cold weather comes doesn't mean you won't be able to use it another time, the boy reasoned. True, I also have to consider how difficult it must be to get materials down to Riviera. She was easily convinced, although it was due to saving herself the embarrassment of fighting with a stranger during her date. Ryuu apologized to the man and left on good terms. After this they moved on to the next place. What is this? He asked when he saw a kind of dough bowl with filling being cooked. Several adventurers were lining up, waiting to get theirs. They're takoyaki. Deep-fried wheat-flour dough balls with pickled octopus inside. They can also have other fillings, depending on your taste, Belle replied as he headed to the line. Interesting, they look delicious, the green-haired woman said, feeling her mouth water. I'll get 2 orders. I was craving these too. Could you find us somewhere to sit? It would be awkward eating them standing up, Belle commented. Yes. I'll take care of it, Ryuu replied, separating from him for the first time that night. For some strange reason this caused some discomfort to the lovebirds. Calm down, it's just for a few minutes, they said simultaneously, each from a different area. Belle waited the necessary time and in his hands he had 2 trays of takoyaki. He looked for Ryuu near the food stand until the aforementioned woman called him. This way, Belle. He found the place where the voice came from and saw her sitting on a stone bench with a free seat. He trotted over to get there and meet up with the elf again. Here you go, he said as he handed her the tray. Thank you very much, thanked the girl. They sat almost touching each other's sides because of the size of the bench, although none of them seemed bothered. They clapped and said bon appetit before starting to eat it. It's hot, Ryuu noticed the steam coming from the dumpling. Yes. Be careful when eating it. Blow on it and it will warm up, his companion recommended while blowing on the food he picked at with a toothpick. She listened and blew on it. Then she put it in her mouth. Esh delicioso, he said, still chewing. Another reference image, curiously the kimonos look similar. Very delicious. It's great. Belle agreed. They both enjoyed the food with delight. Each bite was richer than the last. They didn't even realize that in less than 2 minutes, not caring that it was still boiling, they had almost finished it. I only have one left, Ryuu commented, staring at him. That's when an idea crossed his mind. Belle, he named him. He, who ate all his takoyaki, answered the call. When he saw her, she was holding her last stuffed bowl near her opponent's mouth. Say she asked with her cheeks flushed but without discomfort. Under other circumstances, he'd be a nervous wreck at the mere suggestion of being fed. However, that wasn't the case. She had fed him during his stay at the insect family headquarters, so he was no longer a stranger to Belle. Belle opened his mouth. And the food came in. I don't know why, but this is the one that tastes the best of all the ones I've eaten tonight, he said, placing his hand on top of Ryuu's. I'm happy to hear it, the elf commented, turning her hand so that her fingers intertwined with her lover's. It didn't matter how many times they'd done this. The feeling of their skins touching was the same as the first few times. So tell me, are you and Estrie-sama ready? When I stopped by the Lady of Plenty this morning, they weren't even finished packing your things. Belle wanted to continue chatting with the green-haired girl. To kill time until they got to the main event. It's been hard. Every single thing in that room, even the floorboards, has a memory. A look of melancholy appeared. I start rambling and end up delaying the move. He chuckled and loosened up. He recounted every experience he had during his time at the bar. He watched her intently, concentrating on every tiny detail she expressed. Whether through words or gestures. Is that what they meant by admiring every part of the person you love? From one moment to the next he picked up the fan he had previously rejected and fanned himself. The kimono is different, but what can you do? Seconds turned into minutes, minutes into hours. Without realizing it, Ryuu talked for 2 hours without stopping, and Belle didn't miss a single thing. And also when Mamma Mia hit Anya because she ate the fish fillet a customer ordered, she recounted, trying not to laugh outrageously. The white-haired man did the same. You know. Most of them have been happy. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't been rescued by Sir. I'm grateful to her. She gave me another chance. Ryuu didn't want to imagine a future in which that happened, so she limited herself to showing the affection she has for her friend, her savior, the first one at least. I don't want to think about it either. That decision is what keeps me here with you, Belle whispered. The festival is about to close. Start taking down the stalls. A message interrupted their conversation. Close. We couldn't eat all the food you prepared or go on any other rides. The previously excited girl's spirits plummeted. Bell cleared his throat. Is something wrong? His companion asked him. Yes. In fact, there's a place I'd like us to visit. Would you go with me? The proposal was made. She accepted without a shred of doubt. Follow me. He stood up and took a few steps forward. Until the end of the world, Ryuu thought, with a blush on her cheeks and ears. And, in full view of adventurers and others, they entered the thick forest that was on one side of the city. Behind them they left a couple of acquaintances. He looks very determined. 5,000 Vala says the confession ends in a kiss, Aisha declared. Blaywelf shook the Amazon's hand. Hey, I don't think it's good to bet with that, Makoto complained. Why yes, Makoto-sama is right. Lily was about to accept the bet but stopped because of her partner's comment. Well, good luck. Their friends and family members wished them both. Hermes was whispering some nonsense to the sky as usual. When you see him again, you may find great-grandchildren, my good Zeus, Hermes said. Deep in the forest. Where are we going, Belle? Ryuu asked without stopping walking. You'll see. I hope you love it, he replied, maintaining the mystery. The trees surrounded them, and the water of a nearby lake, along with the sound of crickets chirping, created an atmosphere of tranquility. As we crossed a bush, some fireflies took flight, leaving a light show behind them. It's beautiful, Ryuu thought, trying to get one to rest on her slender finger. The minutes passed without slowing down their pace. She wondered if they were approaching their destination, but when she tried to ask, she got lost in her beloved's completely focused face, so she forgot to express her doubt. The elf was not afraid. She felt safe. He would never harm her. After all, he is the man her heart chose. They climbed a steep path that led to a flat area on the mountain where they had been a few months earlier. Of course, in different contexts. This time they were going to rescue Hestia. Why did you bring me here? She tilted her head in confusion. They approached the edge of that place, and Belle stopped walking. We have arrived, Ryuu, he warned. Is this where you wanted to bring me? He asked. Yes. The view is wonderful. I wanted us to admire the surroundings, and his finger pointed at the roof of Rivera. The green-haired girl looked where the boy indicated, and she came across a beautiful and incomparable scene. The thousands, no, millions of crystals embedded in the ceiling of the 18th floor gave the impression that what I was looking at was the starry sky below. His eyes lit up, taking on a certain brilliance similar to that of said crystals. It's beautiful, he declared without taking his eyes off. Ryuu, both of the elf's hands were taking her out of her thoughts. Belle, she and he made eye contact. The white-haired man swallowed, preparing to take the next step. Meanwhile, the green-haired girl was waiting to see what the boy would say. I don't know when I started feeling this way. The day I met you. During our training. The war game. I don't know when I got used to having you present in every day of my life. But I know one thing, I wish it would be this way for the rest of her. Their hearts were racing. His emotions came out with a simple gesture. Or in Belle's case, with words. I was terrified of losing you. I was terrified that I wouldn't be able to see you again. That's why my body rushed to your aid that day when you needed help the most. Without caring about anything, I took a leap of faith. It wasn't because I was trying to be a hero, or not just because of that at least. A smile appeared on the boy's face. Little tears too. Same case with the beautiful elf. I did it because I wanted to be your hero. He added after the short pause. Whoever accompanies you on your happy days. Who supports you in your difficult days. Who protects you from any future evil. I want to enjoy every moment with you. I want to make you happy just like your existence alone makes me happy. He paused again before continuing. Trying every day to show you that I, Cranel, love you. A wave of wind passed over the height of that cliff. The movement of the leaves awakened the hundreds of fireflies resting on them. That emerald light show of before paled in comparison to the one of now. Under this infinity of stars in this beautiful forest, I have to confess to you that Ryuu Lion, I love you, I want to be with you until the end of my days. Ryuu was lost in the atmosphere, in the words, in absolutely everything. His body did not move. Neither do her lips. His words wouldn't come out. Millions of things to express. Very few ways to say them. She just blushed and looked at him closely. Another reference image. Ryuu couldn't hold it in anymore. Her heart was pounding, and she felt like it was going to burst out of her chest at any moment. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She couldn't believe it was possible that every word that came out of the mouth of the person holding her made her happier and happier. Her blush went from her cheeks to covering her entire face and reaching the tips of her ears. Her white, delicate skin had now turned completely red. Her lips formed a trembling smile. The silence diminished Belle's confidence as he waited for an answer. Belle finally the first word came out. I was happy again for you. I feel like I can do anything if you're by my side. My days regained their brightness when you gave me a tomorrow. My life is happier with you in it. Belle, you are my hero, my greatest hero. She took a deep breath and tried to say what she wanted without her voice sounding brittle as her tears of happiness became more evident second by second. I love you, I really love you. Those words alone relieved the young man's restless heart. I love you, she repeated, tears spilling out. In a quick movement her body was wrapped in the arms of her beloved. I love you, Ryuu, I really love you, he whispered in her ear. I love you, Belle, I love you. The elf did the same. Emotions and feelings finally expressed. With nothing to interrupt them. No obstacle in the path could prevent them from finally being united. They came apart a little and their faces were at a dangerous distance. It was so short that they could swear they could feel each other's labored breathing. Ryuu, he named her with his voice slightly broken. Belle, she did the same. The green-haired girl relaxed her body and closed her eyes, giving free rein to what they both believed should happen. The boy opened his eyes wide. Millions of questions formed in his head, however, there was no room for doubt. It took a few seconds, so Ryuu took a look to see what was happening and Belle kissed her, taking her by surprise. The boy quickly pulled away when he noticed the expression his beloved put on after the kiss. Sorry. Maybe I misunderstood why you closed your eyes and I thought you were okay with it, he apologized and justified himself repeatedly. Belle, she named him. It's not right to do that all of a sudden, right? The white-haired man's spirit sank at the thought of how he had ruined it until now it was Ryuu who kissed him unexpectedly by holding him on both sides of his face. A few seconds passed as their lips melted into that tender kiss. There's nothing wrong, Belle, the elf told him. That's exactly what I wanted, he added. Now calm, Belle took her hands again. Well then, he whispered. Yes, she agreed on what they would do. Now with no unknowns they started counting. 3, 2, 1. Their mouths came together for the third time. Their lips sealed together to form a beautiful and tender kiss, full of affection. The contact between them was warm, sharing that same warmth with their counterpart, creating a cycle of giving and receiving, just like love, a perfect reference to love, if it could be considered that way. And so their bond was united. Their lives. Their souls. Their hearts. Absolutely everything. They didn't know what the future would hold. But one thing was certain. They would have each other. At the fireplace mansion, a couple of hours later. Those two are already late. I didn't think it would take Belle this long, Welf said, helping Está unpack her daughter's belongings. Let them. They are young people who are new to love, Está said. You are also a virgin goddess, Está, Hestia thought with an uncomfortable laugh without taking her eyes off the brunette. Knock knock knock. The door of the mansion was knocked. It must be them. They warned and, stopping whatever the others were doing, the members of the Hestia family went to the living room. Abraham opened the door and welcomed them. The Renard ran to where the rest of them were as soon as she allowed them to pass and landed next to Mikoto. What's all this, Belle asked. Tell us, how did it go? Está broke the ice. The boy raised a hand he was holding. Ryuu, embarrassed by being seen like that, also picked her up. We are officially a couple, they said in unison in different tones. One was really excited and the other was embarrassed to confess it to all her loved ones. The Hestia family, along with the goddess of the same and Está, took a breath and shouted the following. It's about time. You took too long. That was more of a complaint than a congratulation, which the newly formed couple had expected, albeit with good reason. Chapter 18. A strange date. Different feelings. In the previous chapter. We are officially a couple, they said in unison in different tones. One was really excited and the other was embarrassed to confess it to all her loved ones. The Hestia family, along with the goddess of the same and Está, took a breath and shouted the following. It's about time. You took too long. That was more of a complaint than a congratulation, which the newly formed couple had expected, albeit with good reason. In the current chapter. In the fireplace mansion, there was an air of tranquility and happiness that infected those present, especially the newly formed couple. I knew it would turn out so well. Está clapped her hands with a smile on her face. She was aware of the plan Belle had devised to propose to her daughter, even delaying the move to the Hestia family headquarters to give them time to prepare everything. Were you also part of this, Está-sama? Ryuu asked with her cheeks reddened. Of course. I haven't even been in Arario for 2 days and I could tell how much they loved each other. If we didn't give them a push, they'd probably keep delaying, the brown-haired goddess replied. Belle, who, since they arrived, no, rather since he declared his love to the beautiful elf, has not let go of her hand, spoke. Aren't you upset? I'm sorry it happened this way. I wanted the proposal to be unforgettable. He apologized for the web of lies he and the others had gotten themselves caught up in, all for such a noble goal. Ryuu shook his head with a smile on his thin, red, and fine lips. I'm glad it happened that way. I fulfilled my dream, she replied, touching her lover's cheek with her free hand. Ryuu, he named her upon seeing that gesture. They both stared at each other with a look that showed love. A pure and sincere love. We could say that the beautiful blue and red eyes, whenever they met, understood each other perfectly. Not for nothing are they the windows to the soul. Was there anyone who could say otherwise? The answer was no. Anyone who saw them could tell, without a doubt, that they were in love. Seconds passed until they felt watched. They turned slightly, each in the opposite direction to which the other turned. They're going to kiss, Está whispered like a child full of emotion. Shhhh, Makoto silenced her so that her voice wouldn't reach the couple. There's no way we can do it in front of all of you. Both the fairy and the rabbit shouted in unison. Their faces turned a deep red, similar to that of wine. So you did it when you were alone? Hestia asked them with a vein popping out of her forehead. Oh no, they practically confessed that they would kiss when they were alone. Ryuu? I want details. Demanded the elf goddess with blood running from her nose. Right. Leave them alone. They haven't even been out for a day and they're already being bombarded with questions. Imagine when all of Arario finds out the adventure of the moment has settled down, Welf said with a mocking laugh as he led them away from the center of attention. Lily, Haraham, Makoto, Está and Hestia nodded in agreement, understanding that they had overstepped their bounds. You must be tired, right? We'd better all go to sleep. Tomorrow is another day, Makoto said. In fact, yes, organizing the date was laborious, I barely slept, but it was worth it. Belle held the grip between his hand and that of his beloved with a little extra strength. They gave each other a fleeting glance and smiled at each other. Yes. Tomorrow will be a new day. I feel like it's a brighter day than all the previous ones in my life, Ryuu declared in a low tone of voice, almost imperceptible although it was received by the white-haired man, who felt an increase in his heart rate. And so everyone headed to their rooms, or at least that was the intention until. Kami-sama, weren't you in the room next to mine? The boy asked as he saw Makoto leading Ryuu to said room. That was supposed to be the way, but before he could complain, they hit him on the head. Ham. Ouch. That hurts. The little goddess complained. Está was the one who gave him a slap. You're supposed to be the guests, he cried internally as he said the above. We thought it would be ideal if your rooms were next to each other. We decided unanimously, the red-haired blacksmith revealed. That's not true. I didn't agree. Ouch. Hestia was hit on the back of the head again, courtesy of Lily this time. Hestia-sama, just leave him, the hobbit whispered. It was annoying that, knowing the relationship between Ryuu and Belle, she kept interfering or trying something with her son. I'm sorry, Hestia-sama. If it doesn't seem right to you, I can go to another room. We are receiving your kindness just by allowing us to be here. I don't wish to take advantage of it. Ryuu directed those words to the pigtailed goddess. He was clearly excited by the idea of having Belle around, however, if that caused problems for others, he would hold back his urge. Hestia sighed. No problem at all. Stay there. He gave up on the subject, giving up the right to the room that belonged to him. Thank you very much, thanked the green-haired girl. Belle said nothing at all. He, too, was thrilled to have his beloved close by. Well, we're leaving, said those present, moving away from both doors. However, Hestia issued one final warning. No midnight visits. Divine order. He shouted. This surprised those present, so much so that they were speechless. As if we were going to do something like that. They shouted at the same time with trembling in their bodies. They're too innocent to do something like that, although it wasn't a bad idea to set limits. After all, they're not the only ones living in the mansion. And so they were left alone. They were in the hallway, one step and one door away from entering their rooms. No one moved. Good night, Belle, Ryuu said, touching his fingers and avoiding eye contact. Good night, Ryuu, the white-haired man returned the gesture. They seemed restless for some reason. I said good night, the elf emphasized. Why yes, I heard it. Belle didn't understand the reason for such an attitude in prayer. The girl's ears lowered somewhat sadly. It was there that the white-haired man's brain worked and understood. I need to read the environment, but I can do this, he said to himself. He approached the faint green-haired girl, who lay with her head bowed. Elle. She named him when she felt the touch of her skin with the boy's thin, warm fingers. He placed his pair of hands on either side of his partner's fine, soft face. She slowly lifted it up. Their faces slowly came closer. Her lips too. First. A tender kiss was given. After a short period of time, they separated. They looked happy. Especially Ryuu, who got what he wanted. Her goodnight kiss. "I love you," said the elf, immersed in the atmosphere. "I love you too," the white-haired man replied, taking her hands. They continued standing for a long time as neither wanted to leave the other's side, although they remembered something they promised each other in Rivera. "We have to sleep tomorrow, we will have our Ryuu separated. Right, our date in Arario, I don't understand why so soon, but I won't complain," the boy replied, scratching his head. "It's because I want everyone to know that I'm with the most wonderful man in the world," the elf confessed. That hit the boy's heart hard. The organ jumped after that. He just smiled and approached her again. He wrapped her in his arms in a tender and delicate embrace. "I should be the one who presumes to be with a woman like you, my beautiful fairy," he whispered in her ear. Fufu, a chuckle in the distance broke the atmosphere. They quickly turned to the sound engineer. "You're too cute, but go to sleep now. It's been an hour since you were supposed to enter your rooms," the intruder declared mockingly. The Stree Samadi don't think that Ryuu, in a poor attempt to justify himself, shook his hands and spoke, however the words simply wouldn't come out. It's that the same thing happened to Belle. Why all the drama? You're already a couple, there's nothing wrong with showing your love for each other. Go to sleep and enjoy your date tomorrow. It's a divine command." The goddess gave them this instruction and turned around and headed back to her room. Hi, the pair nodded. "See you tomorrow," said the girl, opening her door. "Sleep well," said the boy, from his own. They lay down in their beds and stared at the ceiling of their rooms. Much on mind. Although it all came down to a shared thought. "This seems like a dream," they said, each from their own side. And just like that, the day came to an end. The day when the love between two people was expressed and reciprocated. Starting tomorrow, their story as a full-fledged couple would begin. They would face an unknown future with infinite possibilities. However, there was no room for fear in their hearts because they had each other to overcome every test that the world fate ever imposed on them. The next morning. The sun's rays filtered through the small openings left by the curtains as they unsuccessfully tried to cover all the windows facing east over the beautiful city of Arario. The inhabitants and surrounding businesses of the enormous mansion made themselves present with daytime noises typical of setting up their businesses or preparing to open their doors. Among those awake at that hour was a certain white-haired boy who stood up with renewed energy. He was looking forward to this day. And how could he not? He would have a date with his newly found partner. Belle began to dress as usual, with that archer and black jacket. Through a small gap in the closet where he took it from, approximately 10 jackets of the same design and color could be seen. He took one of them and threw it on his bed. He then grabbed his somewhat worn pair of pants and his distinctive boots. It wasn't an exaggeration when his family thought he should buy more clothes. He looked like a picture every time they saw him in the same outfit. He took a deep breath and his spirits were high. "I'll have my date today. I may be dreaming a little presumptuously, but I want to show the world the beautiful woman I have as my life partner. It would also help people get used to her presence and not fear her," he said to himself, sitting next to where he was sleeping. He considered whether it was ideal not to have any kind of plans or places to visit on his date, however, he cut off those thoughts as soon as he remembered that the previous night they had simply let themselves go and it had turned out much better as he had expected. He stood up and opened the doors to his room, leaving it. He glanced briefly at the next door and wondered if he should inspect the possibility that his beloved was still asleep. "No, she probably woke up before me." Typical of Ryuu, he laughed and walked to the mansion's living room where his family, goddess and his new tenant were. "Good morning. How did you wake up?" the white-haired man asked those present. Someone woke up happy. "That's good," Welf replied with a smile as he sat down in the dining room. "How could I not be? Anyway. Where's Ryuu?" "We'll go have breakfast," Bella asked, not finding the elf anywhere. "Ara, it seems that my little one didn't warn you," Astree said with some surprise. "Warn me? About what?" He tilted his head. "Sir Dono came for her before you woke up. I think they're going shopping. He wants to meet her at Love Square to start their date," Mikoto informed her. "Oh, I understand. It's strange, though I have no problem with it. Then I'll be going." He waved goodbye. He walked through the door, which Harahim opened for him as usual. He thanked her and left. Watching her walk away, Hestia asked Astree a question. "So much drama over a dress. I know Freya isn't someone who has a lot to do, but making a request like this seems ridiculous. My little girl must look beautiful. I want Belle to feel like what he is when he sees her. The luckiest man in the whole world. Besides, Freya wouldn't refuse something like this, in fact, she'd most likely buy the entire store from Ryuu," said the goddess with a mocking laugh and covering her mouth with the palm of her hand. "Sometimes I wonder how you two see the world," he whispered to Hestia. "The food is ready. Mikoto said, placing a couple of large plates on the table. Thanks for the food. Both goddesses ran to eat. Note. This map isn't official, but I used it as a starting point for the aforementioned. As you can see, the shopping district, Love Square, and the mansion are nearby. In the streets of Arario. What did we come here for? Lafia asked, waiting at the door of a business with A's and Tyan. Fiona heard that the bookstore was stocked with new hero stories. It was obvious she'd come and buy them, the Amazon replied, leaning against the wall. Why did I come? I want to go to the dungeon. The golden-haired girl next to Lafia had a blank stare. Because if we let you go, you'd stay in the dungeon until nightfall. Besides, we're friends and family. Spend quality time with us. Tyan winked at her and gave her a thumbs up. I just want to be alone, she replied with a certain decline in her already low spirits. This is that human's fault, Lafia frowned, but something kept her from getting completely angry. That something was that he truly believed he hadn't done anything wrong. However, someone had to pay the price. I'm sorry, I disagree. Belle didn't make any mistakes. It's like Riveria said, he tried to convince us in a friendly way and almost no one paid attention. The Amazon felt a little sorry for A's, but that didn't mean she would blame someone innocent. Tell me, A's. What do you want to do? Are you going to leave things like this? He asked, following his previous sentence. What do I want to do? He whispered. You admitted you love him, maybe it's not too late. I think the first thing to do is apologize, she suggested. The sword princess blushed at the part where Tyan said, you admitted you love him. She also completely agreed on the subject of apology or not. Something inside her told her she wasn't wrong, a dark flame. He decided to ignore her. For the first time he ignored her. I want to apologize to Belle, let things be like before, he said with a little smile, expressing his wish. As soon as she said that, Tiona came out with a mountain of books that covered most of her body. Or at least from the waist up. I couldn't choose between so many, so I bought each one. She said with a smile that couldn't be seen because of the same stories that covered it. You're still in debt to Gobnu, and you're spending every last volley on this. Sometimes I question whether you really know the value of money, her sister chided, helping her carry her new acquisition. Tiona just scratched the back of her neck. Let me help you, Lafia took a couple of the books. Ready, they said in unison except for A's. They started walking back to the Twilight Mansion, avoiding bumping into anyone since there were a lot of people on the streets. By the way, what were you talking about? A's looks less zombie-like than before she left, the youngest of the Amazon sisters asked. That's rude, Tiona. Lafia complained. But not vague, Tyan whispered, remembering the empty eyes her friend had when she invited her for a walk in the city. You could say we convinced her to apologize to Belle and thus try to win back the man she loves, Tyan answered her sister's doubt with a look full of determination. Argonaut-kun. The person who asked the question tilted his head. Yes. Argonaut-kun, Belle. It's the same. Lafia got angry. No. Argonaut-kun. Look. She pointed forward as she freed one of her hands and held the weight of her purchases with the other. The group of girls turned their attention to where Tiona pointed. And indeed, the aforementioned was there. He stood in the middle of a fountain, watching people go by, as if searching for someone in the crowd. It's perfect. A's. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. It must be fate's work for you to be with Belle, Tyan said, excited by the convenience of the events. But I don't feel ready, the golden-haired girl responded with doubt in her being. There's no time to hesitate. Go for it. Tiona pushed her forward a couple of inches. Oh, okay, he answered. You can do it, Miss A's. Lafia sent her encouragement from a distance. The fearful doll princess summoned courage from somewhere and stared at her target. She looked back to where her friends were watching and they just gave her a thumbs up. She moved forward with a certain trembling in her legs and agitation in her breathing. That boy who moved her heart was in front of her. He wanted to apologize for what happened. There wasn't a day when she didn't feel strange, not even exchanging a word with that presence that became increasingly important in her life. But now he had him close to him. The phrase. Apologies. And they would return to normal. They would train. They would talk. And there was a chance to express his deep feelings. A hero to herself, Belle definitely fulfilled that role in his heart. A hero. His hero. There was no longer any doubt about her feelings, not after noticing how much she missed Belle. He opened his mouth trying to speak. The words wouldn't come out. His voice broke. He only managed to say parts of what he truly wanted to communicate. That's why he decided to shorten it, just one word had to come out of his mouth. Belle. When she finally got around to calling his name to get his attention, something happened. Belle. Someone beat him to it. The white-haired man, like the sword princess, directed their eyes at whoever was approaching. A's skin paled when she noticed this presence. Bale, he whispered. Yes, it was Ryuu, that adventurer belonging to the Está family who just one night ago was taken off the guild's blacklist. And from what the rumors said, she got close to Belle so much so that he fought to save her. The elf ran happily, her cheeks and ears flushed. She was wearing a white dress. A simple thing that definitely made her look beautiful. And a pair of brown shoes, just as simple as the outfit described above. Ryuu? Here. Belle ran towards her with an expression reaction similar to the green-haired girl. Baze reached out to try to stop him, but it was too late. He didn't even notice her presence. She stood still. The pang caused an inexplicable pain in his heart that intensified when they both held hands facing each other. This was too much. Baze Lafia approached her partner. I want to go to the mansion, he replied, turning around. Wait, Aze. The rest wanted to stop her, but the golden-haired girl started running home. Why does it bother me? Why does it irritate me? Why do I feel so close to tears and have such a bottomless emptiness in my stomach? Why? 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 He screamed from within. A pressure on his chest made it difficult for him to breathe properly. Her head bowed and small drops running down her cheeks were the last thing the girls of the Loki family managed to perceive in her expression before losing her in the crowd. Is it our fault the orange-haired elf felt afraid of being responsible for such a situation? No, we were hasty, and unfortunately we didn't consider the possibility that he was waiting for her, Tyan frowned. We have to follow her. She said she was going to the mansion. Tiona was the first to go after her friend. On Belle and Ryuu's side. Sorry I didn't tell you I was leaving early. Sir insisted on taking me shopping, the elf apologized. Belle shook his head. No problem. We're together now, that's what matters, he replied. Why yes. By the way, how do I look? Ryuu wanted to know her partner's opinion, so she waved her beautiful dress so he could observe it in detail. The boy placed his palm on the girl's right cheek and gave his point of view. You look so beautiful, I can't find the words to describe you. If I had to choose an expression that best describes my opinion of how beautiful you look, I'd say that the word perfection pales in comparison to you. A rather long-winded but lovely compliment. Perhaps even exaggerated. Ryuu's face exploded into a deep red. Steam was rising from his head. Why, you always know how to say the exact words that cause a shudder in my heart, she complained with a tender pout that added a plus to her beauty. Belle couldn't stop looking at her. He swallowed. You really are a beautiful fairy, he whispered. Stop calling me that. At least not in public, it embarrasses me. Ryuu covered his mouth and reprimanded him. He said with difficulty. I promise. The elf let him go. I can't deny that it brings me happiness to know that you think that about me, he whispered. Belle laughed softly. Flat. He held her. This surprised his companion. Ever since I met you, that's what I've believed about you. You'll always be my. Before finishing his sentence, he leaned closer to the green-haired girl's ear. My beautiful fairy tale, he said to her without the others hearing you. Huff. Again, steam came out of the woman's head. Okay. Time to start our date. Belle said, changing the subject. Why yes. But are we going to do it like this? Ryuu asked. So how? The white-haired man asked. Holding hands, he looked down at where their palms and fingers were intertwined with no intention of separating from each other. Author's note. Imagine Ryuu is wearing the dress I showed in the picture before. Of course. We said it last night, didn't we? We have to show each other off, Belle smiled without a hint of shame. Alright, she nodded. And so their date began. During the appointment. The couple walked peacefully, watched by the owners of each of the stalls they passed, as well as by a few customers who were shopping at those places at such an early hour. Many still didn't know the true identity of the beautiful girl accompanying the little rookie. This was because they hadn't heard about what happened at the Freya family party, and the guild hadn't yet announced the return of the goddess Está and the removal of Gale from the blacklist. With that in mind, it was obvious that the comments surrounding Belle and his companion weren't long in coming. More because of the white-haired rabbit than anything else. Look, it's the little rookie. He's with an elf, and she doesn't refuse to hold his hand. I'm so jealous. Aren't they supposed to hate physical contact? How did he manage to accomplish such a feat? She's so beautiful. I've never seen her in a Ryuu before. What a beautiful woman he got himself. Damn, the rabbit fan club won't be pleased to hear about this. This last comment from the civilians caused some concern in Belle. Fan club, he wondered. At that moment a heavy aura fell upon him. When he checked his right side, where his beloved was walking next to him, he found empty eyes. Ryuu? He named her. What do you mean by fan club? She didn't hesitate to express her doubt. Huh? I don't know, I have no idea what they mean by that. He shook his head repeatedly. That's where someone in the audience caused havoc. And to think that just the day before yesterday he spent his time in the dungeon, saving and conquering girls, an adventurer said with some anger. A victim of the rabbit's conquests. Who knows? That didn't matter now. A voice from beyond the grave unleashed the boy's terror. He made eye contact with the elf, and the expression she had sent a chill down his spine. So, picking up girls in the dungeon. He commented with such anger that he squeezed Belle's hand tightly. The poor rabbit's fingers snapped. It's not what you think. Why, you'll see, there's an explanation for this. He justified himself until something hit him in the head. 5. Womanizer. Ryuu shouted at him and started running. Wait, Belle said from the floor with a bump on his head. An explanation later. And that happened. I practically had no choice. It was that or being electrocuted. Thanks to Hedon Sensei's constant shocks, I was able to fight him hand to hand. I already knew his magic, he finished his explanation while rubbing his head, specifically the place where the elf hit him. You didn't do it because you wanted to, right? Ryuu insisted on the subject. Oh, of course not. The boy replied, somewhat frustrated by the constant questions his beloved was asking him about his true intention in that training. Why didn't you tell me before? He asked. With everything we've been through these past few days, it was impossible for me to even remember it, Belle quickly resolved the elf's doubt. It proved absolutely true. The elf said. He took his time before continuing. He sighed heavily and his ears drooped. Sorry, it's my first time in a relationship and I felt a little jealous, she apologized sincerely. It was evident in her broken voice as well as in her crystalline eyes how much she regretted the exaggerated reaction. Don't worry. I've had worse blows and I'm still here in one piece, the young man replied. It's not about that I didn't trust you and I rushed into things, she remained dejected. Ryuu. It's our first relationship. It's clear that we'll fail in countless ways due to our own inexperience, but I won't give up, Belle told her calmly. The green-haired girl tried to contradict him, but she wasn't allowed to do so. Ryuu. Let's stumble, let's make mistakes, but let's never part. I want to grow with you in this relationship. We learn from mistakes, and I'm sure we'll achieve a perfect relationship, Belle commented, gently caressing her cheek. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the warmth that this touch provided in that area. She pressed her face even closer to her lover's palm. I'm glad I fell in love with you, he confessed. I'm grateful that it was that way, the white-haired man agreed. Do you want to continue our date? He asked. Ryuu denied and snuggled up to her lover's side. No, let's stay like this for a while, he replied. Belle accepted without complaint. Your wish is my command. She placed her head on Belle's shoulder. She closed her eyes and smiled. A strange date, but I love being by her side no matter where it is, that's what love feels like. This opinion didn't leave the rabbit's mind, who simply enjoyed his girlfriend's company. At the Tower of Babel. Oh, they look so adorable. Freya, who looked like an excited fangirl because her ship became canon, watched over the lovebirds. Look, Otter. Look at them. They're so cute. The goddess kicked and pulled the captain of her family repeatedly. I can't see them from here, Freya-sama, Bose replied stoically and seriously. It's normal for him. Ooh, you're boring, complained the silver-haired girl. Freya-sama, are you sure about this? Otter asked after seeing the lost gaze of his goddess, who did not move her from the direction in which Belle and Ryuu were supposed to rest. Huh? What do you mean? Freya didn't understand what he meant. Are you sure you want to allow the union between the two of you? You came down to this world to search for your beloved and you finally found him, why allow someone else to have him? This time Bose elaborated on his question. Freya let out a heavy breath. His soul would never shine with the same intensity as it does next to Ryuu if he were with me, he replied. Besides, now there are two identical souls, white and pure. Their union is something that brings me pleasure and curiosity. I wonder how much will they shine together? She spoke to the air. Her face expressed immense happiness. Otter was pleased to notice his goddess's growth. The change she'd undergone. Something unusual for the gods, since they're supposed to always be the same, both physically and mentally. We must also remember that if they conceive a child and it has a soul like theirs, I will be able to have it all to myself. Freya clapped and was ecstatic at the possibility of that happening. The pride that Bose felt for the silver-haired girl a few seconds ago vanished in a flash. You're quite a case, Freya-sama. Somewhere in the dungeon. So Streak came back, said a certain stranger. Yes, Enyo-sama, the adventurer Gale, was also removed from the blacklist at Freya-sama's request. I don't know what their relationship is, a female voice reported. Gale, he caused us a lot of trouble by killing the Rudra family. Enyo held his chin. Do you want me to finish her off? The woman from before asked. It won't be necessary, check, there won't be any corner of Arario that will survive what we planned. It was difficult to identify Enyo's expression, since a mask covered her face, however, it wasn't necessary to have a creative imagination to know it. Okay, Revis nodded. You also mentioned that child of Hestia's. The little rookie, the man recalled. Yes. He defeated Hildersleaf of the Freya family. I don't know the rest of the details, the Redeed provided the information. Interesting, but he's indifferent. He has nothing to do with this. He dismissed his interest in Belle as quickly as it arose. Brevis remained silent. Get to work. We'll make our move in a couple of days. He ordered. Let's see how you'll try to stop us, Loki, he added, full of confidence. Aurario was about to see despair, and this excited the stranger for some strange reason. In the distance, the Redeed, Revis is her name, walked away. Bale, he remembered the nickname of said adventurer. The fleeting image crossed his mind. He shook his head, which ached. I have work to do. He decided to ignore what had happened and delve deeper into the dungeon. That little rookie was in Revere and that strange tomb. I should have ended his life when I saw him. My mistake. She remembered the last time she ran into him on the 18th floor. Author's note. Check chapter 11 to understand it. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.